transformed into a mere pawn and a concubine of the formidable tyrant from her own novel. Shen Siyin consoled herself to remain calm while contemplating how to survive. Little did she expect that the tyrant possessed the ability to read minds. When the tyrant intended to end her life, Shen Siyin could not help but scoff. No wonder this fellow meets his gruesome fate 5 years later. He absolutely deserves it. Such brutality is beyond measure. Cast away to a rural estate, Shen Siyin initially thought she could witness the tyrant's demise. However, she inadvertently activated a mysterious system that urged her, host, quickly seduce him. If not, the plot will deviate from the original story, and we shall perish together. Shen Siyin thought, survival takes precedence. This old face can be sacrificed. That night, unable to contain herself, she hummed a popular tune in her mind. Finally, the tyrant, unable to endure the noise any longer, domineeringly pulled her into his embrace, declaring, "Continue to make noise, and I shall deal with you directly." Chapter 1. He can't hear this woman's thoughts, Shen Siyin. Since you are unwilling to serve me, why have you come to the regent's palace? Speak. What manner of death do you desire? Shen Siyin felt suffocated, her entire being on the verge of collapse, while the striking man before her exuded an aura of icy severity, his voice as frigid as eternal ice. Shen Siyin was on the brink of rolling her eyes, utterly bewildered. Hearing this, Song Xiuyu's anger intensified, yet he subconsciously loosened his grip and growled. Shen Siyin, it appears you truly wish to perish. This reckless woman had the audacity to curse him as a short-lived wretch. Shen Siyin relished her newfound freedom, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as if her very insides were being expelled. Regardless, this tyrant only has 5 years left. He will undoubtedly meet a dismembered end. Song Xiuyu stiffened, his gaze fixed intently on Shen Siyin's delicate lips. Was that her voice just now? His expression darkened further, and just as he was about to raise his hand, a woman clad in a flowing purple garment rushed in, kneeling before him. At first glance, she appeared fragile, but her eyes were rife with scheming intent. Shen Siyin rolled her eyes. What is this? You weren't here to plead for my life when I was nearly throttled. Now you fear the tyrant might kill me? The newcomer was Chu Linglong, the quintessential White Lotus heroine of her novel. In the story, Shen Siyin was ensnared by her machinations and forced into the palace as a concubine, despite having a true love whom she abandoned for power. After entering the palace, Chu Linglong thickly pursued her own desires, even engaging with her beloved. Ultimately, during a night of intimacy, Shen Siyin trembled in fear before Song Xiuyu, and with Chu Linglong whispering in his ear, he took his anger out on Shen Siyin, ending her life in a fit of rage. Shen Siyin caressed her neck, taking a deep breath. What terrible luck to become Shen Siyin. My fate is truly unfortunate. As Song Xiuyu listened to the woman's voice echoing in his ears, turmoil brewed within him. How could the illustrious regent meet such a fate? What kind of absurdity was this? Chu Linglong had betrayed him with another? Shen Siyin was the one who had been wronged? Why could he hear her thoughts? What sorcery was this? Song Xiuyu approached and seized her, pulling her forcefully towards him, causing her nose to collide painfully with his solid chest, leaving her eyes reddened and her arm painfully crushed. Song Xiuyu, the greatest villain in the tale, yet also a man of deep affection, would eventually fall for Chu Linglong, only to be led to a tragic end by her and the male lead, his corpse displayed at the city gate for all to see, with the populace proclaiming the couple as avengers of justice. Such tragedy. How utterly tragic. Song Xiuyu could no longer maintain his composure, gripping Shen Siyin's wrist and drawing her closer, demanding, "What did you just say?" Tears welled in Shen Siyin's eyes, but her throat ached, likely damaged from being choked. "You wretched creature. My throat is in this state, and I can hardly speak. Surely this is but a figment of madness." Song Xiuyu's lips twitched in anger. This woman had just called him a wretched creature. Just as he was about to unleash his wrath, another familiar voice reached his ears. "Shen Siyin, do not blame your elder sister for her cruelty. After all, you are the only one aware of my matters with Brother Yu. Your life is forfeit for the glory of the Chu family, for my position as a consort. You must die. Besides, remaining by the side of a capricious prince, you would eventually meet your demise. As sisters, I shall send you on your way today." This was the voice of Chu Concubine. Song Xiaoyu's gaze turned colder, slowly settling on Chu Linglong. How had he not realized that this seemingly angelic woman harbored such malice? May the prince be lenient, for the younger sister is but young and foolish, please spare her. As Chu Linglong spoke, tears glistened in her eyes. Shen Siyin thought, how could I have written such a detestable character? Just as Shen Siyin pondered how to survive, she heard Song Xiaoyu's light chuckle, sending chills down the spines of both women present. Very well, since you are so sisterly, and you plead for Shen Siyin, let be you who dies in her stead. Before either Chu Linglong or Shen Siyin could react, Song Xiaoyu had already seized Chu Linglong by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Shen Siyin stared, dumbfounded truly. He was mad, willing to kill even the heroine. In her daze, a mechanical alarm echoed in Shen Siyin's mind. Regent, the host and the heroine share a bond. If the heroine is not saved, the world will collapse, and the host will perish along with it. Shen Siyin was taken aback. Host? What shared bond? She had never written such a thing. However, in the next moment, Shen Siyin felt a wave of suffocation. Yet Song Xiaoyu was not choking her. Heavens, this is serious. She had worked tirelessly to attain a doctorate in history and had never encountered such tribulation. Survival was paramount. Without hesitation, Shen Siyin sprinted forward, clinging desperately to Song Xiaoyu's arm, exclaiming, Your Highness, you mustn't. Sister holds deep feelings for you. How can you treat her thus? A knight as husband and wife yields 100 nights of grace. Stop. This is the heroine. If the heroine perishes, we all die. I do not wish to die. Hearing Shen Siyin's thoughts, Song Xiaoyu's eyes filled with disdain. It was truly laughable. A mere concubine of the Chu family. He had no regard for her life. If she were to die, so be it. Who would dare demand his company in death? Just then, a thunderous bolt of lightning struck, splitting the ceiling, sending debris raining down. Shen Siyin gasped. Realizing they were doomed, this foolish man still refused to relent. Song Xiaoyu frowned, loosening his grip slightly, but not entirely letting go. Reluctantly, he had to acknowledge the ominous thunder. He cared not for Chu Linglong's life, nor did he believe she could orchestrate his demise. However, he had to remain cautious. Shen Siyin, do you mean to say you acknowledge having feelings for another and do not wish to serve me? Shen Siyin was speechless. Why had the question been directed at her? One wrong word now could spell her end, and oh no. How could I dare? Your Highness is handsome and valiant. How could I possibly be interested in any ordinary man? In my eyes, that person is not worthy of even serving you. Song Xiaoyu snorted coldly, glancing at the nearly breathless Chu Linglong on the ground. Take the concubine away and confine her for 6 months. She is not to leave. As for Shen Siyin, send her to the outer courtyard. Do not allow her to see me. With a wave of his hand, he cast Shen Siyin aside. Chapter 2. Please entice the regent. Let us go, my lady. Under the luminous moonlight, Shen Siyin donned a white nightgown, and upon hearing her devoted maid Xingru's words, she felt an overwhelming sense of relief. To distance herself from this tyrannical madman was a prospect she wholeheartedly welcomed. With her hand tightly clasped around Xingru's, the maid mistakenly assumed that her mistress was disheartened, oblivious to the fact that Shen Siyin was brimming with excitement, nearly unable to contain herself. Initially, she had pondered how to escape the regent's residence. After all, Song Xiaoyu was destined to perish in 5 years, and she had no intention of meeting the same fate. This body was only 17 years old, at the prime of life. Once they arrived at the other courtyard, there was a chance that Song Xiaoyu might forget her entirely. Whether through feigning death or stealthy departure, she would eventually find a way to flee. The more Shen Siyin contemplated, the more exhilarated she became, yet she maintained a facade of sorrowful vulnerability, softly inquiring, All right now? Xingru sighed internally and nodded. The prince has instructed this, my lady. Do not be troubled. Splendid. Absolutely wonderful. Song Xiaoyu, unbeknownst to him, had inadvertently fulfilled her heart's desire while intending to witness this fallen woman's regrets. My lady, I shall prepare your belongings. Beneath the moonlight, Shen Siyin sighed heavily, appearing as though her very soul had departed. Go ahead, but be sure to pack everything meticulously, lest hinder my escape. Hidden in the shadows, Song Xiaoyu clenched his fist tighter. Before long, Xingru emerged carrying a bundle of belongings, assisting Shen Siyin with her arm, as they followed the guard Lushaw out of the residence. The moment they crossed the threshold, Shen Siyin felt an urge to burst into laughter. Song Xiuyu, you truly are a benevolent soul. Had I known you would willingly allow me to leave, I would have certainly assisted you in preserving your skull. Song Ziyu's steps suddenly faltered as he watched Shen Siyin ascend the carriage, nearly succumbing to the impulse to drag her back and enhance her cranial preservation. Seated within the carriage, Shen Siyin soon arrived at the other courtyard. As Lushaw dismounted, he absent-mindedly scratched his head, pondering why this route felt so remarkably smooth today. Ordinarily, it would take ages before they could reach their destination. Lady Shen, you shall have to make do with a night here. Tomorrow, I shall send some maids and servants to assist you. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin's eyelids twitched. If they sent more people, how could she possibly extricate herself? No need, Lushaw. I fear I may not be able to endure such company. This courtyard is quite charming, and I prefer solitude. Xingru is sufficient company. Shen Siyin feigned fragility and bowed gracefully. Watching Lushuo's departing silhouette, a sly smile crept onto her lips, transforming her previously delicate countenance into one brimming with vitality. Xingru stared in astonishment, muttering, "My lady, you, let us tidy up and retire for the night." Reclining on the bed, enveloped in fragrant blankets, just as she was about to drift into slumber, the mechanical voice intruded once more. "Why, yes, oh, you still expect me to entice Song Xiuyu? Well, the female protagonist. The female protagonist has become irrelevant. The salvation of the world and the maintenance of peace rest solely upon you, dear host." "Oh, spare me the nonsense. What a wretched situation." Within the regent's residence, Song Xiuyu was in his study, listening to Lushuo's report. Upon hearing that Shen Siyin desired no attendance, he suddenly let out a cold chuckle. "She requires no attendance?" "Yes, Lady Shen claims she prefers solitude. Xingru suffices." Lushaw, eager to speak well of Shen Siyin, added, "I suspect she fears being overwhelmed with emotions, thus." "Huh." Song Xiuyu laughed. Her reluctance was not born of affection for him, rather. She feared being unable to escape amidst a crowd. "Send her 10 coarse servants, 10 male servants, and 10 maidservants tomorrow. Also, allocate one of the cooks from the residence to her." "Shen Siyin, I shall not grant you your wish." Lusha, not daring to delay, hurried off to fulfill the orders. Song Xiuyu gazed at the closed door, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He had tested his limits. He could not hear any of Lushuo's thoughts. If he were to visit the palace tomorrow and hear nothing, it would signify that Shen Siyin and Chu Linglong held an extraordinarily unique connection with him. The following day, Shen Siyin was awakened by the nagging voice in her mind. Still groggy, she shouted silence. Disturbing one's slumber is a moral failing, do you not know? The voice, taken aback by her abruptness, paused before responding. "Seeing that you are exceedingly unfortunate, I have come to offer my assistance. Should you complete the task, the system shall bestow upon you enviable fortune." The system's words struck a chord within Shen Siyin. Indeed, she was currently besieged by misfortune, having transmigrated into a story as mere cannon fodder, nearly meeting her demise. "I do not wish to entice Song Xiuyu. Is it possible to exchange for another task?" "Impossible. Then what nonsense is this?" Shen Siyin fumed. Within the other courtyard, you may trigger the Floral artisan side quest. Completion of this task will reward you with an ancient medical tome ding, a friendly reminder. This book is crucial to your successful conquest of Song Xiuyu. Gazing at the text, Shen Siyin pondered for a moment before rising and donning her clothes while calling out, "Xingru! Xingru! I am here, I am here!" Xingru rushed in from outside. "My lady, you are already awake? Allow me to assist you with your grooming." "There's no need for such fuss, a simple tidying will suffice." Shen Siyin washed her face herself. "Accompany me outside for a moment." "Outside?" Xingru hesitated. "Miss, you have always been reluctant to go out for strolls. Why today?" Shen Siyin's hand, holding the purse, froze. Oh no. She had forgotten that the original owner despised venturing outdoors. Seeing Shen Siyin's sudden stillness, Xingru assumed she had inadvertently touched upon her mistress' sorrowful memories. After all, she had been forced to come here, only to be cast into this other courtyard. Surely, her lady must yearn for a change of scenery. With this realization, Xingru felt a pang of guilt for her previous insensitivity. "Miss, let us go." Do you have a place in mind? Shen Siyin looked up, incredulous, at Xingru. She had said nothing, yet how had this girl's attitude changed so swiftly? Chapter 3. She was embraced by another man, Baozi. Steaming hot Baozi. Miss, come take a look at this round fan, all fresh goods. This little gadget is exquisitely crafted. Why not take a look, miss? In the bustling market, Shen Siyin, adorned in a veil, was closely followed by Xingru, who listened to the incessant chatter of vendors and quietly inquired, Master, what exactly do you wish to purchase? The emptiness of the Bun made her heart feel desolate. Shen Siyin furrowed her delicate brows, a hint of melancholy gracing her features. She mused that perhaps cultivating some flowers and plants in the courtyard would be a good idea. Xingru felt a pang of sorrow. Her master's life was indeed too arduous. Master, allow me to assist you in planting. Observing the determined expression on Xingru's face, Shen Siyin was momentarily taken aback, and the koi system silently praised her in her heart. Shen Siyin led Xingru to a stall, where she purchased a packet of flower seeds and several pots of fresh blooms. Inside a tea house on the 3rd floor, a tall figure stood by the window, gazing at the two of them. What is fourth brother looking at? On such a lovely day. Why is he standing by the window lost in thought instead of enjoying tea? The man at the window paused slightly. Have you finished eating? The youth holding pastries was momentarily stunned, about to say he had yet to begin, but upon seeing his fourth brother's expression, he swallowed the words and forced a smile. Finished, finished. Well, let us go. Downstairs, Shen Siyin strolled leisurely, cradling a pot of peonies. The vendor had just informed her that he would deliver the remaining flowers shortly. In high spirits after acquiring the flowers, her eyes curved into a smile as she and her maid conversed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted ahead. Make way. The horse is spooked. Anyone who values their life, step aside. As Shen Siyin realized the danger, the horse was already charging towards her, sending chills through her limbs. Xingru's anxious voice echoed in her ears, yet she found herself frozen in place. In that moment, as the horse's hooves reared before her, Shen Siyin cursed inwardly. Damn you. System, where's my good fortune? This misfortune seems insurmountable. Just as she braced for the impending disaster, a sudden gust of wind brushed past her, and she felt someone grasp her waist, shifting her position amidst the chaos. The peonies she had been holding shattered in her embrace, and Shen Siyin clutched the stranger's clothing tightly, her veil falling away, revealing wide, frightened eyes akin to a startled fawn. GC gazed down at Shen Siyin in his arms, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. He had known her beauty from the moment he saw her at the window, but he had not anticipated that her allure would be so unforgettable. Master, are you all right? Xingru rushed over, and Shen Siyin suddenly realized she was being held by an unfamiliar man. If Song Xiuyu were to discover this, not only would her attempts to win him over be futile, but he might very well take her life and dispose of her remains. Shen Siyin quickly pushed GC away, performing a modest bow. Thank you, kind sir, for saving my life. The abrupt emptiness left GC feeling a twinge of loss. Yet he nodded, no need for thanks. Fourth brother, look who is riding the horse. Gu held onto a man's collar, dragging him before them, then tossed him aside. Shen Siyin observed him closely. His bright, clear eyes bore a striking resemblance to the man before her, though he radiated youthful vigor, likely a brother. Is it you? Upon recognizing the kneeling man, GC's expression turned grave. You only know how to inform your aunt. Gu scoffed, then turned to GC, asking, Fourth brother, what shall be done with him? The young lord of the Dugu family recklessly rode in the streets, almost injuring the innocent. GC glanced at Shen Siyin, then continued, let the emperor decide his fate. Shen Siyin's eyelashes fluttered slightly, her heart sinking in shock. Why was it that the system seemed to vanish at such critical moments? Gu, fourth brother. Yes. In the regent's manner, Lu Shua, filled with trepidation over the news he had just received, approached the study. Upon reaching the door, he closed his eyes and called out, Your Highness. Enter. Lu Shua pushed the door open, finding Song Xiuyu seated at a desk, reviewing memorials. His words caught in his throat, unable to be uttered. Song Xiuyu, noticing the silence, set down his brush and looked up at Lu Shua, inquiring, What is it? Nothing much. Lu Shua chuckled awkwardly, swallowing hard. I merely deliver the maids and servants you assigned to Miss Shen. They have all been sent. Inwardly, Lu Shua smirked. The lady wasn't even present. Yet she was expressing gratitude. He had heard that Miss Shen had gone out with Xingru. Out? Where to? Song Xiaoyu's brow furrowed. To the nearby market. What for? Reports indicate she purchased several pots of flowers and a packet of seeds, appearing rather forlorn. It seems she longs for your presence, yet fears her solitude. Then I shall go see her. Song Xiaoyu rose, preparing to leave, while Lu Shua closed his eyes, inwardly lamenting the absurdity of the situation. Your Highness, it is said that today, Miss Shen nearly fell victim to a spooked horse in the street, but she was rescued by GC and GU, and GC even held her in his arms. Song Xiaoyu's grip tightened on the armrest. Good, very good. To think that Shen Siyin, on the second day of her arrival at Buyuan, found herself in another man's embrace. Does she believe her life is too long? Chapter 4. Well done. But do not repeat it. Shen Siyin paced nervously within her room, completely unaware of Song Xiaoyu's entrance. Xingru stood beside Lu Shua, fidgeting anxiously, but Song Xiaoyu had instructed her to remain silent. Initially, Song Xiaoyu intended to enter directly, but he overheard her inner thoughts, causing him to halt just before stepping in. Observing her from behind the door, Shen Siyin sat in a chair, sipping cold tea to calm her nerves, yet she found it impossible to regain her composure. The very person who had saved her today was GC. Accompanying him was GU. She had truly stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck, becoming Song Xiaoyu's concubine on her first day in this world, only to be rescued by the renowned Ji brothers the very next day. The Ji family, a lineage of military nobility in the current dynasty. The patriarch, Ji Heng, was a loyal general who fought countless victorious battles for the Deshio dynasty, only to meet a tragic end by mercury poisoning. The eldest son perished on the battlefield, while the second daughter, Ji Yao, married into the distant Nanwu kingdom, where love flourished, yet ultimately met a tragic fate, leaving no trace of her unborn child. The third daughter had just come of age, and today as savior, GC, was the fourth son, humble and courteous, yet emanating an air of coldness. Although he wore a smile, he remained distant, a formidable martial artist and a fierce general for Song Xiaoyu, who eventually met his demise, pierced by countless arrows. Jiyu, the fifth son, was the youngest, often indulged yet never spoiled, exhibiting a free-spirited demeanor and exceptional swordsmanship. Together with GC, they were invincible on the battlefield, but tragically, he too ended his life by self-immolation on the city walls after the fall of the Deshio dynasty. The Ji family was filled with heroes, yet none escaped unscathed. Shen Siyin leaned back in her chair, her expression heavy with sorrow, her grip on the teacup slackening, as if drained of vitality. Who could have foreseen such misfortune befalling their family? Song Xiaoyu, taken aback by her inner thoughts, could not resist stepping into the room upon witnessing Shen Siyin's demeanor. Shen Siyin sensed someone entering, initially assuming it was Xingru, but upon lifting her gaze, she was met with Song Xiaoyu's presence. Suddenly, an alarm rang in her heart, yet she still rose to perform a gentle and delicate bow, using her original soft voice to address him. Concubine Shen Siyin pays her respects to the prince. Song Xiaoyu's expression darkened as he strode to the chair and glared at Shen Siyin, who was still half-crouched, with a cold huff. Sit. Thank you, Your Highness. Shen Siyin stood up and gracefully seated herself on the chair below, moving like a lotus flower. Observing her bowed head, resembling a frail flower, and recalling her earlier thoughts, Song Xiaoyu could not help but mock her. Surprisingly, you still remember this, prince. I thought you would forget me by the second day after leaving the house. Shen Siyin stiffened, inwardly wondering if he had learned of her recent rescue on the street. Please, host, flirt with the prince, the system urged her. Your Highness jokes. How could I ever forget you? She responded, discreetly wiping her eyes, which bore no tears. I have been eagerly awaiting your return. Song Xiaoyu nearly lost control of his facial expression. Eagerly awaiting my return? You must be wishing for my demise. Xingru stared in disbelief at her mistress's lamentation, puzzled by how she could change so drastically from morning to now. Lu Shua tugged at Xingru's sleeve and chuckled. This is none of our business. The prince is likely to have lunch here today. Shouldn't you go instruct someone to prepare? I'll go this instant. Xingru glanced at her mistress before dashing off towards the kitchen. For the first time, Shen Siyin experienced what it meant to be as uncomfortable as sitting on pins and needles. She had never felt this nervous even during her university entrance exams. Song Xiuyu immediately perceived her unease, coldly remarking, "What's the matter? Are there nails on the stool? You're squirming like a worm." Shen Siyin froze, her fingers tightening around her handkerchief. "You're the worm, you short-lived insect." Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, having grown accustomed to her outrageous inner thoughts over the past 2 days. He sat back, curious to see how she would continue her performance. "Your Highness, please do not mock me. If it displeases you, then." Shen Siyin seemed to have struck a nerve, raising her gaze to Song Xiuyu, her misty eyes revealing a hint of sorrow. "Then you may dismiss me. I am merely a pawn sent by the Chu family alongside my sister. You have never even regarded me. However, I have served you for quite some time. While I may lack merit, I have endured hardships. I hope your Highness will remember our past and visit me more often." Song Xiuyu's hand, resting on the chair, tightened, his jaw clenching even further. "How dare you mention the Chu family? Speaking of them makes me want to vomit." Shen Siyin looked at him in disbelief, her perfect facade cracking slightly. Seeing her expression, Song Xiuyu smirked, finding her concubine unexpectedly amusing. "By the way, I heard an interesting tidbit today." "What interesting tidbit?" Shen Siyin felt her throat tighten. "How are the maids and servants that Lu Shua sent over? Are they to your liking?" Shen Xiaoyin's expression stiffened further. "What maids and servants? Ah, I almost forgot. Today, you nearly lost your life being startled by a horse on the street, thanks to the Ji brothers who saved you." Song Xiuyu inquired pointedly. "Have you expressed your gratitude to them?" Shen Siyin felt as if a bucket of cold water had been dumped over her. How could she forget? Nothing could escape Song Xiuyu's notice. "Your Highness," he interrupted, gazing at her with amusement, "I came today to offer my condolences. I will send someone to the Ji brothers. You performed well today, but do not let it happen again." With that, Song Xiuyu stood to leave. Shen Siyin remained seated, staring blankly at his retreating figure, bewildered. Is this madman leaving just like that? Has he lost his mind? Just as he reached the door, Song Xiuyu nearly stumbled. Lu Shua quickly steadied him, his heart racing with fright. Once stable, Song Xiuyu turned abruptly to face Shen Siyin. Startled, she quickly placed a hand over her heart as the system urged her once more. Reluctantly, Shen Siyin stood and gently supported Song Xiuyu. "I bid you farewell, Your Highness." Song Xiuyu regarded her coldly, snorting before departing. Watching his furious back, Shen Siyin couldn't help but murmur, "Is his mind truly broken?" Song Xiuyu's expression darkened, and he walked away more quickly. Days passed, and Song Xiuyu had grown immune to Shen Siyin's shocking thoughts, no longer inclined to dwell on them. Moreover, he needed to verify the matter she mentioned as they pertained to his life. Regardless, Shen Siyin was now his. And today's incident with the horse was clearly no accident. Those who dare to threaten his people should prepare to face his wrath. Have we identified the mastermind behind today's horse-related injuries? Song Xiuyu's voice was cold, reverting to his usual frigid demeanor. Upon hearing the name Mo Chingy, a smirk crept onto his lips. Just a lowly character, daring to extend their hand into the regent's residence. Do they truly believe I am merely a decoration? If Shen Siyin wished to escape, he would ensure she understood the kind of person he truly was, and whether she would still have the audacity to flee. Has Mo Chingy been captured? The coldness in Song Xiuyu's voice hinted at something darker. Very well, bring Mo Chingy here. As he spoke, Song Xiuyu seemed to recall something and ordered for Shen Siyin to be summoned. Upon hearing she was called, a sense of foreboding crept into Shen Siyin's heart. She had portrayed Song Xiuyu as a ruthless villain and wondered just how dark his heart truly was. Having just caused trouble, she felt a weight in her heart. Though he had said nothing before, she knew a storm was brewing. The day was growing late, and Song Xiuyu had only just left, so being summoned now felt ominous. After all, Shen Siyin struggled to accept that she was to pursue Song Xiuyu. His very presence signified danger. Reluctantly, as she was under his roof, Shen Siyin followed the prince's men. Upon arrival, she saw someone kneeling in the courtyard, shouting, "Song Xiuyu, are you insane? You have me tied up without a word. If you want to kill me, just say it. Torturing me here is nothing more than cowardice." The person was Mo Chingy, captured by Song Xiuyu. Upon hearing the noise, Mo Chingy looked up and, spotting Shen Siyin, glared fiercely. What are you doing here? Surely you're not here to laugh at my misfortune. Shen Siyin, taken aback, found herself bewildered by his strange remarks. Just then, Song Shiuyu stepped forward, his gaze upon Mo Qingyi dripping with disdain. Who gave you the audacity to gallop through the streets and injure others? Shen Siyin immediately grasped the gravity of his words. Her earlier fright was not merely an accident, but a deliberate act. Was Song Shiuyu standing up for her? The thought flickered through her mind, but she quickly dismissed it. Song Shiuyu was a cold-hearted villain. How could he possibly act in her defense? Since this is your first offense, you shall receive 80 lashes as a lesson. Song Shiuyu's voice was calm, yet it sealed Mo Qingyi's fate. At last, Song Shiuyu added, the scientific expedition is approaching, and I see your mind is not on this matter. Therefore, you need not participate in the imperial examination any longer. As his words fell, his subordinates sprang into action, and the courtyard was suddenly filled with anguished cries. Mo Qingyi may not have had other talents, but her ability to wail was unparalleled, sending chills down Shen Siyin's spine. In her heart, she secretly shook her head. Indeed, Song Shiuyu was devoid of humanity. To be so audaciously offensive now would surely lead to his downfall later. Before Shen Siyin could fully contemplate this, a notification from the system echoed in her mind. Congratulations, player. You have triggered a new task. Please Song Shiuyu within 10 minutes. The next moment, a countdown timer appeared before her, the large numbers glaringly impossible to ignore. Please Song Shiuyu? Shen Siyin cautiously glanced at him. She was quite close, and just by lifting her eyes, she noticed Song Shiuyu was also observing her, his gaze containing an inscrutable depth. This was a proximity suitable for a scheme, yet she could hardly fathom how to please Song Shiuyu at this moment. What a wretched system. Not only did it offer her no benefits, but it also compelled her to undertake a task. She felt an overwhelming urge to overturn the table in defiance. As she wrestled with her thoughts, time slipped away. Determined, Shen Siyin bit her lip and spoke Song Shiuyu. He looked slightly surprised, raising an eyebrow as he instinctively leaned closer. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Siyin stood on tiptoe and pressed a kiss upon his lips. Although she had taken the initiative, she felt as though she were a ripe shrimp, her gaze darting around as if wishing to pretend nothing had transpired. Before Song Shiuyu could react, Mo Qingyi shouted, Song Shiuyu, with such a large presence here, how can you dare to act in such a manner? Do you even regard me as a person? Mo Qingyi's outburst shattered the fleeting tension between Song Shiuyu and Shen Siyin. Song Shiuyu's gaze deepened, disregarding Mo Qingyi entirely. His attention fixated solely on Shen Siyin. Perhaps due to the kiss, her entire face flushed crimson, her ears tinged with a delicate pink. Song Shiuyu felt a stirring within him. His hand moved almost instinctively, reaching for Shen Siyin's earlobe, preparing to take further action when Mo Qingyi cried out again. There are people here. Can you not flirt in public? Oh, to silence that incessant noise. Song Shiuyu's men acted swiftly, producing a cloth to gag Mo Qingyi. With the din silenced, Song Shiuyu pulled Shen Siyin into his embrace. This was the true essence of a kiss. Before Shen Siyin could register the moment, he had lowered himself to capture her lips. Indeed, her lips were as he had imagined, sweet and soft. Chapter 6. The opening of the flower cultivation master quest. Song Shiuyu paid no mind to the gazes of outsiders, enveloping Shen Siyin entirely in his arms. Observing her forced upward gaze without a prompt to complete the task, Shen Siyin dared not push him away. Having lived thus far, she had never been so intimately close to a man, let alone one who could take her life at any moment. Were it not for the system monitoring her every move, she would never have engaged in such intimate actions with Song Shiuyu. As Song Shiuyu immersed himself in kissing her, Shen Siyin had to divide her focus to monitor the task progress bar. Initially, the bar remained stagnant until she inadvertently bit him, causing it to gradually rise. Seeing progress made her heart feel lighter. At the very least, this method proved effective. When the progress bar reached 100%, Shen Siyin hastily pushed Song Shiuyu away. Her face was flushed, likely from the lack of breath, and she was still slightly panting, her eyes refusing to meet his. The urgency of the task left her no time to consider alternative solutions. Even if the method was trivial, it sufficed. Song Shiuyu, unperturbed by her push, wore a smile. his gaze lingering on Shen Siyin's cheeks, which resembled ripe peaches. Song Shiyu had always kept women at arm's length, initially wary of Shen Siyin. Yet he found himself gradually drawn to her. He was not one to compromise his own desires, and Shen Siyin's proactive approach indicated that she, too, harbored some feelings for him. He chuckled softly, clearly in high spirits, even contemplating pinching her cheek to see if it was as soft as he imagined. However, before his hand could reach her, he caught the resonance of Shen Siyin's thoughts. Song Shiyu kissed me so passionately, I almost believed he liked me. His hand froze midair, his smile faltering. The situation unfolded unexpectedly, leaving me with no other options. Thankfully, I navigated through this challenge smoothly. Shen Siyin's relieved thoughts reached Song Shiyu's ears, instantly darkening his expression. He rarely experienced unusual emotions towards women and certainly did not wish for her to reject him. It seemed that her earlier initiative was not born of genuine affection. She still held no special feelings for him, though inexperienced in matters of love. Song Shiyu understood that feelings cannot be forced, yet Shen Siyin's actions were perplexing. Could a woman express intimacy with someone she did not favor? Meanwhile, Shen Siyin remained oblivious to the turmoil her thoughts stirred within Song Shiyu. Sensing his disquiet, she cautiously glanced up, realizing the gravity of the situation. To avoid provoking him further, she decided to retreat, minimizing her presence as she quietly slipped away. Song Shiyu, of course, noticed her subtle departure but did not confront her. After all, no matter where she went, she remained under his watchful gaze. Once Shen Siyin exited the courtyard, she could not help but exhale in relief. She had finally evaded the clutches of this formidable man. The overwhelming aura he exuded had left her breathless, given their entanglement through the system, compelling her to complete tasks. Her interactions with him had become increasingly burdensome. Upon entering the courtyard, she spotted Xingru gazing at something with curiosity. "Xingru, what are you looking at?" she inquired. "The young servant gifted me several seeds while shopping outside the manor. They appeared quite novel, but I do not know how to plant them," Xingru replied, a bashful smile gracing her face as she scratched her head. "Didn't he, the master, express a desire to cultivate flowers? I took the liberty of keeping them aside." These seeds were of little value, and Shen Siyin had no intention of blaming Xingru for keeping them. Reflecting on the system's words, she realized that her initial task was simply to nurture flowers, and eventually, it would be as if she had unlocked a golden key. Any flower she tended would thrive effortlessly. Once the flowers she cultivated reached a certain rarity, she could unlock an ancient medical tome. The prospect of this floral cultivation was enticing, and the subsequent medical text piqued her interest even more. As for the matter of rarity, she was confident that once word spread about her miraculous cultivation abilities, many would seek her out. By then, achieving rarity would be a trivial endeavor. Shen Siyin harbored her own schemes in her heart. The system assigned her a task, and she believed it was not unreasonable to take advantage of it. Otherwise, she would be depriving herself of benefits. A spark ignited within her as she gazed at the flower seeds before her. She turned to Xingru and said, "A few days ago, did we not purchase some flower pots and seeds? Let's plant these seeds alongside those." Once she uttered these words, she recalled Xingru's admission of her lack of gardening skills, but thought to herself, "Fear not, I shall teach you." With the system granting her this skill, she felt confident that no matter how she planted, it would yield results. The more seeds she had, the better for honing her proficiency. With this thought, Shen Siyin resolved to complete the task at hand, prompting Xingru, who understood Shen Siyin's nature, to quickly retrieve the flower pots. The two of them squatted in the courtyard, pondering the best method to plant the seeds. Before they could begin, the sound of hoofbeats reached Shen Siyin's ears, causing her to frown instinctively. It was rather late, and it was unusual for visitors at this hour. Suddenly, she recalled the servants that Song Shiyu had sent her way. Surely, now was the time to utilize them. She summoned a young servant, instructing him to investigate the identity of the visitor. Ji Qi. The name flashed in her mind, recalling how Ji Qi had rescued her earlier that day. According to propriety, she should indeed express her gratitude. Chapter 7. Someone seems jealous. Her courtyard was not far from Song Shiyu's study, where he typically received guests. Perhaps the young servant acted too swiftly in his inquiry, for when Shen Siyin arrived at the study, Ji Qi had not yet arrived. Upon opening the door, she found herself locking eyes with Song Xiuyu. A wave of embarrassment washed over her, and she blinked, wishing to leave nonchalantly, while internally she berated herself. Didn't they say that the two young masters of the Ji family were coming? Why is it only Song Xiuyu? Perhaps due to recent events. Shen Siyin felt emboldened in Song Xiuyu's presence. She offered a slight bow and said, "I accidentally took a wrong turn. I hope your highness will not hold it against me. I shall take my leave now." Song Xiuyu let out a cold laugh, observing her demeanor. Had he not caught wind of her true thoughts, he might have been deceived by her facade. Did she truly wish to see the Ji family's two young masters? He concealed his emotions, yet an icy aura surrounded him. Setting down his brush, he rose and exited, curious about Shen Siyin's intentions. As they stepped outside, the two young masters of the Ji family entered. Ji Qi, oblivious to the subtle tension between Song Xiuyu and Shen Siyin, greeted Song Xiuyu with cupped hands. "Your Highness, today I fortuitously rescued your esteemed lady in the streets and came to inquire about her well-being." His words were courteous and devoid of error. Typically, Song Xiuyu might not have reacted strongly. He would avoid direct confrontation with Ji Qi. However, seeing Shen Siyin hastily rushing out to meet the Ji brothers stirred a sense of discomfort within him, prompting him to respond with a touch of harshness. "She is merely a concubine. What is there to be concerned about?" His words instantly froze the atmosphere. Even Ji Yu, who was usually carefree, sensed something amiss and hurriedly attempted to alleviate the situation. "Your Highness, you are indeed magnanimous." Magnanimous? Song Xiuyu's brows furrowed at the implication. While he maintained a good relationship with the Ji family, it did not grant them the right to admonish him. After all, the Ji family had saved Shen Siyin once. Did they think that entitled them to criticize his management of his concubines? An aura of forbidding intensity emanated from him, darkening the atmosphere. Shen Siyin, who had initially intended to thank her savior, now realized the predicament. As a concubine of Song Xiuyu, such expressions of gratitude could not surpass his authority. He would surely handle it on her behalf. Moreover, her hasty rush to check on the Ji family members had not gone unnoticed by him. She silently lamented, aware of Song Xiuyu's possessive nature, which would not allow him to treat the Ji brothers kindly. She opened her mouth to speak, but the Ji brothers appeared accustomed to Song Xiuyu's demeanor and remained unfazed. "Your Highness, aside from visiting Lady Song, I have another matter to draw to your attention. Yikvei maintained a subtle smile. I heard that you have apprehended Mo Qingming, as he is connected to the Empress Dowager. It will be prudent not to be too severe, lest the Empress Dowager take offense." Everyone understood Song Xiuyu's character well. Mo Qingming had crossed him, and retribution was inevitable, though the ramifications were extensive, causing Ji Qi to express concern. "What is Mo Qingming to me? Should I truly be wary of him?" Song Xiuyu dismissed the notion, too confident in his power to be intimidated. His expression darkened, and Ji Qi exchanged knowing glances with Ji Yu, both opting to withdraw to avoid provoking his ire. "Then we shall take our leave." Before they could finish their farewell, Song Xiuyu grasped Shen Siyin's hand and departed. His grip was firm, causing her to stumble slightly, yet she dared not voice any complaint, instead following him quietly. Once inside the study, Song Xiuyu halted, and Shen Siyin cautiously tugged at his sleeve. "Your Highness, calm yourself. Anger is not good for your health." Song Xiuyu shot her a cold glance, startling Shen Siyin into silence. Her eyes darted to the desk, where several sheets of paper lay. "How about we practice calligraphy?" She hurried to the desk, arranging the rice paper meticulously. Her overtly conciliatory demeanor slightly softened Song Xiuyu's mood, prompting a cold hum. "Then you should quickly prepare the ink." As he descended into her prepared suggestion, Shen Siyin sighed in relief. At least she had appeased him, for she was uncertain how else to navigate the situation. All her internal musings were overheard by Song Xiuyu, dissipating his earlier irritation. His expression softened considerably, and Shen Siyin felt a wave of relief. Her method had proven effective, even if she had never grounding before. Shen Siyin couldn't help but acknowledge Song Xiuyu's exceptional calligraphy, each character seemingly infused with spirit. The phrase "the character reflects the person" resonated with her as she observed him. Initially intrigued by the act of watching someone practice writing, she soon found it tedious. Yet, Song Xiuyu showed no signs of fatigue, continuing unabated, while Shen Siyin's hand grew weary from grinding ink. Her pace slowed unconsciously, prompting Song Xiuyu to raise an eyebrow. Noting the ink was becoming faint, he was well aware of her fatigue, yet he refused to let her off easily, determined to instill a lesson in her about who she belonged to. In that moment, Shen Siyin finally understood the meaning of self-inflicted hardship. Had she not been so eager when the Ji brothers visited, she would not be the one suffering now. Song Xiuyu certainly held a grudge, but what could she do? She had to resolve the mess she had created herself. She found herself whispering thoughts that were overheard by Song Xiuyu, who could not help but smile slightly. Though he quickly masked his amusement, he was curious to see what other tricks Shen Siyin might employ. In Chapter 8, titled Invitation from the Imperial Concubine, Shen Siyin ground ink for Song Xiuyu, a task that proved to be quite arduous, although it was meant to be a pleasurable endeavor. She felt as if she were a donkey on a millstone. Shen Siyin found herself at a loss for words, having to swallow her grievances and only mutter a few complaints in her mind. All her little schemes had been heard by Song Xiuyu, who stifled his laughter while continuing to practice his calligraphy. "Your Highness, it is getting late. Are you hungry?" Shen Siyin's eyes sparkled, making it difficult for Song Xiuyu to refuse her request. He chuckled lightly, not taking her lack of decorum to heart. "Are you suggesting that you wish to cook for me?" The notion of cooking caught Shen Siyin off guard. She had never lifted a finger in the kitchen and could not fathom how she would suddenly possess culinary skills. However, the former Shen Siyin had indeed cooked for Song Xiuyu on numerous occasions, often bringing him delightful treats to win his favor. Yet, it seemed that he had never actually eaten any of her offerings. A frown instinctively formed on her brow as Song Xiuyu noticed her momentary daze. Sensing that something was amiss, he felt he had overlooked something significant. Nevertheless, Shen Siyin quickly composed herself. "Very well, I shall see what I can find in the kitchen." She gave a slight bow to Song Xiuyu before exiting the study. Song Xiuyu did not stop her, as Lu Shuo had been casting him meaningful glances, likely indicating that there was some pressing matter at hand. Otherwise, he would not have interrupted. Once outside the study, Shen Siyin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had been on edge in front of Song Xiuyu, fearing he might discover her true identity. She had considered seeking help from the system, imagining that if it were effective, it would have intervened when Song Xiuyu mentioned cooking, as that was part of her strategy to win him over. With a long sigh, she resolved to see what she could whip up in the kitchen. However, just as she was about to step inside, she heard the sound of orderly footsteps nearby. Before she could process the noise, the clashing of swords echoed around her. Shen Siyin's expression hardened. Her instinct told her that an assassin had come for Song Xiuyu. Given that he was her mission target, she could not allow anything to happen to him. She immediately changed direction and ran back toward the study. Her suspicions were confirmed as she arrived to find the study surrounded by guards. Some were attempting to seize Song Xiuyu, but the guards of the regent's residence, led by Lu Shuo, formed an impenetrable barrier around him. Seeing him protected, Shen Siyin's heart eased. However, as soon as she entered view, the guards shifted their focus toward her. Uncertain of the situation, Shen Siyin instinctively took a step back, only for Song Xiuyu to leap in front of her. "Your Highness, we are commanded by the Imperial Concubine to escort you to the palace," one guard stated, cupping his fist in salute, though his demeanor lacked any semblance of respect. "The Imperial Concubine has no authority over those of the regent's household," Song Xiuyu replied, his expression frosty, his piercing gaze causing the guard to flinch. "Please do not make this difficult for us. Your disrespect towards young Master Mo has reached the ears of the Imperial Concubine. We are respectfully inviting you both to the palace. Next time, we may not be so courteous." The guard's tone was sharp, showing no fear of Song Xiuyu's authority. Song Xiuyu's eyes narrowed. The guard had directly undermined him. If he did not respond firmly, it would reflect poorly on him, just as he was about to retaliate. Shen Siyin tugged at his sleeve. "Isn't it just a visit to the palace? We haven't eaten yet, so let us treat it as an opportunity for dinner." Though she felt a twinge of fear, Shen Siyin knew that with Song Xiuyu by her side, the Imperial Concubine would not dare to harm them. Her words caused the guard's expression to shift as he urged her to reconsider. "Madam, please be cautious. The palace is not a place for just anyone. Were we not invited by the Imperial Concubine herself?" Shen Siyin dismissed his warning, raising an eyebrow and exchanging a knowing smile with Song Xiuyu. having decided to proceed. Song Xiuyu was not one to enter a situation unprepared. Though he regarded the imperial concubine as inconsequential, he opted to inform the empress for safety's sake, given that Shen Siyin was with him. As they sat together in the carriage bound for the palace, Shen Siyin unconsciously grasped Song Xiuyu's hand, forgetting to maintain any distance. "Are you afraid?" he inquired, noticing her slight tension. This was her first visit to the palace, and he understood that she might feel uneasy. The situation with Mo Qingyi was neither trivial nor monumental. If it were only about him, it would not matter. However, concerned for Shen Siyin's safety in the vast palace, he felt a sense of apprehension. "With you by my side, how could I possibly be afraid?" Shen Siyin expressed her unwavering trust in Song Xiuyu, confident that the imperial concubine would not dare act against them under his watchful gaze. "Besides, since Mo Qingyi initiated this, I have every reason to stand my ground." Her demeanor seemed to dispel any lingering anxiety, and seeing her calmness eased Song Xiuyu's worries. "Once we are in the palace, just follow my lead and ignore everything else." The carriage soon arrived at the palace gates. Song Xiuyu maintained a composed demeanor as they entered, and Shen Siyin followed closely, masking her emotions. Upon their entrance, they found the imperial concubine seated at the head of the table, her silence palpable. Typically, Song Xiuyu and Shen Siyin would be expected to pay their respects, but neither moved. Their defiance sparked the imperial concubine's ire, leading her to slam her hand on the table. A senior maid beside her spoke, her voice laced with menace. "How dare you? Why do you not greet the imperial concubine?" Without uttering a word, Song Xiuyu merely shot a cold glance at the maid, who was momentarily cowed. She had momentarily forgotten that he was a force to be reckoned with. The imperial concubine, unable to swallow her indignation, turned her ire towards Shen Siyin. "You dare address me with such insolence?" Given Song Xiuyu's position as regent, the imperial concubine could not directly confront him. Thus, she sought to chastise Shen Siyin, indirectly undermining Song Xiuyu's authority. Shen Siyin was well aware of the power dynamics within the court, where two factions existed, one led by the imperial concubine and the other by the empress, with Song Xiuyu allied with the latter. For many years, both parties have remained in a stalemate, with the Tai Fei and the empress covertly vying against each other. Now, she has merely become a pawn in their ongoing conflict. The Tai Fei truly exudes an air of authority, believing herself to be of significance. Displaying her power is one thing, but the manner in which she does so is utterly exasperating. It is merely a matter of performing a greeting. One might think the sky is falling with such exaggeration. Shen Siyin internally criticized the Tai Fei, seeking to vent her frustrations, yet she quickly masked her emotions with a slight pout. Song Xiuyu stood beside her, naturally absorbing her unspoken thoughts. He cleared his throat softly, instructing, "Let her be. There is no need for a formal greeting." His words were not framed as a question, but carried an undeniable tone. The Tai Fei's expression darkened immediately. After all, she was merely a concubine, not the principal wife. Why exert so much effort? She muttered under her breath, but the hall was eerily quiet, ensuring her words reached their ears. Song Xiuyu's expression shifted slightly. He seemed poised to say something further when Shen Siyin gently tugged at his sleeve. Startled by her subtle gesture, Song Xiuyu momentarily lost his train of thought. In the next moment, Shen Siyin offered a slight bow to the Tai Fei, effectively cutting off what the Tai Fei had intended to say. Stunned, the Tai Fei recognized that this was not the proper court etiquette. She hesitated to critique, but, upon observing Song Xiuyu's demeanor, ultimately swallowed her words. This was more like it. The Tai Fei's expression was ambiguous, tinged with embarrassment. After all, she represented the dignity of the regent's residence, and it would be prudent to be more mindful henceforth. Song Xiuyu's expression remained unchanged as he took a step forward, positioning himself firmly in front of Shen Siyin, shielding her completely. Uncomfortable? The Tai Fei's brow instinctively furrowed, and she pondered a troubling thought. Could it be that she was with child? Shen Siyin had initially assumed that the Tai Fei would not let them off easily upon their visit to the palace, but she had underestimated Song Xiuyu's capabilities. On the return carriage, Shen Siyin sat quietly in her corner, maintaining a respectful distance from Song Xiuyu. Given the Tai Fei's evident wariness of him, she feared that should she provoke Song Xiuyu's displeasure, her fate would be sealed. The more she contemplated this possibility, the more her heart raced with trepidation. Song Shiyu perceptively sensed Shen Siyin's inner turmoil, but had no intention of confronting her about it. He could hear her thoughts and recognized that she posed no threat, thus lowering his guard around her. The carriage arrived smoothly at the Wangfu, and Shen Siyin alighted before Song Shiyu, entering the residence in tandem with him. Before she could utter a word, she noticed Chu Linglong approaching them. Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, momentarily pausing her step, slightly lagging behind Song Shiyu. Chu Linglong attempted to embrace Song Shiyu's arm, only to be subtly sidestepped by him. "Is there something you need?" Knowing Chu Linglong's true nature, Song Shiyu harbored no fondness for her. He arched an eyebrow, yet before he could speak, he heard Shen Siyin's thoughts nearby. "Thank heavens, Chu Linglong is my savior, finally getting rid of this imposing figure. Though I have no idea where Song Shiyu intended to retire, at least I am safe for now." Song Shiyu and Chu Linglong truly are a match made in heaven. As she mused, Shen Siyin attempted to slip away as she had previously. However, Song Shiyu had already noticed her movement. "Shen Siyin," he called, directing Chu Linglong's gaze toward her. She lifted her head and met his gaze, distinctly perceiving the glimmer of schadenfreude in his eyes. "Tonight, I shall visit Shen Siyin." His tone was devoid of emotion, yet it felt as if a heavy stone had been placed upon her chest. Chu Linglong blinked in surprise, her body instinctively shifting. "Your Highness." Shen Siyin was aware of her secret. Now that she knew Shen Siyin had no feelings for Song Shiyu, she was frightened that Shen Siyin might reveal her secret. She was determined not to grant Shen Siyin any opportunity to be alone with him. "Are you questioning my decision?" Song Shiyu furrowed his brow, an invisible aura emanating from him. Chu Linglong sensed his displeasure and, despite her desire to intervene, felt intimidated and chose silence. While some rejoiced, others despaired. Shen Siyin was oblivious to Chu Linglong's feelings, her own heart sinking as she realized her fears were manifesting. In the 10th chapter, Shen Siyin contemplated the intricacies of desire and restraint. Is Song Shiyu unwell? Hasn't Chu Linglong always been his favored one? Surely not. Is it because I intervened in front of the Tai Fei? Or perhaps it's due to my unresolved matters with the second son of the Ji family. Shen Siyin's mind raced as she sought to resolve the situation quickly, not wanting to be alone with Song Shiyu. The more she resisted, the more Song Shiyu seemed determined to pursue her. He found her increasingly intriguing. Over the years, he had only encountered women who pursued him relentlessly. Shen Siyin was the first to outright reject him. This was not the same woman he had first met. "Shen Siyin, you seem quite reluctant." His statement was not a question, but a firm assertion, laced with an unmistakable threat. Shen Siyin was momentarily at a loss for words, her gaze falling on Chu Linglong, who appeared ready to strike. "No, Your Highness, it is my honor to serve you. I merely feel that I lack experience and would be more comfortable with the side consort attending you." Such polite sentiments could be uttered by anyone. She hoped to push Song Shiyu directly into Chu Linglong's chamber, though she hailed from the 21st century and held certain progressive views. The notion of sharing a man with another woman was utterly terrifying. Initially intimidated by Song Shiyu, Chu Linglong, upon hearing Shen Siyin's thoughtful words, chimed in. "Sister Shan is correct. She has only just entered the residence and is unfamiliar with the customs. How could she possibly attend to the prince?" Her words were artfully crafted, painting Shen Siyin as inexperienced and unambitious while portraying herself as a virtuous and cultured individual. Shen Siyin quickly grasped the subtext of Chu Linglong's remarks and couldn't help but admire her slyness, thinking to herself, "No wonder she is the protagonist. I must learn from her." Although Chu Linglong's words were aimed at her, Shen Siyin found herself surprisingly pleased. However, her delight only served to vex Song Shiyu further. He was determined to thwart Shen Siyin's wishes, unable to tolerate her rejection. "My intentions are not to be swayed by either of you." Song Shiyu's eyes narrowed slightly, a sharp glint emanating from them. Under his gaze, Shen Siyin and Chu Linglong felt as if their thoughts were suddenly laid bare. Even before Song Shiyu arrived, Shen Siyin felt a wave of anxiety. She could not comprehend why he would choose to come to her. Xingru, unaware of Shen Siyin's inner thoughts, assumed her nervousness stemmed from anxiety. She promptly grasped Shen Siyin's hand, saying, "My lady, do not be anxious. The prince is a good man and will certainly not make things difficult for you. Once the words left her lips, Xingru realized they might have been somewhat inappropriate and hastily amended her statement. Such matters between men and women are to be experienced. After tonight, my lady, you will not feel so tense. Xingru, originally intending to comfort Shen Siyin, found her words to be of little solace. Shen Siyin sighed, ultimately choosing to accept the situation, deciding to take it one step at a time. After all, what other choice did she have? As promised, Song Xiaoyu arrived in Shen Siyin's chamber after nightfall. Unaccustomed to such scenarios, Shen Siyin felt her limbs tense, unsure of where to place them. Song Xiaoyu, however, took no notice of her fidgeting. Recognizing that Shen Siyin did not wish to share a bed, he sat at the edge of the bed, closing his eyes to listen to her thoughts. Yet, scarcely had he shut his eyes when he sensed Shen Siyin approaching him cautiously, perhaps realizing he was not truly asleep, and her movements became less tentative. Curiosity sparked within Shen Siyin as she gazed at Song Xiaoyu's tightly shut eyes, her mind recalling various details. She remembered that Song Xiaoyu had a fondness for chess, and perhaps aligning with his interests would enable her to achieve her aim. I have heard that the prince excels at chess. I would like to challenge you to a match, she said, her voice tinged with a slight tremor, revealing her tentative nature. This did not elicit a response from Song Xiaoyu, who remained oblivious to her entreaty. When this approach proved fruitless, Shen Siyin thought of another strategy. The last time the prince practiced calligraphy, he did not finish. Shall we continue from where we left off tonight? Feeling somewhat dejected, she resigned herself and sat beside Song Xiaoyu, deciding she would forego sleep and keep vigil over him instead. Perhaps sensing her desire to give up, a long-forgotten system prompt suddenly echoed in her mind. Host, please note, the main task has been activated. Please complete the task of spending a night with Song Xiaoyu before dawn. The system's announcement dissipated as swiftly as it had come, leaving Shen Siyin at a loss for an outlet for her frustration. Despair engulfed her. She was uncertain whether Song Xiaoyu genuinely wished to stay the night or was merely indulging in a petty whim. If he truly desired to remain, that would be simpler to navigate. Just as she had once yearned for Song Xiaoyu to depart, she now found herself fervently wishing for his presence. Shen Siyin's mind was in disarray, and even Song Xiaoyu, who was ever attuned to her psychological state, found himself perplexed. How could Shen Siyin's attitude shift so dramatically? Perhaps he had overestimated her from the outset. Was her current demeanor merely a ploy of feigned resistance? The thought of being toyed with by a woman ignited a flicker of frustration within Song Xiaoyu. He speculated on the unfolding events and realized that remaining in this chamber was becoming increasingly untenable. Opening his eyes, he locked gazes with Shen Siyin, his expression inscrutable, concealing any emotion he felt as he remarked, I just remembered there are matters I must attend to. I shall take my leave. He spoke nonchalantly, unwilling to hold Shen Siyin accountable. He simply wished to thwart her intentions. Shen Siyin, who had anticipated completing her task after one night, was left in bewilderment. The Song Xiaoyu before her was a stark contrast to the one who had just entered. What was she to do now? Song Xiaoyu seemed like a riddle wrapped in an enigma, making the task impossible to fulfill. Perhaps it would be better if he simply eliminated her altogether. Chapter 11. A night of farewell, yet punished. It was now quite late. If the prince had matters to address, it might be prudent to wait until dawn. Shen Siyin contemplated her words, her demeanor having undergone a complete transformation. She herself could hardly keep pace with the shift. Had Song Xiaoyu made such a statement an hour prior, she might have felt elated. Yet now she found herself torn between wanting him to stay and wishing for his departure, bound by the constraints of the system. Its presence loomed over Shen Siyin like a sword poised to fall at any moment. Driven by impulse, she felt a strange urge to discover what the system's punishment entailed. If it fell within her tolerance, then failing the task occasionally might not be so dire. This fleeting thought crossed her mind, unnoticed by Song Xiaoyu. Yet, he sensed that Shen Siyin did not want him to leave. Rather, she wished for him to remain. Initially, Song Xiaoyu believed that understanding Shen Siyin's thoughts would enable him to monitor her more effectively, but despite their proximity, he could not discern what had catalyzed this sudden change in her demeanor. He looked up at Shen Siyin, as if hoping to glean some insight from her expression. It was this intrigue that deepened his interest in her. After all, a person devoid of secrets is rather dull. Were you not eager for my departure? He questioned. bewildered by her capriciousness. Unable to derive an answer from her unspoken sentiments, he opted for direct inquiry. Shen Siyin nearly succumbed to her instincts, ready to affirm his question. But as she opened her mouth, an alarm blared in her mind. Warning, warning. Host detected signs of negative task emotions. Please correct your attitude towards the task, or you will face electric shock. Electric shock? The mere thought sent a jolt of fear through Shen Siyin, prompting her to halt her response. How could that be? The prince is my protector. I understand this principle well. Upon hearing her words, Song Xiuyu remained unmoved, merely exhaling coldly as he prepared to depart. As thoughts of the system's punishment flickered in her mind, Shen Siyin's reflexes overtook her reasoning, and she grasped Song Xiuyu's sleeve, pleading, "Are you truly leaving, my lord?" Song Xiuyu shrugged off her grip, coolly retorting, "Is this not what you desired?" He was not genuinely angry. He merely wished to unravel the mysteries surrounding Shen Siyin. Having spoken, he departed before she could react, leaving her to watch his retreating figure. Uncertain of what had transpired, Shen Siyin sighed. One threat had been alleviated. Yet another loomed on the horizon. She remained oblivious to the nature of the system's impending punishment, as it had not emitted a sound thus far. The system's silence only deepened her anxiety, making her apprehensive that it was plotting a grand scheme. As soon as Song Xiuyu departed, Xingru entered. Her steps hurried and fraught with concern. "My lady, what happened with the prince?" He seemed quite upset when he left. Xingru, having anticipated that her master was finally emerging from her trials, now felt uncertain, her heart racing with anxiety. With Song Xiuyu gone, Shen Siyin assumed the system had deemed her task a failure, yet she waited in vain for any notification from it. As the hour grew late, fatigue began to envelop her, and just as she felt herself slipping into slumber, the system's alert pierced her mind. Host task failed. Please accept your punishment. Squat and horse stance for half an hour. Squat and horse stance? Shen Siyin was exceedingly indolent, finding the task of squatting in a horse stance rather daunting. Moreover, this was a matter of her own volition. Surely, even if she chose not to comply, the system could do nothing to her. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt her body suddenly lose control and instinctively assume the stance. The system, detecting its host's refusal to accept punishment, automatically initiated a self-punishment protocol. Shen Siyin had already resigned herself to the fact that she had traversed into a book and possessed a system in her mind. However, why was her body subject to the control of a third party? Once a staunch materialist, her worldview had now completely shattered. Meanwhile, Chu Linglong was attentively monitoring the situation between Song Xiuyu and Shen Siyin. The moment Song Xiuyu departed from Shen Siyin's courtyard, the news was promptly relayed to Chu Linglong. Sitting at a table, she propped her head with one hand, her fingers rhythmically tapping against the surface, lost in her thoughts. Beside her, Tan Chun was begrudging the unremarkable demeanor of her mistress. Mistress, that Shen Shiji is truly overstepping. The prince expressed a desire to visit her, and she genuinely believes she has gained some prowess. Chu Linglong cast a sidelong glance at Tan Chun, recognizing that the prince's intentions were beyond their comprehension. However, it was undeniable that Shen Siyin possessed a certain degree of capability. A subtle, enigmatic smile graced her lips, suggesting that she was not overly perturbed by the matter. Oblivious to the surveillance of her courtyard, Shen Siyin continued to endure the system's punishment in a state of grim acceptance. Strangely, the system's manipulation of her body proved less exhausting than her own conscious control. However, once the punishment concluded and she lay upon her bed, she recognized that during her squatting, she had felt no discomfort. Yet, as the punishment came to an end, a wave of fatigue overwhelmed her senses, rendering her utterly exhausted. She felt as if she had transformed into a limp mass of clay, succumbing to a deep slumber. Chapter 12. The side concubine's nightly attendance, perhaps due to the half-hour spent squatting prior to sleep. Shen Siyin felt as though she had drifted into a profound slumber throughout the night. In the morning, she vaguely heard Xingru calling her to wake. Yet her consciousness registered the sound while her eyes remained firmly shut. With no princess in the royal residence, there was no need for formal greetings. Noticing Shen Siyin's continued slumber, Xingru did not press the matter, allowing Shen Siyin to slip back into her dreams. When Shen Siyin next awoke, The door to her room was forcefully kicked open. The sudden noise startled her from her dreams, and she instinctively exclaimed, "Xingru, what is happening?" Despite her efforts to shake off the grasp of the two unfamiliar maidservants holding her, she found herself powerless. Upon opening her eyes, she recognized Tanchun, the personal maid of Chu Linglong, standing before her. "Tanchun?" Shen Siyin tentatively called, uncertain of the maid's purpose in seeking her out at this moment. "Awake, are you?" Tanchun regarded Shen Siyin with disdain, her words dripping with rudeness. "What time is it? You cannot genuinely believe you hold any authority in the prince's residence, can you?" Tanchun had long harbored a disdain for Shen Siyin. After all, a concubine was merely a euphemism for a servant of the royal household. Why should Shen Siyin enjoy such privilege? "What do you want?" Shen Siyin, still groggy from sleep, spoke with a faint voice, uncertain of the situation and hesitant to provoke further. Yet, the brazen demeanor of Tanchun left her uneasy, especially as she noticed the lack of response from Xingru. Fearing for Xingru's well-being, she furrowed her brow, realizing that Tanchun's visit was likely a consequence of the events from the previous night involving Song Xiuyu. Had Song Xiuyu spent the night in her chamber, Tanchun would not have been so audacious. "You cannot even protect yourself? And you still linger on her?" Tanchun sneered. "She was locked away by me long ago. You should focus on your own predicament." With a final biting remark, Tanchun signaled to the two maidservants, who promptly escorted Shen Siyin outside. Shen Siyin wished to assert her independence, insisting they release her, yet the fierceness in Tanchun's expression silenced her. Upon reaching the threshold of her courtyard, she was met with an unsightly sight. An array of refuse had been dumped in her space, and someone had even gone so far as to smear excrement within her domain. "You managed to gather such a foul assortment in a single night. I commend your dedication," Shen Siyin remarked, her tone suggesting that the mess was not her concern. Tanchun, noticing the absence of shock on Shen Siyin's face, felt a surge of irritation, compounded by the embarrassment of her own words. However, she dismissed Shen Siyin's comments, continuing her tirade. "You need to clean this mess immediately. Should the prince discover your courtyard in this state, you will be finished." With that, Tanchun turned on her heel and departed, having completed her task. The stench was too unbearable for her to linger. Shen Siyin refrained from stopping her. Without anyone by her side, she found herself powerless to confront Tanchun. She resolved to bide her time for a more opportune moment. As a concubine, she was afforded a measure of authority within the royal residence, and direct involvement in menial tasks was beneath her. However, she pondered how Tanchun's actions would be perceived by Song Xiuyu. Before Shen Siyin could voice her thoughts, Tanchun stumbled as she exited, her foot unexpectedly caught, causing her to lose her balance. In a split second, she fell backward, instinctively trying to regain her footing, but her efforts misfired, resulting in her face meeting the ground instead. There was no time for Tanchun to react. Her entire visage was plunged into the filth of the courtyard. She let out a scream, and only upon realizing the nature of her predicament did she disregard the physical pain and spring back up. As she prepared to call upon the two maidservants for assistance, they recoiled in horror at the sight of her, swiftly distancing themselves. Tanchun shot a venomous glare at Shen Siyin before hastily retreating from the courtyard, accompanied by the two maidservants. Observing the disarray in her courtyard, Shen Siyin said nothing. She merely approached the door to Xingru's room, releasing her from confinement. Subsequently, she instructed Xingru to find a skilled individual to remedy the situation and restore order to the courtyard. Tanchun's misguided punishment amounted to nothing more than a trivial inconvenience for Shen Siyin. With no disturbances that day, she decided to have Xingru retrieve the flower seeds and pots she had purchased earlier, intending to cultivate them diligently. The incident with Tanchun was merely a minor interlude in Shen Siyin's life. However, Lu Shuo reported the events to Song Xiuyu without embellishment. The maidservants in the side concubines' quarters had presumed themselves formidable, only to meet their downfall in Shen Siyin's courtyard, suffering the consequences of their own actions. Lu Shuo regarded the incident with indifference, sharing it with Song Xiuyu merely as a humorous anecdote. Likely, it was due to the fact that he had not summoned Shen Siyin for the night that others felt emboldened to act against her. Uncertain whether Shen Siyin felt any regret for her actions last night when she distanced herself from the situation, Song Xiuyu's gaze suddenly turned icy. A cryptic smile gracing his lips. Isn't the side consort eager for my company? Tonight, I shall visit her chamber for a thorough conversation. He instructed his servants to convey that the side consort would be in attendance that evening. As Song Xiuyu penned the final character, he laid down his brush. Despite his seemingly indifferent tone, Lu Shua sensed a palpable pressure in the air, pondering how Chu Linglong would fare that night. Silently, he felt a pang of concern for her. Chapter 13. Some matters are known to me. When the news reached Chu Linglong's courtyard, Tan Shun was momentarily elated. Madam, the prince intends to come tonight. I told you that Shen Siyin is simply not worthy of his attention. In her excitement, Tan Shun moved closer to Chu Linglong, who maintained her composure. Not too close, please. Tan Shun quickly stepped back, feeling self-conscious after her earlier mishap. It's nothing. It's all about capability, Chu Linglong mused. She had always disdained Shen Siyin's demeanor and recognized that her earlier complacency had granted Shen Siyin an opportunity to approach Song Xiuyu. As night fell, Chu Linglong adorned her room, and when Song Xiuyu arrived, he beheld her in a semi-transparent red silk gown, exuding charm with every movement. Accompanying him was Lu Shua, who instinctively took a step back, hastily covering his eyes to avoid offending Chu Linglong. A brief flicker of embarrassment crossed her face upon noticing the presence of others. But she quickly regained her poise, a faint smile gracing her lips. Your Highness, you have kept me waiting. Ahem. It was Lu Shua's first encounter with Chu Linglong in such a state, and he awkwardly cleared his throat, contemplating retreating to close the door. What are you wearing? The reprimand from Song Xiuyu was far from the gentle words Chu Linglong had anticipated. It carried an unexpected sharpness. Isn't this a night for companionship? Chu Linglong felt momentarily dazed, unable to grasp the current situation. Companionship? Song Xiuyu scoffed, surveying the room with a critical eye. Much of what you have here seems ill-suited for a mere side consort. His expression remained impassive, yet the impatience in his gaze betrayed his feelings. Chu Linglong had arranged her room this way for quite some time, never considering potential issues. Now, with Song Xiuyu's words, fear began to creep in. The absence of a legitimate consort in the prince's residence meant that, despite being merely a side consort, she held a semblance of authority. Initially cautious, she had grown bolder over time, taking items from the storeroom without rebuke from the steward. Before she could react, Song Xiuyu signaled, and 2 guards promptly entered. Remove anything that does not belong to a side consort. His tone was casual, as if addressing a trivial matter. Lu Shua nodded and instructed the guards to proceed. Chu Linglong had never witnessed such a scene and attempted to intervene, yet with Song Xiuyu watching, her hand faltered, raised in vain before dropping helplessly. Curious about the commotion, Tan Shun peered out from a door, only to see a swarm of guards carrying away numerous items. Assuming they were sent by Shen Siyin to retaliate against Chu Linglong, she rushed out, exclaiming, "Who dares to disturb the possessions of the madam? I shall inform the prince. To whom will you speak?" Song Xiuyu turned at the sound of the disturbance, his eyes devoid of emotion as he regarded Tan Shun. Her legs buckled, and she knelt before him, stammering, "Your Highness." Song Xiuyu dismissed her concerns, merely instructing his guards to expedite their task. Chu Linglong could only watch in despair as her belongings were removed, her eyes reflecting utter hopelessness. Suddenly, a noise echoed through the courtyard, capturing everyone's attention. Song Xiuyu's gaze sharpened as he recognized the intruder, Shen Siyin. She had merely intended to check on a plant that piqued her interest, forgetting that this was Chu Linglong's domain. Had she remembered, she would have avoided such an embarrassing encounter. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Linglong was in a precarious situation with Song Xiuyu, whom she typically avoided, fearing his wrath. As Shen Siyin appeared, Chu Linglong instinctively lunged towards Song Xiuyu, seeking refuge in his embrace. However, as a martial artist, Song Xiuyu anticipated her movement and stepped back, leaving her to stumble. With matters concerning Chu Linglong resolved, Song Xiuyu had no intention of wasting further time. He glanced at Shen Siyin and commanded, "Come with me to the study." Shen Siyin blinked, a sense of foreboding rising within her. She had only accidentally trespassed, and she feared that Song Xiuyu might use this incident against her. Though she believed she understood him well, doubt crept in. Yet, she had no choice but to obediently follow him to the study. Silence enveloped them as they walked, neither speaking. His words stirred a tempest within her. Just now, Song Xiuyu dealt with Chu Linglong. Something must have transpired. If I comply, am I falling into a trap? Keeping my distance from Song Xiuyu would be wise. But he is hardly a benevolent figure. A flurry of thoughts raced through her mind until reason prevailed. Shen Siyin bowed to Song Xiuyu, stating, "Wherever your highness goes, I shall follow. I am now yours, and I implore you to refrain from such remarks." If the prince did not desire her, she wished he would state it plainly, as his words were a source of torment. To add authenticity to her plea, she pinched her thigh, tears welling in her eyes. Song Xiuyu paused, almost swayed by her act, but he could hear her true thoughts. This little deceiver. Her inner musings starkly contrasted her spoken words. Such a clumsy performance would not fool him. Did she truly believe he was so easily deceived? A smile crept across his face, and lost in thought, he suggested, "If you insist on following me, let us take a stroll." Chapter 14. It is merely a bowl of soup, not worth such drama, a stroll. Shen Siyin longed to pry open Song Xiuyu's mind to discern what thoughts resided within. The hour was late, darkness enveloping the world. A walk seemed implausible. Yet, what choice did she have? Before her stood the formidable regent, and uttering a refusal could jeopardize her very life. Loud a sigh, contemplating whether to speak, ultimately swallowing her words. The prince had made his point. Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, recently feeling as though he might be courting suffering. Though often berated him in her mind, there was an inexplicable ease in his company. Perhaps it was the comfort of not having to guess the thoughts that occupied each other's minds. As night deepened, the garden fell silent. The moon hung serenely overhead, casting a silvery glow upon them. Occasionally, could hear the soft splashes of fish swimming in the garden pond. It was her first experience strolling the garden at such a late hour, the nocturnal scenery starkly different from that of the day. Refrained from chiding Song Xiuyu for making her wander out so late. With him not engaging her in conversation, she felt entirely at ease. Just as she prepared to speak, she noticed Song Xiuyu had halted in his tracks. Confusion washed over her, and she could not stop her steps in time, colliding with him. She touched her nose, waiting for his reaction. Song Xiuyu clutched his chest, his brow furrowed, and in the moonlight, she could even see beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. "Your Highness, what is wrong?" Step forward, a tinge of fear creeping into her heart at his current state. Typically composed, Song Xiuyu now appeared disturbingly fragile, leaving momentarily stunned. It was the first time since her arrival that he had spoken to her so harshly, startling her into instinctively creating distance between them, fearful he might lash out. "El Shu." Song Xiuyu's voice had grown faint, the utterance seemingly exhausting. Sensed something was amiss, but hesitated to respond, recalling his earlier reaction. Suddenly, El Shu appeared from nowhere, swiftly supporting Song Xiuyu. It dawned on that Song Xiuyu had seemed unsteady, merely relying on sheer willpower to remain upright. She vaguely remembered him pressing against his chest, indicating a possible underlying issue. It was clear that something was significantly wrong with Song Xiuyu's health, yet felt the system could provide her with answers. However, the system remained obstinately silent. In that moment, recalled the inexplicable medical text the system had presented, suspecting they might be connected to Song Xiuyu's ailment. The original narrative had mentioned nothing of his illness, and it struck that she had previously regarded this world merely as a fictional construct. Days passed without a sign of Song Xiuyu, and nearly began to believe he had never existed. Yet, she did not wish to exhibit too much concern. His condition was of little consequence to her. Aside from this, experienced a delightful turn of events. The flowers she had sown days prior had begun to sprout. Her gardening skills were truly remarkable, as every seed had germinated. Although XNGR had never planted flowers, she understood that germination was the most challenging and crucial phase. To hone her skills, had instructed XNGR to cultivate a patch of soil in the courtyard for planting flowers. Seemingly, XNGR had acquired a plethora of seeds, yet they barely occupied the expanse of land. The seeds sprouted swiftly, vibrant green shoots emerging in clusters, greatly enhancing spirits. With favorable weather recently, it was an opportune time for germination. Smiled, contemplating where to procure even more seeds. As the quantity increased, so too must their rarity. She felt akin to a player immersed in a farming game. After watering her seedlings, was about to depart when she overheard voices from beyond the wall. Hasn't the prince missed court for several days now? Several physicians have been visiting the main residence. Something must be wrong. Surely the prince hasn't succumbed. This situation seems quite serious. Don't speak nonsense. Perhaps the prince merely caught a chill. The conversations of a few maids were crystal clear, too, confirming her suspicions about Song Xiuyu's deteriorating health. The events of that day had been too sudden. She sensed there was more to the story. My lady, how can they discuss the prince in such a manner? I shall go and warn them. XNGR, who held great admiration for Song Xiuyu, was unable to tolerate any disparagement directed at him. It is merely idle gossip. There is no need to concern ourselves. We ought to pretend we did not hear, replied coolly, clearly uninterested in wasting time on matter. Her thoughts remained occupied with Song Xiuyu's illness when the familiar sound of the system's notification interrupted her. Main task: please deliver nourishing soup to Song Xiuyu. She had anticipated that the system would not let the matter rest, but the request was unexpectedly burdensome. She had barely had a few bowls of soup herself, and now she was to fetch some for Song Xiuyu? Chapter 15. Has my lady awakened? Despite her reluctance, the system's task was within her realm of acceptance. Delivering soup seemed a trivial matter. She instructed XNGR to prepare the soup in the small kitchen, earning a look of astonishment from her. My lady, you've finally come to your senses. XNGR's eyes sparkled, filled with admiration. Confused, raised an eyebrow, puzzled by XNGR's words. What did she mean? Had she not treated Song Xiuyu well? Hadn't she ground ink for him previously? Why did XNGR's reaction imply otherwise? Nothing. XNGR, embarrassed, scratched her head, having inadvertently revealed her thoughts. Typically, was easygoing and would not hold it against her. But XNGR also understood the importance of maintaining her role as a servant. Paid no mind to XNGR's slip. Lowering her gaze to peruse the gardening books she had asked XNGR to find. Although the system had provided her with a guide, her knowledge of plants was limited, and she deemed it unnecessary to cultivate flowers she knew little about. An eager learner was determined to master any endeavor she pursued thoroughly. Considering Song Xiuyu's sudden illness, the medical texts from the system would undoubtedly prove invaluable for her survival. Thus, she resolved to take them seriously. Recently, she had been intentionally studying medical literature to ensure that, when the time came, she would have the knowledge at her disposal. XNGR moved swiftly, knowing the urgency of preparing soup for Song Xiuyu. Her actions deft and diligent. Noted that XNGR had added an abundance of beneficial ingredients, understanding it was for Song Xiuyu's benefit. My lady, do not worry. I have reserved a bowl for you as well, XNGR said softly, as if sensing unspoken thoughts. Concealed her surprise. Her slight intention had been so distinctly perceived by XNGR. Of course, her face displayed no hint of emotion, feigning indifference as she acknowledged the situation. This soup was meant to be delivered to Song Xiuyu by her own hands, for that would signify sincerity. The original owner had sent numerous broths to Song Xiuyu and was quite familiar with the route to his chamber. However, just as she approached Song Xiuyu's room, she was confronted by a group of guards standing at the entrance, and a faint scent of medicinal herbs wafted from within. The sight of such an array led Shen Siyin to believe that Song Xiuyu's condition might indeed be quite serious. Despite being merely a concubine, she held a position of some authority within the household, and given her recent closeness with Song Xiuyu, the guards did not impede her entry. Upon entering, she found only Lu Shua present. Lu Shua nodded in acknowledgement, but soon glanced at the bed, likely indicating that Song Xiuyu was currently asleep. A thin veil hung before Song Xiuyu's bed, obscuring her view, but she could discern a figure stirring beneath the covers. Before entering the room, Shen Siyin was convinced of Song Xiuyu's illness, yet for reasons unbeknownst to her, doubts crept in as she entered, questioning whether the person in bed was indeed Song Xiuyu. After all, with Song Xiuyu's cunning nature, would he so easily fall prey to illness? Shen Siyin was uncertain, but had no time to ponder further. She placed the soup on the table, refraining from uttering a word, fearing that any sound might awaken the sleeper. With a subtle gesture to Lu Shua, she exited the room, leaving the matter of whether Song Xiuyu would partake of the soup beyond her consideration. After all, she was merely fulfilling her duty. No sooner had she stepped outside than she encountered Tan Shun, who had come to deliver soup as well. whether by coincidence or Tan Chun's watchfulness. It was curious that they crossed paths so soon after Shen Siyin's exit. Tan Chun, holding a bowl of soup, regarded Shen Siyin without a greeting, her gaze appraising. "Oh, who do we have here? Is this not concubine Shen? What brings you here? Surely you are not delivering soup to the prince?" Tan Chun's tone dripped with sarcasm, and Shen Siyin felt a twinge of discomfort at her words. It seemed Tan Chun had not heard Shen Siyin's response, as Shen Siyin attempted to pass. Tan Chun deliberately shifted her position to collide forcefully with her. Caught off guard, Shen Siyin stumbled slightly, irritation flashing in her eyes. "What is it that you want?" "Nothing much, merely advising certain individuals that our soup is prepared by the side lady herself. We mustn't let just any random concoctions reach the prince," Tan Chun retorted, her words a clear jab at Shen Siyin's offering. Shen Siyin remained unfazed, her expression unchanging. "Are you finished? If so, kindly step aside." Despite Tan Chun's relentless provocation, Shen Siyin reacted as though struck against soft fabric, inciting Tan Chun's vexation. At that moment, Chu Linglong appeared from somewhere, smiling upon spotting Shen Siyin. "Sister Shen, what brings you here?" After addressing Shen Siyin, she seemed to notice Tan Chun's presence. "Tan Chun, were you not tasked with delivering the soup I prepared for the prince? Why are you still lingering here?" With Chu Linglong's arrival, Tan Chun regained her confidence, straightening her posture. "It is merely concubine Shen who stands in the way, causing a delay in my delivery of soup." "Impudence! How dare you speak to her that way? Sister Shen is also a mistress of the manor. As a servant, you ought to show her respect." Chu Linglong's eyes glinted with authority, though the intensity faded almost instantly. She extended her hand, attempting to take Shen Siyin's arm, but Shen Siyin deftly evaded her grasp. Chu Linglong, undeterred, continued, "Sister, Tan Chun is like a younger sister to me. Her rudeness is unintentional. I hope you can forgive her." Though Chu Linglong wore a smile, Shen Siyin sensed a hidden malice lurking beneath, akin to a serpent poised to strike. "Sister, this is the prince's courtyard. What brings you here so unexpectedly? Are you visiting the prince?" Chu Linglong's eyes sparkled innocently, her demeanor reeking of superiority. "Having heard of the prince's ill health, I came to deliver nourishing soup." Shen Siyin feigned ignorance of Chu Linglong's ulterior motives while clearly outlining her own intentions. "Ah, Sister Shen is also delivering soup to the prince?" Chu Linglong feigned surprise, as if unaware of this fact. "How fortuitous, for I too have just completed my own soup for him." "Indeed, quite fortuitous," Shen Siyin replied, wishing to conclude the pleasantries and depart. Just as she prepared to leave, another figure appeared before her. "Greetings, ladies." GC, who had come to visit Song Xiuyu, was taken aback to find both of the prince's consorts at his door. He held a slight affection for Shen Siyin, as evidenced by the subtle upward curve of his lips when he gazed at her. "Chu Linglong, gen li posepti," noted GC's expression and felt her teeth clench. Why was it that others seemed to see only Shen Siyin, despite her being the side princess? A fleeting look of resentment crossed her face before she masked it. Regardless, Shen Siyin remained merely a concubine and could not surpass her status as a side princess. Chu Linglong stepped forward, positioning herself between GC and Shen Siyin, as if to shield her own prominence. "What brings you here, young Master G? The prince is unwell, and the household is in disarray. I regret not being aware of your arrival." Chu Linglong presented herself with the poise of a hostess, embodying the role of the manor's lady. "The prince has not attended court for several days, and his majesty is quite concerned, but it is of no consequence." GC replied with a smile. His words were gentle, yet they carried an unmistakable air of distance. Shen Siyin understood that GC had donned a mask of caution, wary of Chu Linglong's intentions. However, Chu Linglong failed to recognize the subtlety. She misinterpreted GC's polite remarks as an explanation directed at her. "The prince is the cornerstone of our household. With him unwell, we are all in a state of panic," Chu Linglong lamented, casting a provocative glance at Shen Siyin when GC was not looking. "The prince will be fine and will recover soon. Do not worry, madam." GC reassured her with a nod. "Is the prince's room just ahead? I would like to check on his condition." "Indeed. I too have prepared soup for the prince and am headed there now. Why don't I accompany you, Sir G?" Chu Linglong offered with a charming smile, assuming the demeanor of a lady of the house. Watching from the side, Shen Siyin felt amusement bubbling within her, yet she refrained from outwardly expressing it. She recognized Chu Linglong's ploy to provoke her, deliberately sidelining her. Nevertheless, Shen Siyin was no longer the same person she once was. Such trivial antics held no sway over her. Her words flowed with an air of nonchalance, but the emphasis on side princess was unmistakable, nearly evading Chu Linglong's notice. A mere side princess wielding the airs of a full-fledged princess. To Shen Siyin, her action seemed less significant than tending to the flora in her own courtyard. A simple statement, yet Shen Siyin delivered it with an edge, and GC, perceptive as he was, caught the underlying message. Yet he maintained a facade of ignorance, remaining silent beside them. CHLNGL could hardly fathom that the once manipulative SHNZYN had transformed into a thorny character, sharp-tongued and unyielding, creating considerable discomfort. With just a few carefully chosen words, CHLNGL crafted an image of herself as a concerned concubine for SNGY, simultaneously casting a seemingly aggrieved glance at JS, leaving him perplexed. Your Highness, such words are misplaced. With so many around the prince, there is no need for us to provide care. We are not physicians. Let the professionals handle their duties. SHNZYN replied with a gentle smile, refraining from countering CHLNGL's assertions. This only served to infuriate CHLNGL further, rendering her momentarily speechless. Though she had departed, her parting remarks bluntly implied that CHLNGL was squandering JS's time, resulting in a flush of embarrassment on CHLNGL's face. Just as she was about to leave her line of sight, the system made its presence felt once more. In light of the host's provocation that raised CHLNGL's anger levels to 30 within 10 minutes, a reward of 10 points has been granted to the host. Another unfamiliar term emerged from the system's void, and SHNZYN pondered the purpose of these 10 points. Or more precisely, what could points be utilized for? It seemed the system anticipated her thoughts, as it promptly elucidated her query before she could voice it. As of now, the host has completed the main quest, thus unlocking the points marketplace. The host may earn points during the quest for shopping within the marketplace. As the system elaborated, a so-called marketplace materialized before SHNZYN. She soon grasped that accumulating more points would allow her to exchange for items within the marketplace. Some of these items appeared quite enticing. For instance, there were the magical Shi-Oi-O pills capable of neutralizing poisons, as well as an item that could reverse time, both requiring a staggering 10,000 points. Accumulating such an amount seemed a distant dream. The system was nothing short of a shrewd merchant, claiming to unveil a new feature while merely seeking to exploit her further. SHNZYN scrolled down, eager to discover what her 10 points might procure. Eventually, after an indeterminate duration of scrolling, she stumbled upon an option to silence any target for 30 seconds. Since these 10 points originated from CHLNGL, why not spend them on her? With a smile, SHNZYN clicked to purchase, designating CHLNGL as the target. Previously, CHLNGL had been engaged in animated conversation with JS, but suddenly found herself rendered mute. Attempting to signal JS for assistance proved futile, as he seemingly failed to perceive her distress, seizing the opportunity to depart and seek out SNGY instead. Of course, SHNZYN was oblivious to the ensuing events following her exit. Chapter 17. What's wrong with planting flowers? The means of acquiring points remained ambiguous. This stingy system likely only dispensed points sporadically. Relying on its benevolence seemed unrealistic. Thus, she could not afford to depend too heavily on this points marketplace. XNGR, have you managed to procure the fertilizer I requested a few days ago? Though she had never cultivated flowers in the 21st century, she was certainly aware of the necessity of fertilizing seedlings post-germination. However, she overlooked a crucial aspect. She now resided in ancient times. Regardless of whether or not the term fertilizer existed, it was common practice for most to utilize human excrement for crop irrigation. Consequently, when SHNZYN mentioned purchasing fertilizer, XNGR had nearly failed to comprehend. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario was averted, as this era possessed rudimentary fertilizers, which held some efficacy for nurturing flora. Lacking theoretical knowledge in planting, Shin relied solely on her instincts to apply fertilizer to the flowers, with the system's aura empowering her. She need not concern herself with the optimal timing for fertilization. The system ensured the plants would thrive. Nonetheless, controlling the quantity was imperative, so she discreetly perused a book prior to fertilizing. The host is actively enhancing their flower cultivation proficiency, earning 1 point. Initially engrossed in her task, Shin was startled into a jump by the system's notification. System, could you issue a warning before speaking? It's quite alarming. Host, a special mission is set to commence in the garden tonight. Please prepare accordingly. The system disregarded Shin's outburst, promptly imparting the mission's details before vanishing once more. Were the system to possess a physical form, Shin would undoubtedly engage in a fierce confrontation. Such occurrences were intolerable. Lacking a precise time frame left her uncertain about the duration of her vigil in the garden. Nevertheless, the prospect of a special mission sounded enticing, and she wondered if it might trigger some extraordinary rewards. That night, having extinguished the candles in her room, Shen Siyin stealthily slipped out into the night. Familiar with the garden from previous visits, she surmised that the special mission was undoubtedly linked to Shin. Yet, wasn't he bedridden due to illness? Was there an underlying situation of which she remained unaware? Contemplating this, she sought a hiding place within the garden. Although the garden appeared vast, suitable concealment was scarce, especially at night. Ultimately, she resolved to hide within a rockery, a location unlikely to attract attention. Moreover, the rockery on Shin's estate was substantial enough to conceal an adult, allowing for a more discreet exit without excessive clumsiness. Having secured her hiding spot, Shin began her watch, left to wait indefinitely due to the system's vague reference to night without specific timing. As the darkness deepened, her surroundings became increasingly obscured. Peering out, all she could discern was an impenetrable blackness. Regret washed over her for impulsively deciding to wait without knowing what might transpire. Fatigue began to weigh on her eyelids. Should no one arrive soon, she feared she might inadvertently doze off within the rockery. A faint sound of footsteps pierced the silence, jolting Shin awake from her near slumber. Her eyes brightened. At last, someone had arrived after what felt like an eternity. She focused intently on the area beyond the rockery, but the thick darkness obscured her view. Sighing, she cautiously shifted her position to gain a clearer sight. To her astonishment, the figure was indeed Shin. The system, that wretched entity, would not speak unless it pertained to Shin. She should have anticipated this. Silently berating the system, she awaited the unfolding events, realizing that revealing herself at this juncture would only compromise her position. In that moment of clarity, Shin sensed her presence. His ability to hear her thoughts made the tranquility of the night amplify her unspoken words. He too was surprised to find Shin in the garden at such a late hour, seemingly waiting for him. How could she possibly know he would be here? Without dwelling on it further, he tuned his ears to the surrounding sounds, quickly pinpointing her location. The girl was evidently poor at hiding. Given the rockery's size, being discovered was all but inevitable. Song Xiuyu let out a sigh, lightly stepping forward and swiftly maneuvering to the back of the artificial hill. He had deliberately chosen this position to startle Shen Siyin unexpectedly. Meanwhile, Shen Siyin was entirely engrossed in observing the situation outside, and in the blink of an eye, Song Xiuyu vanished from her sight. Assuming her fatigue was to blame for her blurred vision, she blinked several times, yet Song Xiuyu remained absent. Something was amiss. She decided to venture out for a closer look. "What are you watching?" A voice suddenly emerged from behind her, and she could feel the person's breath warm against the nape of her neck. Having never encountered such a scenario, she was startled into jumping. Although the artificial hill was large, the space was confined. Her sudden leap caused her to lose her footing and tumble forward, her head heading straight for the rocky surface. In that critical moment, Song Xiuyu swiftly caught her waist, drawing her close while extending his other hand to shield her forehead, prepared to protect her from harm. Despite the darkness inside the hill, Shen Siyin could see the glimmering brightness of Song Xiuyu's eyes, which seemed to pierce through her heart. Chapter 18. Encountering an assassin in a melodramatic plot. Instinctively wishing to conceal her feelings, Shen Siyin quickly averted her gaze, stabilizing herself before retreating slightly to maintain a distance from Song Xiuyu. They were not in a conducive environment for conversation, and as her eyes wandered, she noticed that he remained silent. Finally, she spoke softly, "Your Highness? What brings you here at such a late hour?" Unaccustomed to awkward situations, she instinctively attempted to ease the tension, unwittingly provoking a chuckle from Song Xiuyu. "You're aware it's late? This is not your courtyard. What are you doing here in the garden at this hour? Surely, you're not aspiring to be a monkey?" His tone was cold, yet a hint of mockery tinged his words. This startled Shen Siyin into silence, the chill of the night air amplifying her discomfort. Noticing her unease, Song Xiuyu shook his head in exasperation and grasped the collar of her garment, leading her out of the artificial hill. Shen Siyin bit her lip, uncertain how to explain her presence. Before she could formulate her thoughts, she felt something being thrown at her. It was Song Xiuyu, tossing his outer robe over her head in a brusque manner. Yet she felt a twinge of gratitude for his concern regarding her well-being. Obediently, she donned his robe, waiting patiently for him to speak. At that moment, Song Xiuyu realized how futile it was to hear Shen Siyin's inner thoughts, for he recognized she was waiting for him to initiate the conversation. As dawn approached, he wished to cease wasting time. "Why are you hiding in the garden at this hour?" Finally, he asked. "I was on the verge of breaking down if he delayed further. Whatever the reason, being here at such an hour is indefensible. I must concoct an excuse. Song Xiuyu has changed from before, so surely he won't seek my demise." Initially, Song Xiuyu aimed to uncover Shen Siyin's true purpose for being in the garden. Yet he was met with such a humorous internal monologue that he found it difficult to reprimand her. "Your Highness, if I said I was merely passing by, would you believe me?" Shen Siyin's eyes radiated sincerity. Perhaps due to the cold of the artificial hill combined with her earlier fright, her face flushed a rosy hue, appearing even more endearing under the moonlight. The reprimanding words that had risen to Song Xiuyu's lips were swallowed. He could not fathom how Shen Siyin managed to perform so convincingly while her true feelings diverged so greatly. Thinking of her unique mission, she instinctively declined. "Your Highness, look, daylight is breaking. I was merely considering that watching the sunrise would be delightful." "You certainly have a carefree spirit," Song Xiuyu scoffed. Just as he began to speak, he sensed an arrow whistling through the air toward them. The assailant had a clear target: him. Song Xiuyu's expression hardened as he swiftly pulled Shen Siyin into his embrace. Before Shen Siyin could comprehend the situation, an arrow whizzed past her. Had it not been for Song Xiuyu's quick reflexes, she might have already met her end. With furrowed brows, Song Xiuyu drew a soft sword from his waist, positioning Shen Siyin protectively behind him. The once tranquil garden was suddenly alive with assailants, their figures stark against the darkness, the glint of swords illuminating the night. "Lu Shuo," Song Xiuyu called, and Lu Shuo promptly appeared. The number of attackers was few. Thanks to the combined efforts of Song Xiuyu and Lu Shuo, they were swiftly overwhelmed. Shen Siyin remained vigilant, fearful for Song Xiuyu's safety, while the assailants seemed intent on using her as a means to strike at him. Two attackers engaged Lu Shuo, while the others pressed their assault on Song Xiuyu, leaving Shen Siyin uncertain of where she should position herself. In a moment of distraction, her gaze caught sight of a sword rushing toward her, causing her pupils to dilate in disbelief. Previously, she had found slow-motion sequences in movies tedious, yet now, as the sword advanced, time seemed to slow, her body paralyzed in place. Would today be her end? Instinctively, she closed her eyes, resigned to the inevitable pain of the blade piercing her body, hoping that without struggle, it might avoid vital points. The expected pain never came. Instead, she found herself enveloped in warmth. Gingerly opening her eyes, she met Song Xiuyu's gaze, momentarily stunned. She realized she was cradled in his arms, feeling the warmth radiating from him. The assailants had been dealt with, lying scattered across the garden. Lu Shuo was attending to the aftermath as Song Xiuyu gently set Shen Siyin down. "Do not fear, it is now safe." At the sound of his voice, Shen Siyin's heart settled, though remnants of fear lingered as her eyes flickered to the fallen assailants, trembling at the thought that she could have been among them. She looked up at Song Xiuyu, locking eyes with him. To her surprise, she noticed a dark value hovering above his head. Since her arrival in this world, his dark value had remained stable at 50%, never increasing. An audacious thought surged within her. If Song Xiuyu's dark value had not risen, could it signify that the trajectory toward a villainous conclusion was alterable? If Song Xiuyu could indeed change, perhaps her fate was not sealed in his hands. The system's insistence on strategy might be plausible. She could not overlook the flutter in her heart when he had saved her twice. In other words, if the dark value had not escalated, it might also decline, and once it reached zero, she would be liberated, would she not? Chapter 19. Your Highness, I care most about you having made her resolve. Shen Siyin, a person who values efficiency, was determined to act on her decision from the very outset. She cast a contemplative glance at Song Xiuyu, her eyes tinged with a hint of introspection, but she swiftly concealed her emotions. Your Highness, are you injured? Upon hearing Shen Siyin's words, Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, sensing that her demeanor today was somewhat unusual. She typically preferred to keep a considerable distance from him. This was the first time she had taken the initiative to show concern for his well-being. He listened intently, finding no ulterior thoughts lurking in her heart. Song Xiuyu's brow relaxed, and his tone softened, imbued with gentleness. You should refrain from wandering out late at night. He reached out, gently smoothing Shen Siyin's tousled hair. The suddenness of his action startled Shen Siyin, yet she quickly regained her composure, resisting the urge to retreat. Indeed, she was still not entirely accustomed to his proximity. A fleeting thought crossed her mind, too swift for Song Xiuyu to grasp. A smile curled at the corners of his lips, despite her earlier calm fade. It was evident that she was quite frightened inside. This contrast only served to endear Shen Siyin to him further. Your Highness, would you like to visit my courtyard this evening? Shen Siyin ventured cautiously, and only after the words left her lips did she realize they might carry some ambiguity. I didn't mean it that way. She hurriedly clarified, fearful that the man beside her might misinterpret her intentions. She was not that kind of person. Ahem, I have recently planted some flowers in the garden, and thought you might like to see them. As she spoke, Shen Siyin's eyes darted about, betraying a hint of unease. Song Xiuyu observed her small expressions, but chose to remain silent. Very well. It was as if Shen Siyin sensed a hint of tenderness in his voice. Had she truly not misjudged? Perhaps sensing that the atmosphere was slightly off, she led the way quietly, fearing that a misstep might lead to embarrassment before Song Xiuyu. Her courtyard was not far from the garden, and they arrived in no time. Shen Siyin gestured for Song Xiuyu to enter first. He chuckled softly, shaking his head. Shen Siyin always managed to surprise him with her unexpected actions, yet he chose not to comment. As soon as he stepped into the courtyard, he noticed some changes. A patch of earth had been cultivated, seemingly filled with newly planted flora. Surrounding the plot were several potted plants, but he could not discern their species from the small seedlings. What might be in these pots? Surely, it cannot be weeds? He had heard from Lu Shuo that Shen Siyin had dedicated much time and effort to these plants, likely out of a mischievous desire to tease her. Indeed, Shen Siyin had fallen for it. These were not weeds, but rather the fruits of her labor, newly sprouted seedlings. Shen Siyin hurriedly approached her flowers, meticulously examining each pot. After confirming there were no weeds, she sighed in relief, patting her chest. Weeds would surely compete for nutrients. She had to eliminate such possibilities from the outset. Perhaps I was mistaken. Song Xiuyu spoke soothingly, a smile gracing his features. These flowers you have planted appear quite lovely. Receiving praise for her efforts made Shen Siyin beam with delight. Indeed, I have invested considerable time collecting these seeds and have been attentive to their care. Her eyes sparkled with a newfound idea. Your Highness, I shall bring these pots to your courtyard. Once they bloom, they possess calming and soothing properties. Very well. Song Xiuyu agreed, appreciating her thoughtful gesture. However, after offering them to him, Shen Siyin felt her actions were overly deliberate, as if she were trying to curry favor. Perhaps I should also send a few pots to the side consort. What do you think? She wished to downplay the act of gifting flowers, but to Chu Linglong, it would undoubtedly seem provocative. Song Xiuyu chose not to address the underlying implications. Should any issues arise, he would bear the consequences, knowing that Chu Linglong would not stir up much trouble within the estate. Contemplating this, he nodded in agreement. The following morning, Song Xiuyu's attendants delivered the potted plants to Chu Linglong. Upon awakening, she was greeted by the sight of the flowers and the courteous remarks of those around her, a flicker of depth flashing in her eyes. Yet, to maintain appearances, a subtle smile remained on her face. Tanchun, place these pots where they can be easily seen upon entering the courtyard. It is a thoughtful gift from my sister. As her words fell, Tanchun opened her mouth to say something, but was silenced by a glance from Chu Linglong. Chu Linglong understood that Song Xiuyu permitted Shen Siyin's actions as a subtle warning. She would not follow his plans blindly. After all, who could not feign harmony? Tanchun, do I still have a ruby headpiece in my storeroom? Fetch it for me. I will send it to Sister Shen later. Chu Linglong intentionally kept her voice elevated, ensuring everyone in the courtyard heard her clearly. The notion that these inconsequential flowers could be exchanged for a valuable ruby headpiece would surely lead to rumors of Shen Siyin taking advantage of Chu Linglong. Tanchun grasped the underlying meaning of Chu Linglong's words and responded readily, though she felt some discontent. Mistress, is that ruby headpiece not too precious? In my opinion, Shen Siyin hardly deserves it. Chu Linglong shot her a discreet glare, signaling her to lower her voice. Just wait and see. Chapter 20. How could a prince indulge in wine? Tanchun was perplexed by Chu Linglong's intentions. She could not comprehend why such an extravagant ornament was necessary when a simple gift would suffice. However, having just been reprimanded by Chu Linglong, she dared not speak further and obediently went to retrieve the ruby headpiece. Following closely behind Chu Linglong, her smile remained as they approached Shen Siyin's courtyard, as if genuinely enamored with the gift she had received. When they arrived, Shen Siyin was still asleep, and the courtyard was deserted. Exchanging glances with Tanchun, Chu Linglong made no effort to be polite and strode directly into Shen Siyin's room. Upon entering, they found Shen Siyin still slumbering. Chu Linglong glanced at Tanchun, who wisely stepped forward to rouse her. As soon as she approached, Tanchun was met with a strong scent of alcohol, causing her to frown instinctively. She was about to voice her thoughts to Chu Linglong when Shen Siyin stirred awake. Dazed and disoriented, she squinted at the unfamiliar faces before her. Tanchun? She recalled being in her own courtyard. How had Tanchun ended up here? Moreover, her head throbbed painfully. What had transpired last night? The memories eluded her. Chu Linglong, oblivious to Shen Siyin's disorientation, approached with a smile, placing the ruby headpiece on the table. Sister, you must have indulged in quite a bit of wine last night. You reek of it. When serving the wangya, it is advisable to refrain from excessive drinking, lest one provoke his displeasure. Although she offered this cautionary advice, the surrounding servants absorbed her words. Had it not been for Shen Siyin and Chu Linglong's presence, the eavesdropping servants would have undoubtedly begun to gossip. Chu Linglong's intention was clear. She deliberately announced Shen Siyin's drinking habits before everyone. She hurried forward, bowed to Chu Linglong, and promptly took Shen Siyin from Tanchun's hands. Initially, Xingru, who stood at a distance, had not noticed, but as she approached, the scent of alcohol became apparent. Upon seeing Xingru, Shen Siyin felt a slight sense of calm, bewildered by the sudden camaraderie with Chu Linglong that seemed to have blossomed overnight. Apologetically, she mentioned her discomfort and inability to pay proper respects. Shen Siyin understood the importance of maintaining appearances, thus her words were exceedingly polite. She gestured toward the headpiece laid on the table, and without wishing to engage in further idle chatter, Chu Linglong declared her intention to leave, reminding her to have Xingru prepare a hangover remedy, for she reeked of alcohol. With that, Chu Linglong departed with Tanchun, leaving Shen Siyin and Xingru exchanging puzzled glances. Bewildered by Chu Linglong's intentions, they decided to put away the headpiece for the time being. Shen Siyin was uncertain of Chu Linglong's ulterior motives, yet a sense of caution was prudent. Xingru tucked the headpiece into the bottom of the cabinet and headed to the kitchen to prepare a hangover remedy for Shen Siyin. Upon waking, Shen Siyin noticed the lingering scent of alcohol on herself, yet she had no recollection of being inebriated, nor did she feel the effects of a hangover. After consuming the remedy prepared by Xingru, she sensed a slight improvement. Unbeknownst to Shen Siyin, after leaving her courtyard, Chu Linglong began to spread tales of Shen Siyin's drunkenness while serving the wangya, even suggesting that Shen Siyin had been rising late, disregarding decorum. The plot of land Shen Siyin had cultivated bordered a wall, allowing her to overhear the gossiping servants outside. Could it be that the servant truly considers herself a proper mistress, and that the side Wang Fei would personally visit her courtyard? Oh, you know nothing. She currently enjoys the emperor's favor. How could you possibly compare? That is quite exaggerated, isn't it? Offering a few pots of plants in exchange for a headpiece. How pitiful for the side Wang Fei. Indeed, the inner chambers operated on such principles. Those who were favored basked in glory. However, the servant's words remained unfinished, abruptly interrupted by another. Their conversations fell squarely on Shen Siyin ears. Her expression remained unchanged, though she let out a sigh, momentarily at a loss for words. Xingru's countenance darkened, acknowledging the truth in their statements, albeit exaggerated in perspective. The words of her mistress lingered on her lips, her expression wavering. I am fine, Shen Siyin reassured Xingru with a shake of her head, seemingly unperturbed by the matter. Her focus lay solely on her task of enhancing her skills and formulating a plan to rescue Song Xiuyu, rendering the gossip insignificant. The servants' discussions grew increasingly fervent. Yet Shen Siyin remained blissfully unaware. Yesterday, we sent out some potted plants. Let's visit the market today to see if there are any other flowers available. Shen Siyin gazed at the somewhat barren plot before her, a fleeting idea igniting in her mind. Last time, I learned for the buyers, Xiaoyu, that there is a shop with a comprehensive selection of seeds. Since Shen Xiaoyin's interest in gardening had blossomed, Xingru had diligently researched the matter. Really? Shen Xiaoyin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then we should hurry. Xiaoyu had indeed spoken the truth. Upon arriving at that shop, Shen Xiaoyin felt as though she had stumbled upon treasure. After the system had activated the Points Mall feature, it introduced an additional function that displayed the rarity of plants above them. This functionality greatly aided Shen Siyin in swiftly enhancing her skills, fulfilling a long-held desire. Chapter 21. Temporarily diminished the old witch's disgust. With the system as her ally, Shen Siyin navigated the selection of seeds with ease, resulting in a fruitful shopping excursion. Xingru, this shop you found is simply marvelous. Shen Siyin marveled at the multitude of seeds, many boasting a rarity of 4 stars. The shopkeeper, noticing her abundant purchases, even gifted her some fertilizer, precisely what Shen Siyin needed. Initially, she had fretted over the rudimentary fertilizer production techniques of ancient times, fearing she might one day have to embark on that path herself. Yet, she was astounded by the ingenuity of ancient wisdom, flattered by Shen Xiaoyin's praise. The shopkeeper felt a touch of bashfulness, scratching her head. As Xingru turned around, she spotted a familiar pair. Hey, isn't that the 2 young masters of the Ji family? Following Xingru's pointed finger, Shen Xiaoyin indeed recognized GC and Jiyu. Upon noticing them, the 2 young masters approached, and Shen Xiaoyin smiled in greeting. How is Madame Song faring these days? GC inquired with a gentle smile, pleasantly surprised to encounter Shen Xiaoyin. She's quite well, though I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving assistance. She offered a slight bow to GC and Jiyu as a gesture of respect. Jiyu's gaze landed on the package in Xingru's hands. Did Madame Song purchase seeds? Indeed, I have recently taken up flower cultivation. Once they blossom, I shall send some your way, Shen Siyin replied, considering the seed's rarity, confident that her gifts would not appear meager. GC and Jiyu exchanged glances. Flowers were hardly precious items, so accepting them posed no issue. GC nodded, affirming that Madame Song's flowers would undoubtedly be of superior quality, and they awaited the delightful outcome. A glance exchanged with Xingru left Shen Siyin with an uneasy feeling, as if a store were looming over the Wangfu. Her suspicions were soon confirmed. Scarcely had she stepped into the courtyard when a throng of unfamiliar faces encircled her. What do you intend to do? Shen Siyin instinctively took a step back, sensing something amiss, as the individuals before her were entirely unknown. It is a considerable disrespect to be absent when the Taifei visits the estate. Your arrogance knows no bounds. Chu Linglong spoke with an air of confidence, suggesting she had powerful backing. Shen Siyin quickly grasped the crucial word in Chu Linglong's statement. Taifei? The Taifei had come to the Wangfu? Was she here to seek her out? Just as her thoughts concluded, the Taifei emerged from the room, her gaze icy as she cast a single glance at Shen Siyin, compelling her to obediently enter. However, as she stepped forward, Xingru was seized by the Taifei's guards. Xingru instinctively struggled, but the guards held her tightly, rendering her unable to escape. "Why are you seizing me? Your maidservant has failed in her duties. She shall receive 20 lashes as a lesson." The Taifei's voice was devoid of emotion, leaving Shen Siyin utterly astonished. Wished to clarify matters for Xingru, asserting that the situation was not Xingru's fault. It was her own desire to go out that led to this predicament. Clearly, Xingru had done nothing wrong. They merely ventured out together. The master is never at fault. It is the servants who fail in their duties. The imperial concubine looked down upon Shen Siyin, and for some inexplicable reason, a sense of desolation surged within her heart. She helplessly watched as Xingru was dragged away to face punishment, and she could not simply remain passive in this dire situation. Although the precise time of the imperial concubine's arrival at the royal residence was uncertain, she resolved to take a gamble. Xingru, with her delicate skin, could very well perish under 20 strikes. Now that a solution had dawned upon her, Shen Siyin began to summon the system in her mind. System. How many points do I have left? The system, usually elusive, appeared promptly, revealing that her current point balance was 10. "After all the time I have worked for you, and considering the points I spent previously, you have only granted me 20 points? Not even a miser compares to how you exploit me." Of course, she refrained from voicing the latter thought, recognizing that she still needed the system's assistance. Before the system could respond, she continued, explaining that the meager points awarded for each task were insufficient to motivate her, but the debt she owed would serve as a greater impetus. The system, after a brief contemplation, acquiesced to her request, acknowledging her recent commendable performance and offering to lend her 9,900 points. At that moment, when she glanced at the two young gentlemen, GC and GU, any desire for pleasantries evaporated. She hastily seized Xingru's hand and boarded the carriage. Although the carriage was already in motion, Shen Siyin felt an overwhelming sense of urgency. Fearing unforeseen complications, she was gambling on the situation, with the imperial concubine having arrived at the royal residence ahead of her. "Drive faster. I am pressed for time," she urged the coachman, feeling that no matter how swift the horses ran, it was still insufficient. Xingru, being pulled along by Shen Siyin, felt an odd sense of unreality upon arriving at the royal residence. She sensed something was amiss with Shen Siyin, but refrained from asking. Upon seeing her courtyard empty, Shen Siyin finally felt relief wash over her. The subsequent events unfolded smoothly. The imperial concubine merely exchanged a few words with Shen Siyin. With the crisis averted, Shen Siyin relaxed considerably, speaking with the imperial concubine without the previous tension. When she finally saw the imperial concubine out of the royal residence, she was able to exhale fully. After all, the imperial concubine was a member of the royal family, and the pressure she exerted was palpable. A few careless words could spell disaster for someone else's life. With the matter resolved, Shen Siyin opened the points marketplace, her personal points displayed prominently as 9,900, a sight that made her head spin. Previously, she had deemed these points of little use, indifferent to their origin. However, now burdened with debt, understanding the source of these points became crucial. "System, may I review the transaction history of my points?" Knowing the means to acquire points would enable her to strategize accordingly. Having played games in modern society, she was well versed in such matters. "Please hold on. The system is generating the information." In a brief moment, a guide to the points appeared before her. The system's guide resembled modern gaming strategies, and, upon examination, Shen Siyin realized that her affection level with Song Xiuyu was at 1, which meant she could potentially earn 1,000 points. Not only Song Xiuyu, but any character whose affection for her increased would yield points based on their significance to the narrative. The commotion in her courtyard naturally reached Song Xiuyu's ears. The imperial concubine's visit was rather conspicuous, and it was somewhat amusing to think about her coming to see the regent's concubine. Surely, the imperial concubine did not harm Shen Siyin, did she? Song Xiuyu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, the sound resonating in the silence. The recent frequent movements of the imperial concubine suggested ulterior motives, and he was not inclined to believe otherwise. Investigate. It cannot be so simple. His brow furrowed as he recalled that several families had made moves since news of his illness spread. The affairs in the inner court were intertwined with the political landscape, and while he looked down upon the machinations of these women, he still felt compelled to keep an eye on them. If they dared to target those who should remain unharmed, he would not hesitate to act decisively. Send a few people to observe Shan Xiaoyin's courtyard. Report any unusual occurrences. Song Xiuyu's gaze was deep, lost in thought. Understood, my lord, Lu Shuo replied with a respectful bow. Suddenly recalling something, he added, recently, the side consort has been frequently visiting the lady. Should I issue a warning? Lu Shuo hesitated, knowing Song Xiuyu cared for Shen Xiaoyin, while also considering that Chu Linglong held the title of side consort. He feared reproach if anything went awry. Chu Linglong? Song Xiuyu echoed the name, savoring it with a sardonic smile. Let them engage in trivial skirmishes for now, but should they overstep, you know what to do. He set aside the documents he had been perusing, gazing out the window, deep in contemplation. At that moment, Shen Xiaoyin remained oblivious to Song Xiuyu's actions, aware only that his affection was crucial for her point accumulation. It seems the Lord has been present in the residence recently, though she held no interest in Song Xiuyu. Xingru was hopeful that her master would receive favor. Only he is in the residence? Shen Xiaoyin's eyes brightened. With Song Xiuyu present, her plans could potentially come to fruition. Now, Song Xiuyu was no longer the villain intent on her demise. He was a resource for amassing points. Had the system revealed his utility earlier, she would have eagerly engaged him. System, now that your points marketplace is open, can the affection I previously accumulated be converted into points? At that moment, Shen Xiaoyin's singular focus was on points. Nothing could deter her from her pursuit. The previous affection does not count, host. The system, fully aware of Shen Xiaoyin's intentions, swiftly quashed any thoughts of exploiting loopholes. Shen Xiaoyin let out a heavy sigh. The road to repaying her points was fraught with challenges, and she would need to exert more effort. In the 23rd chapter, Shen Xiaoyin locked herself in her courtyard, diligently devising a strategy to encounter Song Xiuyu. She was determined to elevate his affection level despite her comprehensive blockade. Initially, she employed a gentle approach, instructing Xingru to prepare some sweet soup and pack it into a food box. Master, previously you made the sweet soup yourself, but this time I prepared it. What if the Lord discovers it? Last time, Xingru had helped Shen Xiaoyin prepare soup, and they had narrowly avoided disaster. However, Shen Xiaoyin had often sent sweet soup to Song Xiuyu, and she felt her culinary skills paled in comparison. Hearing Xingru's concerns made Shen Xiaoyin waver slightly. But if she possessed such skills, she would have already made the soup herself. If Song Xiuyu tasted her cooking, it would reveal that she was not the same person as the original, and that could lead to dire consequences. No need to worry. We will deal with it if it arises. She reasoned that given Song Xiuyu's temperament, he might not even consume the sweet soup she sent. However, she refrained from expressing this sentiment, fearing it would upset Xingru. Shen Siyin cradled a bowl of sweet soup as she approached the study, preparing to enter, only to be halted by a hand that obstructed her path. She looked up, and there stood Lu Shuo, the royal guard. The weather seems perfect for enjoying sweet soup. So I thought to bring some to the prince, he explained. I assure you, my intention is not to obstruct you, madam. However, there are guests in the prince's study, making it inconvenient for you to enter. Might I take this sweet soup to him instead? Lu Shuo cast a hesitant glance toward the study, his tone remaining profoundly respectful. Shen Siyin had summoned her courage for this visit, but hearing Lu Shuo's words made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. The fact that Song Xiuyu had guessed made her presence all the more inappropriate. Resolving not to linger at the door in disgrace, she turned on her heel and fled. Lu Shuo, taken aback by her sudden departure, found himself puzzled by her actions. For her, the path of delivering food was too daunting. She was more suited to chance encounters. With this experience in mind, Shen Siyin dispatched Xingru to inquire about Song Xiuyu's whereabouts, a task that no longer seemed as daunting. Xingru hurriedly led Shen Siyin to the small garden, where, caught off guard, Shen Siyin nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment, her gaze evasive. Xingru, will the prince really come? She asked. Rest assured, my lady, I have gathered all the information. The prince visits the gazebo in the garden every afternoon. You are certain to encounter him there. She dutifully stationed herself along the path from the garden to the small pavilion, and at last she spotted Song Xiuyu approaching, ready to exchange a few words. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Song Xiuyu seemed completely oblivious to her presence, passing by without acknowledgement. How utterly mortifying! Shen Siyin berated herself internally for her embarrassment. Overwhelmed by awkwardness, the words she had intended to say to Song Xiuyu evaporated, leaving her helplessly watching him walk away. Though she failed to converse with Song Xiuyu this time, Shen Siyin did not let her spirits dampen. At least she had seen him. She refused to give up. Subsequently, she took to lurking in various corners of the royal residence, even sitting on the steps at the entrance, waiting for Song Xiuyu. Yet, each time they crossed paths, he appeared not to notice her and continued on his way. Once or twice was bearable, but as it happened repeatedly, Shen Siyin found herself unable to endure it any longer. Ultimately, she had no choice but to go to the study to seek out Song Xiuyu. This time, the study was devoid of other visitors. Upon reaching the door, Lu Shuo respectfully invited her inside. The ease of this encounter made Shen Siyin question whether Song Xiuyu's previous indifference had merely been an illusion. Although this was not her first time in Song Xiuyu's study, it still felt somewhat novel, and she couldn't help but glance around. "What are you looking at?" A voice suddenly cut through the air behind her, startling her. At that moment, Shen Siyin felt fortunate that she hadn't brought sweet soup today, or she would have spilled it all over herself. No, I was just looking around," she stammered, stepping back to maintain some distance from Song Xiuyu. "What brings you here today?" Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, his gaze laced with amusement. Under his scrutinizing eyes, Shen Siyin felt somewhat at a loss. It was evident that he had not given much thought to their previous chance encounters. As this realization dawned upon her, a flicker of disappointment surged within, though it was quickly brushed aside. She merely asked out of curiosity, unsure if Song Xiuyu would agree, for he likely did not wish for her to have any dealings with the Shen family. To her surprise, he agreed with an unwavering certainty, a development Shen Siyin had never anticipated. When had Song Xiuyu become so accommodating? Her eyes sparkled with newfound hope, and her gaze toward him shifted subtly. Ahem. Song Xiuyu cleared his throat, covering the hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. Suddenly, a notification appeared above Song Xiuyu's head. Favorability level 1. Shen Siyin gasped at the unexpected revelation. She had done nothing, yet his favorability had increased. Was it possible that the not yet darkened Song Xiuyu was this genial? She blinked in disbelief and tentatively inquired, "Is the prince in particularly good spirits today?" Chapter 24. A first return to the Shen residence, Lu Shuo moved swiftly, arranging a carriage in no time. Just as Song Xiuyu's words faded, another voice emerged. It was Chu Linglong, who had arrived almost immediately after, as if she had received news of Shen Siyin's departure. Chu Linglong was prepared, waving her hand for Tan Shun to step forward and present a red box to Xingru. "These are the things I ought to do. Wouldn't you agree, Your Highness?" Of course, Song Xiuyu recognized her ulterior motives, and his smile dimmed slightly. As she spoke, Shen Siyin did not hesitate to board the carriage and depart. Once she had left, Chu Linglong eagerly approached Song Xiuyu, her demeanor ingratiating. "Your Highness, my sister seems quite arrogant today. Just the other night, she was drinking, and when I went to see her the next day, she was still asleep." To Song Xiuyu, Chu Linglong wore her schemes plainly on her face. Once he had moved away, her smile faltered, and she clenched her teeth in frustration. What does the prince mean by this? Seeing her discontent, Tan Shun hurried to support her. The prince is merely momentarily bewitched by that enchanting concubine. His heart still lies with you. Chu Linglong's expression darkened, her thoughts inscrutable. Despite Shen Siyin being merely a concubine, the distinction between an ordinary family's concubine and that of a regent was stark. The Shen family's actions raised suspicions of disrespect towards Song Xiuyu. Shen Siyin entered the Shen residence with an unruffled demeanor, only to overhear her stepmother, Lu Huizhi, conversing with her father, Shen Shuizhi. However, unbeknownst to them, she had been brought into Song Xiuyu's estate without a word. She would never vie for the prince's affection, so she acquiesced. Yet, this only served to embolden Lu Huizhi's disdain for her, blaming Shen Siyin for thwarting her plans. Upon hearing Lu Huizhi's remarks, Shen Shuizhi merely cast a cold glance in her direction, his expression devoid of warmth. After all, she is still a member of the Shen family. You must not go too far. She is now married to the regent. You must act with discretion, he added thoughtfully. A mere unimportant concubine cannot stir up much trouble. Do not worry, my lord. Lu Huizhi, realizing her words had crossed a line, hastily attempted to soften her tone. Let us be prudent. Do not go too far. Shen Shuizhi chose not to engage further, falling silent. Shen Siyin, overhearing this exchange, recognized it was time to enter, lest her stepmother unleash further grievances before her father. Gently knocking on the door, she cleared her throat. "Father, it is I." As the door opened, Lu Huiji's expression shifted awkwardly upon seeing Shen Siyin, though she quickly regained her composure. Shen Siyin glanced at Shen Siyin, but said nothing. It was evident that Lu Huiji could not tolerate her presence, as every word dripped with sarcasm. As her words fell, Xingru entered with the palace guards, bringing gifts from the carriage. Boxes were arranged in the lobby, and Xingru arrived late. Overhearing Lu Huiji's sarcastic remarks, she promptly instructed the guards to open the boxes one by one. The items from the regent's residence were certainly not of ordinary quality. Lu Huiji gazed at the boxes being unveiled, her eyes sparkling. She had seen fine things before, yet she could tell at a glance that these were extraordinary. Well, Siyin has married and has grown up all at once. Shen Siyin chuckled heartily. In the 25th chapter, My Good Second Mother, seeing Shen Siyi's satisfaction, Shen Siyin felt a sense of relief. She had carefully selected these gifts. Approaching one box, she retrieved an inkstone and presented it before Shen Siyin. "Father, I know you have a fondness for collecting inkstones, and when I saw this one, I thought you would surely appreciate it." Shen Siyin's attentiveness to Shen Siyin stemmed from her current mission of winning over Song Xiuyu. However, in case of any mishaps, the Shen family served as a fallback. As for the oblivious Lu Huiji, she needed to devise a way to reprimand her properly. "You are thoughtful," Shen Siyin remarked. Although he had encountered many fine inkstones, this particular one struck a chord with him, and he regarded Shen Siyin with a newfound warmth. Lu Huiji watched, nearly aghast, having initially assumed that Shen Siyin was merely a minor concubine of the regent. Who would have imagined that the regent's family possessed such wealth, with each casual item being worth its weight in gold? Despite her marriage, Siyin remained considerate of her family. Lu Huiji had long abandoned her previous sharp demeanor, adopting a more amiable smile. Her words clearly indicated her reluctance to indulge Lu Huiji. Lu Huiji cast a troubled glance at the boxes in the lobby, and then at Shen Siyin. The words of refusal lingered on her lips, but were swallowed down. Upon hearing Shen Siyin's words, Shen Siyin's gaze shifted from the inkstone to Lu Huiji, his expression revealing displeasure. "If Siyin wishes for your company, then take her to see it. It is not a significant matter." Lu Huiji led the way in front of Shen Siyin. Every time she attempted to speak, Shen Siyin would avert her gaze, causing Lu Huiji's words to catch in her throat. Just as she was about to step inside, Shen Siyin suddenly exclaimed, "Second mother, I haven't eaten anything on this journey, and the day is growing late. Could you prepare some food for me?" Shen Siyin's request was exceedingly polite, rendering Lu Huiji unable to refuse. Coincidentally, she had not brought any maidservants with her when she came. If she were to prepare food for Shen Siyin, Lu Huiji would have to venture to the small kitchen herself, which felt more like a servant's duty than that of the mistress of the Shen household. Naturally, Shen Siyin was aware of Lu Huiji's sentiments. She discreetly adjusted her red agate hairpin, exclaiming, "Oh dear, this pin is rather heavy. I had mentioned not to wear it when I left, but the Wang Yi insisted I should." At this, Xingru quickly chimed in. "It is because the Wang Yi said you look most exquisite with this pin, and he personally purchased it for you." In just a few exchange words, the master and servant established Shen Siyin's favored status within the regent's residence. Second mother will go to the kitchen and instruct them to prepare something for Siyin. Lu Huiji maintained a smile, yet her words bore an undertone of gritted teeth. Shen Siyin chose not to expose the tension. Watching Lu Huiji busily attending to her tasks while she strolled into the courtyard, Lu Huiji's arrangement for Shen Siyin was not one of personal cooking. She merely had someone fetch some food from the kitchen. Just as she placed shrimp into Shen Siyin's bowl, Xingru swiftly removed it, stating, "Madam, our mistress never eats unpeeled shrimp." Upon finishing her sentence, Xingru utilized a nearby tool to peel a shrimp for Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin offered an apologetic smile to Lu Huiji. "Second mother, I truly apologize. Xingru has grown accustomed to serving me in the Wang Fu." Lu Huiji's smile froze on her face. Although she could not rebuke Shen Siyin, the latter's actions had belittled her, treating her as a servant and then allowing a maidservant to humiliate her. After all, she was Shen Siyin's second mother, not a mere servant to peel shrimp for her. Suddenly, a line of text appeared before Shen Siyin. Lu Huiji's anger level, 20. Congratulations to the host for gaining an additional 50 points. Shen Siyin's eyes brightened at the revelation that provoking Lu Huiji could yield such unexpected benefits, and she found herself tempted to irritate Lu Huiji further. Observing Lu Huiji's smile faltering, she continued to eat without making a move. Once she had eaten her fill, Shen Siyin feigned a sudden realization. "Oh, second mother, why are you still here? I thought you had already left." With her presence so pronounced, it was hard for Lu Huiji to believe Shen Siyin had genuinely not seen her. Lu Huiji felt herself teetering on the edge of fury. She took a deep breath and managed to maintain her previous smile. "I was only reassured once I saw you had finished eating. Second mother, I am quite full now. After a long day in the carriage, I feel a bit fatigued and wish to rest." Shen Siyin's words implied a desire for Lu Huiji to leave. And even if Lu Huiji had wanted to engage in more small talk, the words were stuck in her throat. Lu Huiji awkwardly smiled and did not insist. "Then you should rest well. If you need anything, just let me know." In the 26th chapter, it's just a matter of losing something. As soon as Lu Huiji exited Shen Siyin's room, she could not help but stomp her foot. Shen Siyin's overly polite demeanor had utterly disregarded her presence. Lu Huiji pondered briefly and decided to seek out Shen Siyin in the study. At that moment, Shen Siyin was still engrossed in the inkstone Shen Siyin had gifted him, absent-mindedly toying with it. When Lu Huiji entered, he merely glanced up. "Have you settled everything for Siyin?" "Everything is arranged. I even had someone prepare items for her personally," Lu Huiji replied, her teeth clenched slightly. "What happened?" Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, noting the unusual emotion Lu Huiji displayed. Shen Siyin is acting rather out of line. Though she has married the regent, she is merely a minor concubine. What audacity does she have to flaunt her authority before me? Lu Huiji was aware of the need to appear somewhat vulnerable in front of a man, softening her tone. "How old is she? Why must you stoop to her level?" Shen Siyin gently shook his head, his gaze still fixed on the inkstone. He glanced at Lu Huiji, his eyes chillingly firm. "You must understand who stands behind her now. Consider your own position carefully." Lu Huiji had intended to share her grievances with Shen Siyin, hoping for some comfort. Yet instead, she felt as though she had been reprimanded. Shen Siyin hardly acknowledged her, his focus unwavering on the inkstone gifted by Shen Siyin. In the next moment, another system prompt flashed before her. Lu Huiji's anger level, 10. This unexpected revelation brought Shen Siyin a sense of delight, wondering who might have fanned the flames of Lu Huiji's ire. Gently stroking her chin, Shen Siyin decided against remaining idle within the confines of her room. After some contemplation, she resolved to take a stroll outside. Since her arrival in this world, the Shen residence had merely been a collection of phrases in her mind. Despite the Shen family's reputation as a scholarly lineage, their residence, while not as opulent as the regent's, possessed a unique charm, exuding an air of tranquility. Shen Siyin wandered through the garden, still unaccustomed to its beauty when she heard a heated argument emanating from the pavilion. "What are you doing? We have no relation. Why do you persist in clinging to me?" A familiar male voice compelled Shen Siyin to draw nearer, revealing that the speaker was her elder brother, Shen Huaihua. "Young master, you cannot treat me this way. I truly adore you. Would you not accept me?" Shen Siyin discerned a woman tugging at Shen Huaihua's garments, none other than Miao Tiao, the personal maid of Lu Huiji. It became evident that Miao Tiao had strayed from Lu Huiji's side to entangle her brother. Shen Huaihua, vexed by Miao Tiao's persistence, forcefully disengaged her grasp, yet she relentlessly pursued him. Sensing her brother's predicament, Shen Siyin felt an obligation to assist. She cleared her throat softly, feigning nonchalance as she murmured, "Did father not instruct me to wait for him in the garden? Where could he be?" Upon finishing her sentence, she ambled a few steps toward her brother and Miao Tiao, feigning surprise. "Oh, brother, you are here as well?" Her gaze shifted to Miao Tiao. "Are you not the personal maid by his second mother's side? She has been searching for you. I had not expected you to hide in the garden." Although Shen Siyin's words bore no hint of reproach, Miao Tiao reacted as if she had encountered a cat, darting away from Shen Huaihua. Realizing that she could be caught by Shen Siyin, she hastily bowed to Shen Siyin. "This servant shall seek the madam now. I shan't disturb the young master in Mississippi." With that, Miao Qiao fled as if pursued by unseen forces. Once Miao Qiao was out of sight, Shen Huaihua exhaled deeply, perplexed by her recent fixation on him. His brow furrowed as he brushed the corner of his garment, as if it had been sullied. Shen Siyin shared his suspicion, noting that a personal maid should not stray from her mistress for so long without consequence. If Lu Huizhi harbored no ulterior motives, Shen Siyin found it implausible. However, she refrained from voicing her conjecture, recognizing its speculative nature. Brother, do exercise caution. There are indeed many lurking dangers around you, Shen Siyin subtly admonished, for he was her beloved elder brother. Shen Huaihua pondered her words, then suddenly realized something was amiss. My jade pendant is missing. Do not worry, brother. I shall handle this matter. If Shen Huaihua were to confront it directly, complications could arise. Since she was already married, claiming the jade pendant as her own would bear no repercussions. Shen Huaihua, astute as he was, understood her reasoning. He would not burden his sister further. Shen Siyin summoned everyone within the residence to search for her pendant, turning the Shen household upside down. When Lu Huizhi received news of the commotion, she paused, her annoyance palpable. It is merely a lost item. Why create such a fuss? Is it not simply a matter of purchasing a replacement? Just because one has wed the regent, does she truly believe herself a figure of importance? The incident of the missing jade pendant was neither trivial nor monumental. Yet Shen Siyin was determined not to overlook the machinations aimed at her brother. Lu Huizhi had initially thought it inconsequential, but she never imagined Shen Siyin's inquiries would lead her to Lu Huizhi's own courtyard. As an influx of guards entered Lu Huizhi's domain, her brow furrowed in dismay. What is the meaning of this? These guards, dispatched by Shen Siyin from the regent's residence, were under her command. Lu Huizhi's authority held no sway here. How dare you? I am the madam of the Shen family. You cannot behave so recklessly in my quarters. Lu Huizhi was taken aback by Shen Siyin's audacity. Your lost item is none of my concern. Do you expect me, an elder, to covet a trinket belonging to a younger? Lu Huizhi slammed her hand upon the table, her frustration boiling over. Call Shen Siyin to me. I wish to hear her explanation. Just as Lu Huizhi began her tirade, Shen Siyin arrived at her courtyard, raising an eyebrow at Lu Huizhi's ire. What troubles you, second mother? I am merely searching for a misplaced item within the residence. Searching? Lu Huizhi scoffed, momentarily disregarding Shen Siyin's stature. If you have lost something, simply look for it in your own quarters. There is no need to disturb my peace. As Shen Siyin prepared to retort, Lu Huizhi continued, the respect shown to you by the Shen household should not be misinterpreted as an invitation for disorder. Consider your own standing before acting. Shen Siyin's insistence on a search was a direct affront to Lu Huizhi's dignity, and she could scarcely contain her indignation. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Huaihua had also arrived, a smile gracing his lips as he seemingly brushed aside Lu Huizhi's remarks. What is this? Sister Siyin is the eldest daughter of the Shen family. She may do as she pleases. If she wishes to turn the household upside down today, let it be so. Shen Huaihua's presence rendered Lu Huizhi momentarily flustered. While she could assert her dominance over Shen Siyin, she dared not challenge Shen Huaihua. I spoke out of concern. As an elder, I naturally wish for her well. However, her ruckus here may tarnish her reputation. Should the regent take issue, it could prove troublesome. With Shen Huaihua's intervention, Lu Huizhi could not afford to oppose him further, allowing Shen Siyin's search to proceed unimpeded. In no time, the search yielded Shen Huaihua's jade pendant from Miao Qiao's chamber. Upon its discovery, Miao Qiao was promptly apprehended, believing she had concealed it effectively, only to find herself ensnared by the vigilant eyes of Shen Siyin's subordinates. She had thought the search was genuinely for Shen Siyin's belongings, unaware it was a strategic diversion. Despair flickered in Miao Qiao's eyes, and in a moment of desperation, she knelt before Lu Huizhi. Madam, save me. Please, save me. Shen Siyin, resolute, would not grant Miao Qiao an opportunity for redemption. With the evidence in hand, the truth became glaringly apparent. She summoned Shen Siyin, as well as the remaining members of the Shen family, for this matter required proper resolution, given Miao Qiao's close ties to Lu Huizhi. Miao Qiao likely intended to leverage her hold on her brother's pendant to escalate matters, seeking to entangle Shen Huaihua further. The tardy arrival of Shen Siyin revealed his knowledge of the unfolding situation. His expression darkened as he considered the implications of a mere maid jeopardizing the future of the Shen family. Who orchestrated this scheme against the young master? Shen Siyin's gaze bore down upon Miao Tiao, an icy glare laced with menace. I am but a servant, a mere admirer of the young master. No one directed me. I only wished to keep a token of affection. Miao Tiao, overwhelmed by the scrutiny, felt her composure shatter. Tears streaming down her face as her words became a fragmented plea. Miao Tiao has revealed her own actions. Although she did not mention Lu Huizhi, she is nonetheless associated with her. Shen Siyin cast a glance at Lu Huizhi, silencing her as she was about to speak. Theft is a grave offense, and it was likely that after receiving 30 lashes, Miao Tiao would be sold off. Such trivial matters were not typically for Shen Siyin to handle. But given the involvement of Shen Huaigua, leniency was out of the question. Lu Huizhi watched helplessly as Miao Tiao was dragged away, her anguished cries faintly reaching her ears. Regardless of the circumstances, Miao Tiao was her personal maid, yet Shen Siyin showed her no mercy. Lu Huizhi's expression was one of distress, and there was a hint of hostility in her gaze towards Shen Siyin. It was indeed a failing on the part of this second mother, as her maid harbored improper intentions towards Huaigua. Since Xiaoyin married into the regent's household, she has been indulging in wine daily, inciting the prince's displeasure. Her words were veiled, yet clearly aimed at Shen Siyin, for how could a maid be linked to her? Shen Siyin, however, remained unperturbed and merely smiled, stating that her actions were entirely sanctioned by the prince, who had not voiced any objections. Thus, why should outsiders meddle? As her words lingered, a glint of sharpness appeared in Shen Xiaoyin's eyes. Was it that in the eyes of second mother, the prince's opinion held no weight? Upon realizing her misstep, Lu Huizhi prepared to amend her words when Shen Huaigua interjected. Since Xiaoyin was already married, second mother ought to refrain from assuming the role of an elder. It was acceptable to discuss such matters within the estate, but if word reached the prince, Shen Huaigua left the rest unsaid. Yet Lu Huizhi broke out in a cold sweat, having spoken out of turn in her anger, completely forgetting that Shen Xiaoyin was now connected to the regent. In the aftermath, Shen Siyin observed silently, refraining from reproaching Shen Xiaoyin or Shen Huaigua, as the situation had already been resolved and the crowd dispersed. The once crowded courtyard now had but a few souls remaining, and even Lu Huizhi, recognizing her inability to contend with Shen Xiaoyin, turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity, Shen Huayin approached, her gaze towards Shen Huaigua filled with admiration, her cheeks flushed. She glanced at Lu Huizhi's departing figure and then back at Shen Huaigua. Shen Huayin, the daughter of Lu Huizhi, had always found it challenging to relate to Shen Xiaoyin, as her mind was filled with complexities and she preferred not to engage with such individuals. Noticing an unusual glint in Shen Huayin's eyes as she looked at her brother, Shen Xiaoyin instinctively stepped forward, blocking her line of sight. What business do you have with my brother? A note of wariness tinged Shen Xiaoyin's voice, as she sensed Shen Huayin was up to something. Shen Huayin pursed her lips, her eyes reflecting innocence. Sister, I merely wish to speak privately with elder brother for a moment. Is that permissible? Is not permissible. Shen Xiaoyin remained unmoved, crossing her arms defensively, her expression wary. Speak openly. Xiaoyin is not an outsider, and she is privy to all my affairs. Shen Huaigua affectionately ruffled Shen Xiaoyin's hair, dismissing Shen Huayin entirely. Rubbing her fingers against the hem of her garment, Shen Huayin seemed to summon great resolve, pulling out a sachet she had crafted herself. Brother, this is a sachet I made, and I intended to gift it to you. I am afraid I have no need for your sachet. Before Shen Huayin could finish her sentence, Shen Huaigua decisively rejected her, placing emphasis on the words you made. His rejection brought tears to Shen Huayin's eyes, her expression one of speechlessness, almost evoking Shen Xiaoyin's sympathy, yet Shen Huaigua remained unaffected. In the future, focus on your studies at the academy. Such endeavors are best avoided, as they waste time. His words were blunt, leaving Shen Huayin feeling humiliated as she stomped her foot and fled. Elder brother. This Shen Xiaoyin regarded Shen Huayin's retreating form, momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be that Shen Huayin harbored inappropriate feelings for her brother? You have grown considerably, and it pleases me. Since the loss of his jade pendant, Shan Huaigua had observed Shen Xiaoyin's mature handling of matters, viewing her with newfound respect. Yet, he questioned what grievances she had endured within the confines of the prince's residence. In his view, the backyards of affluent families were treacherous, and Shen Xiaoyin's transformation made him wonder how long she had been subjected to bullying before learning to guard herself. Listening to his brother's concern, Shen Xiaoyin felt an urge to weep. While others perceived her as formidable, only her brother cared whether she had suffered. Brother, Shen Xiaoyin suppressed her tears, shaking her head. She did not want to burden the atmosphere with such heaviness. I have recently been studying flora. Do you possess any rare seeds? With little else to occupy her time, cultivating plants provided her with tranquility. She gazed into the distance, wishing to conceal her emotions from Shen Huaigua. Considering Shen Xiaoyin's transformation, Shen Huaigua nodded. Indeed, she had become notably composed. I happen to have some seeds. I was uncertain of their purpose, but seems they will be of use to you. Shen Huaigua laughed heartily, suggesting she accompany him to his quarters. His residence was not far from hers, and soon they arrived. With the seeds in hand, Shen Xiaoyin's spirits visibly lifted. Once I cultivate them, I shall have someone deliver a few pots of flowers to you, brother. She was eager, noting the rarity of the seeds. These flowers cannot simply grow with water. After a while, I will send you some books to study. Do not squander these seeds. Shen Huaigua had always indulged his sister, and fulfilling her wishes was easy. Holding the rare seeds, Shen Xiaoyin felt her mood brighten considerably. Though there were individuals she wished to avoid in the Shen residence, there were also moments of joy. However, her elation came to an abrupt halt upon entering her courtyard. She could not tell if it was her sensitivity, but the atmosphere felt off. The courtyard appeared serene, and after waiting a while, no one arrived. Her brow furrowed tightly as she treaded cautiously, yet upon reaching her door, nothing seemed amiss. She opened her room's door and surveyed the interior. Something is amiss. When she left, there had been no one inside, yet now there was an unmistakable figure on her bed. If no one had meddled, Shen Xiaoyin could hardly believe it herself. Uncertain of who had orchestrated this little ruse, she found it somewhat amusing. The trap had been set, so she decided to play along. Entering her room, she closed the door, but before she could approach the figure on the bed, a knock sounded at the door. Shen Xiaoyin hesitated, waiting for the person outside to speak. Xiaoyin, I just heard that an assassin entered your room. I have come to rescue you. Do not worry. Lu Huiji's voice rang out from outside, and in that moment, Shen Xiaoyin realized who the instigator was, surprised at how quickly Lu Huiji had acted. In the brief span of time, arrangements had already been made for someone to enter her chamber. Siyin, are you all right? If you don't open the doors soon, we shall have no choice but to enter. Lu Huiji deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that everyone could hear her clearly. Chapter 29. The first step to wealth. It must be said that Lu Huiji had indeed invested significantly this time. Shen Siyin was astonished to discover that her residence housed so many guards. Siyin, are you okay? After entering, Lu Huiji rushed towards Shen Siyin, eager to see who lay upon the bed. However, before she could make a move, Shan Shuiji had appeared at the doorway. In contrast to Lu Huiji, Shen Shuiji exhibited a far greater intelligence. Given that Shen Siyin was now associated with Song Xiuyu, should anything untoward occur, the Shen family would certainly face dire consequences. Therefore, upon learning that Lu Huiji had mobilized numerous guards within the estate, he hastened to Shen Siyin's side. Fearing that Lu Huiji might harm her, wishing to intervene swiftly, yet he found himself a step too late. With Shen Shuiji's arrival, Lu Huiji naturally refrained from acting recklessly in his presence, stepping back obediently to stand beside him without further movement. After all, there was indeed a stranger lying in Shen Siyin's bed, and she could not fathom how, amidst the public eye, a man would emerge from Shen Siyin's chamber and still expect Song Xiuyu to desire her afterward. Siyin, bring that person into the study. It is too crowded here. Shan Shuiji wished to preserve Shen Siyin's dignity. No need. I merely came to visit Siyin and did not anticipate such a grand affair. The covers of the bed were suddenly thrown aside, revealing none other than Song Xiuyu himself. Lu Huiji had only seen him a few times and momentarily failed to recognize him. But Shen Shuiji identified him immediately, his voice tinged with apprehension and uncertainty, while Song Xiuyu remained unyielding, raising an eyebrow. You brought so many people. Do you intend to take my life? Song Xiaoyu spoke without courtesy, needing no regard for Shen Siyin. His mere presence exuded an imposing aura. Upon hearing Shen Siyi's address of Song Xiaoyu, Lu Huiji finally realized the true identity of the man standing before her, a genuine prince. She had almost dared to call for the head of the reigning regent. The mere thought of such a possibility made Lu Huiji's legs weaken as she cast a pleading glance at Shen Siyin. She had never imagined that her plan to orchestrate a scene to use against Shen Siyin would lead to the actual arrival of Song Xiaoyu. Siyin came to the Shen estate. I was rather occupied during the day and did not accompany her. Having concluded my affairs this evening, I wish to see Siyin, yet you have presented me with such a surprise. Song Xiaoyu spoke in a calm tone, leaving his emotions ambiguous. Surely, you do not believe my temper is so mild? My people are not to be trifled with. A sharp glint flickered in Song Xiaoyu's gaze, causing Lu Huiji to avert her eyes. Seeing Lu Huiji's reaction, Shen Siyin understood that this was likely all a scheme of hers, with the intended man having become Song Xiaoyu by mere coincidence. This woman was truly more hindrance than help. However, the current situation was not the time for reckoning with Lu Huiji. Shen Siyin forced a smile and stepped forward, only to see Song Xiaoyu retreat a step, leaving him awkwardly standing still. Your Highness, we were merely concerned that an assassin had infiltrated the estate. We feared for Siyin's safety and came to investigate. Shen Siyin had listened carefully to Lu Huiji's excuses and found them convenient to employ now. Of course, merely explaining was insufficient. Noting the softening of Song Xiaoyu's expression, he added, Siyin is our treasured jewel. We feared for her safety and wished to avoid any unfortunate incidents, lest we fail to account to you. Song Xiaoyu cast a cold glance at Shen Siyin, but chose not to lay further blame, thus allowing this matter to pass. His words publicly affirmed Shen Siyin as his own, a protective declaration that stirred a wave of emotion within her. Lu Huiji's expression flickered with reluctance, though she skillfully concealed it and hastily flattered Song Xiaoyu. Your Highness, this is your first visit to our Shen estate. We have not entertained you properly. Allow me to show you and Siyin around. Her suggestion quickly eased the tension in the room, prompting Shen Siyin to interject, Indeed, Your Highness. This would provide you with insight into Siyin's upbringing. With their attitudes shifting, Lu Huiji felt relieved. As long as they did not dwell on today's events, the Shen family would remain unscathed. Leaning closer to Shen Siyin, she whispered, Is it because the Shen estate's artificial mountain is vast that you enjoy playing hide and seek there? His words made Shen Siyin realize his insinuation, her pupils widening in surprise. She wished to retort but glanced at Lu Huiji beside her, ultimately choosing silence, only able to glare fiercely at Song Xiaoyu. Song Xiaoyu favorability 10, host points 10,000. Suddenly, she found herself in a fortuitous position. Chapter 30. Even a rough face can find nourishment. Originally disinterested in touring the Shen estate, upon hearing that Song Xiaoyu's favorability towards her had risen, Shen Siyin's eyes sparkled with newfound enthusiasm. Her previous points were 9,900, and with the addition of 10,000, her score had shifted from negative to positive. Shen Siyin had thought she would bear the burden of so much debt for an extended period. Yet who could have predicted that within such a brief encounter with Song Xiaoyu, her points would turn favorable? Song Xiaoyu was indeed a benevolent figure. Before, Shen Siyin lacked the motivation to strive forward, but if points could be accrued so readily from Song Xiaoyu, she could entirely transform from a serf into a master. Her spirits soared, yet joy turned to despair as she suddenly misstepped on a staircase, losing her balance. Oh no, I hope I'm not falling face first. I quite like my face. Shen Siyin sensed her inability to control her descent, praying for the best outcome. However, after a moment, she did not feel the anticipated collision with the ground. Instead, she landed securely in an embrace. Tentatively opening her eyes, she discovered herself in Song Xiaoyu's arms. Shen Siyin blinked innocently, having seemingly witnessed a smile from Song Xiaoyu, a surprising sight, as his stoic figure appeared to smile pleasantly. Their interaction did not go unnoticed by Lu Huiji, who coughed lightly, attempting to remind them to be mindful of their surroundings. She assumed Song Xiuyu would surely assist Shen Siyin out of respect for her, yet he remained unmoving. Fortunately, Lu Huiji herself reacted swiftly, regaining her composure, though an awkward smile graced her features, leaving her speechless. Shen Siyin struggled a little, feeling somewhat out of sorts. When she heard Song Xiuyu whisper in her ear, "If you wish to avoid giving your second mother a reason to laugh, it would be best not to think of breaking free." His words struck at the heart of the matter, effectively quieting the initially reluctant Shen Siyin. "There are still matters to attend to. I've already been out for quite some time today," he added, offering her a gentle smile. To an outsider, it might seem as if the relationship between Song Xiuyu and Shen Siyin was exceptionally cordial. Now that Siyin is married, I seldom have the opportunity to see her. Today's meeting is already a source of satisfaction for me. Yet as elders, we long for our younger generation to remain by our side just a little longer. And then a little longer still. Lu Huiji grasped Shen Siyin's hand, her words dripping with affection. Had it not been for her prior schemes against Shen Siyin, one might have been easily deceived by her demeanor. "My lord, please do not rush to leave. We have prepared some gifts for you. Although our Shen residence may not compare to your royal palace, it is a token of our heartfelt intentions." With that, Lu Huiji signaled her attendants to fetch the gifts. However, as soon as she sent someone off, she realized she had never intended to give Shen Siyin a gift. Sending someone to retrieve it might lead to confusion. With this thought in mind, Lu Huiji decided to accompany the servant to the storeroom, unwilling to trust anyone else with the task. Shen Huayin, the sheltered young lady of the Shen family, had rarely encountered men from outside and had attended few banquets. Upon seeing Song Xiuyu, she was momentarily at a loss regarding his identity. His striking features and noble demeanor captivated her heart instantly. "Greetings, young sir. I am a young lady of the Shen family. Might you have business at our doorstep? If it is convenient, I may be able to assist you." Despite Shen Siyin standing right beside Song Xiuyu, Shen Huayin seemed to instinctively overlook her, her gaze solely focused on Song Xiuyu. No matter how many signals her accompanying maid sent her way, Shen Huayin pretended not to see them. Upon hearing such an impudent remark, Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow. But before he could respond, Shen Siyin interjected, "Sister, you must not be disrespectful in front of the Lord." At her words, Shen Huayin appeared to awaken from a dream. Suddenly noticing Shen Siyin beside her, "Sister, I did not realize you were here." To her surprise, this young gentleman was none other than the current regent prince, and she felt embarrassed for her earlier rudeness. Shen Huayin curtsied to Song Xiuyu, looking quite demure and graceful. Shen Siyin felt somewhat speechless. Her sister truly did not regard her with any respect, which was no wonder she acted with such bravado. After all, Shen Siyin was merely a concubine to Song Xiuyu, and according to custom, it was not appropriate to refer to him as brother-in-law. However, Song Xiuyu did not refute the title, tacitly accepting it. Shen Huayin observed Song Xiuyu's lack of response, her heart aflame with jealousy, yet she still managed to curtsy and enter the residence. Fearing that lingering any longer would cause her envy to erupt, she could not comprehend how Shen Siyin, a mere concubine, could act so audaciously. Sooner or later, she would become Song Xiuyu's primary wife, and at that point, Shen Siyin would see just how much she could flaunt her status before her. Usually, she was helped into the carriage by Xingru, but today she gritted her teeth and resolved to ascend alone. Yet, without any support, she suddenly lost focus and lost her balance. In Chapter 31, Shen Siyin thought of numerous possibilities, feeling that today was truly unlucky. For how could one fall twice in a single day? This is disastrous. Song Xiuyu will surely believe I did this on purpose. What if he does not help me up? If I fall from the carriage, could I sustain a concussion? Countless thoughts raced through her mind. But Song Xiuyu was quick to catch her. "Be careful when getting into the carriage. It is not every time that this prince will be here to assist you." Although he spoke reproachfully, there was no hint of blame in his tone. Shen Siyin felt a bit embarrassed, scratching her head, and instinctively attempted to distance herself from him. But they were still within the carriage. As she hurried to rise, she bumped her head against the roof of the carriage. "Look at your clumsy antics. Should I fetch a physician for your head?" Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, shaking his head in mild exasperation. His words were clearly filled with concern. Yet to Shen Siyin's ears, they sounded like a reprimand. "My lord, do not think that I do not understand your scolding. My head does not need a doctor. She placed her hands on her hips, maintaining a distance even while seated in the carriage, her expression one of indignation, which amused Song Xiuyu. The sudden system notification left Shen Siyin bewildered. She had just been at odds with Song Xiuyu, and now she felt a pang of regret for her careless words, wondering how her favorability rating had increased. Curiosity piqued, she opened her points tally, only to find that her score had not only shifted from negative to positive, but had also soared to 5,637 thanks to Song Xiuyu's support. The carriage had not traveled far before arriving at the royal palace. As soon as Shen Siyin alighted, she dashed away, fearing being caught by Song Xiuyu. However, he did not pursue her, observing her lack of decorum without comment. The sky had darkened considerably, and Shen Siyin could not bring herself to ask Xingru to help her prepare the bed, allowing her to retire for the night. Yet, the insistent system refused to let her sleep easily. Just as she settled in, the familiar notification chimed in her mind once more. Detection of Song Xiuyu in close proximity. A hidden mission is about to commence. Shen Siyin took 3 seconds to process this task. How could this hidden mission be so vague, lacking details about time and place? This system was far too convenient. Had she been the Shen Siyin of yesterday, troubled over her points, she might have eagerly set out to complete the task. But today, she was different. With ample points in her possession, she felt emboldened and resolved to prioritize sleep above all else. With a rebellious spirit, she regarded the bed with disdain, opting not to make it and simply lying down to rest. If Song Xiuyu did not seek her out, all would be well. If he did come and found her asleep, surely nothing would come of it. However, events did not unfold as Shen Siyin had imagined. Just as she began to settle in, the door to her room was forcefully kicked open. Who? Having previously endured Lu Huiji's machinations at the Shen residence, she remained on high alert. Who had the audacity to intrude upon the royal palace? As she spoke, her gaze turned towards the door, and to her relief, it was none other than Song Xiuyu who had barged in. With a sigh of relief, she felt reassured that it was not a stranger. Even so, Shen Siyin instinctively hesitated to rise. Yet, the system seemed to sense her reluctance and bombarded her mind with warning sounds. Host detected as unmotivated. Should the host fail to take prompt action, the system will impose penalties. Initially intending to delay, the mention of punishment jolted Shen Siyin upright from her bed. The system had the capability to control her body directly, and who knew what penalties awaited her beyond mere physical exercises. Shen Siyin exhaled softly, just as she rose. She noticed Song Xiuyu approaching her. Even before he drew near, she caught a strong whiff of alcohol emanating from him. It seemed that Song Xiuyu had indulged a little too much, his steps unsteady. Upon seeing Shen Siyin, he stumbled slightly, and had she not reached out to catch him, he likely would have fallen. Your Highness, today you have saved me twice, and I have supported you once. Let us consider this a matter settled. Shen Siyin harbored lingering resentment over Song Xiuyu's earlier remark about her intellect. His imposing stature made it quite a challenge for her to assist him onto the bed. Just as she prepared to release her hold, she noticed that he still clutched a jar of wine. Your Highness, with your remarkable tolerance for alcohol, how is it that you find yourself inebriated today? Shen Siyin took the jar from his grasp and, upon inhaling its aroma, felt a slight lightheadedness. In hindsight, she recalled that she had urged Song Xiuyu to drink, intending to intoxicate him. Yet it was she who became tipsy merely from the scent. This incident had led to misunderstandings the following day, branding her as someone who had overslept due to excessive drinking. The true instigator of this debacle was none other than Song Xiuyu. The more she contemplated it, the more anger welled within her. Gazing at Song Xiuyu sprawled on the bed, she felt no inclination to assist him further. However, it would not do to leave him here unattended. She resolved that he could occupy the bed while she took the outer couch for herself. Her thoughts were not lost on Song Xiuyu, who effortlessly pulled her back onto the bed with a firm grip. Chapter 32. She, who dares offend you. Previously, Shen Siyin had maintained a certain distance from Song Xiuyu, but now they were uncomfortably close. When pulled by him, she found herself lying atop him, causing her to spring back in shock. She patted her chest, feeling her heart race uncontrollably, her face aflame with embarrassment. Shen Siyin even felt a wave of warmth enveloping her. Attempting to fan herself for relief, Her gaze darted around the room. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" Taking a deep breath, she once again glanced at Song Xiuyu, realizing he was merely a drunken fool, long since unconscious. There was no sense in holding a grudge against him. As time slipped away, she wished to avoid disturbing Xingru, and was disinclined to prepare a hangover remedy for Song Xiuyu. After all, there was warm water in the room. She could make do with that. With this thought, she poured a cup of warm water and approached Song Xiuyu's bedside, her heart fluttering nervously, recalling how he had just drawn her to him. Tentatively, she leaned over and saw that Song Xiuyu remained on the bed, his eyes shut, unresponsive. Only then did she dare to approach. Had it not been for the system in her mind, she might have forsaken him entirely to sleep on the outer couch. Sighing deeply, she summoned all her strength to prop Song Xiuyu up, bringing the water to his lips, encouraging him to drink. Once she observed him finish the cup, she let out a sigh of relief. After all, Song Xiuyu was an adult male, and aiding him in drinking had required considerable effort on her part. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. After she had succumbed to intoxication from the wine's scent, Song Xiuyu had simply abandoned her there. Thus, her efforts to feed him water were indeed generous. With a huff, she shifted him slightly, carving out a space for herself on the bed, disregarding whether he was comfortable as she lay down. Although intoxicated, Song Xiuyu retained a semblance of awareness. He could perceive everything Shen Siyin did and the emotions swirling within her. Upon feeling her settle beside him without a word, he sensed a profound sense of defeat wash over him, alone in the dark. That day had been exhausting. Once Shen Siyin lay down, she felt her limbs grow heavy and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chu Linglong huffed, gripping her cup tightly. Shen Siyin was quite the capable one. "My lady, do not be vexed. After all, she is but a concubine and has no right to trample upon your authority." Tan Chun hurried to placate Chu Linglong, having noticed her foul mood, fearing that the ire would be directed at her. Chu Linglong shot Tan Chun a cold glance, her eyes flashing with intensity. In the next moment, she swept all the teacups from the table to the floor. What do you know? Shen Siyin is no longer merely holding leverage over her. But if she has grown close to Song Xiuyu, the potential dangers are immense. "My lady, why be angry? What is there to be upset about? Currently, there is no princess in the Wangfu. You are the paramount figure here. Subduing a mere concubine is as simple as crushing an ant." A venomous glint flickered in Tan Chun's eyes as a new plan formulated in her mind. Since the lady deemed Shen Siyin unworthy of her attention, she would take matters into her own hands. Chu Linglong lifted her gaze to Tan Chun, her expression returning to normal, as if she had not just lost control of her emotions. "Then it shall be left to you." With a nod from Chu Linglong, Tan Chun took her entourage to Shen Siyin's courtyard. At that moment, the door to Shen Siyin's quarters remained tightly shut, and she ordered her people to kick it open. Xingru, hearing the commotion, hurried out. Upon seeing Tan Chun, her brow furrowed tightly. "Tan Chun, what business do you have? My lady is still resting inside. Why this disturbance?" The previous incident where Tan Chun had barged in unannounced had taught Xingru a lesson. She discreetly signaled the guards to protect the door, to prevent Tan Chun from intruding again. "My lady? Just a mere concubine, yet she dares to call herself a lady." Tan Chun crossed her arms, contempt evident in her gaze, unable to tolerate Xingru's demeanor. The sun is already high. Shen Siyin cannot still be asleep. Such laziness is unfit for serving the prince. Tan Chun disregarded the guards at the door, having brought a considerable number of people with her. "Bring down this door. I want to see who dares to stop me today. What is happening?" Xingru was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that her lady could not endure such humiliation. She had retired early the previous night, unaware that Song Xiuyu was resting inside. She attempted to intervene, but Tan Chun's subordinates forcibly pushed her aside and kicked the door open. As the ruckus continued outside, Shen Siyin and Song Xiuyu were stirred awake. Initially, Shen Siyin considered stepping out to investigate, but Song Xiuyu held her back. Previously, he had heard Lu Shuo mention Tan Chun's audacity in frequently troubling Shen Siyin. He was eager to witness the extent of her arrogance, particularly as it encroached upon him. As Tan Chun's people kicked the door open, she entered triumphantly, a broad smile on her face, only for her gaze to land on the bed and meet Song Xiuyu's eyes. Tan Chun's smile froze, her legs trembling as she stammered. Your Highness? With a raised eyebrow, Song Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes. You still recognize me as your Highness? A mere glance at the throng of guards behind Tan Chun caused them all to kneel in unison. Your Highness, I have erred. I came to awaken Lord Shun for breakfast, and it is indeed late. I fear that Lord Shin's health may suffer from hunger. Tan Chun harbors a deep-seated fear of Song Xiaoyu. Her head bowed low, not daring to meet his gaze, and she can only continue to explain. Chapter 33. 100 horse manure buckets can still be filled. I recall that you are not one of the Siyin people. Why should you, an outsider, meddle in the affairs of Siyin courtyard? Song Xiaoyu rose directly from his bed, slightly adjusting his collar. It is said that this is not your first time behaving in such a manner. Has your master sent you here? Song Xiaoyu's gaze toward Tan Chun held no trace of emotion. To speak frankly, you know my temperament. This matter has nothing to do with the side consort. It was entirely my initiative. I cannot abide Lord Shun's arrogance stemming from his favored status. While speaking, Tan Chun bowed her head to Song Xiaoyu, vowing that there would be no next time and pleading for him to spare her. Had Tan Chun known in advance that Song Xiaoyu was in Shen Siyin's chamber, she would have certainly refrained from this encounter. And now she is filled with regret. Song Xiaoyu paid no mind to Tan Chun, who was still pleading nearby, instead directing his gaze toward Shen Siyin. How do you wish to deal with her? Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, surprised that Song Xiaoyu would entrust her with the authority to decide the fate of this matter. Tan Chun had repeatedly overstepped her bounds and had intruded into her courtyard for the second time. If Song Xiaoyu had not been present today, one could only speculate what actions might have been taken. However, one must consider the master when punishing a dog. After all, Chu Linglong is the side consort of the royal household. To truly act against Tan Chun would be to disregard Chu Linglong's standing. While Chu Linglong may not hold much weight, any decisive action taken by Shen Siyin could be interpreted as a declaration of war against her, which she would prefer to avoid. If there is to be reckoning with Chu Linglong, it would be best left to Song Xiaoyu himself. Shen Siyin pondered that Song Xiaoyu surely understood this reasoning, which is why he left this trivial matter for her to resolve. This left Shen Siyin in a bit of a quandary, until suddenly she recalled the incident of Tan Chun pouring manure water in her courtyard. Since there were several new horses in the manor today, with no one attending to the manure, why not have Tan Chun take care of it? This seemingly innocuous punishment would, in fact, demand considerable time and effort, posing a significant psychological challenge for Tan Chun. With Song Xiaoyu present, Tan Chun's discontent would have to be accepted. The matter was finally settled. Song Xiaoyu observed Shen Siyin, who appeared relieved and found it somewhat amusing. In the future, they would likely refrain from provoking you. With other matters to attend to, Song Xiaoyu did not linger with Shen Siyin for long. After tidying up the flowers and plants in her courtyard, Shen Siyin felt a surge of curiosity and decided to check on Tan Chun's progress with the manure buckets. Xing Ru, aware of Shen Siyin's intention, attempted to dissuade her, asserting that the task was exceedingly filthy and not worth her attention. Yet, seeing Tan Chun's previously haughty demeanor now humbled, Shen Siyin could not resist the temptation to witness her misfortune. She thought perhaps this would elevate Tan Chun's anger levels, potentially adding to her own score. Had it not been for the burden of the point system she carried, she would not have cared whether Tan Chun lived or died. Upon her arrival, she found Tan Chun diligently washing the manure buckets. Having learned from Song Xiaoyu's earlier reprimand, Tan Chun dared not show any disrespect and greeted Shen Siyin with a bow. The stark contrast between her current submissiveness and her previous arrogance brought a sense of satisfaction to Xing Ru, who found it quite gratifying to witness Tan Chun's comeuppance. Shen Siyin merely wished to ascertain whether Tan Chun was slacking off and intended to garner some spiteful satisfaction, seeing her so obediently at work. She decided not to create any unnecessary difficulties. Chu Linglong had initially felt embarrassed by her maid's punishment at the hands of Shen Siyin, yet she did not wish to lower herself in front of Shen Siyin. Sister, Tan Chun has indeed erred, and it was inappropriate for her to offend the prince. However, this punishment seems rather excessive. Now that Tan Chun recognizes her mistake, perhaps we can let her off with just the manure buckets. Chu Linglong's plea was not entirely genuine. After all, Tan Chun had been her companion for many years, and adapting to a new servant would be challenging. Additionally, once Tan Chun had washed the manure buckets, she would carry an unpleasant odor, making it uncomfortable for Chu Linglong to keep her nearby. Sister, what do you mean? It is not my desire to punish Tan Shun. This is the prince's command, and I would not dare to question his decisions. Chu Linglong, with her feigned innocence, attempted to present herself as a victim. Shen Siyin had little intention of sparing Tan Shun, and now she could not be blamed for her lack of mercy. Suddenly, Shen Siyin appeared to recall something, exclaiming, "Oh yes, the prince mentioned that Tan Shun must clean 100 manure buckets. Sister, please ensure she completes this task, lest the prince become angry." Having said this, Shen Siyin smiled sweetly at Chu Linglong before turning to leave, leaving Chu Linglong standing in place, stamping her foot in frustration. Once they were a distance away, Xingru leaned closer to Shen Siyin and whispered, "My lady, you were truly impressive just now." The side consort clearly could not express her anger. "Those who do not offend me, I shall not offend in turn." It was they who first overstepped their bounds. Shen Siyin maintained a calm demeanor. Thankfully, within Song Xiuyu's inner court, it was only she and Chu Linglong. Otherwise, managing too many women would be overwhelming. Upon returning to her courtyard, Shen Siyin reflected on the events of the previous night, feeling a sense of trepidation regarding Song Xiuyu's unexpected presence in her quarters. She worried about what might happen if he were to appear again while she was engaged in some private activity. "Xingru, perhaps we should create a wind chime to hang at the entrance." Shen Siyin mused, stroking her chin, realizing that this might be the only way to remain aware of any disturbances in her courtyard. Xingru had no objections. Once Shen Siyin expressed her idea, she quickly gathered materials for the wind chime. Creating the wind chime was simple in concept, yet challenging in execution. Shen Siyin spent an entire afternoon completing it. Looking at her crafted wind chime hanging at the entrance, she felt a surge of pride. "My skills are rather commendable, are they not? This wind chime complements my courtyard beautifully. How could anything made by my lady be inferior? No one else could create such an exquisite piece." Xingru praised her, despite not knowing the true purpose of the wind chime. Chapter 34. Song Xiuyu might as well kill me directly. "Xingru, your words are quite flattering lately." Shen Siyin chuckled at Xingru's compliments, shaking her head in mild exasperation. "My lady, I merely speak the truth," Xingru replied, adjusting the position of the wind chime. "It is getting late. Are you hungry? Shall I call someone to bring the meal?" Xingru's suggestion prompted Shen Siyin to realize her own stomach was grumbling. The kitchen had already prepared the meal, and upon hearing Shen Siyin's request, they hurriedly brought it to her. After spending the afternoon focused on crafting the wind chime, Shen Siyin found the meal, which was quite ordinary, to be extraordinarily delicious today. Perhaps hunger had heightened her appreciation, for she ate rapidly, disregarding any concerns for her image. Just as she was engrossed in her meal, she heard Xingru's somewhat awkward cough. As she was about to inquire about it, she heard Xingru's panicked voice. "My lady, the prince is coming. You should stop eating for now." "What do you mean?" Was momentarily taken aback, choking slightly on her food. What brought Song Xiuyu to seek her out so unexpectedly? Could it be that he had learned of her decision to impose a heavier punishment on Tan Shun? Yet, even if he did know, surely he would not hold it against her. As she pondered the reason for Song Xiuyu's sudden visit, he had already entered the courtyard. Xingru performed a formal greeting, her voice slightly louder than usual, as if to remind Shen Siyin that the servant had come to see the prince. Although Song Xiuyu rarely visited Shen Siyin's courtyard, Lu Shuo reported the happenings of her quarters to him daily, and it was indeed unusual for her to be dining at this hour. With Song Xiuyu having pointed this out, Shen Siyin found it difficult to fabricate an excuse, and thus confessed that she had been preoccupied with making wind chimes, inadvertently losing track of time. Shen Siyin's gaze wandered, unable to meet Song Xiuyu's. Each time she glanced at him, her mind would involuntarily conjure the image of his pulling her into his embrace the night before. Unaware of her unease, Song Xiuyu moved closer, his attention drawn to her mention of wind chimes. They were indeed well crafted. What had prompted her sudden interest? Shen Siyin inwardly retorted that it was merely a precaution against his unexpected arrival, having deliberately placed a bell to alert her. Nevertheless, she maintained a gentle smile, genuinely finding the wind chimes quite lovely. The contrast between her internal musings and her outward demeanor amused Song Xiuyu, who felt compelled to tease her further, suggesting that he should take the wind chime as a gift. "Huh?" Shen Siyin looked up, bewildered. her heart sinking as she realized the effort she had put into crafting the chime could so easily be taken away. Pretending not to understand, she inquired if the prince had dined yet, noting that the kitchen had prepared excellent dishes. I said, "Your wind chime is exquisite. You should gift it to me." Song Xiuyu reiterated, unfazed. Unable to bear the situation any longer, Shen Siyin hastily feigned ignorance, instructing Xingru to clear the dishes, claiming she was full. After issuing her command, she suddenly recalled the presence of another and addressed him. "Prince, it is getting late, and I feel rather tired. Is there anything else you require?" Shen Siyin herself was unaware of the audacity that had led her to speak so boldly to Song Xiuyu. He suppressed a laugh, deciding to spare her further embarrassment. "Very well, I shall retire to your courtyard for the night." The thought echoed in Shen Siyin's mind. If only he would just end me. Her frustration ran deep. What did Song Xiuyu truly mean? Perhaps her thoughts were too loud, for he could not contain his laughter any longer. The guards and maids outside the courtyard were taken aback by their stoic prince's hearty laughter, causing their respect for Shen Siyin to rise significantly. Within the royal palace, rank mattered little. The prince's demeanor held the utmost importance. Those who had previously underestimated Shen Siyin might think twice after this encounter. The following morning, Song Xiuyu departed early for court, while Shen Siyin awoke later, relieved to find her side empty. The previous night had been a trial, with Song Xiuyu playfully teasing her, leaving her tense and unable to sleep well. The dark circles under her eyes were evident, but fortunately, nothing untoward had transpired. Yet, the night had been exhausting. After sharing a bed with Song Xiuyu, her fatigue was palpable, leading Xingru to misinterpret her condition. "Congratulations, my lady, for having the clouds part to reveal the moon." Xingru presented Shen Siyin with water for her morning routine, her face radiating joy. Shen Siyin wearily raised her eyes, immediately discerning that Xingru had misunderstood the nature of her night spent with Song Xiuyu. However, she chose not to clarify, too tired to explain. After all, Song Xiuyu was her nominal husband. Misunderstandings were of little consequence. "The prince left early today." Shen Siyin's voice was hoarse upon waking, but it sounded different to Xingru's ears. "The prince is court today and departed early," Xingru replied, her tone imbued with reassurance. "Please prepare some items from the storeroom and send a message to the palace." "We shall make our way there," Shen Siyin instructed, pressing her temples, weary from a night of restless sleep. As she reached the entrance to the Grand Dowager's palace, a flutter of anxiety gripped her. Her relationship with the Grand Dowager was neither good nor bad, and considering the previous unexpected visit, Shen Siyin felt cautious. Drawing upon her past experience from entering the palace with Song Xiuyu, she remained vigilant. Once the palace maid announced her presence, she followed the guide, maid into the hall, adhering to the established decorum, leaving Xingru to wait outside. Shen Siyin carefully trailed behind the maid, keeping her head lowered as they entered the grand hall, faintly hearing the Grand Dowager engaged in conversation. The Grand Dowager's skin appeared remarkably youthful, reminiscent of a blossoming maiden. Such insincere flattery could be uttered. The voice sounded familiar, but she could not place it until she quietly lifted her gaze, realizing it was Shen Huayin who was currying favor with the Grand Dowager. When had Shen Huayin forged a connection with the Grand Dowager? This was perplexing, as the original text made no mention of any interaction between them. After all, it was impossible for the Grand Dowager to overlook Shen Siyin's presence standing here. "You've arrived," the Grand Dowager remarked coolly, though her demeanor had not been especially warm towards Shen Siyin previously. "How did you come in so quietly, sister? You did not even have the maid announce you." Shen Huayin's voice was deliberately high-pitched, sending shivers down Shen Siyin's spine. Her words insinuated that Shen Siyin was ignorant of propriety, clearly attempting to undermine her in front of the Grand Dowager. "I had the maid announce my arrival. Perhaps you were too engrossed in conversation with the Grand Dowager to notice," Shen Siyin replied calmly, as if not at all affected by Shen Huayin's little scheme. Observing the Grand Dowager's indifferent expression, Shen Huayin felt as if her ploy had fallen flat. Unwilling to concede easily, she raised an eyebrow, her mind racing. "Sister, why did you arrive so late? Were you drinking again last night?" Upon uttering her words, Shen Huayin seemed to realize her mistake, hastily covering her mouth and casting her gaze downward. "No, sister, I did not mean to say that in front of the Grand Dowager." Shen Siyin saw through her poor acting, finding it somewhat amusing. What are you talking about, sister? I have never been one to drink, as you well know. She paused momentarily, then added, the prince visited me last night, and I rose later this morning. Although she said nothing explicit, it felt as though she had revealed everything. Shen Huayin's frustration simmered. Was she not merely boasting about her connection with Song Xiuyu? Upon hearing Shen Siyao's words, the Grand Empress Dowager immediately cast aside any thoughts of Shen Huayin, her eyes sparkling with delight. Recently, the bond between you two seemed quite harmonious, and witnessing your blissful union has fulfilled a desire of mine. With a gentle smile, she lifted her teacup and took a sip, noticing the Grand Empress Dowager's cheerful demeanor. Shen Siyao, who had been troubled with how to deal with Shen Huayin, seized the moment to speak up. Indeed, I too have found a semblance of fulfillment. Yet my younger sister has reached the age where marriage is paramount, and our family is quite anxious about it. Naturally, Song Xiuyu would not allow anyone to impose upon him, and Shen Siyao's primary concern remained whether Shen Huayin would entangle herself with Shen Huaihua. Shen Huaihua is undoubtedly the hope of the Shen family, and it is imperative that nothing goes amiss. As for those lurking dangers, she would handle them one by one. Shen Huayin, who had been silently standing by, was taken aback that Shen Siyao would redirect the attention towards her own situation. She was well aware of her own suitable age for marriage, and the family had long been seeking potential suitors for her. Her intention in approaching the Grand Empress Dowager was to explore alternative avenues, but Shen Siyao's words took a different turn. The Grand Empress Dowager, who had previously paid little attention to Shen Huayin, now focused her gaze upon her, noting how she had blossomed into an even more exquisite young lady. Please don't heed my sister's words, Your Highness. I wish to serve you for several more years and keep you company, Shen Huayin said sweetly, unable to express her discontent openly as she tugged at the Grand Empress Dowager's sleeve. My sister has been pampered since childhood and retains a bit of that youthful innocence. I hope Your Highness will not hold it against her. Shen Siyao interjected, attempting to smooth over the situation, but acknowledged that the family's options for suitors could not possibly match the Grand Empress Dowager's insights. If possible, Shen Siyao suggested, in a few days, there will be a grand floral banquet at the palace. It would be wonderful for you both to attend. The Grand Empress Dowager, adjusting the ring on her finger, made her intentions clear. At that event, all the young gentlemen of the capital would be present, making it easier for courtship. The floral banquet is an annual event in the palace, organized by the Grand Empress Dowager this year, ostensibly a gathering to admire flowers, but in reality, it serves as a matchmaking occasion for the young men and women of the capital. The Grand Empress Dowager had indeed provided Shen Huayin with an excellent opportunity. Witnessing Shen Huayin's hopes dashed, a genuine smile spread across Shen Siyao's face. I deeply appreciate Your Highness's concern. I feel quite useless, always causing you trouble. While Shen Siyao and the Grand Empress Dowager shared a warm moment, Shen Huayin was on the verge of tearing her handkerchief to shreds, as events unfolded entirely contrary to her expectations. She had initially aimed to leverage her connection with the Grand Empress Dowager to secure a suitable match with Song Xiuyu. But who could have anticipated that Shen Siyao would disrupt her plans today? What would she do at the upcoming floral banquet? As Chapter 36 unfolds, public selection for marriage would turn into a source of amusement. After leaving the palace, Shen Siyao felt a sense of satisfaction at the sight of Shen Huayin's frustrated expression. Had Shen Huayin not harbored ulterior motives towards Shen Huaihua, she might have acted differently. Moreover, her gaze towards Song Xiuyu had been somewhat inappropriate. Shen Siyao could only reflect on how ambitious Shen Huayin was. A few days later, the invitation to the Grand Empress Dowager's floral banquet arrived at their residence. As a mere concubine, Shen Siyao received a special invitation directly from the Grand Empress Dowager. No sooner had she received the invitation than Chu Linglong paid her a visit. Some individuals, no matter how arrogant, remained mere concubines, forever unable to ascend the social ladder. Chu Linglong's words dripped with sarcasm, and she could hardly muster any semblance of civility. Shen Siyao raised an eyebrow, aware that Song Xiuyu would undoubtedly bring Chu Linglong along to the event. Sister, you must recognize your position. Do not truly believe you can rise above your station. Chu Linglong continued with increasingly sharp remarks. Shen Siyin had initially chosen not to engage, but with Chu Linglong's blatant disrespect, she felt compelled to respond. Remaining composed, Shen Siyin glanced at Xingru beside her, who instantly understood her intent and brought forward the invitation from the Grand Empress Dowager. My lady, this is a special invitation just for you from the Grand Empress Dowager. A subtle smile graced Shen Siyin's lips, as if it had just occurred to her that someone cared for her. Sister, what were you just saying? I seem half spaced out. Shen Siyin gazed innocently at Chu Linglong, her large eyes reflecting bewilderment. This detestable Shen Siyin. How could she not mention that the Grand Empress Dowager had prepared a separate invitation for her, leaving Chu Linglong feeling humiliated? Chu Linglong, a clever woman, maintained an air of nonchalance. Oh, nothing much. I was simply thinking that the floral banquet should be quite delightful. I suddenly remembered I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Do visit my courtyard when you have time. Chu Linglong, suppressing her frustration, quickly departed, eager to escape the situation. The episode with Chu Linglong was merely a brief interlude. Before long, the floral banquet arrived. Shen Siyin, with her own invitation rather than one from the Wangfu, did not accompany Song Xiuyu, but instead arrived early at the palace. She took advantage of the sparse crowd to seek out Shen Huaihua, having previously arranged to meet in the Imperial Gardens Pavilion. Shen Huaihua arrived shortly after, having misunderstood the nature of Shen Siyin's message and assuming she was in distress. Is something wrong? You seem troubled, Shen Huaihua observed with concern, scanning Shen Siyin for any signs of injury. Not at all, brother. You've misunderstood. I am quite well. Shen Siyin reassured him, feeling warmth wash over her at his care. There might be an intriguing spectacle at the banquet, and they would witness it together. A spectacle? Shen Huaihua inquired, puzzled, but as her brother, he was inclined to indulge her whims. Let us remain hidden for the time being and observe. What do you think? Shen Siyin suggested eagerly, anticipating the unfolding events. All right, I shall follow your lead, Shen Huaihua replied with affectionate indulgence, gently pinching Shen Siyin's nose. Soon, the banquet commenced, and the two found a discreet spot to conceal themselves. The event had only just begun when Song Xiuyu and Chu Linglong finally made their entrance. Shen Huaihua cautiously glanced at Shen Siyin, relieved to see her maintaining her composure. The floral banquet was designed as a matchmaking event for the noble families of the capital, with seating arrangements for men and women not as strictly divided as in other gatherings. The Grand Empress Dowager had her sights set on securing a match for Shen Huayin that evening, her expression radiating joy as she addressed Shen Huayin. My dear Huayin, among the gentlemen present, do you have someone you fancy? Hearing the Grand Empress Dowager's question, Shen Huayin shyly lowered her head, her lips pressed together in bashfulness. Foolish child, what is there to be shy about? If you have someone in mind, I can assist you. But if not, do not blame me for matchmaking without your input. The Grand Empress Dowager was resolute in her intention to secure a match for Shen Huayin that night, her words laden with suggestion. If Shen Huayin retained control over her choices, she still had a chance. However, should she falter and miss her opportunity, her aspirations for marriage would merely become pawns in the Grand Empress Dowager's game. The smile in the eyes of the Tai Fei noticeably dimmed, her expression devoid of any other emotion. Then, let this flower be delivered into the hands of the one you cherish, and at the appropriate time, I shall arrange a marriage. Shen Huayin remained oblivious to the subtle shift in the Tai Fei's demeanor, her heart racing with eagerness, desperate to seize this rare opportunity. Her gaze swept across the crowd, landing on Song Xiuyu. Surely, when the Tai Fei publicly designated her a match, it must be for a primary consort. Anxiously clutching the flower, Shen Huayin made her way towards Song Xiuyu. Shen Huaihua was the first to sense something amiss, his brow furrowing. Wasn't Shen Huayin heading toward the regent? Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, noting that her intentions were as clear as day from afar. Although Shen Huaihua contemplated intervening to stop Shen Huayin, he hesitated, sensing that Shen Siyin had other plans, and thus refrained from action. Song Xiuyu also noticed Shen Huayin approaching him, but remained silent, his face maintaining its usual calm. As Shen Huayin approached Song Xiuyu, only a few steps remained between them. She felt a tremor in her hands. After all, the reputation of Song Xiuyu was formidable, and she seldom had the chance to stand face-to-face with him. Just as she was about to extend the flower toward him, she felt a sudden jolt as someone bumped into her. causing the flower to slip from her grasp. The palace maid, seemingly oblivious, knocked Shen Siyin off balance, but she paid no mind, for her flower was lost. The maid, carrying a tray of tea, splashed its contents all over Shen Siyin. Yet she was too preoccupied to care, for she intended to personally deliver the flower to Song Xiuyu. Frantically searching, she felt as though the more anxious she became, the more elusive the flower appeared, for it held great significance for her future. "Is this what you seek?" A male voice called from behind her. The crowd, not blind to the commotion Shen Siyin had caused, turned to look. To her dismay, it was none other than the crown prince who held her flower. Yet he was still below the appropriate age for marriage. How unexpected that Miss Shen had such schemes at her tender age. The murmurs around her intensified, and Shen Siyin wished she could vanish into the ground. The crown prince loomed in her thoughts. Had he not been so young, he would have been a suitable candidate. Her smile faltered, and she turned slowly, her garments still soaked in tea, the chill seeping into her skin, mirroring the frost within her heart. "Is a flower belonging to a humble servant?" "I thank His Highness," Shen Siyin stammered, her body feeling beyond her control as she hastily performed a curtsy to accept the flower from the crown princess' hand. The Tai Fei had not anticipated such a blunder in selecting a suitor for Shen Siyin, and she pressed her temples in frustration. Though she may not wish to acknowledge it, in the eyes of all present, Shen Siyin was indeed her ward. This rare opportunity was one Shen Siyin did not want to squander, yet the blunder had already been made. Reluctantly, she could not defy the Tai Fei's wishes. Gripping the flower tightly, she cast a lingering glance at Song Xiuyu before lowering her head and making her way back toward the Tai Fei. Shen Siyin had caused the ruckus, yet it was the Tai Fei who had to salvage the situation. Her smile had faded, and what began as a misunderstanding had turned into an unexpected interest from the crown prince in the banquet. "Everyone, please continue to enjoy yourselves. I am feeling rather fatigued," the Tai Fei declared, having done her utmost to placate the situation. "Xiaoyin, your dress is drenched. Come with me to change." Although the Tai Fei phrased it as a question, her eyes bore an unmistakable authority that left no room for refusal. Aware of her misstep, Shen Siyin had no choice but to follow the Tai Fei from the banquet. With the spectacle concluded, Shen Siyin emerged from the shadows alongside Shen Huaihua. "Elder brother, did you see the look of embarrassment on Shen Huayin's face? It was utterly delightful. You little rascal. You are incorrigible." Shen Huaihua chuckled at his lively sister. "I cannot indulge you further. I have matters to attend to. Enjoy yourself." Understanding her brother's obligations, Shen Siyin resolved to relish the festivities, especially since the palace delicacies were of the finest quality. Just as she prepared to wander, the system's notification chimed in her mind. Significant character Chu Linglong detected nearby. Please engage in conversation with her. Engage? With Chu Linglong? Shen Siyin questioned the system's sanity, for she and Chu Linglong were like oil and water, unable to form an amiable rapport even in public. "Indeed, host, as it pertains to the original plot, you must ingratiate yourself with Chu Linglong. To converse was one thing, but to ingratiate? If the system had a physical form, Shen Siyin would surely have taken her frustrations out on it." Having noted the positions of Chu Linglong and Song Xiuyu earlier, she saw that Song Xiuyu was preoccupied with another conversation, leaving only Chu Linglong standing alone. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising temper, she approached Chu Linglong, feigning nonchalance as she greeted her. "Sister," before she could finish, Tan Chun interjected. "I didn't expect Miss Shen to be here today. Did you not wait for the prince to depart together?" The onlookers were still observing them, and Chu Linglong deemed Tan Chun's words inappropriate, quickly tugging at her sleeve to signal her to temper her remarks. "Sister, I have always regarded Tan Chun as my own sister. She has grown accustomed to speaking without filter, so please do not take offense." Song Xiuyu, who had been observing from a distance, noticed the interaction and, judging by the expressions around him, surmised that something had transpired between Shen Siyin and Chu Linglong. With a polite smile directed toward the bystanders, he approached Shen Siyin, ignoring Chu Linglong entirely as he took her by the arm. "Come with me. I have something to discuss." Shen Siyin was taken aback by Song Xiuyu's sudden appearance. She had been avoiding him in favor of searching for Chu Linglong, complicating her task. As he led Shen Siyin away in full view of the crowd, Chu Linglong remained rooted to the spot, acutely aware of the prying eyes upon her. "Master, Look at Shen Siyin's flirtatious demeanor. It is all her fault that the prince treats you this way. Tan Shun, realizing her earlier brashness, still felt a simmering resentment. Chu Linglong's eyes darkened as she coldly scoffed. What I have endured today will surely be repaid to Shen Siyin 100-fold. In the midst of all eyes upon her, Shen Siyin found it futile to resist, and thus followed Song Xiuyu to a secluded area. Song Xiuyu released his grip, and Shen Siyin immediately sprang away, maintaining a certain distance from him. She was perplexed, wondering if Song Xiuyu had been ensnared by some enchantment, as he seemed to follow her incessantly. Shouldn't he be inclined towards Chu Linglong instead? Upon hearing Shen Siyin's thoughts, Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, but chose to remain silent, appearing entirely unfazed by her presence at the banquet. The prince summoned me, but for what reason? Shen Siyin could hardly endure the inexplicable atmosphere between them. Since Song Xiuyu was reticent, she felt compelled to break the tension. With his arms crossed, Song Xiuyu wore an inscrutable expression. A while ago, you sent a basket of pastries to the grand consort. I heard they were made by your own hand? Song Xiuyu was well aware of Shen Siyin's culinary skills, yet he had never tasted the pastries she had created. Calculating the timeline in her mind, she confirmed that indeed, those pastries had been made by her, which was reassuring. All her musings were crystal clear to Song Xiuyu, particularly when Shen Siyin was pondering the timeline. He thought her culinary abilities fluctuated. It turned out she sometimes had assistants. Song Xiuyu cleared his throat twice, concealing a smile with his hand. Remarking that the grand consort praised your pastries highly before the emperor and expressed a desire to sample them. Though she was internally fuming, her demeanor remained respectful, acquiescing to whatever the prince said. Had it not been for overhearing Shen Siyin's remarks, Song Xiuyu might not have detected the subtle sarcasm in her tone. He recognized that his previous words bore a hint of command, suggesting that if she enjoyed such gatherings, he would bring her along next time. Shen Siyin refrained from responding. She was currently irked and planned to have her revenge on Song Xiuyu later. However, before she began her preparations, she concocted a trial version of the pastries. Since he enjoyed giving orders, she decided to let him sample an extraordinarily spicy version, hoping to see him embarrassed, which would elevate her spirits. Once this special batch was ready, Shen Siyin presented it to Song Xiuyu. Initially engrossed in official duties, Song Xiuyu glanced at the small plate that had suddenly appeared before him, his eyes reflecting curiosity. My lord, I thought it prudent to prepare a sample for you. Considering it is to be presented to the emperor, Shen Siyin said, her face adorned with a faint smile, her eyes sparkling as they met his. Hurry and taste it. You have offended me. This is a specially made spicy version of the pastry, and if it doesn't affect you, I shall consider myself defeated. Observing Shen Siyin's eager gaze, coupled with her undercurrent of sarcasm, Song Xiuyu found her irresistibly charming. Yet, he maintained his composure, neither revealing his amusement nor declining the offer. He plucked a piece from the plate and consumed it. Shen Siyin watched intently, anticipating a contorted expression on his face. However, Song Xiuyu finished the entire piece without any visible reaction and nodded at Shen Siyin, stating that it was indeed quite good and suggesting she prepare 50 more. Complimenting her efforts, Shen Siyin blinked in astonishment. Why was there no change in his expression? Had she mistakenly grabbed the wrong batch, one that lacked the extreme spice? My lord, I suddenly recall that I might have miscalculated the spice level. I must taste it myself to ensure the flavor is correct. As she prepared to take a bite, the intense spiciness wafted towards her, causing her to hesitate, fearful of the fiery concoction. Moreover, if the pastry indeed contained the extreme spice, Song Xiuyu should have reacted. Under his watchful gaze, she cautiously bit into the pastry, and with just that one bite, a wave of heat surged within her mouth. Indeed, it was extraordinarily spicy. The sensation lingered, igniting her tongue in pain, and her face flushed crimson. She could no longer afford to be concerned about maintaining her composure before Song Xiuyu. Water, 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 bring me water. Shen Siyin's words became a blur. The pastry melted in her mouth, and, as the heat hit her stomach, she felt a burning sensation. Song Xiuyu kindly poured her glass of water, inquiring, What troubles you? At that moment, he feigned ignorance, seemingly oblivious to her current state. His words snapped Shen Siyin back to reality, and she was now certain this Song Xiuyu was deliberately toying with her. After gulping down a large mouthful of water, she felt somewhat relieved, regaining her composure. It's nothing, my lord. I believe I indeed miscalculated the proportions of the ingredients. I will adjust them shortly. Such errors cannot occur in the pastries sent to the palace. It is tolerable for me, but do be more careful next time, Song Shui remarked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed Shen Siyin's disheveled appearance. Shen Siyin gritted her teeth, feeling at a loss. Very well, I shall return to preparing the pastries. Back in the kitchen, Shen Siyin busied herself. Making pastries was no simple task, and preparing 50 batches required considerable time and effort. She toiled from the afternoon until evening. Once the final batch was delivered to the palace, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Chapter 39. The female lead falls into the water? Preparing pastries differs significantly from cooking. Having an additional person nearby who is unfamiliar with the process can easily complicate matters. Hence, when Shen Siyin finally completed her work, the night had grown late. Stretching her limbs, she realized 50 desserts were no trifling number, and her arms felt as if they were no longer her own. As thoughts of the garden crossed her mind, she unwittingly recalled the rockery. Shen Siyin shook her head, attempting to keep her thoughts from wandering further. Help! Help! A faint cry for help reached Shen Siyin's ears, accompanied by the sound of splashing water. Alarmed, she realized someone had fallen into the water. At this late hour, few would traverse the garden. If the individual wasn't rescued promptly, it could cost them their life. Shen Siyin thought, her feet never faltering as she raced toward the pond. As she approached, she recognized that the person in distress was none other than Chu Linglong. It was unclear how long Chu Linglong had been in the water. Initially able to call for help, she was now merely striking the water surface with her hands, her movements growing weaker. Shen Siyin understood that time was of the essence. Without hesitation, she leapt into the water. Rescuing someone from drowning was no easy feat. Shen Siyin attempted to bring Chu Linglong to shore, but she could sense that the latter's consciousness was fading, and instead of aiding her ascent, Chu Linglong seemed to pull her down. Chu Linglong, wake up. Stay alert. I am here to save you. If you continue like this, we will both perish. Shen Siyin exerted herself to call out, hoping to rouse Chu Linglong. Is that you, Shen Siyin? Chu Linglong's awareness was fading. She could only discern a cacophony of sounds around her, mustering her last ounce of strength to respond. Yes, it's me. I am here to rescue you. Do not succumb to sleep. We will reach the surface shortly. As Chu Linglong regained a flicker of awareness, she cooperated, allowing Shen Siyin to assist her to the shore with relative ease. Ultimately, Shen Siyin had to seek help from others. While the matter of drowning was not trivial, it was not insurmountable either. After a night of effort, Chu Linglong's condition finally stabilized, her vital signs returning to normal. Observing Chu Linglong's pale face resting on the bed, Shen Siyin felt a sense of relief, thankful for the good news. News of the incident involving CHLNGL naturally reached Xing's ears. Did you save CHLNGL? Xingshi observed SHNZYN, who was drenched from head to toe, and couldn't help but furrow his brow. Misinterpreting his words and expression, SHNZYN hurriedly defended herself. Believing Xingshi suspected her of pushing CHLNGL into the pool. As she spoke, she squeezed her own arm, belatedly realizing the soreness that had escaped her notice earlier. Upon seeing her misunderstanding, Xingshi chuckled softly. That is not my intention. You saved her, yet you remain in wet clothes. What if you catch a chill? In the face of Xingshi unexpected concern, SHNZYN was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process his words. He draped his outer robe over her shoulders and urged her, quickly wash up and change into dry clothes. The night air is damp. Be cautious of falling ill. Xingshi sudden display of care left SHNZYN flustered. She merely nodded and departed. His unusual behavior left her feeling bewildered. Today had been overwhelmingly busy, and she temporarily set aside her confusion. At that moment, the garden was deserted. As she passed by, she noted that CHLNGL had been in the water for quite some time. Typically, the royal residence had guards patrolling. How could there have been no movement? In other words, even if someone were plotting against CHLNGL, she possessed the aura of a protagonist. If she were in danger, Surely countless individuals would rush to her aid. How could such an incident fall upon her shoulders? System. There seems to be something amiss regarding Linglong's fall into the water. Have you detected any anomalies? Since answers eluded her in the real world. Perhaps the system had manipulated something behind the scenes, or the automatic correction function of this world had intervened. Host. The system is unaware of the situation. Such a scene was not present in the original storyline. The abrupt occurrence concerning Lingling had gone entirely unmonitored by the system, leaving it unable to discern the cause of the incident. The system will investigate on your behalf, but it will require some time. If any answers arise, the system will inform you. After delivering this message, the system vanished, leaving Shin to ponder alone. Could it be that someone was orchestrating events behind Lingling? Perhaps her fall was merely a trap set by a hidden hand? She had not recently engaged in any conspicuous activities. This situation warranted further examination. Chapter 40. The rise of the supporting character while the system promised to investigate. It remained unclear how long it would take to uncover the truth. Shin, accustomed to the system's unreliability, resolved to conduct her own inquiry. The following morning, she instructed Exiled to look into Linglong's current condition. The information Exiled uncovered startled Shin. She had not anticipated such a turn of events. Master, it is rumored that after the concubine fell into the water, she succumbed to a chill, suffering from a high fever throughout the night. The entire courtyard now reeks of medicine, with numerous doctors coming and going. Exiled lowered her voice, careful to keep their conversation discreet. Is it that serious? Shin frowned. If it were merely a fall into the water. She had discreetly performed CPR before summoning help, ensuring that any water inhaled had been expelled. It was improbable that the situation could have escalated to such severity. I privately consulted a doctor with whom I have a good rapport. The concubine's condition is indeed critical. A life hung in the balance. And Exil's tone conveyed a sense of regret rather than schadenfreude, for living was of utmost importance. From Exil's demeanor, Shin inferred that Linglong's condition was likely worse than what had been conveyed. Currently, there were two possibilities. One was that this was Linglong's scheme, disseminating false information. The other was that her protagonist aura had faltered. After all, she was a character in a novel, and many narratives featured the fading of the original protagonist's aura. If no one were pulling the strings from behind, this could very well be the ultimate reason for Linglong's current predicament. At this juncture, the system reappeared, its typically emotionless mechanical voice tinged with excitement. Good news! Good news! Host, I have delightful news for you. Is it related to Lingling? Shin sensed the system's unusual enthusiasm, as if it were eager to stir up trouble. Indeed, host. Linglong's protagonist aura has completely vanished, and due to the world's automatic correction function, you have transitioned from supporting character to protagonist. Transitioning from supporting character to protagonist? Shin keenly sensed something amiss and questioned, who is the male lead? It couldn't possibly be Shin, could it? She was willing to undertake tasks, but if the male lead remained the original male lead, she would prefer it be Shin. After the system relayed its message, it vanished once more, leaving Shin in a state of disbelief. She never imagined events would unfold in such a manner. She had transformed from supporting character to protagonist, and Shin from antagonist to male lead. Now their fates were irrevocably intertwined. Meanwhile, Shin had also learned of Linglong's dire condition. His brow furrowed tightly as he listened to Shu's report. My subordinate has investigated. The guards were merely changing shifts and were not neglectful. The royal residence has continued its patrols. It is unclear how the concubine suddenly ended up in the garden's pond. Unclear? Such a significant matter cannot be brushed aside with mere uncertainty. Linglong's life or death was of little consequence to Shin. Yet the inexplicable incident within the royal residence indicated the presence of an insider. With the patrols in order, how had Linglong's attendants vanished without a trace during the night? My subordinate inquired, and it seems the concubine retired early that night. The servants in her courtyard were also asleep, as she has never favored having anyone keep vigil. Thus, none know how she managed to leave. Faced with Sing Shiyi's inquiries, Shu could only offer a blank stare, his own confidence wavering as he kept his gaze lowered. Unable to meet Sing Shiyi's eyes, searched through all guards on duty that night and replaced the servants in the concubine's courtyard. Sing Shiyi issued the order coldly, his mind replaying the peculiarities of the incident. News of the accident involving the regent's concubine had circulated widely, and whispers abounded. However, Shen Siyin had remained indoors, unaware of the unfolding situation. The rumors spread rapidly, and for some time, eyes had been fixed on the regent's residence. Naturally, any disturbances within would reach the ears of the Grand Dowager. The news of the regent's concubine having fallen into the water, her life hanging in the balance, was grave indeed. The Grand Dowager dispatched individuals to investigate the matter at the regent's residence. By the time Shen Siyin learned of the specifics, the Grand Dowager's people had already arrived at her courtyard. Previously, Sing Shiyi had stationed some personnel at Shen Siyin's side, barely managing to keep the Grand Dowager's people at bay. Yet, they were not easily deterred, resulting in a standoff between both parties, leading to a tumultuous argument. Master, the Grand Dowager's people have arrived, claiming they need to inspect the courtyard. Our personnel have obstructed them, but they remain persistent. Xing initially hoped to resolve the matter herself, yet the opposition was formidable, prompting her to alert Shen Siyin. Understood. Shen Siyin pressed her throbbing temples. The ruckus outside was too loud to ignore, even if she wished to feign ignorance. As Shen Siyin exited, the palace matron was still being obstinate, asserting that they were people of the Grand Dowager Empress and had received her direct edict. If they continued to obstruct her, it would be tantamount to defying the imperial decree. Shen Siyin was taken aback, wondering how the Grand Dowager's subordinates could wield her name to bully others without consequence. If she were to report this matter to the Grand Dowager, it would be deemed in the right. Stepping forward, Shen Siyin locked eyes with the matron, her words dripping with disdain. With the true mistress now present, the matron dare not speak as she had before. Mistress Shen, we are merely following the Grand Dowager's orders. Please don't make this difficult for us. It is not I who am making this difficult for you. I am, after all, a legitimate mistress of the Wang residence. If there are issues within our estate, it is only reasonable that the female head should oversee them. However, since the Wang Yi is yet to wed a Wang Fei, everyone here naturally still answers to him. Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, arms crossed, dismissing the matron. Now that the Wang Yi has not spoken, how dare you, an outsider, demand to search our residence? What the Wang Yi's dignity? Or do you simply disregard him entirely? Hearing Shen Siyin's words, the matron began to feel apprehensive. After all, Song Xiuyu was notorious. Should he choose to end her life within the estate, the Grand Dowager would not intervene on behalf of a mere palace maid. Noticing the matron's slight retreat, Shen Siyin nodded, delivering a sharp reprimand followed by a hint of sweetness. We are not averse to obeying the Grand Dowager's commands, but surely, matron, you ought to adhere to the customs of our Wang residence when you come here. The matron, feeling the sting of humiliation from Shen Siyin's words, wore a grim expression. Yet, as they were in Shen Siyin's domain, she had to consider Shen Siyin's feelings and her actions. Progress was difficult, retreat equally so. With a resigned sigh, the matron altered her demeanor. Mistress Shen, let us speak civilly. Please do not make this hard for me. What should we do now? As the matron took a step back, Shen Siyin ceased her relentless advance. What do you mean by that, matron? You are a favored confidant of the Grand Dowager. Why would I trouble you? However, this search of our residence is rather dismissive of the Wang Yi. For today, in consideration of the Grand Dowager, let us make an exception. With a smile on her face, Shen Siyin appeared accommodating. Just as the matron relaxed, Shen Siyin swiftly changed the subject, her gaze sharp. However, there are certain matters I must clarify with you, matron. My quarters contain many valuable items. While you may search, please exercise caution. Once the intruders had departed, Xingru expressed her indignation. It is truly disgraceful. Merely an old matron, and she believes she can bully us just because she has been close to the Grand Dowager. Xingru, mind your words, Shen Siyin admonished, her brow furrowing. We are still outside. Beware of ears in the walls. In such a vast estate, One could only imagine how many ears were poised to catch their words. Xingru's careless remarks were indeed imprudent. Chastened by Shen Siyin's rebuke, Xingru covered her mouth, her eyes reflecting a hint of remorse. "Mistress, I was wrong. I spoke without thinking." The Grand Dowager's intention was clear, to seize control of the Wang residence. If they acquiesced to the search today, she would undoubtedly escalate her demands in the future. The web of influence was intricate, and Shen Siyin refrained from elaborating too much to Xingru. "But you did well to obstruct them today." Shen Siyin chose not to scold Xingru entirely. She offered a few words of praise instead. It was they who overstepped. They barged in without warning. Thankfully, the Wangi had previously assigned guards to our courtyard. Otherwise, we might not have fared so well. Xingru's demeanor brightened a bit at this thought. However, with the Grand Dowager's people causing such an uproar, it was likely that Song Xiuyu would hear of it soon and come to address the situation. Yet, time passed, and there was still no word from him. Is the Wang Yi not in the residence? Shen Siyin mused as she retreated to her quarters, stroking her chin, lost in thought. If Song Xiuyu were present, the Grand Dowager would hardly dare to send people to their doorstep. Suddenly, a notification echoed in Shen Siyin's mind. System upgrade complete. As a reward for successfully becoming the protagonist, the host may experience the protagonist's halo for a day. Shen Siyin found a flaw in the system statement. I am already the protagonist. Logically, I should inherently possess the halo. Why must I experience it? The host may not be aware that due to the collapse of the character Chu Linglong, the small world has auto-corrected, designating you as the protagonist. However, you do not yet possess the inherent luck of the protagonist. You must continuously complete tasks to enhance your fortune and acquire the halo. I see. So while I have the identity card, the skills must be activated by me. Shen Siyin felt a sense of frustration. She had reluctantly taken on the role of protagonist, yet she was deprived of any benefits that came with it. Was she merely working for free? Do not worry. The system will assist the host in restoring the protagonist's halo. Enough with the delays. Activate this experience card for the protagonist's halo at once, or I will lose the motivation to complete my tasks. Shen Siyin waved her hand, clearly impatient. This halo held little utility for her, but since Song Xiuyu was not home today, she intended to enjoy herself fully. Her first order of business was to rush to the kitchen. Yesterday, she had prepared 50 portions of pastries, but had not tasted them herself in an effort to vex Song Xiuyu. Today, she was determined to create a sweet treat for herself, and no one could stop her. However, upon reaching the kitchen, she was taken aback to find 2 chefs brandishing knives, resolutely preventing her entry. "What are you doing?" Shen Siyin was perplexed by their intentions. "Mistress Shen, just tell us what you wish to eat, and we shall prepare it for you. The kitchen is too dangerous." The chefs spoke in unison. "Cooking is about relishing the process. If I were hungry, wouldn't I simply ask you to cook for me?" Shen Siyin retorted, feeling somewhat exasperated yet at a loss for words. In the kitchen, having been met with such resistance, Shen Siyin returned to her quarters, slightly disheartened. She decided to tend to her flowers, feeling they had not been watered in quite some time. She had even constructed a small pond beside her flower bed for this purpose. Just as she prepared to water her plants, someone rushed over and snatched the watering can from her hands. "What are you doing?" Shen Siyin queried, bewildered by the sudden appearance of this individual. All she wanted was to tend to her flowers. Was that too much to ask? "Mistress Shen, let us handle such menial tasks. You should rest indoors," the person insisted, diligently watering the flowers. Having had her task usurped, Shen Siyin felt her words falter, ultimately swallowing her protest. It was hot outside, and she preferred not to continue under the sun. However, as she turned to leave, several servants huddled together, murmuring, "Even pregnant, Mistress Shen still engages in such labor. She shows no concern for her child's safety." I mentioned before that Mistress Shen is far more capable than that side consort. Her swift pregnancy only proves her strength. Shen Siyin, oblivious to the discussions of the servants, instinctively believed that their kindness stemmed from the protagonist's halo bestowed by the system. Seizing the opportunity, she decided to explore the Wangfu, as her prolonged stay in this world had not rendered her particularly familiar with it. Left to navigate the estate alone, she might even lose her way. She refrained from calling for Xingru, wary of unforeseen complications. With an umbrella in hand, Shen Siyin traversed the Wangfu, relying on her vague recollections to guide her towards the Shangshu Pavilion, where Song Shiyu had left a considerable collection of books. With nowhere else to go, she thought it best to linger in the Shangshu Pavilion for a while. The absence of others was a comforting prospect. Upon entering, she found the pavilion relatively cool, shielded by the surrounding trees. However, as she stepped inside, she detected faint rustling sounds, causing her brow to furrow. Could there be an assassin lurking within? Removing a hairpin from her hair, she followed the sound. Instead of a nefarious figure, she discovered a child engrossed in reading. The rustling noise emanating from the turning of pages. The child was poorly clad, a stark contrast to the grandeur of the Shangshu Pavilion. Just as she was about to greet the child, he noticed her presence and hurriedly fled, leaving Shen Siyin momentarily bewildered by the swiftness of his departure. Yet, she dismissed the incident as trivial. A child perusing books could hardly be deemed a threat. Selecting a few travelogues, Shen Siyin pondered the likelihood of her own travels, content to vicariously experience the journeys of others through their writings. Thankfully, a guard at the pavilion's entrance accepted her books and assured her that they would be delivered to her courtyard, relieving her of any concern. As the days slipped away unnoticed, Shen Siyin felt as though she had accomplished nothing, the evening fading into night. Seated at a table, she perused the travelogues sent by the guards, engaging in casual conversation with Xingru. Xingru, don't you think everyone seems a bit odd today? My lady, what are you saying? Everyone appears perfectly normal, just as they usually do, Xingru replied, busy shelling sunflower seeds. Recognizing that she would not glean any insights from Xingru regarding the peculiar atmosphere, Shen Siyin resigned herself to the mystery. Before she could turn the page of her book, a commotion outside captured her attention. What is happening out there? She inquired. My lady, please stay seated. I will go investigate. Xingru quickly set aside her task and prepared to step outside. I shall accompany you. The noise is too loud to ignore, Shen Siyin insisted. Upon exiting, they witnessed a maid chasing a child with a broom, the very child Shen Siyin had seen earlier at the Shangshu Pavilion. I thought there were rats in the Wangfu, consuming our food, only to discover it was you all along. The maid struck the child with considerable force, causing him to leap and evade her. Others in the vicinity noticed Shen Siyin and cleared their throats, attempting to alert the maid. Yet, she remained oblivious, relentlessly pursuing the child. Shen Siyin exchanged a glance with Xingru, who stepped forward to intervene. Stop! Do not harm him. Upon seeing Xingru, the maid noticed Shen Siyin standing behind her and dropped her broom in surprise. My lady, this child has been stealing food from the kitchen. It has been difficult to catch him today, she exclaimed, frustration evident on her face. Never mind. It's a trivial matter. You may continue with your duties. I will handle this child, Shen Siyin said, observing the boy's fearful demeanor as his gaze darted about, though he did not flee. With Shen Siyin's intervention, the maid nodded begrudgingly and departed. The child cautiously emerged from behind Shen Siyin, peering at her, amused by his antics. Shen Siyin recognized this as his instinctive means of self-preservation. Xingru, please fetch some food from the kitchen. He may be hungry. Though the child appeared dirty and disheveled, his delicate features hinted at his refined lineage. You little rascal, you ran away from me earlier, yet now you hide behind me, Shen Siyin remarked, her tone devoid of reprimand. The child, however, was on the verge of tears. I was afraid. I thought you would be like her, he stammered, referring to the maid. Shen Siyin could not bear to see him cry, for her heart was particularly tender. Do not weep. I assure you, I'm not like her. I will not harm you. You truly are a good person, the child replied, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, which inexplicably made Shen Siyin feel as though they sparkled with light. You already recognize me as a good person? Shen Siyin chuckled softly, ruffling the child's hair. What is your name? If you have nowhere to go, you may accompany me from now on. Is that acceptable? Upon hearing this, the child beamed with joy. My name is Chi Lo, he exclaimed, only to falter. Do you truly want me to stay with you? They all say raising a child is quite troublesome. From Chi Li's words, Shen Siyin discerned that he was likely an abandoned child, his sensitivity shaped by his experiences. Of course, I keep my promises. At that moment, Xingru returned with pastries, and Shen Siyin took Chi Li's hand, leading him into her quarters. From today onward, you shall stay with me. I can certainly care for a child, so do not worry about me. In fact, you may indulge in these delicacies and explore the books in the Shangshu Pavilion at your leisure. The entire Wangfu will be yours to roam, she assured him, her heart aching for the lonely child who, like herself, had been thrust into this world without warning. If given a choice, who would willingly endure such an ordeal? Sister, sister, you are so kind. I adore you. Chi Lu exclaimed, his spirits lifted. However, before the joy could settle, the sound of his stomach growling interrupted them. Exchanging amused glances, Shen Siyin instructed Xingru to prepare a basin of water. As you accompany me, certain rules must be followed, such as washing your hands before meals. Can you manage that? Absolutely. I will do everything you say, sister, Chi Lu declared, already placing his trust in Shen Siyin. While Chi Lu was indulging in a meal, Shen Siyin arranged a room for him in the courtyard, marking his formal residence by her side. Following Shen Siyin, Chi Lu became quite attached to her, hardly leaving her side. It took a significant effort for Shen Siyin to persuade him to write in the study. However, it was not long before Chi Lu rejoined her, excitedly declaring, "Sister, I have finished writing. Do you still mean to take me to the garden to fly kites?" He affectionately clung to one of Shen Siyin's arms, rubbing his head against it as if fearing she might refuse. Shen Siyin, unable to resist such affection, sighed and nodded. I'd already asked Xingru to prepare the kites. Once you finish, we shall go. Shen Siyin's daily life consisted mainly of tending to plants, and with Chi Lu by her side, it added a delightful spark to her otherwise mundane existence. While they flew kites in the garden, she had arranged for a few companions for Chi Lu, allowing her to sit in a pavilion and read travelogues. The garden was filled with the sounds of Chi Li's cheerful laughter, which brightened Shen Siyin's mood considerably. There's no need, Song Xiaoyu remarked with a neutral expression, revealing no hint of joy. Let us not disturb them. We shall walk around. However, his peace was short-lived as his subordinates soon delivered messages. Song Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow, but chose not to comment, instead setting down his pen. Has the child's identity been thoroughly investigated? A child had inexplicably appeared in the Wangfu, seemingly a minor issue, yet it indicated a lapse in security. If the child posed no threat, it was fine, but if there were complications regarding their identity, having them near Shen Siyin would indeed be problematic. His subordinates confirmed that the child presented no issues. Song Xiaoyu's imposing presence made it difficult for them to raise their heads. As long as there are no identity issues, he continued, appearing unconcerned. The hot spring pool was a gift for her. How she chooses to use it is entirely her decision. Chapter 44. What? Do you wish to have a child with me? Having traversed the same path countless times, Shen Siyin felt an inexplicable fear walking alone today. Upon seeing the familiar face of Song Xiaoyu, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, though she was puzzled by his interest in hiding and startling her. This is hardly frightening. The garden is vast, and I merely wish to greet you, he replied, raising an eyebrow while crossing his arms, looking down at her. Shen Siyin bit her lip, acknowledging her own timidity. She did not want to show weakness before him. Whatever Song Xiaoyu said, she would accept. His sudden concern elicited a smile from him. Since you adore children, why not have one with me? As he spoke, he moved closer to Shen Siyin, his warm breath brushing against her ear, using a more intimate address to close the distance between them. Shen Siyin could not fathom such boldness from him. Her face flushed crimson as she longed to flee, yet her body felt paralyzed. She attempted to feign calmness, but her wandering gaze betrayed her. Your Highness, you are yet to marry a princess. If I were to have a child, it would surely become a topic of ridicule. Just as she spoke, she felt herself being pulled into a warm embrace, and before she could react, Song Xiaoyu had whisked her away to her chamber with his lightness of foot. He laid her gently on the bed, one hand propped beside her while the other encircled her waist, filling her senses with his presence. What do you intend to do? Shen Siyin stammered, unaccustomed to such situations. We are husband and wife, and we should engage in what husbands and wives do, he replied with a subtle smile, leaning closer to her. Wait. Shen Siyin's mind suddenly cleared, and an unexpected surge of strength allowed her to push him away. Your Highness, I just remembered there is something I must attend to. Her clumsy excuse was easily seen through by Song Xiaoyu, yet he chose not to expose her. For just then, Lu Shua's voice echoed from outside the door. Your Highness, the Emperor summons you to the palace. With those words, Shen Siyin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have escaped this encounter. She cast a somewhat provocative glance at Song Xiaoyu. But his next words nearly shattered her composure. "The Emperor has requested that you accompany me to the palace." "Thank you, Your Majesty," she thought, realizing she would be included in his audience with the Emperor. Shen Siyin exhaled heavily, her heart feeling as though it were constricted, leaving her momentarily speechless. Song Xiuyu, well aware of her thoughts, wore a slight smile, his brow raised with a hint of mischief. "Jiyin, come, let us proceed to the palace together." Upon entering the palace, Song Xiuyu was promptly summoned by the Emperor's aides, as their discussion was of serious matters that Shen Siyin could not overhear. Thus, she remained outside, waiting. In the dead of night, with the weight of royal authority pressing down, even if she wished to voice her thoughts, it was futile, especially since the Emperor had insisted she join him. Within the inner palace, numerous concubines were keenly observing the Emperor's movements. Shen Siyin did not linger long before she encountered the approaching Lian Fei. Instinctively, she prepared to bow, but Lian Fei gently stopped her. "Sister Shen, what are you doing? You are a person of the regent lord, a member of the royal family, so there is no need for formalities." Shen Siyin smiled, though she still performed the proper courtesies to avoid gossip. "Greetings, Lian Fei Nyang Yang." "Oh dear, Sister Shen, you are too much." Lian Fei chuckled, her handkerchief concealing her amusement. "How could the Lord and the Emperor allow such a delicate flower like you to wait at the door?" At that moment, Lian Fei, seemingly taken by Shen Siyin, took her hand and declared, "Why not come to my palace for a visit?" Without waiting for Shen Siyin to refuse, she instructed a young attendant at the door, "When the Lord exits, tell him that Sister Shen has come to visit me." After this whirlwind of events, Shen Siyin found herself in Lian Fei's palace, her head still spinning. "Sister Shen, your beauty truly captivates. The regent lord is indeed fortunate." Lian Fei ordered her attendants to pour tea for Shen Siyin, leisurely sipping her own. "Sister Shen, as a member of the Shen family, I have heard that your family possesses remarkable beauty secrets." Her words carried an implication, for the Shen family indeed had expertise in beauty and skincare, thriving in the capital. Their business, unrelated to politics, had gained the Emperor's tacit approval. Given the Shen family status, their enterprise flourished without equal in the capital. "Your Highness is too kind. It is merely a small business, not worthy of mention," Shen Siyin replied, keenly sensing the underlying motives in Lian Fei's words, until the latter revealed her intentions. Shen Siyin remained cautious. "Ah, Sister Shen, you are being modest. I may require your assistance with certain matters." Lian Fei sighed softly, her gaze drifting away, appearing somewhat forlorn. Chapter 45. Unlocking New Skills. "Your Highness Lian Fei, please feel free to speak. If there is any way I can assist, I will gladly help." With Lian Fei opening the discussion, Shen Siyin continued to engage. Summoned a palace, made to bring a basin of water, and subsequently dismissed the surrounding attendants. She carefully wiped her forehead with a damp towel. "I have summoned several imperial physicians for treatment. I have consumed quite a bit of medicine, yet these red spots persist." With a slight pursing of her lips, she shook her head in resignation. "I have heard that the Shen family possesses a miraculous ointment known as Shui Lian Gao. I wonder if it might be effective? The products used by concubines undergo strict scrutiny, and while she had heard of the remarkable efficacy of the Shen family's Shui Lian Gao for skin ailments, the external opinions were mixed. She hesitated to experiment on her own face. If it were merely a matter of bodily recuperation, the prescriptions provided by the physicians should suffice. It was utterly inconceivable for the condition to persist indefinitely. "Your Highness, I beg your pardon." As she spoke, Shen Siyin reached out to touch the areas where the makeup remained, noting that the redness from the inflamed pimples had led to a thicker application of powder on the princess's face. This was not merely for the audience with the Emperor. It was also to avoid being ridiculed by other ladies in the palace, hence the heavier makeup. Understanding Shen Siyin's intent, the princess promptly explained. Upon hearing her explanation, Shen Siyin grasped the situation entirely. The skin requires the ability to breathe. The princess had initially developed the pimples due to hormonal imbalances, which the physicians had managed to rectify, yet the effects had yet to fully manifest. During this period, the continuous application of heavy makeup had clogged her pores, leading to the formation of the pimples. However, the princess had to maintain her appearance in the palace, and the presence of blemishes would inevitably invite mockery. To suggest that she refrained from makeup was simply unrealistic. Lacking modern technology, it was impossible to develop skincare products akin to those in later eras. Just as Shen Siyin was about to decline, the system activated. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked a new skill for beauty enhancement. More functions await your activation. Was this the manifestation of a system upgrade? It sounded even more foolish than before. Shen Siyin had reason to suspect that the system was intent on exhausting her, asking her to become a master gardener first, followed by a beauty expert. Was it attempting to turn her into a Renaissance woman? Despite her grievances, she found herself unable to voice her refusal due to the system's new capabilities. I am aware of your concerns, Your Highness, but I cannot guarantee a complete cure for your affliction. As she spoke, Shen Siyin opened the princess's makeup box and reapplied the makeup that had just been removed. Although they were indoors, should anyone intrude and witness the situation, it would be quite inappropriate. Just as she finished speaking, a eunuch outside called out loudly, Your Majesty, the regent prince has arrived. Startled, the princess quickly glanced in the mirror and was relieved to find that the redness had been completely concealed. She cast a grateful look at Shen Siyin. Your favored concubine has quietly taken someone away. It has certainly made it easier for me to find you. Though the emperor had not yet entered, his voice had already reached them. Although he spoke in a tone of reproach, there was no actual blame in his words. The princess hurriedly approached to greet him, hurriedly bowing with a smile. Your Majesty, what are you saying? I left a message for the little yellow man. Had I not feared to interrupt your important affairs with the regent prince, I would have certainly brought Sister Shen along to report to you. The princess's voice, imbued with the tenderness characteristic of southern women, was deliberately softened, sounding almost melodious. The emperor had no intention of reproaching her and chuckled lightly, shaking his head. You take my jest too seriously. You truly cannot bear to suffer any loss. Your Majesty, it is not for me to suffer. The princess waved her handkerchief and lightly tapped the emperor, disregarding the presence of Shen Siyin and Song Xiuyu. I understand. I shall not speak of it again. Is that acceptable? The emperor maintained a smile, adding, Today, I have summoned this Shen lady simply because the pastries she made a few days ago were indeed delightful. You flatter me, Your Majesty. Shen Siyin responded with a gentle bow, her expression unaffected. Pastries? Sister Shen can also make pastries? The princess perked up at the emperor's words. Her interest piqued. If the pastries made by Sister Shen have received such praise from Your Majesty, I must have a taste next time. Sister Siyin is not a cook. Why is it that everyone expects her to prepare meals? His tone was clearly protective, and his gaze towards the princess carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Having attained her current status, the princess was seldom openly contradicted, yet facing Song Xiuyu, her expression soured momentarily. Feeling the protective stance of Song Xiuyu on Shen Siyin's behalf stirred a twinge of gratitude within her, but the tension in the atmosphere was palpable, and this was not the time for sentimentality. She quickly interjected to diffuse the situation. It is merely pastries. I shall deliver the recipe to the imperial kitchen right away. Thus, Your Majesty and Princess can enjoy them whenever you wish. It was merely a recipe for pastries, and Shen Siyin did not take it to heart. If she held onto it tightly, it would mean she might have to prepare pastries for the esteemed ladies of the palace in the future. Understanding Shen Siyin's intent to ease the atmosphere, Song Xiuyu, though still displeased, refrained from further comment. The princess, being astute, recognized the gesture and decided not to persist in her stubbornness. Then allow me to express my gratitude to Sister Shen for your generosity. This recipe is indeed a rare gift, and I'm already looking forward to its delights. The princess smiled, appearing to dismiss the earlier discomfort entirely. Chapter 46. Is it truly for the preservation of youth? With me here, no one shall bully you. You are free to refuse any task you do not wish to undertake. Song Xiuyu's voice suddenly reached Shen Siyin's ears. Initially, she did not comprehend his words, but soon realized he was referring to the princess's remarks from earlier that day. Despite being a notorious antagonist, Song Xiuyu had treated her quite well. After all, facing the princess alone had left her feeling anxious. His words implied he would serve as her support, alleviating her worries. Anyone would feel touched to hear such assurances, and a faint smile crept onto Shen Siyin's face as she found herself viewing Song Xiuyu in a more favorable light. All right, I understand. During their return journey, the two fell into a comfortable silence, the atmosphere peaceful and untroubled. Upon disembarking the carriage, Shen Siyin hurried to her quarters. She recalled that among the books she had retrieved from the Shangshu Pavilion, there were several on medicine. Previously, she had merely intended to browse through them. Marveling at the wisdom of the ancients, little did she expect these texts would now prove useful. In modern times, Shen Siyin was merely a beleaguered liberal arts student researching history. The beauty-enhancing ointments fell far into the realm of the sciences. She mentally called out to the system, "You have granted me this skill. Surely you must provide me with an instruction manual as well. How can I hone my proficiency without even a hint of guidance?" Shen Siyin was increasingly exasperated with the system, which seemed perpetually preoccupied with issuing tasks, while leaving her to navigate everything on her own. "Host, the Shen family specializes in this field. You may begin your endeavors there." The system's response was cold yet pragmatic, as if it feared Shen Siyin might cease all activity altogether. "Is that all? Must I require your input for such an obvious suggestion? Hurry and provide me with a manual or something similar, so I could give it a try." Shen Siyin felt a surge of frustration. Had the system been tangible, she would have been tempted to throw it aside. Warning: host displays dangerous thoughts. Please remain calm. The system was also affected by Shen Siyin's emotions, as the once icy voice of the system now carried a hint of fear. The host may redeem relevant books in the points mall. If only the system had mentioned this sooner, instead of being so evasive. While expressing her dissatisfaction, Shen Siyin opened the points mall and exchanged her points for a comprehensive guide to beauty and skincare, intending to study it meticulously. The ancient skincare products were entirely natural, and if time were not so pressing, she mused that she could cultivate these herbs herself. Surely those grown under her aura would yield even better results. However, these were merely thoughts in Shen Siyin's mind, for she needed to concoct the salve quickly to deliver it to the palace. She had yet to fully understand the role of Consort Lien. Early the next morning, Shen Siyin began preparing the salve according to the recipes from the guide she had redeemed. It was not until the sun had set that she completed the preparation. The salve could not be given directly to Consort Lien without confirming its efficacy. The faces of those in her courtyard were immaculate, leaving Shen Siyin in a quandary. Xingru entered Shen Siyin's room to assist in tidying up and mentioned while organizing that the shopkeeper's wife had been complaining about persistent red spots on her face, which had not improved despite repeated visits to various doctors. Could it be that the salve Shen Siyin was preparing was specifically for the shopkeeper's wife's ailment? Xingru's seemingly casual remark solved a significant dilemma for Shen Siyin. "Xingru, you are truly my lucky star," Shen Siyin exclaimed, causing Xingru to feel a bit dazed by the compliment, unsure of what had come over Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin retrieved a small box she had prepared in advance for storing the salve. Her salve was an improved version of the original Shui Lian Gao, having eliminated certain acne-inducing ingredients and upgraded the formula. Shen Siyin felt confident, but its effectiveness could only be confirmed through testing. "Xingru, please deliver this salve to the shopkeeper's wife and inquire if she would be willing to try it, as it could be quite effective for her red spots. If she is willing, return in a few days to check on her condition." Shen Siyin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Xingru understood her intent and hastily delivered the salve to the shopkeeper's wife. Days later, before Xingru could inquire about the shopkeeper's wife's condition, the shopkeeper's wife sent a messenger bearing gifts, all of which were the herbs Xingru had previously purchased from her shop. The shopkeeper's wife, being a businesswoman who interacted with many people daily, took advantage of Shen Siyin's favor to promote the salve. Customers visiting the shopkeeper were well aware of her troubles with the red spots, and upon seeing her flawless complexion, word spread rapidly. Master, Xingru rushed in, her face alight with excitement. "The shopkeeper's wife has been promoting your salve. Many young ladies outside are eager to purchase it, originally intended for Consort Lien." This unexpected opportunity could also serve to fill Shen Siyin's own coffers. Although she had a few remaining salves, they were dwindling, and making them was quite laborious. Shen Siyin glanced at the list in Xingru's hand, momentarily perplexed by the overwhelming demand. "Let us do this. Spread the word that we operate on a reservation system. Interested ladies must pay a deposit, and we will only accept 30 deposits daily. The salve will be delivered 3 days after the deposit is made. This way, my burden in producing the salve will be significantly alleviated." Once Shen Siyin's word spread, the already remarkable salve became even more mystical due to the deposit system. Meanwhile, as Shen Siyin prepared her reserved salves, she made slight improvements to the advanced version of Shui Liangao, adding a touch of fragrance to distinguish her salve from others on the market. Not long after Shen Siyin sent this salve to the palace, Consort Lian sent word that after using the Shui Liangao, the red spots on her face had disappeared. In no time, Shen Siyin's Shui Liangao became the talk of the town, with countless women desiring their own jars. After all, who wouldn't want a miraculous beauty product? Yet, Shen Siyin adhered to the reservation system as previously agreed, rendering Shui Liangao a coveted item. Consort Lian's continuous rewards flowed into the Wangfu, and naturally, the Grand Dowager Empress received news of this. Was Shen Siyin truly so capable? The Grand Dowager Empress absent-mindedly fiddled with her nails, lost in thought. Reports circulated that Consort Lian's ailment had been cured by Shen Siyin's salve, and many young ladies who had used the Shui Liangao corroborated this. A palace made meticulously arranged the snacks nearby. Such rumors spread outside, yet the Grand Dowager Empress pondered why Shen Siyin had not offered her a sample. Having served the Grand Dowager Empress for quite some time, the maid spoke quite boldly. "I am old. What need do I have for such things?" The Grand Dowager Empress smiled, unconsciously stroking her own face. Shen Siyin had indeed been quite active lately. Keep an eye on her. Unbeknownst to Shen Siyin, who was basking in her newfound success, the Grand Dowager Empress had taken notice of her. With the overwhelming demand for her Shui Liangao, Shen Siyin was busy finding help and managing production, oblivious to the stirrings outside. Master, I have finally found you." A person suddenly grasped Shen Siyin's sleeve, catching Xingru off guard. The surrounding guards prepared to intervene, but seeing no harmful intent from the individual, Shen Siyin signaled them to refrain from acting hastily. This person was unfamiliar to Shen Siyin. "You're not a servant of the Wangfu, are you?" It was a statement, not a question. For Wangfu servants would not behave so indiscriminately. Logically, if something had happened to the Shen family, they would seek out Song Xiuyu instead. Shen Siyin was curious about what trouble this Lu Huiji's associate might bring. It seemed something truly dire had occurred within the Shen family. As her carriage arrived at Shen Manor, Lu Huiji emerged to greet her. Observing Lu Huiji's earnest demeanor, Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow. "Sister, what has happened at home? Why the urgency? Do not mention it. Xiao Yin is in trouble." Lu Huiji spoke with a quiver in her voice, pulling Shen Siyin toward Shen Huayin's courtyard. Their relationship had never been amicable, and she rarely ventured into the other's domain. Upon entering, Shen Siyin noticed Shen Shuiji was also present in Shen Huayin's courtyard, leading her to suspect that something serious had indeed transpired. "You are here," Shen Shuiji remarked, his expression grave and voice somber. "I have heard that your Shui Liangao has been remarkably effective. You have not brought shame to our Shen family." "Master, why speak of such things? Hurry and let Siyin take a look at Xiaoyin. What if we delay too long and she cannot be cured?" In contrast to the slow and languid Shen Shuiji, Lu Huiji appeared quite anxious beside him. The unexpected interruption by Lu Huiji left Shen Shuiji feeling somewhat awkward, yet he could empathize with Lu Huiji's urgency at that moment, letting out a sigh. "Siyin, Huayin has been disfigured, and your second mother wishes for your assistance in determining if she can be healed. I spoke hastily out of concern. Please do not take it to heart." The initial anxiety dissipated as Shen Siyin remained calm, crossing her arms. "Father, it's not that I am unwilling to help Shen Huayin. Although we are family, even blood brothers must be clear about accounts." Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Huiji interrupted, pleading, "Siyin, I implore you to save Xiaoyin. She is my everything. Do not take advantage of this situation. We are all family." Lu Huiji, fearing that Shen Siyin's forthcoming conditions might threaten her or Shen Huayin's standing in the Shen household, hastily spoke up in front of Shen Shuiji, hoping to mitigate any unreasonable demands Shen Huayin might make. "Rubbish. What do you mean by that?" Shen Shuiji, being astute, certainly caught the underlying tone in Lu Huiji's words. Shen Siyin, unfazed, merely smiled. "I have yet to propose any conditions. Why must you be so hasty to interject?" Ignoring their reactions, Shen Siyin proceeded into Shen Huayin's chamber. Inside, no servants were present. Only Shen Huayin lay alone on the bed. Upon seeing Shen Siyin, she managed to sit up, removing the mask from her face. Shen Siyin took in the discomfort on Shen Huayin's visage, but as a physician, her gaze held neither sorrow nor joy. Merely a professional assessment that healing was possible. Is that truly the case? If you can restore me, I will agree to any conditions. Shen Huayin's formerly dull eyes sparkled with hope, laced with urgency as she gazed at Shen Siyin. Xiao Yin, please hold on. Lu Huizhi attempted to intervene again, but upon witnessing the expectation in Shen Huayin's eyes, she sighed and ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. My demands are quite simple. I need you to agree to 3 matters, but not at this moment. Shen Siyin had no intention of prolonging the conversation. All right, as long as you can heal me, even if it requires 30 conditions, I will comply. Shen Huayin's excitement was palpable, as a woman deeply concerned about her appearance. She had thought her life was irrevocably altered, yet Shen Siyin had presented her with a glimmer of hope. The disfigurement Shen Huayin faced was different from the acne that plagued Ling Fei. It involved intricate restoration and regeneration, requiring a distinct formulation and specific herbs that needed to be procured. After extensive research on the exchange of points for materials, Shen Siyin finally produced a formula and promptly sent Xingru to gather the necessary ingredients. Regardless of her personal feelings toward Shen Huayin, they were indeed family. And Shen Siyin felt compelled to take action. Initially contemplating sending the ointment to the Shen residence, she decided against it, opting to deliver it herself to avoid any potential criticisms from Shen Shuizhi. Siyin, thank you for your efforts. It must have taken considerable time. Lu Huizhi expressed her gratitude, her face reflecting deep emotion. Why not stay for dinner tonight? I shall have the kitchen prepare some dishes you adore. Shen Siyin had no desire to endure Lu Huizhi's insincere demeanor any longer. No need, the Wang Fu has everything. She turned away, refusing to engage further, leaving Lu Huizhi standing there watching her retreating figure, unable to suppress her clenched teeth. The Wang Fu has everything, does it? Let us see how arrogant you remain without that backing. Lu Huizhi then headed toward Shen Huayin's courtyard, abruptly halting as she turned to Tan Shan beside her, instructing, gather a few individuals to intercept her along the way. You know what to do. When she left, Xingru was still occupied with the water lotus ointment, prompting her to take the carriage alone. However, before she could locate the Wang Fu's carriage, a sharp pain struck the back of her neck, causing her to lose consciousness. When Shen Siyin regained her senses, she felt as though she had been stuffed into a sack. As she struggled slightly, the opening loosened. Observing her surroundings, she realized she was in a dilapidated temple, and her captors had underestimated her, leaving her hands and feet unbound. Why must she aspire to be the main character when she could simply play a good supporting role? This predicament was truly unbearable. Just as Shen Siyin contemplated how to escape this situation, her movements seemed to attract the attention of outsiders. 3 burly men approached her. Exchanging lewd remarks, I was pondering how to wake this beautiful lady. Yet she has awakened on her own. Thank goodness she is awake. I have no interest in unconscious women. In just a few sentences, Shen Siyin deduced that someone was plotting against her. But since her visit to the Shen residence was impromptu, could it be that someone had been watching her? Look at your stunning face, my lady. Even if you were pregnant, we couldn't help but be captivated. Do not blame us for being beastly. You're simply too enchanting. Pregnant? The words of her captors became increasingly incomprehensible, yet there was no time to clarify the situation, as one of the captors was already reaching for her. Although she was awake, it was evident that she could not overpower the 3 men before her, and one of them was now touching her face. A wave of nausea surged within Shen Siyin, though she recognized that, as the protagonist, someone would eventually come to her aid. Waiting for rescue was not her style. Her fate lay in her own hands. Gritting her teeth, she rolled away from the man's grasp, and in his moment of surprise, she delivered a swift kick to his groin. Shen Siyin's resistance ignited the anger of the 3 men, and the 2 behind rushed forward, attempting to seize her. In her mind, she called out, "System, I wish to exchange points for a 5-minute time rewind." In this critical moment, the system quickly complied, and just as the group of men was about to capture her, she instinctively knew someone was lying in wait for her. This time, she chose not to follow the usual course and did not prepare to take the Wang Fu's carriage. Knowing that Lu Shuo was out on business, she cleverly circumvented the 3 men and headed straight for Lu Shuo. Unbeknownst to Shen Siyin, although she evaded the trio, they sensed something was amiss when they failed to spot her and subsequently sought her out. Fortunately, by that time, she had already boarded Lu Shuo's carriage, and the three men dared not act against him. As she processed the ordeal, she realized she was merely an ordinary modern person from the 21st century, unaccustomed to the experience of abduction. Although she had maintained her composure earlier, her heart was in turmoil. Were it not for the system at her disposal, waiting for the so-called plot correction and for Song Xiuyu's rescue could have taken an eternity. Shen Siyin's expression grew somewhat dazed, her mental state deteriorating to the point that she forgot to greet Lu Shuo as she headed toward her courtyard. From this day forth, she vowed never again to venture out alone. Song Xiuyu's insistence on her bringing guards had proven invaluable. Song Xiuyu stood not far from her, his gaze fixed intently upon her. If she were not mistaken, it seemed he was waiting for her. Wang Ye? Shen Siyin's voice carried a hint of hesitation as she contemplated the possibility that the abduction was somehow linked to Song Xiuyu. Anger welled up within her, yet she recognized that she currently lacked the strength to confront him. Those minor issues were insignificant, but the potential consequences of her being alone today were indeed dire. Reflecting on the possible outcomes, Song Xiuyu's tone towards Shen Siyin grew uncharacteristically stern, startled by his sudden display of temper. Shen Siyin found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Under normal circumstances, she might have felt defiant, but today, a sense of guilt overwhelmed her, prompting her to awkwardly nod in submission, acknowledging her missteps. Observing Shen Siyin, who had bowed her head almost to the ground, Song Xiuyu, despite his desire to reprimand her further, found his words faltering. Had he perhaps been too harsh? Did he scare her? It was perplexing that he had to consider her feelings when it was she who had erred. With this thought in mind, he softened his tone, advising her to take more companions with her when venturing out, for the outside world was currently far from safe. Shen Siyin sensed the underlying implication in his words, suspecting it related to the individuals who had previously accompanied her. However, she refrained from mentioning this to Lu Shuo, as bringing it up abruptly to Song Xiuyu would seem rather odd. His words, laced with a hint of reassurance, eased some of her earlier unease. She had been worried about what she would do if those people targeted her again once she left the residence. I understand, she murmured, her head bowed, appearing as if she had committed a grave error. Next time, I will ensure to bring the people you assign to me. Having spent some time with Song Xiuyu, Shen Siyin began to realize just how considerate he was towards her, at least in terms of these matters. She needed to be astute and not fall victim to schemes without realizing it. Song Xiuyu shook his head in frustration, puzzled by how someone as seemingly intelligent as Shen Siyin could act so thoughtlessly. I'm quite clever, you know, Shen Siyin retorted, momentarily dismissing the earlier incident, her excitement about the newly developed ointment causing her to let her guard down. I know, it was Shen Huayin who was disfigured, right? Song Xiuyu's words trailed off, sensing the shift in the conversation. You seem quite pleased, but did you manage to restore your sister's face? His voice, intentionally softened, was not fully grasped by Shen Siyin, who chose not to dwell on his unfinished thought. My remedy is not a miraculous potion. Healing requires time. There is no such thing as an instant cure, she replied, knowing she had concocted a more effective ointment. But given her strained relationship with Shen Huayin, she felt no obligation to provide her with superior treatment. I heard that the doctors in the capital were at a loss for her condition, yet you managed to heal her? You truly possess some skill, Song Xiuyu acknowledged, somewhat surprised by Shen Siyin's sudden talent, given that the Shen family specialized in such matters and her innate abilities were not entirely unexpected. Of course, you should consider who I am, Shen Siyin declared, confidence surging as she spoke of her expertise. Observing her self-satisfied expression, Song Xiuyu chuckled softly, his mind drifting to a recent event. At the last Baiwa banquet, the Grand Princess had mistakenly arranged a marriage for Shen Huayin, resulting in a blunder. Consequently, she had set her sights on the second prince, Song Anshi, and the decree should arrive at the Shen residence shortly. Shen Huayin and the second prince? Shen Siyin was not well acquainted with Song Anshi, but she knew Shen Huayin's aspirations did not lie with him. She wondered if Shen Huayin would create more amusing scenes. Just as she pondered planting more flowers, Xing Ru's voice interrupted her thoughts. Miss, someone from the Shen family has come. The Shen family? A cold smile crept onto Shen Siyin's face as she recalled adding a particular herb to Shen Huayin's ointment, which had caused unbearable itching during the healing process. As for whether the second prince would see Shen Huayin, it depended on her facial condition, which was currently not presentable. Let her in, Shen Siyin decided, curious about the Shen family's intentions. Although the individuals who had once attempted to kidnap her had evaded her grasp, she was convinced that Lu Huizhi was behind it, as the look in his eyes when she had left the Shen residence was far from benign. "Miss, please, you must save our young lady," a voice pleaded as a figure rushed in, kneeling before her. Chapter 50. A spectacle awaits the visitor was Miao Qiao, Lu Huizhi's personal maid, and Shen Siyin was perplexed as to why Lu Huizhi did not come herself. Sending a maid instead seemed dismissive of her significance. Shen Siyin furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing, not even sparing Miao Qiao a glance. After all, Lu Huizhi sought her assistance, yet this was her demeanor? Shen Siyin turned her attention to watering the flowers on the other side, treating Miao Qiao as if she were invisible. Miao Qiao, accustomed to being revered within the Shen residence, was unaccustomed to such treatment. Gritting her teeth, she plastered on a sycophantic smile. "Miss, you and the second miss are sisters. Surely, you cannot bear to see her face in such disarray. I provided you with the medicine, so why are you here again?" Shen Siyin replied, her expression indifferent. Although the effects of the ointment were gradual, there was indeed some improvement. The issue stemmed from Shen Huayin and her family's impatience. Miao Qiao hesitated, but she had anticipated Shen Siyin's response. She recited a rehearsed answer. "The medicine you provided is indeed effective, but your water lily ointment made their faces flawless by the next day. Are you suggesting that I harbor resentment towards a madam? The second miss is innocent. I implore you to help her." Miao Qiao's voice dripped with desperation, painting Shen Siyin as the villain to anyone unaware of the situation. Impressive, she thought. How quickly Miao Qiao attempted to morally bind her. It was clear that Miao Qiao's position as Lu Huizhi's confidant came with some acumen. Shen Siyin's expression remained unchanged as she considered the difficulty of treating disfigurement. If they could find a doctor who could heal her instantly, they were welcome to return her ointment. Its effects had limitations. Regardless of Miao Qiao's moral coercion, Shen Siyin was undeterred, knowing that she had been given a strict order by Lu Huizhi. "I truly beg you, miss, if you can heal the second miss. Both the madam and the second miss will surely heed your wishes," Miao Qiao implored, desperation evident in her voice. Shen Siyin, unwilling to waste further time on Miao Qiao, turned to leave for her room. Just a few steps away, she heard the sound of wind chimes, followed by a guard announcing, "The prince has arrived." The prince? Miao Qiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as her body moved before her mind could catch up. Moments ago, she had been kneeling in the courtyard, but now she dashed outside. "Your Highness, please save our second miss." Miao Qiao's voice rang out, clearly audible even to Shen Siyin within the courtyard. Song Xiuyu found his path obstructed, his expression turning dark at the unexpected interruption. "Your Highness, I am a servant from the Shen residence. Today, I come seeking assistance for our second young lady. Yet who would have thought that despite my earnest pleas, the eldest young lady remains unwilling to extend her aid." Miao Qiao's words were laden with emotion, making one wonder how harshly Shen Siyin must have treated her. "The second young lady you speak of is Shen Huayin?" Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, his demeanor somewhat frosty. Through Miao Qiao's brief utterances, he had already grasped the essence of the situation. Indeed, Miao Qiao bowed deeply before Song Xiuyu, too forcefully, leaving a mark upon her forehead. "Previously, our mistress held disdain for that eldest young lady due to her misdeeds, and it is only natural for the eldest young lady to be displeased. But the second young lady is innocent. Should the eldest young lady choose to lend her hand today, she would become our second young lady's savior, and our mistress would surely hold the eldest young lady in high regard, never inflicting harm upon her in the future." Miao Qiao's remarks inadvertently acknowledged that Lu Huizhi had previously meddled with Shen Siyin, prompting a cold snort from Shen Siyin, who now readily admitted it. She did not place any significance on such intangible promises. Lu Huizhi was no naive character, and she would hardly be swayed by such assurances. Power and gain were of utmost importance. "Had you already provided your second young lady with ointment? What brings you here now?" Song Xiuyu's gaze remained icy, though it bore an oppressive weight as it scrutinized Miao Tiao. Miao Tiao, lacking resilience, dared not meet Song Xiuyu's eyes, feeling as though his gaze was a slow torment. The wounds on the second young lady's face have yet to fully heal. The eldest young lady surely has the means to mend them, if only she were willing. Even at this moment, Miao Tiao did not hesitate to cast aspersions upon Shen Siyin in front of Song Xiuyu, revealing their desire for her well-being. Song Xiuyu let out a cold huff, regarding Miao Tiao as if she were refused, questioning why he had taken in such ungrateful servants. Remove this presumptuous maid from my sight. Song Xiuyu found the very presence of this individual to be a waste of time. The Shen family truly repulsed him. The guards approached to seize Miao Tiao, escorting her out. Shen Siyin watched with satisfaction. This spectacle was indeed worthwhile, but her joy lasted scarcely 3 seconds before the system issued a new task. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a new task. Proceed to the Shen residence. Congratulations? Why release the task just now, when Miao Tiao was already being dragged away? Wasn't he that a slap in Song Xiuyu's face? What audacity she possessed. The task countdown begins now. 30 minutes. Shen Siyin took a deep breath, suppressing the anger bubbling within her. Your Highness, wait. Chapter 51. Misunderstanding surprised by Shen Siyin's interjection at such a moment. The guards halted their actions, and even Song Xiuyu cast her a puzzled glance. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Shen Siyin felt a twinge of anxiety. She had not anticipated that this irresponsible system would issue such a task. Your Highness, I have given it some thought. Shen Siyin is, after all, my sister. Though I have already applied the ointment, and if used regularly it should heal, it would be unwise not to check on her well-being, as any misstep could lead to complications. Shen Siyin felt a pang of guilt, not daring to meet Song Xiuyu's gaze. For only moments prior he had commanded the expulsion of Miao Tiao, and now she was undermining him. Song Xiuyu regarded Shen Siyin thoughtfully, leaving his emotions inscrutable. You may handle your family affairs as you see fit. Miao Tiao, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, felt a rush of excitement, convinced that the eldest young lady would not abandon them in their time of need. Earlier, when seeking help, Shen Siyin had not seen Miao Tiao so obedient, causing her to stifle a laugh behind her hand. However, Song Xiuyu observed her expression closely, his demeanor improving noticeably. You may go, but take Lu Shuo with you. After pondering, Song Xiuyu deemed it prudent to send Lu Shuo along. As his capable personal guard, Lu Shuo would ensure her safety. Should anyone harbor ill intentions towards Shen Siyin, they would think twice with Lu Shuo by her side. Upon hearing Song Xiuyu's words, Shen Siyin's eyes sparkled. He truly was a benevolent individual, thoughtful in his considerations. Having endured recent events, she felt a tinge of fear about venturing out. Although Song Xiuyu had arranged for guards, none could compare to Lu Shuo's reliability. Her thoughts were laid bare to Song Xiuyu. Initially, he softened at her praise, but upon hearing her commendation of Lu Shuo, his expression faltered. Were it not for the system task, Shen Siyin would have little desire to return to the Shen residence, aside from her elder brother. There was nothing else there to which she felt attached, especially given his recent absences. Shen Siyin's cold gaze swept over Miao Tiao, who lowered her head in guilt. She scoffed but said nothing further. What is wrong with Shen Siyin? I have already given her the ointment. Regular application should suffice. Shen Siyin's tone was quite frosty, devoid of any pretense in her dealings with Lu Huizhi. Her words were blunt, yet Lu Huizhi showed no anger, wearing a conciliatory smile. Ah, the second lady knows of your remarkable medical skills. Surely the scar on Xiao Yin's face is but a trifle for you. However, it has been several days. While there are signs of healing, the progress is slow, and the wound remains itchy. We were hoping you could come to see if we have been applying it incorrectly. Perhaps due to her request of Shen Siyin, Lu Huizhi spoke with particular caution, fearing that a single misstep could lead Shen Siyin to turn away. Applying ointment is not magic. One cannot expect immediate results. Shen Siyin's voice remained indifferent. It was entirely normal for a wound to itch as new flesh formed. Siyin, please do take a look. Otherwise, I cannot find peace of mind. Xiao Yin suffers daily, making my heart ache even more. Upon hearing Shen Siyin's affirmative response, Lu Huizhi felt a weight lift from her heart. She had feared that Shen Siyin had no genuine intention to treat Shen Siyin, worried that she might tamper with the ointment, leaving her unaware. Shen Siyin examined Shen Huayin's face. The wounds appear to be in a normal state. Presumably, Lu Huizhi and Shen Huayin felt the healing was too slow. Had they not caused this commotion, she might have considered replacing the ointment with something more effective. Now, she deemed it unnecessary. There is nothing amiss. Continue applying the ointment and be mindful of her diet. Shen Siyin paused before adding, given that Shen Huayin's condition was already difficult to manage, a slow recovery is to be expected. I cannot do anything about it. With that, she turned and left without waiting for Lu Huizhi's response. However, just as she stepped out of the courtyard, she collided with someone, frowning and speaking brusquely. Do you not watch where you are going? How could you bump into someone as large as I? As soon as her words fell, Lu Huizhi rushed out of the courtyard. Before she could react, she saw the second prince, Song Anshi, collide with Shen Siyin. She quickly intervened, fearing that Shen Siyin might offend the esteemed guest. Your Highness the second prince? Chapter 52. Song Anshi, do you dare to touch my people? Is this the second prince? Song Anshi? Shen Siyin swiftly recalled effective information from her previous conversation with Song Xiuyu, surmising that Song Anshi had come to see what his fiancé looked like. However, Shen Huayin's face had not fully healed, and it remained unclear how Lu Huizhi intended to conclude the situation. These thoughts swiftly traversed Shen Siyin's mind as she belatedly offered a greeting to Song Anshi, realizing only now that he was the second prince, and she sought his forgiveness for any perceived offense. Her gesture was graceful, exuding a sense of poise that caught Song Anshi's attention. He was already acquainted with Lu Huizhi, and if memory served him correctly, the servant had mentioned that this courtyard belonged to the second miss, Shen Huayin. Thus, the woman before him was to be his future princess. As he pondered this, Song Anshi regarded Shen Siyin with a scrutinizing gaze, taking in her features, and for reasons unknown, he found her increasingly agreeable. He nodded in satisfaction, his voice gentle as he declared that there was no need for excessive formality. He had heard of her recent injury, and upon seeing her now, she appeared to have fully recovered. A smile adorned Song Anshi's face. Yet his words left Shen Siyin somewhat bewildered. Lu Huizhi immediately discerned that Song Anshi had mistaken Shen Siyin for Shen Huayin, and internally she lamented this misunderstanding. Just as she prepared to clarify the matter, Song Anshi addressed Shen Siyin, suggesting that she show him around the Shen residence. Shen Siyin blinked in confusion, suddenly acutely aware that the situation felt amiss. As Shen Huayin's betrothed, why would he ask her to guide him through the Shen estate? If this were to reach Song Xiuyu's ears, it would surely lead to her downfall. What do you mean by that? Song Anshi sensed something was amiss. Was this not Shen Huayin's household? Where else could she possibly take him? Lu Shuo, who had been closely following Song Xiuyu, recognized the identity of the woman beside him. Realizing that she was not Shen Huayin, but rather Shen Siyin, who was already married to Song Xiuyu. He stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with contemplation as he mused. So, you're Lady Shen. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin understood that Song Anshi had indeed misidentified her, and a weight lifted from her heart. Thankfully, it was not a grave matter. Your Highness, should you have the time in the future, you are welcome to visit the Wangfu, she replied with a gentle smile. Given the late hour, she refrained from extending an invitation to the second prince. It was merely a matter of polite exchange. She doubted that Song Xiuyu would allow Song Anshi to approach while he was present. A hint of mockery flickered in Song Anshi's eyes as he readily acquiesced. Then let us meet again next time. Initially, it seemed that the second prince had mistaken her for someone else, yet upon discovering Lady Shen's true identity, he appeared somewhat reluctant to let the matter go. Lu Shuo observed the increasingly darkening expression on Song Xiuyu's face and spoke with heightened caution. Very well. Song Anshi is indeed quite impressive. A cryptic smile played upon Song Xiuyu's lips, rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Your Highness, do you wish for me to issue a warning to the second prince? Lu Shuo, sensing his lord's displeasure, spoke in a hushed tone. Song Xiuyu cast a cold glance at Lu Shuo, raising an eyebrow. Those who wish to approach me must consider their own capabilities. However, the servants within the Wangfu could all feel the tension emanating from Song Xiuyu, instinctively keeping their distance whenever he was near. Unperturbed by the somber atmosphere within the Wangfu, Shen Siyin had long since dismissed the affairs of the Shen household from her mind. Gazing at the flowers and plants in her courtyard, she contemplated the need to cultivate more blooms. Otherwise, her skills would languish, and it would take years to attain mastery. Master, the Shen family has sent over some items, Xingru announced, approaching Shen Siyin with a box in hand. Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, suspecting this to be yet another ploy by Lu Huizhi to deceive her. Lu Huizhi's ambitions were evident, and Shen Siyin was not so easily fooled. What did they send? She inquired without bothering to look, her focus remaining on her flowers. Put it in the storeroom, she instructed, for while Lu Huizhi excelled at maintaining appearances, Shen Siyin was not swayed by such tactics. As they exited the estate, they coincidentally encountered the bustling night market, with lanterns illuminating the entire street in a splendid display. However, after only a few steps, Shen Siyin found her attention captured by a series of lanterns, prompting her to pause and admire them. Chapter 53. The one guessing lantern riddles with her was not her. Her gaze was completely ensnared by the lanterns, causing her to miss what Xingru was saying, and she merely nodded in a perfunctory manner. With a background in history, Shen Siyin often found herself in contact with ancient artifacts. Yet the exquisite craftsmanship of the lanterns still left her in awe. The ingenuity and skill of the laboring populace were truly remarkable. Song Yanqi stood near her, and instinctively she shifted away, preparing to bow when he halted her, stating that there was no need for excessive formality and that she could treat him as an ordinary citizen. Shen Siyin smiled faintly. After all, he was a prince, and it was implausible to regard him as an ordinary individual. However, she concealed this thought, merely offering a smile. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward, as it was impossible for her to completely disregard Song Yanqi, who stood beside her. Initially, she assumed that he merely wished to greet her, but wherever she moved, he followed, leading her to suspect that he harbored ulterior motives. Having learned of Song Yanqi's error in recognizing her the day before, Shen Siyin had not given the matter much thought. However, his current demeanor struck her as peculiar. Could it be that Song Yanqi was genuinely interested in her? She dared not dwell on such absurdities, shaking her head to dispel the notion. They had only met twice, and she had not exchanged any flirtatious remarks with him. Surely, she was mistaken. Having come to this realization, her interactions with Song Yanqi became more relaxed. After all, if he chose to follow her, she would simply pretend he was not present. Yet, Song Yanqi appeared oblivious to Shen Siyin's subconscious attempts to overlook him, and he began enthusiastically introducing her to the lanterns. Given his fervent enthusiasm, Shen Siyin felt it inappropriate to maintain an unfriendly demeanor. As she observed the lanterns, she gradually became well acquainted with the various designs. To her surprise, the second prince possessed a wealth of knowledge, even regarding lanterns. Shen Siyin's perception of him shifted from indifference to admiration. Song Yanqi waved dismissively, a smile gracing his features. It is nothing remarkable. I simply enjoy observing these things. Your Highness, you're being too humble. To remember such intricate details is already quite impressive, Shen Siyin responded gently. Yet her gaze remained fixed on the lanterns. Do you have a fondness for these lanterns? Song Yanqi inquired, leaning closer to her. You can win them by guessing the riddles associated with them. Shen Siyin had heard of the tradition of winning lanterns through riddle guessing, but had never participated herself. Intrigued, she asked, is that truly possible? Indeed, yet there are various prizes for guessing the riddles. Only by reaching the end can one win a lantern. Song Yanqi gestured invitingly. Gulme, allow me to guide you to win a lantern. It turned out that each section of the lantern street had designated vendors, and if she fancied a particular lantern, all she needed to do was locate the vendor for that area. Had Shen Siyin been left to her own devices, she would never have considered such details and would have merely wandered aimlessly through the lantern street. Song Yanqi appeared quite familiar with this lantern street, and after just a couple of turns, they arrived at a shop she had previously overlooked. Shopkeeper, we wish to guess lantern riddles, Song Yanqi declared, tossing a silver ingot onto the table and retrieving a riddle from a wooden box atop the counter. Spring is brief, one person far away from the lake's heart. The moon draws near. Song Yanqi's voice was steady and unhurried as he recited the riddle. Young master, you are fortunate. This one is not simple. The proprietor, hands on hips, and with a hint of schadenfreude, offered a clue. Think of a musical instrument. Song Anchi began to ponder the riddle, turning to the side to look at Shen Siyin. Shen Yangzi, do you have any insights? Shen Siyin wore a subtle smile, finding it amusing to see Song Anchi frowning in thought. Although she was not well versed in lantern riddles, she had fortuitously encountered this particular one before. It was quite simple. The ancient is near the lake's heart, and the moon is intimate with the ancient. As for the musical instrument, Shen Siyin did not finish her thought, but Song Anchi, receiving the hint, suddenly brightened. Eru, is it the Eru? Am I correct? Yes, indeed. You two are quite remarkable. You were the first to solve this riddle today. The proprietor nodded with a smile and unexpectedly produced a lantern. Song Anchi accepted it. Shen Yangzi, you seemed fond of this lantern earlier, so this is for you. He was about to hand it over to Shen Siyin when she waved her hand. I cannot accept a reward that is not earned. This lantern belongs to His Second Highness for solving the riddle. Had it not been for your hint, I would not have deciphered it. Song Anchi appeared resolute in his intention to gift the lantern to Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin felt a twinge of regret for speaking up and, scratching her head, thought of a clever idea. This is indeed a prize for His Second Highness. Therefore, I cannot accept it. I must earn what I desire. While speaking, Shen Siyin pulled out a silver ingot from her purse and handed it to the proprietor. Please, give me a riddle as well. She drew a stick from the wooden box, yet found no clues in the riddle, which read, Abundant harvest, the world is wealthy. You two have truly struck luck today. You have drawn the two most challenging riddles in our establishment. The proprietor chuckled. This riddle comes without hints. It relies solely on your ingenuity. His words caused Shen Siyin to feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed a bit burdensome for the proprietor to flatter them so. With a sigh, she focused her mind on the riddle, as such clever puzzles required a spark of inspiration. Indeed impressive, Shen Siyin affirmed with a note of certainty, raising an eyebrow in anticipation of the proprietor bringing her prize. Truly remarkable. You are indeed talented. This riddle is the most difficult in our shop. Previously, even though Shen Siyin knew the answer, she did not reveal it. This time, she managed to solve one that had stumped many. Chapter 54. The Wangfu is my home. You've guessed the most challenging riddle in our shop, deserving this jade pendant, said the proprietor, who, to Shen Siyin's surprise, magically produced a box. Raising an eyebrow in curiosity, she opened it to find a lustrous jade pendant inside. Just gazing at its radiant glow, she recognized its exceptional quality. The proprietor truly spared no expense. This jade was quite valuable. Song Anchi, upon seeing it, could discern its quality and remarked, in comparison to this jade, my lantern pales significantly. The jade continued to shimmer in the box, and, as Shen Siyin gazed at it, she inexplicably thought of Song Xiuyu, who possessed a similarly pristine and exalted aura. Unbeknownst to her, the scene of her and Song Anchi solving riddles had been observed by Song Xiuyu. After her departure from the estate, Song Xiuyu recalled recent events with a hint of concern and, with nothing pressing at hand, decided to follow along with Lucia. However, he was taken aback to find Shen Siyin in the company of Song Anchi, with even Xingru nowhere to be seen. Your Highness, Xingru merely went to fetch seeds. Shen Zhushi likely did not intend to engage with His Second Highness, Lu Shuo explained, noting Song Xiuyu's increasingly tense expression. After all, if Song Xiuyu were to become angry, he would not hold Shen Siyin accountable. It would be Lu Shuo who suffered, who would willingly endure working beside an icy figure. Hearing Lu Shuo's words softened Song Xiuyu's expression, and noticing the effect, Lu Shuo quickly added, it seems Shen Zhushi prefers to maintain distance from His Second Highness. Let us approach her and greet her. No need. We shall remain here. If danger arises, we can make our move then. Song Xiuyu crossed his arms, keeping his gaze fixed on Shen Siyin, never diverting it from her movements, despite the distance between them. Meanwhile, Shen Siyin carefully stored the jade pendant, considering that crafting a tassel for Song Xiuyu might be fitting. Observing her serious demeanor, Song Anchi inquired, do you have a fondness for jade? He took a jade pendant from his belongings and offered it to Shen Siyin. This is a fine piece I have sought for many years, unmatched in quality. Given our affinity, I wish to gift it to you. Yet, Shen Siyin, aware of her allegiance to Song Xiuyu, felt it inappropriate to accept such generosity. Just as she prepared to decline, Chaos erupted nearby as a stall was overturned, and two vendors began to grapple. Shen Siyin was swept away in the commotion, and by the time she regained her bearings, she found herself distanced from the riddle stall. Frowning, she realized the crowd was overwhelming. Even if she shouted, Song Anchi might not hear her. In this unfamiliar setting, she decided to remain still. After a brief moment, she noticed the throng beginning to disperse, likely due to officials from the Shuntian Prefecture restoring order. Shen Siyin bit her lip, reflecting on how she had been swept away from the crowd, realizing she should not have treated Song Anchi so. After encountering Song Anchi, Shen Siyin felt her day had been rather extraordinary, and it was only upon entering the gates of the Wangfu that her heart finally settled. Next time, if Xingru needed to leave early, she would certainly accompany her. She could not bear to experience today's ordeal again. As Shen Siyin was separated from the crowd, Song Xiuyu and Lu Shuo quickly pursued, but given the distance, even Song Xiuyu's exceptional agility offered little advantage in the throng. His intuition was confirmed by some rather sardonic remarks later. I saw you were quite merry with Song Anchi today. One might think you have forgotten your loyalties. Song Xiuyu was aware of her encounter with Song Anchi today. Chapter 55. Has the chef knocked over the vinegar jar? Though Shen Siyin had done nothing wrong by spending time with Song Xiuyu, she still felt a twinge of guilt for being alone with another man for an extended period. Moreover, recalling some recent baffling comments from Song Xiuyu, she began to piece together their meaning. Your Highness, what do you mean by that? Xingru merely went to retrieve something, and I happened to encounter his second highness. Shen Siyin blinked innocently, attempting to deflect. However, Song Xiuyu would not grant her such an opportunity. He snorted derisively. You seem to remember you are a member of the Wangfu. He observed with clarity today that Song Anchi was almost leaning against Shen Siyin, calling out Second Prince in an affectionate manner. If she were not to call him Second Prince, what should she call him instead? Shen Siyin felt a mix of anger and amusement. She wondered if the kitchen had accidentally knocked over a jar of vinegar, for there was a palpable sense of jealousy in the air. Song Xiuyu raised his brow and glanced at Shen Siyin, realizing he might have overreacted. Song Anchi was hardly worth consideration, and if he were to trouble her, she could simply reject him outright. Shen Siyin scratched her head awkwardly, acknowledging that she had not firmly dismissed Song Anchi's advances, although she held no fear of him. She nodded obediently, aware that Song Xiuyu was in a less than pleasant mood, and replied, I will be more cautious next time. However, upon uttering those words, Shen Siyin felt a twinge of discomfort and quickly corrected herself, stating, there will not be a next time. I shall not meet Song Anchi again. As soon as she spoke, Song Xiuyu's expression visibly improved, though he still wore a serious demeanor. I do not interfere in your friendships, but there is little merit in associating with Song Anchi. How harsh indeed. One might question, aside from Song Xiuyu, who else in the entire capital is worthy of befriending? Of course, she refrained from voicing this thought, for such words would only serve to deepen Song Xiuyu's displeasure. Master Shen, the prince has instructed that you, having been startled today, should have the physician examine you for any serious harm. Upon hearing Lu Shua's words, the court physician stepped forward, and Shen Siyin was taken aback by Song Xiuyu's attentiveness as she extended her hand for examination. The prince has been exceedingly busy these past few days, scarcely finding time to eat, yet he remains concerned for you, Master Shen, Lu Shua chattered in her ear, leading Shen Siyin to suspect that he might be a pawn sent by Song Xiuyu. Nevertheless, she found this display rather endearing. Song Xiuyu was not as aloof as he appeared. Once the physician confirmed that Shen Siyin was indeed unharmed, she decided to seek out Song Xiuyu. At that moment, he was in his study, furrowed brow deep in thought. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, he raised his head, looking at Shen Siyin with curiosity. What brings you here? Before she could respond, a servant announced, Prince, the second prince has come to visit. Upon hearing Song Anchi's name, Song Xiuyu's expression soured. Yet he merely cast a cursory glance at Shen Siyin, stating, your friend has come to see you. Today, the prince is exceedingly busy, and yet I must come personally to see you. Song Anchi's voice preceded him, laced with a hint of mockery. Shen Siyin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It seemed she had chosen in an opportune moment to visit Song Xiuyu, now caught between him and Song Anchi. Her discomfort intensified, Song Xiuyu remained silent in response to Song Anqi's remarks. Song Anqi entered with an air of nonchalance, his gaze landing on Shen Siyin, filled with surprise. Lady Shen, I did not expect to find you here. What a coincidence. She is under my protection. Where else would she be but by my side? Song Xiuyu's words brimmed with possessiveness. What brings you here? Is there something you require? Song Anqi, undeterred, replied, if there is nothing pressing, can I not pay a visit? Now that my guest has arrived, it would be unthinkable to send him away. Wouldn't it, my prince? Song Anqi dismissed Song Xiuyu's words with ease, appearing increasingly at ease. Noting that it was getting late, he added, I have not yet dined. I happened to pass by the prince's residence and thought to drop in for a meal. Surely, you would not deny me this? Song Anqi raised an eyebrow, his gaze seemingly drifting back to Shen Siyin. I have long heard of your exceptional culinary skills, Lady Shen. I wonder if I might have the fortune of tasting your cooking today. His flirtatious tone caused Shen Siyin to feel a wave of awkwardness. She had intended to prepare a meal for Song Xiuyu, but now, with Song Anqi's interruption, that seemed impossible. After all, not everyone could savor her culinary talents. Her thoughts seemed to bring some relief to Song Xiuyu, whose expression softened slightly, though his eyes still bore a critical glint. Lady Shen is not a cook. What business is it of yours to demand her culinary skills? Our residence is staffed with cooks. There is no need for the mistress to serve guests. Song Xiuyu was well aware of Song Anqi's intentions, and knew that those who sought to provoke him must first be prepared to face the consequences. Suddenly, Shen Siyin recalled that only a few days prior, Song Xiuyu had uttered some perplexing words, the meaning of which eluded her then, but now seemed to fall into place. What on earth are you saying, my prince? Was it not Xingru who went to fetch something? I merely happened to encounter the second prince. Shen Siyin blinked innocently, attempting to deflect the situation. However, Song Xiuyu was not inclined to grant her such an opportunity. With a cold snort, he remarked, You seem to remember that you belong to the prince's household. He had seen clearly today how closely Song Anqi had been leaning toward Shen Siyin, calling out to her with an affectionate tone. If she were not to address him as second prince, what alternative could she offer? Shen Siyin felt a blend of anger and amusement. My prince, why does this residence reek of jealousy? Has the cook overturned a jar of vinegar? Song Xiuyu raised his brow and regarded Shen Siyin, realizing he might have been overly sensitive. Song Anqi was hardly a worthy opponent. Should he trouble her, she could simply rebuff him. Shen Siyin, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched her head, acknowledging that she had not decisively turned down Song Anqi's advances. Yet she felt no fear of him. She nodded earnestly, understanding that Song Xiuyu was not in the best of moods, and replied, I will be vigilant in the future. After speaking, she sensed something awry and quickly amended. There will be no future encounters. I will not meet Song Anqi again. Upon hearing this, Song Xiuyu's expression slightly brightened, though he still wore a serious countenance. I do not interfere in your friendships, but there is little merit in associating with Song Anqi. How harsh indeed. One might question, aside from Song Xiuyu, who else in the entire capital is worthy of befriending? Of course, she refrained from voicing this thought, for such words would only serve to deepen Song Xiuyu's displeasure. Master Shen, the prince has instructed that you, having been startled today, should have the physician examine you for any serious harm. Upon hearing Lu Shuao's words, the court physician stepped forward, and Shen Siyin was taken aback by Song Xiuyu's attentiveness as she extended her hand for examination. The prince has been exceedingly busy these past few days, scarcely finding time to eat, yet he remains concerned for you, Master Shen. Lu Shuao chattered in her ear, leading Shen Siyin to suspect that he might be a pawn sent by Song Xiuyu. Nevertheless, she found this display rather endearing. Song Xiuyu was not as aloof as he appeared. Once the physician confirmed that Shen Siyin was indeed unharmed, she decided to seek out Song Xiuyu. At that moment, he was in his study, furrowed brow deep in thought. Upon hearing the commotion at the door, he raised his head, looking at Shen Siyin with curiosity. What brings you here? Before she could respond, a servant announced, Prince, the second prince has come to visit. Upon hearing Song Anqi's name, Song Xiuyu's expression soured. Yet he merely cast a cursory glance at Shen Siyin, stating, Your friend has come to see you. Today, the prince is exceedingly busy, and yet I must come personally to see you. Song Anshi's voice preceded him, laced with a hint of mockery. Shen Siyin felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It seemed she had chosen in an opportune moment to visit Song Xiuyu, now caught between him and Song Anshi. Her discomfort intensified. Song Xiuyu remained silent in response to Song Anshi's remarks. Song Anshi entered with an air of nonchalance, his gaze landing on Shen Siyin, filled with surprise. Lady Shen, I did not expect to find you here. What a coincidence. She is under my protection. Where else would she be but by my side? Song Xiuyu's words brimmed with possessiveness. What brings you here? Is there something you require? Song Anshi, undeterred, replied, If there is nothing pressing, can I not pay a visit? Now that my guest has arrived, it would be unthinkable to send him away. Wouldn't it, my prince? Song Anshi dismissed Song Xiuyu's words with ease, appearing increasingly at ease. Noting that it was getting late, he added, I have not yet dined. I happened to pass by the princess residence and thought to drop in for a meal. Surely, you would not deny me this? Song Anshi raised an eyebrow, his gaze seemingly drifting back to Shen Siyin. I have long heard of your exceptional culinary skills, Lady Shen. I wonder if I might have the fortune of tasting your cooking today. His flirtatious tone caused Shen Siyin to feel a wave of awkwardness. She had intended to prepare a meal for Song Xiuyu, but now, with Song Anshi's interruption, that seemed impossible. After all, not everyone could savor her culinary talents. Her thoughts seemed to bring some relief to Song Xiuyu, whose expression softened slightly, though his eyes still bore a critical glint. Lady Shen is not a cook. What business is it of yours to demand her culinary skills? Our residence is staffed with cooks. There is no need for the mistress to serve guests. Song Xiuyu was well aware of Song Anshi's intentions, and knew that those who sought to provoke him must first be prepared to face the consequences. Suddenly, Shen Siyin recalled that only a few days prior, Song Xiuyu had uttered some perplexing words, the meaning of which eluded her then, but now seemed to fall into place. What on earth are you saying, my prince? Was it not Xingru who went to fetch something? I merely happened to encounter the second prince. Shen Siyin blinked innocently, attempting to deflect the situation. However, Song Xiuyu was not inclined to grant her such an opportunity. With a cold snort, he remarked, You seem to remember that you belong to the prince's household. Felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing she had chosen in an opportune moment to seek out Song Xiuyu. Now, caught between Song Xiuyu and Song Anshi, her discomfort intensified. Song Xiuyu remained silent in response to Song Anshi's remarks as she entered, her gaze landing on with a look of astonishment. Madam Shen, I did not expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Song Xiuyu's words were laden with possessiveness, questioning her sudden appearance and whether it was appropriate for her to be there. If there is nothing urgent, must she come here? Since my guest is present, it would be unthinkable to dismiss her, wouldn't it, Your Highness? Song Anshi appeared unperturbed by Song Xiuyu's comments, her demeanor increasingly at ease. Noticing the lateness of the hour, she added, I haven't had dinner yet. Passing by the Wangfu, I thought to drop in for a meal. Surely, you wouldn't refuse me, Your Highness? With a raised eyebrow, her gaze seemed to unconsciously linger on. I've long heard of your exceptional culinary skills, Madam Shen. I wonder if I might be fortunate enough to savor a meal prepared by you today. Felt a wave of awkwardness. Her intention was to prepare a meal for Song Xiuyu, but now, with Song Anshi's interjection, that seemed impossible. Not everyone was privileged to taste her cooking. Her thoughts seemed to please Song Xiuyu, whose expression softened slightly, though a scrutinizing glance remained fixed on Song Anshi. Madam Shen is not a cook. What merit is there in preparing a meal for you? Our Wangfu is equipped with chefs. It is unnecessary for the hostess to serve the guests. Song Xiuyu understood Song Anshi's intentions well, recognizing the subtle competition. Despite this, Song Anshi maintained her composure, seemingly unaffected by the exchange, as if she had dismissed it entirely. Chapter 56. Caught in the middle, however, the tension between Song Xiuyu and Song Anshi was palpable. Observing their demeanor, sensed that the atmosphere was becoming increasingly strained. With a sigh inwardly, she noted their silence. Even if they deemed it trivial, felt the air thick with unspoken conflict. She was reluctant to prolong the encounter, her mind racing with thoughts of her own obligations. I recall, I have matters to attend to. You two may continue your discussion. She hesitated, recalling how Song Xiuyu typically requested her assistance with ink grinding. Why is it that you are departing so soon today? As prepared to leave, Song Xiuyu frowned. Yet the words he uttered seemed to elude her understanding, each phrase appearing coherent, yet collectively confusing. Hadn't she offended him previously, seeking to atone by grinding ink? What was this talk of routine? If it were only her and Song Xiuyu, she might have dared to voice her confusion, but with Song Anchi present, she felt the need to afford Song Xiuyu some respect. With a feigned smile, she resigned herself to approach the desk. Your Highness, it seems I almost forgot. I did not realize you enjoyed such delicate pastimes. Song Anchi's smile faltered momentarily before returning to normal. Her gaze fixated on the ink was grinding. Such endeavors are only delightful when there is a suitable companion. Wouldn't you agree, Second Prince? With a sharp glance directed at Song Anchi. Both understood the implications of their words. Eventually, the conversation shifted to political matters, leaving bewildered, unable to comprehend their discourse. As she wandered about the study, she noticed that the men's eyes followed her movements. Growing increasingly agitated, she glanced up to see Xingru at the door, gesturing for her attention. Seeing that both Song Anchi and Song Xiuyu were preoccupied, seized the opportunity to slip away. This small maneuver did not escape the notice of the two men, yet they chose to remain silent, given the circumstances. What is it, Xingru? Has something occurred? Noticing the urgency in Xingru's expression, felt compelled to act. Fearing something grave had transpired, Xingru, looking somewhat distressed, leaned closer and whispered, "The new chef in the kitchen, who is the mother of a friend of mine, is unwell and almost fainted earlier. Could you possibly allow her some time to rest?" Since Xingru had been by her side since her arrival in this world, understood the significance of their friendship. If it were not for the depth of their bond, Xingru might not have approached her so earnestly. Thus, she felt compelled to assist. However, addressing this issue was not straightforward, especially with Song Anchi and Song Xiuyu waiting for their meal. If the kitchen lacked another chef, the preparation would inevitably be delayed. Is there another chef available? There is Chef Wang, but he alone may struggle with the workload, Xingru replied hesitantly, aware of the trouble this might cause. After considering the situation, resolved to lend a hand in the kitchen, for cooking was not beyond her abilities. Very well, let her rest. Tell her it is my command. With her decision made, returned to the study, drawing the attention of both men. Initially feeling awkward, she gradually acclimated to the moment. What has transpired? Song Anchi inquired before Song Xiuyu could respond, prompting a warning glare from him. A chef in the kitchen has fallen ill, leaving only one available. I thought it would be prudent for me to assist, as one chef may be overwhelmed. What do you think, Your Highness? Her tone was cautious. Remembering that Song Xiuyu had previously asserted her role was not that of a cook, and now she was stepping into that domain. Would this not contradict his earlier statement? To her surprise, Song Xiuyu did not react with the anger she anticipated. The kitchen is not limited to one chef. If one is resting, another remains. Indeed, it would be rather strange for such a large Wang Fu to employ only a single chef, wouldn't it? Song Anchi chimed in, his tone laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing his words, Song Xiuyu shot him a disapproving look. If the second prince has nothing of value to contribute, he need not speak. Song Xiuyu's presence held a certain authority, and under his gaze, Song Anchi refrained from further provocation, though he cast a resentful glance at. There is indeed another chef, but the service may be delayed, and I fear for your comfort, Your Highness and Second Prince. Blinked innocently, Song Anchi, recognizing her subtle criticism of his earlier impatience, quickly defended himself. What can I say, Madam Shen? My companion and I are both capable men. A later dinner is of no consequence. He then playfully patted Song Xiuyu on the shoulder. Isn't that right, Your Highness? In an unexpected turn, Song Xiuyu nodded in agreement, suggesting that they would handle the situation, assuring not to worry about the delay. With both parties unconcerned, realized that further insistence on the matter would seem overly deliberate. However, the kitchen did not keep them waiting for long. Soon, the dishes were prepared and served. As he gazed at the meal, a glimmer of mischief flickered in Song Xiuyu's eyes as he casually remarked, "It seems that the second prince is not much of a drinker, is he? I had hoped that today we could indulge in a hearty drink together, but alas, it appears that may not be possible." A hint of regret graced Song Xiuyu's countenance, yet Song Anchi would not show weakness. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "What nonsense is this, Your Highness? A man should never shy away from drink. Bring forth all the wine. Tonight, I shall drink with you until we can drink no more. No one is to escape. Chapter 57. The prince who requires service when intoxicated in response to Song Anshi's demands. Song Xiuyu did not refuse and instructed his subordinates to bring forth the finest wines from his collection. As Song Xiuyu and Song Anshi engaged in drinking, Shen Siyin found herself awkwardly dining alone, regretting her decision to interfere and seek out Song Xiuyu. The words of Lu Shuo seemed utterly unreliable. Song Xiuyu was clearly enjoying his meal, contrary to claims that he did not eat. Throughout the dinner, Shen Siyin kept her head bowed, seemingly oblivious to the two men beside her. Indeed, Song Anshi's tolerance for alcohol was quite poor. Before long, he began to babble incoherently. Perhaps the effects of the alcohol had emboldened him, as he boldly placed his hand on Song Xiuyu's shoulder. Your Highness is truly fortunate. There is a beauty hidden in this residence. This comment was directed at Shen Siyin, prompting Song Xiuyu to glance at her with an impassive expression before brushing Song Anshi's hand away from him. The subordinates summoned by Lu Shuo, upon hearing Song Xiuyu's voice, hurriedly assisted Song Anshi, who was attempting to assert, I am not drunk. I am perfectly sober. He waved his hands, trying to shake off the two guards. After considerable effort, they finally managed to escort Song Anshi away. Song Anshi's poor alcohol tolerance was evident as he insisted on drinking more. Song Xiuyu's expression remained cold as he departed with Song Anshi. You know he cannot drink, yet you insist on dragging him to drink more. Shen Siyin thought to herself, concealing her thoughts behind a facade of neutrality. Indeed, the second prince's drinking capacity is lacking. She merely echoed. Initially, it was the second prince who expressed a desire to drink, and he had continued to press for more. I have no desire to drink, Song Xiuyu remarked, raising an eyebrow. It seemed strange that Shen Siyin expressed concern over Song Anshi's inebriation, while she found something amiss in his statement. She could not pinpoint the cause, merely nodding in agreement. After finishing her thought, Shen Siyin looked up to see Song Xiuyu seated, resting his head on his hand, appearing quite feeble, which caused her to sigh involuntarily. You just said the second prince cannot hold his liquor, yet here you are, collapsing as well, Shen Siyin muttered. She could not allow Song Xiuyu to fall asleep at the dining table. As she spoke, the system chimed in at an opportune moment. Shen Siyin took several deep breaths to suppress her frustration, recalling the numerous times the system had led her into trouble, particularly at such inconvenient moments. Task reward. Additional points and a chance to draw from a mystery box. A mystery box. She speculated on what new feature this could be. Ever since the system had upgraded, it seemed to revel in these little tricks to ensnare her, knowing well that she was susceptible to them. Upon hearing the command, Lu Shuo approached, but Shen Siyin waved him off, deciding to handle it herself. As she left, she noticed Lu Shuo's knowing expression, and even if she wanted to explain, she found no words, letting out another sigh. Had she known earlier, she would have let Lu Shuo follow her, preventing her from feeling so flustered. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she felt Song Xiuyu's hand shift on her shoulder. Shen Siyin froze, and in the next moment, she was caught in a dizzying whirl as Song Xiuyu unexpectedly leaned towards her, causing her to stumble. Fortunately, he managed to cushion her fall, preventing her from injury. Now, Shen Siyin found herself in an extremely awkward position, pinned against the wall by Song Xiuyu. Their gazes locked, and she could feel the mingling of their breaths. You, Shen Siyin began, but before she could finish, Song Xiuyu's eyes fluttered shut, and he collapsed. Surely, he has not fallen asleep just like that, Shen Siyin thought, patting Song Xiuyu, who showed no response, feeling the weight of his head in her arms. She found herself in a precarious situation. Is anyone there? Is anyone nearby? Shen Siyin called out into the garden, waiting in vain for a response. Hadn't Song Xiuyu claimed there would be increased patrols in the garden? Where were they? Resigned. Shen Siyin carefully moved Song Xiuyu's head from her shoulder and painstakingly managed to rise from the ground. After much effort, she finally succeeded in bringing Song Xiuyu to his room. Watching him sleep soundly on the bed, she felt a surge of frustration. He seemed so comfortable while she was utterly exhausted. Upon opening the intermediate mystery box, congratulations to the host for receiving a hairpin. Observing the hairpin that had suddenly appeared in her hand, Shen Siyin frowned. Was it truly worth such exertion for a mere hairpin? This system was becoming increasingly adept at causing her distress. What a futile evening. With a sigh, she turned to leave. However, her departure was abruptly halted as Song Xiuyu grasped her hand, as if sensing her intent. Feeling a sudden pull, Shen Siyin found herself yanked onto the bed. Chapter 58. This world has gone madness. Complete madness. Shen Siyin could not comprehend Song Xiuyu's intentions. He had collapsed on her in the garden, and now he was pulling her onto the bed. Never mind. One cannot argue with a drunken fool. Shen Siyin continually reassured herself. Yet, she could distinctly feel Song Xiuyu's arms tightening around her, which sent a jolt of alarm through her. She attempted to free herself from his embrace, but it was too late. She was already trapped. Given the disparity in their strength, she had no means of escape. With a long sigh, she lamented that this was likely the umpteenth time she had sighed that day, wishing that in her dreams she could dismantle Song Xiuyu piece by piece. While Shen Siyin succumbed to sleep, Shen Huayin was far from tranquil. In a fit of rage, she overturned the tea set on the table, shattering porcelain all over the floor. What does this mean? What does Shen Siyin mean by this? Lu Huizhi rushed to her side, gesturing for the servants to leave. Xiaoyin, what is the matter? If it were not for my face. Shen Huayin felt tears welling up. Shen Siyin had already secured the position of regent. Why was she still fixated on the second prince? Xiaoyin, do not be distressed. If your emotions are unsettled, it may impact your recovery. Perhaps Shen Siyin merely encountered the second prince by chance. Do not worry. Lu Huizhi was genuinely concerned for Shen Huayin's state. Your face is looking better. It won't be long before you can meet the second prince. When he sees your face, he will hardly pay any mind to Shen Siyin, don't you think? Shen Huayin's mood worsened, and Lu Huizhi grew increasingly cautious. Why did Shen Siyin have such good fortune? Why was the regent hers? And now the second prince as well? The more they spoke, the more Shen Huayin's spirits sank. Lu Huizhi repeated the same comforting words to Shen Huayin numerous times, yet failed to alleviate her distress, ultimately enduring until dawn. Shen Siyin spent an entire night in Song Xiuyu's bed, unable to find rest, likely due to the unfamiliar surroundings and the presence of another person embracing her. As the first light of dawn broke, she felt the hand around her loosen, and seizing the opportunity, she quickly extricated herself from Song Xiuyu's embrace. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, her thoughts drifted to Chu Linglong. If only the halo of the protagonist still graced her, last night would not have been so arduous. Despite their rivalry, she could not bring herself to take advantage of Chu Linglong's misfortune. Today, she felt compelled to check on her well-being, for the side consort's illness warranted concern. Shen Siyin casually mentioned this, yet Xingru reacted as though facing a dire threat. My lady, this is absolutely out of the question. What if the side consort's illness were to afflict you? Xingru's tone was unusually grave. Observing Xingru's expression, Shen Siyin began to question her own perceived fragility. She waved her hand dismissively, smiling at Xingru. It's nothing to worry about. I'm in good health. If illness were so easily transferable, the servants in the side consort's courtyard would surely be unwell as well. Shen Siyin dismissed the matter, her mind preoccupied with Chu Linglong's sudden and prolonged ailment, pondering if it might be a consequence of the shifting world rules. After all, she had previously been a supporting character, destined to meet her end at Song Xiuyu's hands in the original storyline. Now that she had ascended to the role of the protagonist, Chu Linglong had become the supporting character, who, according to the previous script, should have already perished. If Chu Linglong's affliction stemmed from this reason, it was imperative for her to visit. With this thought solidifying her resolve, she decided they would visit the side consort after breakfast. My lady, the prince has never visited her, nor has he summoned you to do so. Perhaps we should refrain from going. Xingru's face was filled with concern, subtly urging her to reconsider. Xingru, why are you behaving so strangely today? This is not like your usual demeanor, Shen Siyin observed, noting that Xingru's reaction intensified whenever Chu Linglong was mentioned, as if she vehemently opposed any contact between the two. It's not just about your health. What if you were to contract the illness from the side consort's courtyard? Xingru's tone was earnest and persuasive. Shen Siyin quickly grasped the crux of Xingru's concern. I have always been in excellent health. The physician assessed me days ago, and I was found to be perfectly well. How could I possibly be so frail? My lady, you must not say such things. You are with child. What if something were to happen? Xingru's expression turned frantic, desperate to alter Shen Siyin's mindset. With child? Initially taken aback by the term, Shen Siyin soon realized that Xingru believed her to be pregnant. However, she had yet to engage in any intimate relations with Song Xiuyu. How could she be with child? Xingru, what are you talking about? When did I become pregnant? Shen Siyin shook her head, her brow furrowed, in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Chapter 59. A bit reluctant after a few days apart. What? Not pregnant? Xingru's face was a canvas of bewilderment, as if grappling with the current situation. How could I not know if I were pregnant? I am fully aware of my own condition. Shen Siyin playfully pinched Xingru's cheek. Amused. You've been by my side all this time. How could you not notice? Her words prompted Xingru to recall that Shen Siyin indeed exhibited none of the typical signs of pregnancy. Her diet had remained unchanged. Puzzled, Xingru scratched her head. At first, I was unaware. The household has been spreading rumors that you are with child, supposedly from the prince himself. Song Xiuyu? Shen Siyin pondered, feeling indignant that her reputation as an unblemished maiden had been tarnished by his careless words. I must confront him. Shen Siyin felt a surge of anger, determined to seek an explanation from Song Xiuyu. Do we have a broom? Although perplexed by Shen Siyin's sudden mention of a broom, Xingru complied and fetched one for her. Armed with the broom, Shen Siyin felt emboldened. Let us go demand an explanation from Song Xiuyu. I shall not endure such injustice in silence. If this matter spreads, I shall be unable to clear my name. At that moment, Xingru finally comprehended Shen Siyin's intent to confront Song Xiuyu, and fear gripped her heart. Desperate to intervene, she found herself trailing behind Shen Siyin, who was already striding towards Song Xiuyu's courtyard. Upon arriving at the entrance, Shen Siyin stepped inside, just as Xingru caught up. What are you all doing? Hurry and stop my lady. The onlookers, unsure of the reasoning behind the interruption, nevertheless heeded Xingru's plea, halting Shen Siyin in her tracks. Frustrated, she exclaimed, Why are you stopping me? This matter does not concern you. Inside, Song Xiuyu had heard the commotion outside and sensed Shen Siyin's voice, preparing to investigate. In a moment of desperation, Xingru summoned unexpected strength, grasping Shen Siyin's hand and pulling her back toward her own courtyard. My lady, that is the prince. What if he seeks retribution against us? Xingru's expression was one of alarm, recalling how close Song Xiuyu had been to emerging. Yet, Shen Siyin retorted, even if he is a prince, he cannot spread such baseless rumors. The whole world knows I am pregnant, except for me. She vented her frustration, ready to unleash a tirade against Song Xiuyu. Although her anger was tinged with exaggeration, it was palpable. What could Xingru do when her mistress was upset with another? All she could do was soothe Shen Siyin's agitation. After an indeterminate time of venting, a servant arrived with news from the palace, stating that recent days had seen foreign guests arriving, and they requested Shen Siyin prepare pastries for their reception. The intricate process of pastry making was labor-intensive, and Shen Siyin had initially intended to decline. However, upon reflection, she realized that Song Xiuyu would undoubtedly attend the banquet. If she could manage to embarrass him there, it would be most satisfying. It was prudent to begin preparations for the pastries early. Days later, as Song Xiuyu attended to state affairs in the study, he sensed an unusual silence enveloping the residence, prompting him to set down his brush. Lusha, where has Shen Siyin been lately? His gaze remained fixed on the documents before him, though his ears were keenly attuned to the surroundings. He could feel the tension in the air, and Lu Shua internally braced himself, fearing that the coming days would be fraught with difficulty. She seems to care for others more than for me, Song Xiuyu scoffed, furrowing his brow as he lamented her refusal to engage in tasks she found unappealing while he was burdened with responsibilities. Meanwhile, in the palace, Shen Siyin was blissfully unaware of Song Xiuyu's grievances as she eagerly arrived at the imperial kitchen. Although the prince's kitchen was already quite expansive, it paled in comparison to the imperial kitchen, which was equipped with every conceivable tool, a veritable dream for any chef. As she had just entered the kitchen, yet to begin her tasks, she noticed a group of individuals approaching from a distance. Curious, she stepped outside to discern their identities. To her surprise, she encountered a familiar face, none other than Lian Fei. Lian Fei had previously heard rumors that Shen Siyin might come to the palace to prepare pastries and had hoped for a chance encounter, which had indeed materialized. Shen Mei, I did not expect you to truly enter the palace, Lian Fei exclaimed, seizing Shen Siyin's hand. You may not know, but the ointment you provided me earlier has worked wonders. My face is now flawless. Meeting a familiar person stirred excitement within Shen Siyin, though she maintained an impassive demeanor. It was Lian Fei's innate beauty that shone through. The ointment merely complimented her grace. The compliment made Lian Fei giggle. You still speak as charmingly as before. Truly delightful. Earlier, the emperor had mentioned how delectable her pastries were, and Lian Fei inquired, might I have the opportunity to taste them now? Her eyes sparkled with warmth as she held Shen Siyin's hand. Shen Siyin was momentarily taken aback. Had she not already submitted her recipes to the culinary department? However, being astute, she quickly grasped Lian Fei's intention. Perhaps she feared Shen Siyin would face difficulties in the palace, especially with Song Shiyu absent. And this was Lian Fei's way of supporting her. A wave of gratitude washed over Shen Siyin. While preparing the ointment had been a system task, being remembered in such a manner brought her joy. Nodding, she suggested, I have recently developed a few new pastry styles. I would love for you to sample them. Lian Fei, understanding the underlying goodwill in Shen Siyin's words, smiled and nodded, of course. I must taste the pastries praised by both the emperor and the empress dowager. Just as she was about to continue, a palace maid whispered something in her ear, abruptly halting her. Shen Mei, I have matters to attend to today, so I shall not linger. Please come to my palace another day, and we shall converse at length. With Lian Fei's ointment having healed her complexion, Shen Siyin had earned a favor that could prove advantageous should they become friends. Nodding in agreement, she glanced at the time, realizing it was nearly time to prepare the pastries. Having already submitted her recipes, the emperor summoned her not merely for her previous creations, but hoped she would innovate more varieties to entertain foreign guests. While crafting pastries was not daunting for Shen Siyin, the challenge lay in adapting modern recipes to ancient standards, requiring considerable experimentation. Given her youth, the palace culinary department was filled with seasoned professionals, and the emperor's decision to entrust a young girl with such responsibilities might incite some discontent. Lian Fei had provided her support at the culinary department's entrance. Yet it only quelled the subordinates. The master chefs remained obstinate. They had toiled for decades to reach their current positions, and the opportunity to impress foreign dignitaries was too significant to relinquish to a mere girl. Upon entering the kitchen, Shen Siyin sensed an unusual tension. 3 master chefs stood firmly before her, exuding an air of authority. Some onlookers whispered, eager for the spectacle, these 3 have specialized in pastries for decades. Where does this young girl find the audacity to challenge them? Hearing their comments, Shen Siyin swiftly understood her predicament. With a respectful bow, she addressed the trio, esteemed masters. I am merely here to make pastries and pose no threat to your positions. Please do not worry. Although the chefs had braced themselves for a confrontation, Shen Siyin's courteous demeanor disarmed them. With spectators watching, one master cleared his throat. You may proceed with pastry making, but remember, creativity alone does not suffice. A solid foundation is essential. He gestured to another chef to add his thoughts. Indeed, why not demonstrate your skills in making flaky pastry? It is a fundamental technique. Surely you are capable? While Shen Siyin may have felt uncertain about various aspects, she had diligently practiced making flaky pastry. Thus, this request was reasonable. Nodding earnestly, she assured them she would comply. Determined to excel, she approached each task with meticulous care, refusing assistance from others. Once the pastry was completed, the chefs regarded her with newfound respect. Your flaky pastry is indeed commendable. One master displayed the pastry around the kitchen, noting the uniformity of its layers, which boasted nearly 100 in total, a testament to her diligence. The chefs nodded in approval, and Shen Siyin found their cooperation during her subsequent pastry preparations immensely helpful. With a master chef by her side, as she transcribed her recipes, they quickly comprehended her intentions and assisted in refining her formulations. Observing the freshly baked pastries, a profound sense of accomplishment filled Shen Siyin. Thank you all for your assistance. Without your support, I could not have produced so many pastries in such a short time. The three chefs, somewhat bashful, acknowledged her talents. You flatter us. It is your skill that stands out. These pastries are exquisite just by appearance. Surely, the emperor awaits. Let us deliver them at once. After receiving guidance from the master chef, it dawned on Shen Siyin that she needed to present the pastries to the emperor. She carefully placed them in a food container and instructed a palace maid to deliver them. However, midway, the maid encountered the third princess. Stop, commanded the third princess, blocking the maid's path. What do you carry? It exudes a rich, milky aroma. Since it is intended for father, it would be most fitting to deliver it to me. The culinary department can always prepare another batch for him later, the third princess declared nonchalantly. Though the maid felt conflicted, she ultimately handed the pastries to the third princess's attendant, reasoning that the culinary department would likely prepare additional treats. After developing her new pastries, Shen Siyin willingly shared her recipes and even imparted some small tips to the three master chefs. When she exited the culinary department, she realized how late it had become. Stretching her neck, she felt utterly exhausted. Cooking was indeed no simple task. Upon encountering Song Anshi, she had intended to avoid Song Xiuyu. Yet crossing paths with him was not her desire. Sighing inwardly, she still managed to greet him with a bright smile. Third prince. She performed a perfectly executed bow, embodying the etiquette of the court. How many times must I tell you, Shen Yangzi, that there is no need for formalities when we meet. There is no need for such politeness between us. Song Anshi quickly waved his hand, intending to help Shen Siyin rise. Upon seeing his hand, Shen Siyin subtly stepped back, maintaining a certain distance from Song Anshi. It seemed to her that the two individuals before her were in conflict, and, as a mere pawn in this game, she chose to remain silent to avoid causing any trouble. After all, Shen Yangzi is associated with the regent, and it is more appropriate for the regent himself to escort her. Song Anshi did not dwell on the matter and remained quite composed. After a long day, Shen Siyin was not inclined to converse, and thus, both of them maintained silence throughout the journey. Was it surprising that Song Xiuyu could be so considerate? Shen Siyin raised her eyebrows in mild astonishment. This was not typical of him. However, with a feast laid out before her, who would be foolish enough to refuse a meal? The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, and had she possessed a deeper understanding of the Manchuhan imperial feast, she might have identified several dishes from that grand banquet among the offerings. Your Highness, is today a special occasion? Shen Siyin inquired tentatively, blinking her eyes, somewhat unaccustomed to Song Xiuyu's demeanor today. It is merely an ordinary day, he replied, suppressing the upward curve of his lips in response to her thoughts. An ordinary day? Yet such an elaborate spread? Could it be that he was attempting to curry favor with her? After all, she was aware of the rumors he had spread about her outside, and she had yet to confront him regarding that matter. As Song Xiuyu paused in his eating upon hearing Shen Siyin's unspoken thoughts, he ultimately set his chopsticks down and refrained from eating further. Unbeknownst to him, engrossed in her meal, Shen Siyin was entirely oblivious to his peculiar behavior, consuming nearly all the food on the table in her distraction. Once she was sufficiently satiated, she placed her chopsticks down and, with a serious expression, declared, Your Highness, I have recently learned of certain matters and seek justice from you. Hearing this, Song Xiuyu raised his gaze to meet hers. Speak. Under the weight of his scrutiny, Shen Siyin instinctively shrank back. The pressure he exuded was palpable. Yet, she had done nothing wrong. She was the victim. Resolving herself, Shen Siyin straightened her back. A few days ago, I overheard the servants in the manor mention that your highness has been spreading rumors of my pregnancy. Such baseless claims could have significant repercussions. She had intended to articulate her grievances more forcefully, but the intensity of Song Xiuyu's gaze rendered her somewhat timid, causing her to swallow the remainder of her words. You are, after all, under my protection. Any pregnancy would indeed concern me. What repercussions can there be? Song Xiuyu responded nonchalantly, clearly dismissing the matter's gravity. His indifference only fueled Shen Siyin's anger. How could this not be a significant issue? As an unmarried woman, how could she face the world if such gossip spread? Naturally, she could not voice these thoughts in front of him, lest she invite her own demise. As she hesitated, she pivoted her words. Your Highness, shouldn't you have consulted me regarding this? Pregnancy is a serious matter. While it may be trivial now, as time progresses, I shall need to cooperate with you in presenting a fade. Shen Siyin would not dare to inquire about Song Xiuyu's intentions. The more she knew, the more perilous her situation could become. All she needed to do was comply. Listening to the stark contrast between Shen Siyin's thoughts and her spoken words, a hint of amusement flickered in Song Xiuyu's eyes. Indeed, this was a miscalculation on my part. Moving forward, I will require your cooperation. After a brief pause, he continued to explain, there have been too many prying eyes on the manor recently, and many wish to infiltrate our household. The rumor of your pregnancy is merely a ruse to deflect attention. Shen Siyin sighed internally. Song Xiuyu's explanation, while for the sake of the manor, also implicated her as part of it. What choice did she have but to comply? However, the notion of pregnancy brought to mind numerous dietary restrictions. She would have to forego many delights, or risk revealing the deception. The thought of donning a fake belly in the 8th month was daunting. The larger the pretense, the more cumbersome it would become, and her elegant garments would no longer fit. Just contemplating her future filled Shen Siyin with trepidation. As she raised her head, her gaze met Song Xiuyu's once more. What more could she say? Shen Siyin merely nodded, acquiescing to the arrangements he had laid out. Chapter 62. The Arrival of the Foreign Noble Prince. Well, it is settled. After all, the system requires her to conquer Song Xiuyu. So let this be part of her strategy. Shen Siyin had no time to ponder the motivations behind Song Xiuyu's actions before dawn broke, and she was off to the palace to prepare for the banquet's arrangements. She had awaited this day for quite some time. Once she placed her specially crafted pastries on Song Xiuyu's table, he would taste the bitterness of societal judgment for the way he had mistreated her. With this thought in mind, despite her exhaustion from the previous day's labors, Shen Siyin rose early. Upon entering the palace, she delivered the prepared pastries from the imperial kitchen to the banquet venue. However, before she could reach the site, chaos erupted ahead. A eunuch shouted, "The foreign noble guests have arrived." At this announcement, a throng of palace attendants rushed toward Shen Siyin, urging everyone to make way for the esteemed guests. The attendants were brusque, pushing Shen Siyin off balance, and several weaker palace maids nearly lost their grip on the pastries. Is it necessary to be so rough? We are here to deliver the pastries for today's banquet. If anything goes wrong, how will you compensate for it? Shen Siyin supported the two maids beside her, her expression sour as she spoke with little courtesy. Just as her words fell, a voice emerged from behind her. "I sincerely apologize. My people have been overly reckless." It was Prince Anoa. The attendants who had jostled Shen Siyin immediately recognized his identity and began to bow respectfully. From this, Shen Siyin surmised that this was the visiting Prince Anoa, and his courteous demeanor somewhat alleviated her earlier ire. She returned the gesture, recognizing, "It was indeed our fault for not clearing the path in time. We share in the responsibility." The prince spoke gently, his gaze warm, and Shen Siyin found herself drawn to him. "Our people were too impulsive and have offended you all," Prince Anoa reiterated, apologizing once more. As he glanced up, he noticed that Shen Siyin's attire differed slightly from that of the other maids, mentally noting the distinction. This incident was merely a minor interlude in Shen Siyin's journey. After exchanging apologies, she continued on to set up the banquet, not lingering longer. Upon arriving at the banquet venue, she belatedly recognized the grandeur of the occasion. She had attended banquets before, but this one was far more elaborate than any she had previously experienced, reflecting the emperor's regard for the foreign guests. Everyone began placing the pastries from their boxes onto the long table outside. "Let me check if the pastries are in order," she thought. Since the emperor entrusted her with this task, she was determined to fulfill it to the best of her abilities. As anticipated by Shen Siyin, after a slight collision with those individuals on the road, some of the pastries had indeed been disordered. Shen Siyin meticulously adjusted the pastries, and with each correction, she instructed the palace maid to display them. Suddenly, she realized an important matter. The portion meant for the regent king was to be placed by her own hand. After all, this was a surprise for Song Xiuyu, and it needed to be prepared with utmost sincerity. A smile graced Shen Siyin's lips, unaware that Song Xiuyu had already positioned himself behind her. Since the gift was intended for him, would it not be more fitting for her to witness the moment in person? With this thought in mind, Song Xiuyu turned to a nearby palace maid and muttered something, prompting her to approach Shen Siyin. "Madam Shen," the maid greeted with utmost respect before conveying her purpose. The princess sent me to fetch you. He insists that you attend the banquet with him tonight. What? I am to go with the prince? Shen Siyin had not anticipated that she would accompany Song Xiuyu while making adjustments to the pastries on his table. None of the pastries there were of normal flavor. What if he insisted she taste one? Would that not be akin to shooting herself in the foot? She considered employing a delaying tactic to send the maid away, allowing her to sneak out of the palace during this time. Even if Song Xiuyu sought to confront her later, that would have to wait until the banquet concluded, thus achieving two objectives at once. However, the maid was evidently not swayed by Shen Siyin's refusal. Madam Shen, please do not make this difficult for me. The regent king has explicitly stated that you must join him for the banquet. The maid's expression turned anxious, as if Shen Siyin's words posed an insurmountable challenge. The banquet is about to commence. You must hurry and change your attire. Without granting Shen Siyin a moment to respond, the maid seized her hand and firmly led her away. Shen Siyin glanced around, hoping for assistance, but the other palace maids feigned ignorance of her plight, fully aware of Song Xiuyu's formidable influence over them. Chapter 63. Discontent with Song Xiuyu's command given, there was no escape for her. Shen Siyin sighed, relinquishing her resistance to the maid's insistence, and obediently followed her to change into appropriate attire. However, the process of changing clothes was fraught with unexpected complications. As they traversed halfway down the corridor, they encountered a throng of individuals. Recalling her previous encounter with Prince Arno, Shen Siyin instinctively stepped closer to the walls to avoid detection. Yet, despite her desire for discretion, her presence was noticed by a sharp-eyed matron. You little maid, how can you fail to pay your respects upon encountering the third princess? Fortunately, Shen Siyin had prepared several additional pastries. Otherwise, she would have faced considerable scrutiny. Thinking quickly, she followed the matron's lead and bowed to the third princess, cautiously lifting her gaze to observe the young lady before her. The third princess appeared not much older than 15 or 16, yet her eyes sparkled with an enchanting liveliness. Shen Siyin believed her gaze to be subtle, but it was quickly detected by the matron. You impudent girl. The third princess is not someone you can gaze upon so freely. The entourage surrounding the third princess was formidable. She had not uttered a word, yet their demeanor suggested they were ready to pounce. Just as the matron was about to speak, the palace maid who had escorted Shen Siyin to change attire stepped forward, kneeling before the third princess. Your Highness, please forgive us. Madame Shen is from the regent king's household, and I was commanded to escort her to change her attire. We did not intend to offend. Madame Shen? The matron pondered the maid's words, her brows furrowing tightly. Could it be that you are the one who crafts the pastries? Upon hearing the matron's inquiry, the previously disinterested third princess's eyes brightened. The pastries I sampled yesterday were indeed delightful. Yes, Shen Siyin replied, bowing again to the third princess. It was I who prepared them for the royal banquet. The other day, I intercepted your pastries and found them delectable. When my servants sought more from the imperial kitchen, they informed me you had specifically prepared them for today's banquet for foreign guests. The third princess idly toyed with the bracelet on her wrist, speaking with a nonchalant air. Indeed, your highness, Shen Siyin responded, striving to maintain proper decorum, anxious to avoid any misstep. You possess some talent, it seems. Both of you. Rise. The third princess's tone bore a hint of arrogance, and she raised an eyebrow. From today onward, you are to frequently enter the palace to prepare pastries for me. Though her visit to the palace was mandated by the emperor, Shen Siyin hesitated at the prospect of undertaking such a demanding and thankless task. To be favored by the third princess is a fortune. Why do you hesitate? Before the third princess could speak, the matron interjected, clearly disapproving of Shen Siyin's reluctance. The maid remained kneeling, and all eyes were upon Shen Siyin. Though she longed to decline, the words eluded her, leaving her at the mercy of the third princess's will. Time was of the essence, and the third princess declared, I shall proceed to the banquet. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek my matron. With a proud lift of her chin, she gestured to her entourage and departed. Thus, Shen Siyin stood with the maid, exchanging glances, pondering the third princess's character. While not entirely unpleasant, she was clearly accustomed to indulgence and bore an air of superiority. With time pressing, Shen Siyin quickly changed her clothing and made her way toward the main hall, where she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her elder brother, Shen Huaihua. Her face lit up with joy as she called out, "Elder brother." Shen Huaihua turned at the sound, his expression revealing surprise. By rights, Shen Siyin should not have been permitted to attend such a banquet, and he had not expected to encounter her there. Recently, the emperor summoned me to prepare some pastries, which is how I find myself attending this banquet alongside the prince, Shen Siyin explained as she walked toward him. The banquet is about to commence. Let us proceed, Shen Huaihua suggested, glancing around as more people moved toward the main hall, indicating the event's imminent start. Nodding in agreement, Shen Siyin followed her brother into the banquet. It had been a while since they last met, and their conversation flowed effortlessly. As they entered the banquet hall, the gazes of Arno and Song Anchi were drawn toward them. Having never seen Shen Huaihua before, Arno instinctively assumed he was Shen Siyin's husband, his lips pursing as he turned the teacup in his hand, his expression inscrutable. Meanwhile, Song Anchi, aware that Shen Siyin had an elder brother but having never met him, raised an eyebrow at the sight of Shen Siyin arriving with a man, instinctively glancing at Song Xiuyu, who sat calmly, sipping his tea. Sensing Song Anchi's gaze, Song Xiuyu raised his cup toward him, appearing entirely unfazed by Shen Siyin's presence with another man. This left Song Anchi intrigued by the situation. Shen Siyin and Shen Huaihua arrived just in time for the banquet to commence. Shen Siyin naturally took a seat opposite her brother, Shen Huaihua. However, Song Xiuyu's brow was furrowed with evident discontent as he fidgeted with the jade pendant in his hand. Compared to Shen Siyin's relaxed demeanor, Shen Huaihua appeared somewhat apprehensive. He glanced towards Song Xiuyu and then at his younger sister. Siyin, aren't you supposed to sit with the prince? Brother, what do you mean by that? Even though I'm married now, I'm still a member of the Shen family. I can sit with the prince or take my place at the Shen table. Wouldn't you agree? It wasn't he that Shen Siyin wished to avoid Song Xiuyu, but rather that she had tampered with the pastries on his table. What if her actions were discovered? Besides, she hadn't seen her brother in a long time, and spending a bit more time with him wouldn't hurt. With this thought, she felt increasingly justified in her decision. Brother, you need not worry. The prince will not harm me. This is merely a trivial matter. Is that so? It seems the prince's expression is rather unfavorable, Shen Huaihua remarked, raising an eyebrow and urging Shen Siyin to observe Song Xiuyu's countenance. Shen Siyin, feeling somewhat guilty, instinctively shrank her neck. He often bullies me. It's only right that I resist a little. I intend to vex him. The more she spoke, the more exhilarated she became, almost losing control of her volume before hastily covering her mouth. Brother, was I too loud just now? Seeing Shen Siyin's adorable demeanor, Shen Huaihua could not utter any harsh words, only chuckling as he playfully pinched her nose. Playful as you are, do not take things too far. I understand, Shen Siyin replied, her head lowered in slight embarrassment as she stuffed a piece of pastry into her mouth. Song Xiuyu, being a martial artist, possessed keen hearing, and every boastful word from Shen Siyin reached his ears. He had not anticipated that Shen Siyin harbored such resentment towards him, wishing to irritate him to death. As Shen Siyin's gaze met his, Song Xiu nonchalantly picked up a pastry from the table and began to eat, seemingly indifferent. Yet, these were the very pastries Shen Siyin had tampered with, and his expression revealed no sign of suspicion, effectively provoking her. Perhaps it was the sight of Song Xiuyu consuming the pastries without a change in demeanor that caused Shen Siyin to feel increasingly uneasy. To evade the scrutinizing gazes from all directions, she buried her head in her plate, eating voraciously. After enduring until the banquet concluded, Shen Siyin realized she could no longer hide and sighed as she exited the hall with Shen Huaihua. Just as they approached the exit, they were intercepted by Lu Shen. Mistress Shen, the prince awaits you at the palace gate. Reluctantly, Shen Siyin nodded. Since arriving in this world, Shen Huaihua had been genuinely kind to her, and she wished to spend more time with him. However, the journey to the palace gate was brief, and upon seeing her brother board the carriage, an inexplicable sadness welled within her. She turned, attempting to locate Song Xiuyu's carriage, but before she could find him, she spotted Song Anchi and Ana, instinctively wanting to evade them. Shen Siyin felt that these two did not harbor good intentions. Their gaze made her uncomfortable, yet they had already spotted her and approached without giving her a chance to hide. Madam Shen, they called from a distance, drawing the attention of nearby palace maids. Even if she wished to feign ignorance, it became increasingly difficult. With no means of escape, Shen Siyin could only smile and nod at Anua and Song Anchi. What a coincidence to run into you two here. It's not a coincidence. We saw you walking this way and wanted to find you, Song Anchi replied bluntly, nearly causing Shen Siyin to lose her composure. Madam Shun, please don't misunderstand. We have no ulterior motives. I have a treasure that I think would suit you perfectly, so I wish to give it to you. Compared to Song Anchi, Anua was markedly more polite, a gentle smile gracing his features. Why should Madam Shun accept your gift? I have something for her as well. Song Anchi interjected, clearly displeased with Anua's statement. Upon hearing that they intended to give her gifts, Shen Siyin quickly waved her hands. No, I cannot accept such generosity without merit. I am unworthy of your gifts. If you have no urgent matters, I shall take my leave. My people are still waiting for me. Shen Siyin clearly wished to avoid further entanglement, unsure of what might unfold if the conversation continued. Seeing her reaction, Song Anchi and Anua exchanged glances and simultaneously urged, Madam Shun, at least accept our goodwill. Should she accept a gift from one, the other might feel slighted. Yet Shen Siyin's outright refusal forced them onto a united front. No, it is too precious. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave. I truly apologize. Your Highnesses. Shen Siyin regarded them as if they were a plague, eager to depart. Meanwhile, Song Xiuyu, who had been waiting for Shen Siyin, grew increasingly impatient. He glanced at Lu Shua. Did you clearly convey the message I entrusted you with? Song Xiuyu's gaze darkened as he caught sight of a figure resembling Shen Siyin in the distance, accompanied by two men dressed identically to Song Anchi and Anua. Lu Shua, do those three appear somewhat familiar? Following Song Xiuyu's line of sight, Lu Shua confirmed, indeed, it looks like Shen Siyin. As the pressure around Song Xiuyu intensified, Lu Shua instinctively remarked, shall we not wait for Mistress Shen? Realizing the tension in the air, Lu Shua fell silent, regretting his words. Shen Siyin had searched the palace entrance thoroughly, but found no sign of the prince's carriage. She began to doubt Lu Shua's honesty, wondering if Song Xiuyu had been detained by the emperor and was delayed in exiting. After waiting for some time, as the carriages for the dignitaries dwindled, Shen Siyin remained at the palace gate, her anticipation waning. How could this be? A palace maid, skeptical, observed Shen Siyin's relationship with her master, concubine Lian, and offered, allow me to inquire if the regent's carriage has yet to depart. Upon this reminder, the maid quickly bowed to Shen Siyin and hurried towards the palace gate. One eventful day this has been, Shen Siyin thought, feeling utterly disheartened. Yet, she had finally arrived at the entrance of the Wangfu, just a step away from resting. Determined, Shen Siyin took a step forward and began a knock on the door. How is it that the servants of Wangfu are so numerous on ordinary days? Yet at this crucial moment, not a soul is to be found. She had lost track of how long she had been knocking at the door, and there was not a whisper from within. Shen Siyin sighed and sat down on the steps by the door, contemplating her next course of action. Surely, she could not truly end up homeless. Strangely, her mind wandered back to a conversation she overheard while watering the flowers, where a few maids mentioned a dog hole behind the kitchen, through which small dogs often scurried into the estate. The guards had a difficult time capturing them, but despite their efforts, the dog hole remained elusive. Although crawling through a dog hole was not a dignified act, desperate times called for desperate measures. Following the direction indicated by the maids, she indeed located the dog hole, which was obscured by thick weeds. Without careful attention, it could easily be overlooked, explaining why the household had searched in vain for so long. After estimating the size of the hole and her own stature, she concluded that she might just fit. Shen Siyin closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and dashed forward, successfully slipping through into the estate, albeit covered in dust. She brushed off the dirt and, with a fuming spirit, resolved to confront Song Xiuyu the following day. Had it not been for him, she would not have found herself in such a predicament. Meanwhile, the patrolling guards reported hearing knocks at the main door and hurriedly conveyed the message to Song Xiuyu. Lu Shua felt a sense of frustration. Was it still early at this hour? Upon hearing that Shen Siyin might be locked outside, Song Xiuyu could hardly sit still. Why bother reporting to him when he could simply open the door himself? In his urgency, he even forgot to refer to himself as this king and rushed towards the entrance. Lu Shuo stood there, sighing, pondering when his master would cease his stubbornness. Chapter 66. Crawling through the dog hole is a serious matter. Shen Siyin had expended too much energy that night, and upon hitting the bed, she fell into a deep slumber. At that moment, Xingru's tears fell, and Lu Shuo, flustered, was at a loss for words to comfort her. Xingru was the backbone of Shen Siyin's courtyard. Her panic only heightened the anxiety of others, prompting Lu Shuo to take charge, directing several guards to search for Shen Siyin and temporarily stabilize the situation. When the sun rose high in the sky, Shen Siyin finally stirred awake, squinting as the bright sunlight streamed through the window. It was surprising to realize how late it had become. She glanced around, finding herself alone, puzzled by the absence of Xingru, who usually would have come to wake her. Had she perhaps called and gone unheard? The thought made Shen Siyin feel a bit embarrassed about lingering in bed any longer, so she turned to open the door and stepped outside. The courtyard was in a state of chaos. Upon hearing the door open, everyone paused, turning to see Shen Siyin standing at the entrance, looking somewhat bewildered. "What are you all doing?" The guards who had been stationed in the courtyard appeared to be engaged in a serious discussion with Xingru. Given the limited number of people in her courtyard, it was evident that many had gathered. Just by observing Shen Siyin's reaction, Lu Shuo sensed that this matter might not easily pass. He contemplated his prince and ultimately decided to speak a few more kind words on behalf of Song Xiuyu. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin's expression softened from its earlier rigidity, which relieved Lu Shuo's anxious heart. Shen Siyin nodded in acknowledgement. No sooner had he finished speaking than Lu Shuo sensed a slight easing of the tension in the air. Song Xiuyu glanced at Lu Shuo, inquiring if Shen Siyin was well. "The mistress has been safe within her room all night," Lu Shuo replied, his head bowed. Yet he could detect that his master seemed to be in a better mood than before. "Very well. Summon a physician to examine her. After such a night, I fear she may fall ill." After a night of uncertainty regarding Shen Siyin's well-being, Song Xiuyu felt a pang of regret, anxious that something might have happened to her. Now that he learned she was unharmed, having not shown any signs of distress or injury during the night, a heavy weight lifted from his heart. Following this incident, the courtyard returned to its usual tranquility, and Shen Siyin resumed her routine of tending to her flowers and plants. They appeared vibrant, a testament to her nurturing touch. As praised by Xingru, Shen Siyin paused, contemplating this, perhaps, as the influence of certain aura bestowed upon her by the system. However, this thought led her to consider the notion of the protagonist's aura. She had initially intended to visit Chu Linglong, but the sudden imperial decree had delayed her plans. Just then, the physician dispatched by Song Xiuyu arrived. As the physician took Shen Siyin's pulse, she inquired about Chu Linglong's condition. "Doctor, how is the current state of a side consort?" The physician, an experienced elder, pondered before responding. "The situation is not optimistic. The side consort is suffering from both qi and blood deficiency, and despite the finest medicinal ingredients, her health cannot be restored. She can only recuperate in peace." The once arrogant figure who had previously held her head high now lay in such a miserable state, prompting Shen Siyin to feel a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps it would be better to pay her a visit. Chapter 67. Caring for the original protagonist. After some contemplation, Shen Siyin ultimately resolved to personally prepare some pastries to bring to Chu Linglong. Ill individuals should avoid overly sweet foods. Yet prolonged medication often left a bitter taste in their mouths. However, as Shen Siyin approached the entrance to Chu Linglong's courtyard, she was halted by Tanshan. "I'm sorry, but our mistress is not seeing anyone." Although Chu Linglong held the title of side consort, her current bedridden state had led the majority of the household staff, who were typically sycophantic, to adopt a more subdued demeanor, including Tanshan, who no longer exuded her previous arrogance. Shen Siyin, however, did not take this opportunity to challenge Tanshan. She simply nodded in understanding. "Please help me inform her to see if she truly does not wish to meet me." Initially, Tanshan intended to refuse, but considering Shen Siyin's position within the estate, she begrudgingly agreed to relay the message. Tanshan returned, reluctantly opening the door. Her tone was less than cordial as she announced, "The mistress says you may enter alone." Shen Siyin, accustomed to Tanshan's attitude, brushed it aside and accepted the food box from Xingru, entering on her own. Upon stepping inside, she was immediately enveloped by a strong medicinal aroma. Noticing the tightly shut windows, she recalled the physician's warning that Chu Linglong should not be exposed to drafts. With the windows closed and the air thick with the scent of medicine, even a healthy person might find themselves unwell. Shen Siyin shook her head and walked a few steps toward the bed. Chu Linglong was reclining on the bed, her emaciated figure causing her eye sockets to protrude. Her complexion pale, and her lips tinged with a bluish hue. Upon seeing Shen Siyin, Chu Linglong attempted to smile, but her facial muscles betrayed her, rendering the effort more akin to a grimace. Just lie there. I came to see how you are faring. After so long, why has your illness not improved? Shen Siyin sighed and found a stool to sit beside the bed. Chu Linglong was taken aback by Shen Siyin's demeanor, expecting mockery given their previous interactions, where she had not been particularly cordial. Rest assured, I'm not here to gloat over your misfortune. As she spoke, Shen Siyin opened the food box and revealed several pieces of pastry. Waved her hand dismissively, stating, in my current condition, I cannot consume this. You should partake of it yourself. Just as she was about to decline, firmly placed the treat into her hands, exclaiming, I specially prepared this for you. It is filled with nourishing ingredients that will invigorate your vitality and pose no harm to your body. Although wished to refuse again, she contemplated that her frail state posed no threat to, who certainly had no need to exert such effort to harm her. With this in mind, took a bite of the dessert, unexpectedly savoring its delightful flavor, which sweetly dispelled the bitterness that had long lingered in her mouth. I suppose I am not much better off. The physicians have visited often, all stating that I can only wait, uncertain of when my life will cease. As she spoke of her plight, the light in's eyes dimmed considerably, and she sighed deeply, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Unable to bear seeing her friend in such despair, felt her heart soften. How about this? From today onward, I shall take charge of your meals, personally ensuring your nourishment. Do not lose hope. Let's give it another try, shall we? Had the words of refusal on the tip of her tongue, but upon meeting's earnest gaze, she swallowed her words. After all, having tasted the sweetness of confection, she could indeed feel a marked improvement in her well-being. What method truly bore fruit? Under's unwavering gaze ultimately nodded in agreement. With consent, immersed herself in the pursuit of culinary creation, first retrieving her previous texts to study the art of dietary supplementation. Initially, believed was jesting, yet each day, punctually delivered meals, and under her meticulous care, complexion visibly improved. In her quest to devise an effective dietary regimen, spent several days entrenched in seeking relevant literature to aid her, as her culinary skills were quite elementary, necessitating simple yet effective methods. Consequently, found himself repeatedly arriving at its residence only to discover her absence. One day, as he sought her out, he stood before the flourishing plants she tended, observing their vibrant growth. Has your master been frequently away? He queried, instantly realizing the redundancy of his question, having already encountered her absence numerous times. He added, when she ventures out, ensure to assign a couple of guards to accompany her, lest any unforeseen incidents occur. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, had slyly left the estate, disguising herself as a man to mitigate potential risks. Her purpose was to procure ingredients for nourishing soup for. While the servants of the Wangfu could certainly handle the task, she preferred to ensure its completion herself. As she scoured the market for materials, she found them elusive, only having glimpsed their images in books. Unsure if she could locate exact matches. Master, perhaps we should visit the apothecary. This aimless searching is proving futile. Who had accompanied since morning. Noted the scorching sun bearing down upon them. Considered her suggestion, nodding in agreement. Let us proceed to investigate. The apothecary lay across the road, and as they stepped forth, a familiar voice pierced the air. Make way, make way. The horse has gone wild. It cannot be restrained. In an instant, the once orderly market descended into chaos, with people tumbling and horses galloping amok. Furrowed her brow, realizing that the rider was none other than the third princess. Once a horse loses control, it becomes exceedingly difficult to manage. Though the third princess remained mounted, it was uncertain when she might be thrown off. As she pondered how best to halt the horse and safeguard the princess, the steed collided with a small stall, narrowly missing injury thanks to the stall owner's quick reaction. The horse continued its reckless dash, kicking up clouds of dust, just as a small girl innocently attempted to cross the street. In a split second, noticed a shadow darting toward the horse, and she instinctively lunged forward, shielding the little girl within her embrace. Surprisingly, the anticipated pain of being trampled did not come. Instead, she opened her eyes to find grasping the reins, towering above her. In that critical moment, he had arrived, just in time, employing his agility to avert disaster. The third princess, shaken, dismounted her horse, while the girl's mother rushed over, offering her heartfelt gratitude as she led her daughter away. "You were remarkably brave to rush forth and save that little girl." After a brief pause, the third princess regained her composure. "And you, prince, displayed extraordinary skill. Had it not been for you, both and the child would have been harmed." The third princess, perhaps a bit too familiar, did not wait for their responses before suggesting, "Since fate has brought us together today, why not join me for a ride at the training grounds? After such an ordeal, you still dare to ride?" teased the third princess. "The horses at the training grounds are far gentler, especially after your recent experience. You will be more adept now." The third princess raised an eyebrow, clearly unconvinced by his remarks. "Do not underestimate my riding skills. Despite today's events, I am quite proficient." With that, she did not allow them a chance to decline, taking hold of, and as they made their way to the training grounds, ever the playful spirit, the third princess dashed toward her favorite steed, calling over her shoulder, "Choose your horses. I shall not wait for you." In a flash, she mounted her horse and galloped toward the bamboo grove, leaving and exchanging glances. Felt a surge of eagerness to ride as well, selecting a gentle-looking horse and mounting it with ease. Noticing her novice skills, casually chose a horse of his own and kept pace beside her. Preoccupied with her own steed, failed to notice his persistent presence. She attempted to steer her horse in the direction of, but the animal seemed unresponsive, forcing her to dismount and wait patiently for him to approach. "Why are you here, Wangya?" she inquired, having made a spontaneous decision to visit the training grounds, not anticipating his arrival. "You have been absent from the Wangfu for several days. Are you not afraid to venture out, yet fear my presence now?" A playful smile danced at the corners of his lips as he spoke. Those words bore no real threat. After she dismounted, maintained a respectful distance, eavesdropping on their conversation. It was at this moment that realized the man from the banquet was not's husband. It was indeed. Naturally, was aware of subservient nature and glanced at the reins in his hands. "Do you wish to ride?" he inquired, nodded, thinking to herself that his question was rather redundant. "Why come to training grounds if not to ride? Your riding appeared rather unsteady earlier. Allow me to instruct you," he suggested, deftly taking the reins from her and mounting his horse with a flourish, extending his hand toward her. Shen Siyin was suddenly seized of her horse, momentarily taken aback by the outstretched hand of Song Xiuyu. She quickly extended her own hand, and with a forceful pull, she found herself enveloped in his embrace. Arno, observing from a distance, watched as Song Xiuyu held Shen Siyin close while advancing on horseback. His eyes narrowed slightly, feeling that the scene before him was somewhat irksome, yet he followed behind them nonetheless. Song Xiuyu was well aware of Arno's subtle feelings of discontent. A slight annoyance brewed within him as he flicked his whip and quickened their pace. Before long, he led Shen Siyin into the bamboo grove where the third princess had previously entered. However, upon entering the grove, Song Xiuyu sensed an unsettling stillness. It was unnaturally quiet, devoid of the usual sounds of birds and beasts. The serene appearance of the bamboo forest suggested one possibility: an ambush lay in wait. Maintaining a calm facade, he hastened the rhythm of his whip, urging the horse to dash through the thicket. Suddenly, Shen Siyin felt a tightening around her waist as Song Xiuyu lifted her into the air, and in the next moment, she witnessed their horse ensnared by a net. Fortunately, Song Xiuyu had dismounted with her, for had they remained atop the horse, escaping would have proven far more challenging. With sword in hand, Song Xiuyu advanced toward their assailants, swiftly overpowering the cloaked figures. Upon sighting Song Xiuyu, the third princess's eyes lit up, and she dashed forward to greet them. "Your Highness, what brings you here today?" she exclaimed. "I had heard you frequent this training ground, yet I had not encountered you until now. I thought they were jesting, but here you truly are. As the evening drew near, the third princess suggested, Your Highness, it's getting late. Shall we dine together tonight? Unfazed by Song Xiuyu's icy demeanor, she remained spirited. Grasping Shen Siyin's hand, Song Xiuyu quickened his pace, appearing somewhat exasperated by the third princess's persistence. He abruptly halted, causing Shen Siyin, unprepared, to collide with his back. Rubbing her slightly aching nose, she pondered why Song Xiuyu was so indifferent toward the third princess. Though Song Xiuyu's temperament was somewhat aloof, he was generally courteous and considerate toward others. Could there be an unspoken history between them? Had the third princess previously wronged Song Xiuyu, leading to such coldness? A cough from Song Xiuyu interrupted Shen Siyin's swirling thoughts. She looked up, puzzled, and remarked, The weather is quite chilly. Your Highness should be sure to dress warmly to avoid falling ill. With that, Shen Siyin dashed away, leaving Song Xiuyu to watch her retreating figure with a resigned smile. Xingru entered with a basin of warm water for Shen Siyin's ablutions. My lady, it's exceedingly cold today, she cautioned, noting the temperature had dropped significantly compared to recent days. If you're feeling too cold, I could fetch a thicker quilt. No need, Shen Siyin replied, frowning. I find it hard to believe that such a grand estate lacks coal basins. Though I am merely a concubine, I should at least be entitled to some coal. Accompanied by Xingru, she confidently sought out the steward. Uncle Wang, my monthly allowance should include coal for this month. Why has it not been delivered to my quarters? Unfazed by Shen Siyin's inquiry, Uncle Wang replied, Miss Shen, I have other matters to attend to. If you have an urgent issue, I can assist you later. The sudden drop in temperature caught Shen Siyin unprepared. Initially, she felt fine, but as night fell, the cold room rendered her unable to sleep. Contemplating whether to address the coal issue with Song Xiuyu, she decided it would be better to wait until morning. Unable to find rest, she opened the door for a stroll, only to notice that the light in Xingru's room was still aglow. She knocked on the door. My lady? Xingru opened the door. Surprised. Aren't you asleep yet? Is it too cold? I could fetch you a thicker quilt. Shen Siyin waved her hand dismissively. No, the cold has seeped into my bones. A quilt won't suffice. She then glanced into Xingru's room. Aren't you also too cold to sleep? Xingru, caught off guard, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Shen Siyin, however, was undeterred and suddenly proposed, Since we can't sleep due to the cold, why not accompany me to a warmer place? Though Xingru was puzzled, she followed Shen Siyin to the back door of the kitchen. There must be firewood in the kitchen. We can sneak in. It shouldn't be a problem. With a triumphant raise of her brow, Shen Siyin skillfully opened the back door. Once the fire blazed to life, she felt the warmth envelop her, sighing in relief. This is much more comfortable. How would one survive winter without a fire? Indeed, the steward has been rather unreasonable. I heard that the coal was distributed long ago. I wonder why our quarters were overlooked, Xingru lamented, warming her hands by the fire. Shen Siyin sighed, sensing a fleeting shadow at the corner of her eye. Upon closer inspection, it was Chila. She rushed to the kitchen door and found Chila huddled in a corner. Upon hearing her call, he instinctively looked up. Sister Shen? Oh dear, Chila, why are you out here in the cold? Come inside. Shen Siyin beckoned him into the kitchen, making space for him beside Xingru. It's been exceptionally cold this year. I thought to gather some firewood, but I couldn't withstand the chill. After warming himself by the fire, Chila's complexion improved, though he shyly avoided meeting Shen Siyin's gaze. We are all unfortunate souls, Shen Siyin sighed, realizing how busy she had been lately. Had she not encountered Chila today, she might have forgotten him entirely. You haven't eaten, have you? She inquired, assessing his condition. Chila nodded, biting his lip. I haven't eaten for 2 days. Not to worry. Leave it to me, Shen Siyin declared, knowing they were in the kitchen where they could find whatever they desired. I'll prepare some barbecue for you. Barbecue, a rather unfamiliar term to her, raised eyebrows from both Xingru and Chila. It's similar to grilled fish, she clarified while rummaging through the kitchen supplies, directing Xingru. Go outside and start a fire. It won't work well in here. Though Xingru did not fully grasp the concept of barbecue, she obediently complied and went outside to kindle a fire. Before long, Shen Siyin and Chila emerged from the kitchen with an array of ingredients. Shen Siyin glanced at the impressive fire and remarked to Xingru, I must say, I never expected you to kindle a fire so expertly, despite your delicate appearance. Flushed by the compliment, Xingru shyly touched her nose. In truth, it is quite manageable. After all, as those in servitude, we must possess some knowledge of such matters. However, Xingru is rather slow-witted, lacking the finesse that other sisters have acquired. Observing Xingru's despondent demeanor, Shen Siyin gently placed down what she held and approached her, offering a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Who says one must master a skill to be deemed proficient? I believe it is individuals like you, with a kind heart, who are truly the best. Gazing at Shen Siyin's warm smile, an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloped Xingru. What shall we do now? Chilla, to the side, was fiddling with the ingredients, determined to solve the puzzle at hand. Shen Siyin chuckled softly and took the ingredients from Chilla's hands, remarking, "If you continue to play around like this, we might as well not eat any of these ingredients." "Why not?" Chilla blinked innocently. "I painstakingly strung these ingredients together, and now you've taken them apart. Doesn't tea that render my earlier efforts futile?" Shen Siyin sighed, silently mourning for the now-defunct food. Chilla did not regard the task of stringing the ingredients as particularly significant, having never encountered such a culinary technique. Yet, upon witnessing Shen Siyin's resigned smile, she realized her mistake. Immediately, she offered an apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take them apart. I was simply curious." Having never seen food prepared this way, Shen Siyin had no intention of blaming her. After all, how could the people from this place know of modern methods? She playfully pinched Chilla's cheek, saying, "I have no intention of blaming you. However, since you feel you've erred, do string together the ingredients that remain intact." Seizing the opportunity to amend her mistake, Chilla wasted no time and confidently set about completing the task. Before long, she presented the newly strung food to Shen Siyin, eager for praise. "Look, I've done well." Shen Siyin nodded affirmatively, her gentle smile radiating warmth. "Chilla is quite clever and capable. Without her, we might not enjoy this barbecue at all." Hearing this, Chilla beamed with joy, bustling around Xingru to boast about Shen Siyin's compliments. Shen Siyin chuckled, urging her to focus on the barbecue. The food began to sizzle over the fire, emanating an enticing aroma that soon attracted the attention of the other servants. Drawn by the delightful scent, the servants gathered around the fire pit. When Shen Siyin glanced up again, she found herself surrounded. Surprised, she exclaimed, "What is happening here?" Xingru explained, "They likely came overdrawn by the aroma." Indeed, it seemed that the servants were not interested in her, but rather in the barbecue. They looked at the food over the fire with great curiosity, wondering what was being prepared. "I have never seen such food. It smells delicious." Shen Siyin found herself at a loss as to how to explain this to them, and chose silence instead. "This is called barbecue. However, as to why it is called barbecue, I cannot say. I only know it is delicious. Would you like to try some? Though perhaps you'll need to wait a little longer." Who would refuse the chance to taste something delicious, even if it means waiting? Really? That's wonderful. Soon, the food on the fire was ready, and Shen Siyin instructed Xingru to distribute it among everyone. The surrounding servants, savoring the unfamiliar barbecue, expressed their astonishment. Is there truly such delectable food in this world? Indeed, I have spent many years in this estate, hearing of all the dishes in the kitchen, yet I have never encountered this. This barbecue is truly exquisite. Watching them relish the food with delight filled Shen Siyin's heart with satisfaction. Although she had never truly prepared barbecue in modern times, her cleverness had triumphed. Just as the guests were enjoying their feast, a figure stood outside the courtyard, observing everything within. Unbeknownst to the others, only Shen Siyin, busy tending to the fire, noticed him. After a moment of contemplation, she rose and approached the man, bowing respectfully to the regent. Upon hearing her, the others hastily bowed, even if it meant dropping their beloved barbecue. Song Xiaoyun gazed at the fallen skewers, stepping closer to the small fire, and inquired in a deep voice, "What are you doing?" Shen Siyin explained, "I am preparing barbecue." "Barbecue? What is that? How troublesome. Must I explain everything to everyone?" The surrounding crowd trembled slightly at his tone, not wishing to incur the regent's displeasure. Yet, Shen Siyin remained unfazed, treating it as if she were merely imparting knowledge to a child. Barbecue is the act of cooking food over fire, where one can use anything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, or swims in the water. It is quite delicious, Regent. Would you like to try some? Song Xiaoyun pondered her words before nodding. "I shall partake in your freshly grilled offerings." With that, He seated himself directly across from Shen Siyin, positioning himself directly in her line of sight. Feeling discomfort at his presence, Shen Siyin hesitated. Noticing her reluctance, Song Xiuyun urged, "Are you waiting for me to invite you to sit?" "Certainly not. I am fetching the ingredients." With the arrival of Song Xiuyun, the surrounding servants became increasingly tense. Once she had gathered the ingredients, Shen Siyin sat opposite him, feigning focus on her task, while internally lamenting his untimely intrusion that had drained the ambience from their barbecue feast. Seated before her, Song Xiuyun wore a stern expression, his demeanor as heavy as iron. What is this woman saying? Is she lamenting her own misfortune? Countless individuals desire to align themselves with him, yet she dares to voice her grievances? Shen Siyin, Chapter 71. The regent arrives at an inopportune moment. At the sound of his voice, Shen Siyin looked up in confusion, blinking. Seeing her reaction, Song Xiuyun softened his expression slightly, stating calmly, "Hurry up." He then turned his gaze elsewhere. "What's the rush? Doesn't any cook require time? I am no deity." Shen Siyin smiled lightly, assuring him, "It will be ready soon." Song Xiuyun observed her diligently working and could not help but scoff. Did this woman think he was unaware of everything? If looks could kill, Shen Siyin would have been reduced to mere bones by now. Finally, as Song Xiuyun received the barbecue, she warned, "Be careful, it's hot." He took it, blew on it, and took a bite. "This flavor is unlike any food I have ever tasted. It is not overwhelming, but rather fragrant and uniquely delightful." Noticing the subtle changes in his expressions, Shen Siyin understood he enjoyed it. No one can resist the allure of barbecue. Having prepared his meal, she turned to satisfy her own hunger. "What are you all doing? Eat up." The servants, sensing the shift in atmosphere, respectfully responded, "The regent is dining. We must stand by to serve and dare not overstep our bounds." Shen Siyin, at a loss for words, turned to the one who was enjoying his meal, "Regent, may I ask if these servants can join you in enjoying this barbecue?" Song Xiuyun lifted his gaze slightly, stating, "I have not uttered a word of disapproval." With that, he continued to eat. By his logic, it seems that indeed, the regent had not objected. The regent has already said you may partake." Shen Siyin realized it futile to persuade the servants further, having been conditioned since childhood to adhere strictly to the regent as commands. So, she settled into a quiet meal alongside Chila. Before long, noticing that the man across from her had finished eating, she set down her own half-eaten skewer. "Hasten your departure. For once you have completed your journey, you shall attain freedom. Quickly move along." As Song Xiuyun listened to her innermost thoughts, he lowered his gaze upon her and mused. When did this king express a desire to leave? What does this signify? Is he truly contemplating lingering here after merely enjoying a barbecue? The regent replied, "I merely observed that you had finished your meal, and it seemed fitting that it was time for rest, hence my suggestion." Song Xiuyun chuckled lightly. He was fully aware of her unspoken thoughts. While Shen Siyin pondered the meaning behind his words, Song Xiuyun had already stepped into her chamber. Beside her, Xingru approached to remind her that it seemed the regent intended to stay the night. "What? He wishes to rest here? Why has Song Xiuyun suddenly decided to reside in my quarters? What is his intention?" The surrounding servants, perceiving that the regent would indeed be staying, discreetly withdrew. Qi Lu approached Shen Siyin and tugged at her sleeve, curious about the regent's entrance. Not comprehending the adult subtleties, Qi Lu followed Xingru out. Alas, she was left alone. It appeared that she would have to depend on herself this evening. Shen Siyin took a deep breath and entered the room, only to find no trace of Song Xiuyun. Where could he be? She soon discovered him standing at the writing desk, a chaotic scene laid out before her. "Regent, why do you stand here?" Shen Siyin approached, bewildered by the disarray. She could not recall when she had made such a mess. Song Xiuyun regarded her with amusement, remarking, "It seems your life within my residence is rather entertaining. Just average, I suppose." Song Xiuyun dismissed her with a wave and proceeded directly to the bed, shedding his outer garments before reclining with ease. One might assume this was his own chamber. "Regent, does this mean you intend to spend the night here? Must I seek your permission to rest where I choose?" Song Xiuyun reclined, his hands behind his head, eyes closed. Shen Siyin fell silent, observing his nonchalant demeanor, which irked her. Moreover, she had no desire to share a rest with him. "Regent, I am rather restless in my sleep, to avoid disturbing your repose. I shall retire to another room. With that, she turned to leave, but Song Xiuyu sat up abruptly and commanded, "Stop." He then remarked, "I have not expressed disdain for your presence, nor have I requested you to leave. Your insistence on departing suggests you harbor contempt for me. Indeed, I truly find you quite distasteful. Yet could I voice such thoughts? Would doing so ensure my head remains intact?" The answer is a resounding no. Shen Siyin forced a smile and turned to face him. "Regent, while you do not find me disagreeable, I am merely concerned for your rest. Hence my desire to retreat to a different chamber. So, I am to be treated as a servant? Very well." She turned away, seeking her system. "System, please assist me in teaching Song Xiuyu a lesson. Even a swarm of mosquitoes to disturb him would suffice, as long as it persuades him to vacate this space. I do not wish to share my slumber with him." To her astonishment, the system flatly refused her request, igniting her frustration as she stamped her foot. "Shen Siyin, what are you doing?" Song Xiuyu, overhearing her intent to chastise him, was taken aback by her audacity. Shen Siyin forced a smile and turned to him. "Nothing at all. I merely have a slight discomfort in my ankle and was stretching." Song Xiuyu rose from the bed and approached her, stating, "If you are unwell, then do not remain standing. Otherwise, onlookers might believe I am imposing upon you. Even if I were to impose, who would dare speak ill of the regent?" Shen Siyin furrowed her brow at his implication. Was he suggesting the possibility of offspring? She was not prepared for such a prospect. Song Xiuyu, perceiving her thoughts, raised a hand to rub his temples, exclaiming, "I have already stated that should you desire to bear a little prince, I would not oppose it." Chapter 72. I am but a stewardess beside the Empress Dowager, who desires to give birth. Shen Siyin muttered softly. Suddenly struck by inspiration, she rose and retrieved a blanket from a nearby cabinet, folding it neatly to place it in the center of the bed. "Regard my actions," Song Xiuyu observed with discontent. "What are you doing?" Shen Siyin quickly waved her hands in explanation. "My lord, since you will be staying the night, and I am prone to restlessness, this shall prevent me from disturbing your slumber. This should mitigate any potential disturbances. I suspect your definition of restlessness may not solely pertain to yourself." "My lord, enough. I am weary and do not wish to engage in trivial conversation with you. However, I must remind you that tomorrow the Empress Dowager's stewardess shall visit the residence once more, this time to instruct you in the ways of womanhood." "What does that mean? The stewardess of the Empress Dowager is coming to teach me the ways of womanhood? Surely this is but a ruse." The following morning, Shen Siyin was roused by the loud commotion outside her door. Who was causing such a racket at this early hour? At that moment, Xingru entered, rushing to her bedside to awaken her, exclaiming, "Why are you still asleep? The stewardess has been waiting outside for quite some time." Shen Siyin rubbed her eyes, shielding them from the harsh light streaming through the window. "What is happening outside? Why the uproar? Moreover, what stewardess are you referring to?" Xingru, lacking time to elaborate, quickly began to assist her with her morning routine. "Did the regent not inform you of the stewardess's impending arrival?" "The stewardess has been dispatched by the Empress Dowager," she murmured. "So, you were aware of this? Why then did you allow me to sleep so soundly?" Xingru, flustered, struggled with the hair ornaments. Shen Siyin cautiously inquired, "The stewardess outside, did she cause you any trouble?" Xingru shook her head, her hands continuing their flurry of activity, stating she did not impose upon his servants. After all, she is a person of the Empress Dowager. Her demeanor, poise, and conduct are impeccable. If that is the case, then surely the stewardess is approachable. Approachable? Xingru's words hung in the air, leaving Shen Siyin with a sense of foreboding. The stewardess outside is no simple character, she thought, releasing a long sigh. Finally, after Xingru had completed Shen Siyin's grooming, she exhaled in relief, urging her, "Swiftly greet the stewardess. Delay further, and you shall face a multitude of grievances." "Very well." As Shen Siyin stepped out of her chamber, she was immediately met with a barrage of scornful remarks from the stewardess. "It seems that Shen Yang has been living quite a leisurely life here, sleeping until the sun is high in the sky each day." Observing the stewardess's expression, Shen Siyin recognized that this encounter would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges, and the reasons for her ire extended far beyond her tardiness. Approaching the stewardess, Shen Siyin respectfully bowed, stating, "I apologize, madam, for my late awakening. I shall be more mindful in the future. The stewardess waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the empty pleasantries. I am here on the Empress Dowager's orders to instruct you in the ways of womanhood. Shen Siyin nodded, reflecting on the shared mannerisms of this stewardess and the regent, both equally exasperating. The stewardess, noticing Shen Siyin's lack of attention, became incensed. Shen Shiji, are you even listening to me? I hear you. I hear you. Shen Siyin could not allow the elder to finish her tirade. She had no masochistic tendencies. The stewardess then led Shen Siyin to a pavilion in the garden, where several maidens awaited, each holding various items, some with books, others with bowls, and still others with wooden rods. What on earth is going on? As Shen Siyin approached, she furrowed her brows and quietly inquired of Xingru about the purpose of the individuals within the pavilion. Xingru glanced over and shook her head, unaware of their intentions, though she recognized that they were all palace maids brought by the matron. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin turned her gaze toward the dignified matron walking in front of her. It appeared that this matron had come well prepared. Surely, her visit today would not entail some form of tribulation. Upon entering the pavilion, the matron instructed Shen Siyin to take a seat. Obediently, Shen Siyin sat down, anticipating the matron's next action. The matron took a book from one of the palace maids and handed it to her, declaring, Shen Shiji, this is the red book you are to study today. As the words fell, a blush crept onto the faces of the surrounding maidservants. A red book? What sort of red book? Shen Siyin queried, perplexed, as she accepted the book and, without caution, opened it. Upon revealing its contents, she hastily closed it again, incredulous as she looked at the matron. Matron, are you certain this is the material I am to learn today? Indeed, Shen Shiji. Is there something you do not understand? The matron nodded earnestly, as if the contents of the book were essential knowledge for every woman. Yet what was this? This was not a literary work. It was clearly a treatise on the matters of intimacy between men and women. How could she possibly delve into such content? Shen Siyin bit her lip and tentatively asked, Matron, might we not study something else first? The matron frowned, her expression darkening. Shen Shiji, these are the teachings that Tai Fei has entrusted me to impart to you. Are you dissatisfied with this? Dissatisfied? Shen Siyin longed to express her discontent, yet was acutely aware of her inability to do so. Resigned, she shook her head. No dissatisfaction here. I shall read it now. Satisfied with this response, the matron nodded and sipped from her teacup. Chapter 73. I am not a medicine jar. Shen Siyin was hardly in the mood to read. Even if she were inclined, this book held no allure for her. She sought a lifeline from Xingru, hoping for a rescue, but it was an impossibility. Xingru looked at her helplessly, her eyes filled with an unmistakable sense of inability to assist. It seemed today she would have to endure this trial alone, stealing glances at the matron's every movement. Shen Siyin turned the pages furtively when the matron was distracted, and soon enough, she had perused the entire red book. The matron, upon noticing, shot her a disapproving look. Shen Shiji, you seem to have misunderstood the purpose of my visit today. Matron, were you not sent by Tai Fei to teach me the ways of women? I have already finished reading that book. Is there anything further? The matron then approached another palace maid, indicating that this was also part of today's lessons. Shen Siyin felt bewildered. Matron, what is there to learn from a bowl? Shen Shiji, do you truly believe that Tai Fei would merely provide you with a bowl for your studies? Certainly not. What kind of rational person would present a mere bowl with no significance? The matron summoned a maidservant who presented a jar to her, which the matron then emptied into the bowl before Shen Siyin. These are nourishing tonics, beneficial for you and the Wang Ye's future offspring. Were these tonics akin to those from modern times, or perhaps the kind found in novels? Shen Siyin looked at the concoction before her, her body instinctively recoiling. Yet she spoke gently. Matron, I believe my health is quite good. I should not require the tonics from Tai Fei. As soon as the words left her lips, the matron's expression shifted. Shen Shiji, do you imply that Tai Fei's orders are of no consequence to you? In essence, if she failed to consume this bowl of tonic today, it would be tantamount to defying Tai Fei. Shen Siyin steeled herself, biting her lip, and took the bowl. Matron, does this mean I simply need to drink this? The matron remained silent, merely observing her. Shen Siyin inhaled deeply and downed the tonic in one go. All right, I have finished. Is there anything else I need to learn? Believing that her consumption of the tonic would grant her freedom, she was taken aback when the matron turned to another maidservant and retrieved another jar, pouring yet another bowl. Shen Siyin, I did not say you were finished. With a benevolent smile, the matron looked at her. Shen Siyin struggled to lift her hands, accepting the bowl. Matron, may I inquire how many of these tonics I am required to drink? The matron smiled as she replied, how many tonics Shen Siyin must consume? The maidservant cannot say. The uncertainty perhaps stemmed from a reluctance to disclose the truth. It dawned on Shen Siyin what Xingru meant by difficult to deal with. She realized that her day would not conclude until she had consumed every last drop. Resigned to her fate, she dutifully drank each bowl of tonic the matron presented. Upon finishing the final bowl, Shen Siyin felt as though she had become a vessel brimming with water. Moreover, throughout the ordeal, the matron had incessantly lectured her on matters concerning nurturing a fetus. Such topics felt distant to her. It seemed Tai Fei was thinking far too ahead. As Shen Siyin gazed at the empty bowls before her, she pondered for a moment before suddenly clutching her head. Oh dear, my head, it aches terribly. The matron, witnessing her distress, became flustered. In her years of service, she had aided Tai Fei in educating numerous young women, yet none had ever suffered an acute ailment during her lessons. Shen Siyin, I hope you do not intend to feign illness to escape today's lessons, the matron warned as Shen Siyin attempted to rise. Matron, if I were to suffer an incident due to my headache, I believe it would be difficult for you to explain Tai Fei. Shen Siyin's words rang true. Should anything happen to her in this moment, it would reflect poorly upon the matron before both Tai Fei and the regent. Reluctantly, the matron ceased her attempts to detain her. Shen Siyin swiftly departed, intending to sneak away, but encountered someone on her path. Shen Siyin, were you not studying with the matron? Why are you here? Feeling guilty and unsure of how to evade the question, Shen Siyin realized she had not anticipated being caught. Lu Shuo quickly sensed something amiss. Shen Siyin, surely you did not sneak away and get caught by me? How could that be? Lu Shuo explained. The Wangye has given Shen Siyin a rare medicine. She is now quite well. With that, he left Shen Siyin behind. The matron approached, scrutinizing her. Is that truly the case? Indeed. Furthermore, I hope you will impart all that you know to me. The matron, taken aback by her sudden eagerness to learn, felt somewhat relieved. Tomorrow's lessons on nurturing must not be missed, she gently reminded as she patted Shen Siyin's hand before departing from her sight. As Shen Siyin watched the matron's retreating figure, she exhaled in relief, stretching her weary body in the absence of others around her. However, while the matron had left, a steadfast line of palace maids remained stationed at a distance. Shen Siyin, recognizing her confinement, understood that this place merely sought to imprison her spirit. With nothing to occupy her mind, she entered the pavilion, leading a monotonous existence there daily. She wished to pour herself a cup of water, but found her jug empty. Xingru, please fetch me another cup of water. Rubbing her sore ankles from a day of lessons under the matron's watchful eye, she felt parched and her throat irritated. Chapter 74. Do you know I worry for you? Shen Siyin, resting her head upon her hand with a sigh, lamented, who would have imagined that I, Shen Siyin, would find myself here learning the ways of women. And this so-called way is merely a red book. It is truly. Xingru, standing nearby, was at a loss for words, for to them, these matters were hardly extraordinary. Xingru bent down slightly. After she left, Shen Siyin turned her gaze towards the row of palace maids, feeling quite troubled, yet she still rose to leave the pavilion. The maids promptly followed suit. Shen Siyin walked ahead in a daze, occasionally kicking the pebbles that obstructed her path, while the maids silently trailed behind her, leaving her with no words to express. Beside her, Lu Shuo, assuming that the regent would blame him for not keeping a proper watch over Shen, immediately admitted fault. My lord, it is Lu Shuo's incompetence for failing to oversee Shen. I shall investigate this matter right away, he said, attempting to step forward to intercept her. Song Xiuyu frowned and called out, Halt. At what point did this king instruct you to investigate? Lu Shuo looked bewildered. Subsequently, Song Xiuyu stepped forward, and just as Lu Shuo thought that his lord was about to personally interrogate Shen Siyin, unexpectedly, Song Xiuyu came to a halt in front of her. Shen Siyin collided with him and exclaimed, Ouch! Who blocks this lady's path? My lord. Song Xiuyu gazed down at her and asked coolly, Shen Siyin, why are you here? Where is your matron? Shen Siyin straightened herself and replied. The matron said there are matters in the palace to attend to and would teach me the rest tomorrow. Did she not inform you? Or have you forgotten? I have not been informed. Oh. The conversation dwindled, and Song Xiuyu continued to gaze at her, making Shen Siyin feel exceedingly uncomfortable. My lord, might I inquire if you have anything else you wish to say to me? If there is nothing more, may I take my leave? The presence of these palace maids is already quite bothersome, and I still have to deal with you. After a prolonged silence, Song Xiuyu finally spoke. No, just refrain from kicking the stones while walking. If you happen to injure yourself, I would have to summon the imperial physician for you, and I am quite busy. Am I not capable of assessing my own safety? Whether or not to summon the physician is your concern, I shall not perish. Song Xiuyu turned to observe the throng behind him and could not help but chuckle, a reaction that left Lucia astonished. When had the regent displayed such an expression? As he watched, Song Xiuyu suddenly recalled her earlier thoughts, and the smile faded from his face. Shen Siyin, is it truly more vexing to deal with me than with those palace maids? Contemplating this, Song Xiuyu's mood plummeted, and he said in a deep tone, leave. Lucia, witnessing the capricious temperament of his lord, dared not speak further, and merely followed suit. The palace maids bowed slightly, lowering their heads and exchanging anxious glances, remaining still. Shen Siyin then brought up the Empress Dowager, stating that the Dowager and matron had only entrusted them to serve her, but should her mood sour, they too would face consequences. Upon hearing this, the palace maids grew flustered. Although they were under the Dowager's orders, the individual before them was nonetheless the regent's consort, and provoking her would not bode well for them. After careful consideration, the leading maid raised her hand to gesture, saying, we cannot enter Shen's quarters, disperse. Once the words left her lips, the group of maids obediently scattered, taking their positions elsewhere. Observing this, Shen Siyin felt utterly speechless. As she believed, they merely changed positions to continue watching her. Forget it, perhaps I am unworthy to command them, she sighed and turned to enter her room, shutting the door behind her. Shen Siyin sat down, leisurely awaiting Xingru's tea and snacks. At that moment, the system abruptly notified her. You must leave the room within 10 minutes, as it is about to collapse. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin felt a wave of panic wash over her, frozen on her seat as the system's words echoed in her mind. I cannot sit idly by. I do not wish to perish in vain. I have yet to leave the regent's residence, and my life of freedom has not yet begun. I cannot be buried here. Shen Siyin lamented internally while rising to rush outside. Shortly after, she heard footsteps approaching and eagerly looked towards the door, only to see Xingru entering with a smile, carrying the tea and snacks. Your tea and snacks have arrived. What troubles you? You seem unwell. Seeing Shen Siyin's panicked expression, Xingru quickly set down the refreshments and inquired with concern. Shen Siyin was too preoccupied to heed Xingru's words. Her only thought was to pull her outside. Xingru, don't you feel it's stuffy in here? The sun outside is quite pleasant. Why don't we take a stroll? Shen Siyin's eagerness to leave quickened her speech. Assuming she had not pushed the door hard enough, Xingru pushed again, but remained shut, causing her to panic as she turned to Shen Siyin. It seems the door has been locked. Oh no, Shen Siyin thought, is the heavens against me? She hurried to the nearest window and pushed with all her might, while Xingru joined her in trying other windows. What are they trying to do? Why have they locked us in? Xingru asked helplessly. At that moment, while Shen Siyin continued testing the windows, she found one that was not sealed shut. She called for Xingru, and together they managed to push it open and jumped out. Meanwhile, Song Xiuyu was outside in the courtyard, confronted by one of the palace maids. Regent, without the dowager's or matron's orders, I cannot allow you to see Shen. Song Xiuyu, aware that these maids were loyal to the dowager, glanced at the locked door, frowning. This king shall return another day. Meanwhile, Shen Siyin and Xingru had already relocated to a safe place. Chapter 75. The house collapses. Shen Siyin, relieved to be far from the precarious building, patted her chest. Thank goodness that window opened. Otherwise, we would not have escaped. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed as the structure collapsed behind them. Both Shen Siyin and Xingru stood frozen in shock. Shen Siyin had foreseen the collapse, but, to avoid raising suspicion, she reflected, indeed, how could this house suddenly fall? Could someone be trying to harm us? Yet we have not offended anyone. Stealing a glance at Xingru, Shen Siyin feared her deception would be uncovered, only to realize she was overthinking it. Xingru pointed at the fallen structure and exclaimed, "Surely, there are traitors aiming to harm us." Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the courtyard. Song Xiuyu had intended to wait for an opportune moment to meet Shen when the palace maids were absent, but to his astonishment, as he stepped out, the building collapsed. The maids fell to their knees, bewildered. "We are unaware of what has transpired. Enough. There is no time for excuses. Hurry and rescue Shen." "Yes, quickly." The maids sprang to their feet, rushing towards the ruins of the collapsed building. Song Xiuyu's voice boomed from behind. "If anything happens to Shen, do not expect to leave the regent's residence alive." Hearing this, the maids hastened their search, fearing that any delay might cost Shen Siyin her life. Witnessing their sluggishness, Song Xiuyu lost patience and dashed forward. He crouched among the debris, searching for any sign of Shen Siyin. Lu Xue, observing his lordess demeanor, was taken aback. Just as he was about to approach, Shen Siyin emerged from a nearby spot. She looked at the crowd, momentarily stunned, and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Shen? She should have been inside." Lu Xue gazed at her as though he had seen a ghost, especially those palace maids, who clearly witnessed Shen Siyin enter the room. Yet why do they now stand in the courtyard? The maids exchanged bewildered glances, each receiving only the same look of confusion in return. Upon realizing the situation, Song Xiuyu sprang to his feet and rushed toward Shen Siyin, exclaiming her name. He then enveloped her in a tight embrace, as if fearing she might vanish in the next instant. Shen Siyin was taken aback by his sudden embrace, momentarily frozen. In her memory, she had never seen Song Xiuyu behave in such a manner. "Regent Wang, what has come over you?" After holding her for a brief moment, he gradually released her and growled, "Shen Siyin, where have you been? Do you not know this prince?" He hesitated, and Shen Siyin softly interjected, "Regent Wang, you." However, before she could finish her sentence, the system abruptly notified, "Song Xiuyu's affection level has increased. Please keep up the effort." Upon receiving this news, Shen Siyin gazed at Song Xiuyu, utterly perplexed. Why had his affection for her suddenly surged? Could it be that her encounter with danger had caused him concern, thereby being interpreted by the system as an increase in affection? Contemplating this, she found it somewhat plausible. Yet, he incessantly questioned her whereabouts and activities. Was he worried she might damage his property and embroil him in further troubles? Should she truly consider herself so wretched? Had she not exited beforehand, she would likely have perished within that collapsing house. If the regent wished to punish her, she would have no words to counter. Song Xiuyu, upon discerning her unspoken thoughts, darkened his expression. Did she truly perceive him in such a light? Did he constantly think of how to reprimand her? With this realization, a surge of unnameable ire ignited within him. "Shen Siyin, is this how you perceive me? A person devoid of discernment?" Shen Siyin remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to his assertion. Fury coursed through Song Xiuyu. "Shen Siyin, I wish to know why you are not here. Is this truly so difficult? Do you not comprehend that if you do not reveal to me the reason for your absence from this room, countless eyes are scheming against you?" What did Song Xiuyu mean by this? It was merely a collapsed house. Why must he ponder such trivialities? Did he suffer from some delusion of persecution? Meanwhile, Xingru, witnessing the tension between them, was uncertain whether to step forward to clarify the situation. If she did not intervene, Shen Siyin might find herself estranged from the regent. After much internal conflict, Xingru hastily approached, bowing respectfully. "Regent Wang, in truth, I and Shen Shijie left the room only because we discovered the door was locked and the windows were barred with wooden sticks." Xingru glanced at Shen Siyin before continuing. "In our moment of terror, we forcefully pushed open the wooden window and climbed out, only to have the room collapse the very next instant. I assure you, Shen Shijie has done nothing to offend you." Upon hearing this, Song Xiuyu turned his gaze to Shen Siyin. "Is this indeed the truth?" Shen Siyin nodded in affirmation. Song Xiuyu furrowed his brow. "Since the truth is so simple, why did you not speak plainly to me?" Shen Siyin feigned ignorance, responding, "If I had told you this matter, would you truly have believed my words, Regent Wang?" Her question elicited discomfort within Song Xiuyu. "Shen Siyin, you have never even discussed this with me. yet you conclude that I would not believe you. I myself am unaware of my own thoughts. Chapter 76. From today on, you shall reside with me, Shen Siyin. Your actions suggest that you do not trust me. Song Xiaoyu retorted coldly. Shen Siyin regarded the inexplicably irked man with confusion. Did her trust, or lack thereof, hold such significance for him? Yet, he had never shown such concern before. Could it be that Song Xiaoyu had developed feelings for her? Upon hearing her inner musings, Song Xiaoyu swiftly interrupted her thoughts. Shen Siyin, do not overthink. My feelings for you are not of affection. Immediately regretting his words, he feared they might only deepen her confusion. He continued, if my people do not trust me, then their presence beside me serves no purpose, and I shall have no need to protect them. Indeed, to Song Xiaoyu, she was merely a person of uncertain utility. This realization left Shen Siyin at a loss, and she lazily replied, it appears I have not considered matters thoroughly, causing you unnecessary worry and distraction. It is entirely my fault. Observing her overly eager apology, Song Xiaoyu felt an inexplicable vexation. Enough, enough. I did not seek your apology, especially not one delivered with such reluctance. Turning to Lu Shuo, he commanded, Lu Shuo, see to it that all of Shen Siyi's daily necessities are delivered to my chambers without fail. One of the palace maids stepped forward, saying, Regent Wang, it seems unwise for Shen Siyi to reside with you. I implore you to reconsider. Song Xiaoyu's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? Do you imply that my chambers are unworthy of Shen Siyin? The maid immediately knelt, explaining, of course not. I merely believe it inappropriate for Shen Siyi to stay with the regent. The Grand Dowager Empress has already instructed us to prevent any meetings between Shen Siyi and the regent. Song Xiaoyu kicked her aside, reprimanding, I am the regent. The Grand Dowager Empress has tasked you with overseeing Shen Siyi. How you manage that is your concern, not mine. Furthermore, did she instruct you to allow the house to collapse? Now that it has fallen, do you intend for Shen Siyi to remain outside? The palace maids exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Although the Grand Dowager Empress had sent them to watch over Shen Siyin, they found it difficult to report such an incident. My authority is no less than that of the Grand Dowager Empress. If you wish to defy my orders, then you may forfeit your lives. Song Xiaoyu had no intention of wasting further time with them. He grasped Shen Siyin's hand and declared, from this day forth, Shen Siyi shall reside with me until the house is repaired. With that, Song Xiaoyu led Shen Siyin away before the watchful eyes of all present. Shen Siyin offered no resistance, for seizing this opportunity to escape her guarded quarters was indeed welcome. Though she would now live alongside Song Xiaoyu, she had her own means to maintain distance. Lu Shuo, regaining his senses, began instructing the servants to gather Shen Siyin's belongings. Before long, news of the house's collapse and her cohabitation with the regent reached the Grand Dowager Empress. The Grand Dowager Empress was astonished. How could a sound house collapse? Has anyone meddled with it? Have we investigated thoroughly? Fuming, she continued, if the investigation is incomplete, why has it not been pursued? Do you wait for me to investigate personally? The maid hastily bowed her head. I dare not. I merely rushed to report that Shen Siyi now resides with the regent, and thus had not yet addressed the investigation into the house's collapse. At this moment, the Grand Dowager Empress remembered the additional matter the maid had mentioned. Have I not commanded you to prevent Shen Siyi from meeting the regent, let alone residing together? How have you executed your duties? It seems you're no longer of use to me. Upon hearing the life-threatening words, the maid quickly explained, Please discern, Grand Dowager Empress. It was not that I did not intervene. It was the regent who forcibly took Shen Siyi away. I feared for my life and dared not disobey. The Grand Dowager Empress was well aware of Song Xiaoyu's temperament and suspected he had once again intimidated these powerless maidservants. Upon contemplating this, a sigh of resignation escaped her lips. Alas, you are but mere maidservants. How could you possibly stand against the regent? Depart now. Your Highness, the esteemed Taifei. Just as the palace maid was about to leave, the voice of Lianfei echoed from outside. Taifei, dear Taifei, I have come to see you. Might I enter your chambers for a brief visit? Upon hearing Lianfei's voice, the Taifei's expression momentarily faltered before she instructed her personal maid to summon Lianfei inside. Once Lianfei entered the chambers, She hurried to the side of the Tai Fei, bowing respectfully. Rise. What brings you here? The Tai Fei inquired. Lin Fei, taking hold of the Tai Fei's arm, spoke with warmth. I merely overheard your conversation outside the palace doors and wish to share a few words. I do not appreciate eavesdroppers outside my quarters. Surely Lin Fei is aware of this? The Tai Fei's visage bore a hint of displeasure. Lin Fei, feigning innocence, replied, Do not be upset, dear Tai Fei. I merely wish to alleviate your worries, and thus I inadvertently overheard something. Oh, and what is it that you wish to convey to me? Lin Fei settled down beside the Tai Fei and continued, Earlier, I overheard that you are not in favor of Shen Siyin residing with the regent. If it concerns you, perhaps it would be prudent to bring Shen Siyin into the palace to keep her close and provide care. What do you think, dear Tai Fei? The Tai Fei, contemplating this suggestion, mused, This idea is not without merit. Very well, I shall overlook your eavesdropping. Lin Fei beamed, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, dear Tai Fei. I promise not to err again. The Tai Fei then beckoned to a palace maid who had not yet departed. Come here. The maid approached with a slight bow. How may I serve you, Your Highness? The maid left the palace with a message. Lin Fei turned to the departing maid and whispered to the Tai Fei. Do you believe Shen Siyin will come to reside in the palace? Faced with the Tai Fei's skepticism, Lin Fei chuckled lightly. Oh, dear Tai Fei, I merely think that Shen Siyin has a rather stubborn personality. She may not easily agree to such an arrangement, especially with the regent around. Alas, what nonsense am I uttering? I truly should be reprimanded. Lin Fei pretended to scold herself, glancing at the Tai Fei's expression. Her intention was to sow discord between the regent and the Tai Fei. As the Tai Fei's countenance darkened, Lin Fei believed her scheme was succeeding. However, she was soon met with a sharp retort. How dare you, Lin Fei? Are you insinuating that I harbor ill intentions toward the regent? It seems you wish to provoke discord between us. The Tai Fei abruptly knocked a teacup to the ground. In response, Lin Fei hastily knelt, exclaiming, Your Highness, please see reason. I meant no malice. I was merely speculating. After all, the regent is known for his fiery temperament and his defiance against orders. Upon hearing this, the Tai Fei's fury escalated. Do you know the gravity of your words? Although the regent may be temperamental, he has never shown disloyalty. You are inciting discord within the royal family. Do you know the consequences of such actions? Lin Fei quickly bowed her head in supplication, pleading, I beg your highness's forgiveness. I merely spoke without thought. I hope for your mercy. Although repeating this plea 50 times was wearisome, it was far preferable to facing corporal punishment. Lin Fei lowered her head, murmuring her thanks. Thank you, dear Tai Fei, for your grace. I am eternally grateful. Enough, enough. I am weary and wish to rest. With that, the Tai Fei summoned her personal maid to attend to her needs. At the regent's residence, Shen Siyin observed the servants tirelessly transferring her belongings into Song Xiaoyu's quarters. Her brow furrowed in distress. Was she truly to reside with Song Xiaoyu? What a predicament! She was reluctant, yet her own home was no longer available. If she requested a different room from Song Xiaoyu, would he acquiesce? She must not entertain thoughts of escape. Song Xiaoyu could easily confine her further. Shen Siyin, why do you appear so troubled? Are you unwell? Daydreaming? The servant stood in shock upon hearing her words. What do you mean by daydreaming? The servant regarded her with confusion. Shen Siyin chuckled and shook her head. It's nothing, nothing at all. Please carry on with your duties. I wish to sit alone for a moment. Very well. After dismissing the servant, Shen Siyin allowed herself to drift into thought, meandering aimlessly. At that moment, Song Xiaoyu entered after overseeing the repairs to the house, only to find Shen Siyin absent from his room. Crash! An unknown object fell to the floor, producing a loud noise. Curious, Song Xiaoyu approached to investigate, only to discover Shen Siyin sitting on the ground amidst shattered pieces of a precious vase. Furrowing his brow, he queried, Shen Siyin, what are you doing? I didn't do anything. I merely stumbled over something while walking and accidentally knocked over the vase. Do you believe that the destruction of your own room is insufficient, and you wish to wreak havoc in mine as well? Song Xiaoyu advanced toward her as he spoke. Feeling wronged, Shen Siyin retorted, How can this be blamed on me? I am quite fortunate that the vase did not shatter on its own. Song Shuyu did not engage further, but stood before her, extending his hand down. Get up. Shen Siyin glanced at his outstretched hand. A wave of inexplicable emotions coursing through her. Was it genuine kindness that prompted Song Shuyu to assist her? Noticing her hesitation, he urged, Shen Siyin, what are you dawdling for? How long must I keep my hand extended before you rise? She knew well that Song Shuyu's temperament remained unchanged. It was futile to argue with him. Shen Siyin attempted to rise, but found herself surprised. Regent, what do you mean by this? Lazily dismissing his offer, she stood up unaided, declaring, I do not require the regent's assistance. That is for the best. A palace maid hurriedly entered, exclaiming, Regent, Regent. Observing the maid running about his residence, Song Shuyu felt a surge of displeasure. Halt! Why do you display such impropriety in my domain? Has the palace not taught you any decorum? Upon hearing his reprimand, the maid quickly knelt, acknowledging her mistake. Rise and explain why you are in such a flurry. As she spoke, the maid discreetly stole glances at Song Shuyu, gauging his mood. What is it? At this, Song Shuyu's expression darkened significantly. Is it truly as Lianfei suggested? I would not dare deceive the regent. What is the matter? Shen Siyin emerged, supporting herself against the doorframe. Noticing her posture, the kneeling maid frowned. Upon realizing that the maid sent by the Taifei was present, Shen Siyin straightened herself, clearing her throat. Do you have something to discuss? The maid replied, I have entered the palace and reported the collapse of Shen Shizhao's residence to the Taifei. She wishes for Shen Shizhao to reside in the palace for a while. The Taifei wishes for me to move to the palace. Shen Siyin could hardly believe it. Was it truly because her house had fallen that she was granted such an opportunity? The maid nodded, confirming, yes. The Taifei thought that since you are in the regent's residence, she cannot attend to you. Thus, she hopes you can stay by her side for better care. Uncertain, Shen Shijia pondered whether she would be willing to reside in the palace for a time. Upon receiving an affirmative response, she contemplated this matter carefully. In truth, if she could use this offensive as an opportunity to temporarily distance herself from the cold demeanor of Song Shuyu, it seemed like a rather appealing choice. However, she feared that the intrigues within the palace might be no less convoluted than those in the regent's residence. Whether she could emerge unscathed from the palace was likely a daunting challenge. Yet, entering the palace would mean no longer having to face that frosty expression daily. Rather than enduring the presence of an icy figure, she might as well engage with those within the palace. Very well, then, I shall take my leave for now. After the palace maid departed, Shen Siyin turned to tidy up the shattered vase. Song Shuyu observed her silhouette, his expression darkening considerably. Moments ago, he had overheard her innermost thoughts. Did she truly perceive him as an ice block? Was this how he appeared in her eyes? Silently, he approached her, standing a short distance behind her. Shen Siyin, engrossed in gathering the shards, did not notice him until she turned and saw someone standing behind her, startling her into exclaiming, Ah! Song Shuyu frowned. Shen Siyin, what are you shouting about? Realizing it was he, Shen Siyin patted her chest and replied, Regent, why do you stand behind me instead of attending to your duties? After a moment's pause, she slowly inquired, in your heart, do you truly see me as merely an icy mountain? Hearing her question, Shen Siyin was taken aback. How could his inquiry mirror her earlier sentiments? No, even if he were indeed a frosty-faced creature, she could not dare to voice such thoughts. Sweet words. She then exited her quarters, leaving Shen Siyin in a state of disarray. So it seems I cannot even flatter him without consequence. The following day, Shen Siyin entered the palace and met with the Taifei. I am Shen Siyin, here to greet you, Taifei. May you be blessed with peace. Upon seeing her arrival, the Taifei smiled warmly. Come, let me take a good look at you. Certainly. Shen Siyin approached her side. The Taifei grasped her hand and asked, I heard your house collapsed. Were you injured? Thanks to your kindness, I was unharmed. That is good to hear. Have you been comfortable in the regent's residence? Very comfortable. The items in the regent's residence are of the finest quality. How could I find them uncomfortable? Shen Siyin donned a professional smile. The Taifei then engaged Shen Siyin in light conversation, inquiring about her well-being. Suddenly recalling something, she summoned her palace maid. Have you prepared the room I instructed you to tidy? Yes, your highness. Good, you may leave now. Once the maid departed, the Taifei continued to share the palace's rules with Shen Siyin. At that moment, a palace maid reported, Tai Fei, Master Mo has arrived. The Tai Fei replied, let him in. She intended to invite Shen Siyin to sit beside her, but Shen Siyin politely declined. Tai Fei, I have just entered the palace and am unfamiliar with many places. May I explore a bit first? Without hesitation, the Tai Fei agreed, go ahead, but remember to adhere to the palace's customs. As Shen Siyin passed by Mo Qingming, he recognized her. Was she not the one who had caused him embarrassment previously? Upon recollecting this, Mo Qingming stormed inside. Greetings, Tai Fei. The Tai Fei sensed his discontent and asked, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Mo Qingming scoffed. How could I be well? The person who just left your presence was the one who humiliated me last time. Intrigued by her nephew's tale of disgrace at the hands of a woman, the Tai Fei urged him to elaborate. Oh? What transpired between you and her? Do share. Mo Qingming recounted the entire incident, concluding with, Tai Fei, you must take my side. The Tai Fei paused momentarily before nodding. Very well. I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory resolution. When Shen Siyin arrived at the designated quarters, she discovered the space was covered in cobwebs. With a reassuring smile, she remarked, no witties. This is merely due to the room being unoccupied for an extended time. We can easily tidy it up and redecorate. Xingru resignedly nodded, all right. As evening approached, Shen Siyin and Xingru completed the tidying of their room. After their efforts, the place appeared revitalized. Shen Siyin dusted off her attire and declared, now, this place looks much better. We should rest. Indeed, at that moment, Zhang Mama knocked on the door. Has Shen Siyin retired for the night? Shen Siyin opened the door and inquired, what is it, Zhang Mama? As Zhang Mama began to speak, she was taken aback by the transformation of the once spider-infested room. Now looking brand new. Had their efforts all been in vain? Angered by this realization, Zhang Mama snapped, never mind. Shen Siyin, rest early. She promptly departed. Shen Siyin, left speechless, closed the door and went asleep. Chapter 79. The Mama fell ill from anger. The next day, Shen Siyin rose early. Xingru, waiting outside, heard sound from within and hurried in with water. Miss, allow me to assist you with your wash. Xingru placed the basin before the bed and began to arrange Shen Siyin's hair. Xingru, where is Zhang Mama? Shen Siyin asked, drying her face with the cloth handed to her. Xingru moved the basin aside and helped Shen Siyin up, pondering for a moment before shaking her head. I do not know. I did not see her outside. Shen Siyin sat at the dressing table, letting Xingru's hands work through her hair. She gazed out at the sky, puzzled. Although she had indeed risen earlier today, Zhang Mama usually could hardly bear to sleep, always guarding the door. Why was she absent today? Xingru, somewhat confused by Shen Siyin's words, was actually pleased by Zhang Mama's absence. Miss, isn't it better that Zhang Mama is not here? You do not have to endure her fussing. Seeing Xingru's cheerful expression in the mirror, Shen Siyin smiled in return but did not elaborate further. After her grooming, Shen Siyin headed with Xingru to the servants' quarters. Has anyone seen Zhang Mama today? Shen Siyin stood in the courtyard, maintaining an air of authority that rendered her emotions inscrutable. The servants, believing she had come to assert her dominance, trembled in fear of offending her. When Shen Siyin posed her question, they collectively exhaled, eager to share their thoughts. Zand Mama, I saw her yesterday, but I do not know about today. I have not seen Zhang Mama either. What does Shen Siyin seek Zhang Mama for? Surely she has not gone missing? Impossible. Zhang Mama was personally assigned by the Tai Fei. Have you seen her? I thought I saw her in the room. Listening to the discussions and speculations among the group, Shen Siyin felt a headache coming on. Rubbing her temples, she raised her voice, be quiet. The surroundings fell silent, and Shen Siyin sighed in exhaustion. Xingru, noticing Shen Siyin's discomfort, stepped forward. If anyone knows where Zhang Mama has gone, please speak up. For those who do not know, please refrain from making noise. Shen Siyin smiled helplessly, about to speak when a timid palace maid raised her hand. I know. Shen Siyin glanced at the maid who had spoken, nodded slightly to indicate her to continue, and the others shifted their gaze towards her as well. Upon learning the reason why Zhang Mama had not come to find her, Shen Siyin nodded in sudden realization. It was puzzling that the ever-diligent Zhang Mama had suddenly disappeared. It turned out she had fallen ill. Then let Zhang Mama rest well. Xingru, we shall take our leave. No sooner had she spoken than Shen Siyin turned and walked away, with Xingru hurriedly following, leaving the others behind, wide-eyed and puzzled, unsure of her intentions. Once outside the servants' quarters, Shen Siyin's expression darkened. Sigh. Since Zhang Mama was unwell, she could only pay her respects to the Grand Empress Dowager. She was reluctant to go. But what choice did she have? Throughout the journey, Xingru heard Shen Siyin sigh countless times, wanting to inquire about her mood, but constrained by their surroundings. She could only stifle her anxiety. Upon reaching the Grand Empress Dowager's residence, Shen Siyin discovered that Mo Qingyi was also present. The smile on Shen Siyin's face froze as she caught Mo Qingyi's unwavering gaze. Originally intending to sneak away while the Grand Empress Dowager conversed with Mo Qingyi, Shen Siyin had no choice but to release her instinctive grasp on Xingru's hand and bravely step inside. In the presence of the Grand Empress Dowager, Shen Siyin knelt down respectfully and, lifting her head, donned an impeccable smile. "You have arrived. Please rise and come closer to me," the Grand Empress Dowager said, her expression warm and inviting, gesturing for Shen Siyin to approach. As Shen Siyin took a couple of steps forward, she noticed Mo Qingyi watching her with a cold smirk, causing her to hesitate momentarily. Instinctively, she reached for Xingru's hand, only to realize that Xingru had remained outside with the other maids. Seeing Shen Siyin pause, the Grand Empress Dowager inquired with a hint of confusion, "Siyin, what troubles you?" Listening to her words, the Grand Empress Dowager appeared perplexed, glancing at Mo Qingyi before returning her gaze to Shen Siyin. "I know you are a good child. I do not blame you. The ground is cold. Please rise." Shen Siyin avoided the Grand Empress Dowager's attempt to pull her up, raising her hand to wipe away non-existent tears. "Your Highness, I am merely afraid. I fear that young Master Mo is still angry with me. Otherwise, why would he be glaring at me so fiercely?" Upon hearing this, the Grand Empress Dowager shot a glare at Mo Qingyi before preparing to speak again. Mo Qingyi, feeling exasperated, believed Shen Siyin was wrongfully accusing her and stood up, pointing at Shen Siyin, exclaiming, "Do not slander me. Why have I ever been fixated on you? You are just inflating your own importance. Moreover, you owe me. Even if I were to stare at you, what wrong would that be?" Shen Siyin feigned fear, inching closer to the Grand Empress Dowager. Your Highness, what good does it do to call for the Grand Empress Dowager?" Mo Qingyi was thoroughly irritated by Shen Siyin's antics, rashly interrupting her. As it seemed the two were about to quarrel, the Grand Empress Dowager interjected sharply. "What are you two doing?" Both women were taken aback, and the atmosphere grew awkward. The Grand Empress Dowager remained silent, observing them. After an indeterminate time, Shen Siyin's legs began to numb from kneeling. Noticing that neither was paying attention to her, she attempted to shift slightly. Just as she moved, Mo Qingyi spoke up. "Shen Siyin, I challenge you to a contest. If you win, I will cease bothering you. If you lose," Mo Qingyi deliberately left her sentence hanging, teasingly gazing at Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin gritted her teeth and replied, "If I lose, I will comply with whatever you desire." Chapter 80. Someone is severely jealous. One of the individuals gauged the passage of time, lifted their gaze towards the moon gate, and indeed spotted two familiar figures approaching. They quickly signaled to the others accompanying them. The group promptly ceased their activities, stepping aside to bow respectfully. "Your Highness." Everyone kept their heads bowed until the deep-hued hem, soaked by the morning dew, disappeared from view, before rising in unison and resuming their tasks with measured efficiency. The two approached the study, and Lu Shaw stepped forward to push open the door, noting the dim light within. He entered first, opened the shuttered windows, lit the candlesticks by the desk, and adeptly prepared the writing materials. Once Lu Shaw had everything in order, he stepped aside to wait and called out to Song Xiuyu. "Your Highness, MM." Thus, the cycle continued, and time slipped by unnoticed. The study fell into a silence, broken only by the sound of paper rustling. Song Xiuyu flicked his long fingers lightly, sending the brush into the ink wash with a gentle splash that disrupted the stillness of the room. He set down the last piece of correspondence, selected a few letters, and glanced at the candlestick beside him, noticing that the white wax had just burned out, precisely as it had on previous occasions. "Lu Shua." "Yes." Lu Shua accepted the letter from Song Xiuyu's hand and exited to summon the duty personnel, delegating tasks accordingly. "Where will the prince dine today?" Song Xiuyu tapped his finger lightly on the table, casting a faint glance at Lu Shua. "The side consort has visitors. Understood. Lu Shuan nodded, recalling that he had seen the side consort's maid being intercepted by the guards. Song Xiuyu maintained an impassive facade, simply stating, as usual. That is to say, to act as though he had not seen. Lu Shual understood, and they ceased discussing the matter. Song Xiuyu stood to leave, pausing as he passed the table, his gaze lingering on the white magnolia, lost in thought for a rare moment. Only she enjoys arranging these things, he murmured, recalling the damp robes he had worn after passing her courtyard that morning, a flicker of softness momentarily gracing his usually aloof countenance. Just like her own temperament, she could not bear even the slightest grievance. Enough. He sat at that table and said to Lu Shua, "Here will suffice." Lu Shua, puzzled by the prince's words, quickly pieced together the context upon seeing the pot of white magnolia, and promptly set about fulfilling the prince's request. In no time, the prepared dishes were presented. Song Xiuyu glanced at the spread before him, sampled a few bites, found them tasteless, and opted for a bowl of rice porridge, signaling for the rest to be cleared away. His gaze fell once more on the potted plant, prompting thoughts of Shen Siyin. It had been a day since he last saw her, and he wondered how she was faring in the palace. Lu Shua, noting the prince's thoughts, was astonished to realize how much he cared for Shen Siyin, yet his expression remained unchanged. He cautiously suggested, "Your Highness, if you miss Shen Siyin, why not visit the palace?" "Oh," Song Xiuyu replied, his tone ambiguous. It seemed he had been too conspicuous in his concern for her, to the point where even Lu Shuan noticed. "Isn't that so?" Lu Shuo remained silent. Song Xiuyu extended his long, pale fingers to gently caress the petals of the white magnolia, standing at a height that did not belong to him. "What do you think will be the final outcome for someone standing at an unearned height?" Standing an unearned height. Lu Shuo stared at Song Xiuyu in shock, his lips moving, but no words emerged. "It seems your heart is still not tranquil enough. You should practice your calligraphy more." Song Xiuyu tapped the white magnolia, causing the tender buds to quiver. "Today, I shall not venture out, but prepare the writing materials." "Yes." Lu Shua arranged the calligraphy tools and then stepped outside to stand guard. Song Xiuyu dipped his brush into the inky blackness, slowly drawing a horizontal line across the white Xian paper. With her temperament, she merely burdens others. However, his hand faltered, and the final stroke transformed into a large blot of ink, clouding the last corner of the Xian paper. Song Xiuyu's expression turned cold, just as a voice echoed from outside. "Your Highness, what is it?" Song Xiuyu's tone was slightly frosty. "Have him wait in the elegant chamber. I shall arrive shortly." Song Xiuyu adjusted his sleeves, suppressing all visible emotions. He exited the room, where Lu Shua approached him. "As per your command, General G.C. has already gone to the elegant chamber. Let us proceed." Song Xiuyu walked towards the elegant residence of the regent, closely followed by Lucia. Within the residence, G.C. sat gracefully to one side as the maidservants methodically presented tea and snacks, brewing a cup of fragrant tea and offering it. "Please enjoy at your leisure." "Thank you for your trouble," G.C. said, lifting the teacup, savoring a sip before setting it down. The maidservant retreated silently, and soon, the voice of Song Xiuyu could be heard from outside. "It's rare." Upon entering the elegant residence, Song Xiuyu took a seat across the table. "What brings you here today?" "It seems my visit is ill-timed," G.C. replied with a hint of apology. "That depends on what news you bring," he continued, feeling a great deal of pent-up frustration dissipate, his expression softening. "It is rare for me to visit the Wangfu without any purpose. How can I not stay for a meal? You see, check out lightly. That is even less timely. Breakfast has passed, and it is still too early for lunch." Song Xiuyu pushed the snacks towards G.C. "I suppose I must trouble you to make do." "This is not the usual hospitality of the Wangfu," G.C. mused. "This is the hospitality of the Wangfu today," he replied thoughtfully, sensing Song Xiuyu's hidden concerns. He then took a piece of pastry and sighed. "It seems there will be no food today." "Wait," Song Xiuyu said to Lu Shua, instructing the kitchen staff to prepare a meal for G.C. "You see," unhurriedly setting down the pastry, humbly replied, "Then I must thank the Wang Ye. You often enter and exit the palace. You're so busy you have no time for a meal?" Song Xiuyu casually inquired, lifting his teacup to enjoy its warmth. "What new arrivals have there been in the palace lately?" "There are sometimes delays in entering and exiting the palace. I am unaware of the specifics. Since you are concerned, why not go to the palace yourself to inquire? GC understood Song Xiuyue's insinuation and glanced at him. As it happens, I have not yet paid my respects today. Lu Shaw, prepare the carriage, Song Xiuyue commanded. After the two entered the palace to pay their respects, they followed a eunuch to the Empress Dowager's quarters, arriving at the competition venue where the eunuch guided them to their seats. Sitting in the arena, Song Xiuyue surveyed the crowd, spotting Shen Siyin clad in red. GC recognized the man competing against Shen Siyin in the flower ball game and remarked, "That man is the Empress Dowager's nephew, and Mo Qingxiao." Chapter 81. The rumored flower master enough. I truly cannot bear you any longer, came the plaintive voice of the Empress Dowager as Shen Siyin finished her kick in the flower ball game. Her tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Shen Siyin, however, paid little heed to her words, smiling faintly as if completely oblivious, nodding gently. "Your Majesty, please do not speak so. I have come specifically to visit today. If it is inconvenient, I shall return another day," Shen Siyin said cheerfully. The Empress Dowager was vexed by her calm demeanor and feigned ignorance. Soon after, several maidservants approached to escort her out, gesturing for Shen Siyin to leave. Days passed, and the Wangfu remained as quiet and ordinary as ever. Sitting by the window, Shen Siyin meticulously adorned her attire while pondering how to rid herself of Song Xiuyue. At that moment, her maid, Xingru, suddenly entered, greeting her and saying, "Miss, a person named Su Yuan has arrived outside the Wangfu. He brings a bouquet of flowers and wishes to see you. Shall I let him in?" Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin paused, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. "Su Yuan? I do not believe I have ever heard that name before. He comes bearing flowers. Could it be that he is captivated by my charm?" As these thoughts crossed her mind, she inevitably recalled Song Xiuyue. Realizing that if he were to learn of this Su Yuan, the man would likely meet a grim fate. Just as she was about to decline the visit, Xingru suddenly clapped her hands. "Miss, I remember who this Su Yuan is," she exclaimed. Shen Xiaoyin's eyes brightened at her words. "If even you have heard of him, perhaps he is a person of some renown?" She recalled that the flower master was indeed named Su Yuan, having spent so long in the palace. She had heard of bird trainers and horse tamers, but this was her first encounter with a flower master. Intrigued, she waved her hand and said, "Then bring him in. I wish to see what kind of person he is." "Yes, miss," Xingru responded, bowing deeply before retreating to the Wangfu's entrance to summon him. Shortly thereafter, Su Yuan appeared before Shen Siyin. As her gaze fell upon him, she furrowed her brow slightly, scrutinizing him closely. After a prolonged silence, she broke the stillness. "You are the flower master?" With that, he quickly produced the bouquet he had carried with him. Shen Xiaoyin's eyes followed the flowers, and she discovered they were several black lilies. "Miss Shen, these are the black lilies I cultivated. What do you think?" Su Yuan asked. Seeing this, Shen Xiaoyin nodded, a hint of pleasure brightening her expression. "Remarkable. To have cultivated black lilies is truly commendable." She had seen such black lilies before, but they were not found in the wild. They must be hybrids. Just this single bouquet demonstrated Su Yuan's mastery, proving he was not undeserving of his reputation. However, despite her admiration, Shen Xiaoyin felt no deep emotion. The black lilies were indeed beautiful, and planting a few in her courtyard would bring a touch of fragrance. Yet, truthfully, she was not particularly moved by flowers and cared little for such things. What use were they if they could not be consumed? Rather than dwell on these, she preferred to contemplate how to alter her current circumstances and escape the grasp of Song Xiuyue. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she shook her head, striving to refocus. Just then, a notion struck her. Her gaze sharpened as she looked up at the flower master, asking, "Your name is Su Yuan, correct?" Without waiting for his response, she pressed on, "How many of such flowers do you have?" Su Yuan appeared taken aback by her question. Although the black lilies were precious, their dark hue rendered them somewhat unpopular, and he initially thought selling a few would be enough to please the wealthy young ladies. Yet, it seemed Shen Xiaoyin had a genuine fondness for this variety, which surprised him. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan cleared his throat and replied, "Miss Shen, the cultivation conditions for black lilies are quite demanding. I currently have nearly 100 plants." "100?" Shen Xiaoyin replied, shaking her head slightly. "What about other unique varieties? How many do you have in total?" Believing he had encountered a significant client, Su Yuan eagerly responded, "Miss, I have been cultivating flowers for over a decade. Currently, I have over 1,000 blooms in my garden, all of superior quality. If Miss Shen wishes to purchase, I can offer you a discount." At that moment, a subtle expression of distress crossed Shen Xiaoyin's face. She sighed, deliberating for a while before saying, "It is not a matter of money. I merely lament that my courtyard is too small to accommodate more flowers. I cannot contain such spring beauty. How about we collaborate instead?" Shen Xiaoyin proposed with a calm smile. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan noticed a peculiar smile on her face, leaving him momentarily stunned, sensing that her words held deeper meaning. After pondering, he could not decipher her intentions and thus asked, "Please, Miss Shen, speak plainly. Why not sell these flowers to me at a low price? I will help you sell them." Chapter 82. Seal this place. In the capital city, the neighborhood remained as lively as ever. "Have you heard? It seems that this shop belongs to Miss Shen." "Miss Shen? Which Miss Shen? Who else could it be but the little concubine of the regent? Such a significant background. I wonder what they are selling here." At that moment, they began to discuss a recently opened shop. When these rumors reached Shen Siyin's ears, she paid them no mind. Soon after, she called a few servants from the palace to move the flowers into the shop. "Pay attention. These flowers are precious. If you break them, you'll be liable." Watching the servants as they worked, Shen Siyin felt quite content. After all, her journey of saving money had just begun. She had finally persuaded Su Yuan to transfer these flowers to her at a low price, and she needed some motivation. As she pondered, Shen Siyin calculated her profits. If she managed to sell all these flowers, would she not be able to escape with some silver? At that point, she would no longer have to live in constant anxiety. With this thought, her spirits lifted even higher. She turned her gaze to her maid Xingru, gently inquiring, "Have the flowers from the courtyard been brought over?" However, Xingru hesitated, unsure if she should speak. Seeing her expression, Shen Siyin felt a twinge of curiosity. "If there is something to say, do not hesitate." At last, Xingru nodded and continued, "Miss, with so many flowers here, are you certain they will sell? After all, one can simply pluck such things outside. There is no need to purchase them, is there?" Xingru's concerns were not without merit. Although these flowers were acquired cheaply from Su Yuan, if they failed to sell, it would only add to Shen Siyin's financial woes. A gentle smile appeared on Shen Siyin's face. "Do not worry, I have my methods. As the saying goes, do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside." "What?" Upon hearing this, Xingru was left utterly perplexed. In any case, these flowers were cultivated with care. They were incomparable to ordinary wildflowers, and there would surely be flower enthusiasts who recognized their worth. Shen Siyin did not elaborate further, speaking as if to herself. Xingru, only partially understanding, nodded, thinking that since her mistress had assured her, there was no need for her to worry. Before long, the servants had moved all the flowers into the shop, and Shen Siyin opened the doors. It was unclear who spread the word, but soon the neighbors heard that Shen Siyin had opened a shop and were eager to see what it offered. In less than half an hour, the entrance to the shop was teeming with people. "What kind of flowers are these? I have never seen them before. Look at this color. How peculiar they are." Many of those who came to the shop exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by the items on display. Just then, someone suddenly fixated on a flower and exclaimed with delight, "Could this be the legendary black lily? I recall that a floral master in the capital possesses such a flower. I never imagined I would encounter it here. It seems Miss Shen is not ordinary." As the person's exclamation echoed, the others in the shop turned their attention toward them. Upon confirming the truth of the statement, they too began to feel a sense of awe. Throughout the day, numerous patrons visited the flower shop, including wealthy merchants who came specifically after hearing the rumors. Thus, the flower shop gained considerable fame, and Shen Siyin's reputation gradually spread through the streets and alleys of the capital, inciting much discussion. People remarked that the regent's daughter had suddenly developed a taste for the exquisite, dabbling in peculiar flowers. This gossip even attracted flower aficionados from afar, who did not hesitate to journey from the borders to visit a single flower shop. Before long, news of this reached the palace. Selling flowers? Can she not remain calm for a moment? Just recently, she was competing in flower ball games, and now she is taken to selling flowers? Upon learning of this from a guard, Song Xiuyu was taken aback, and a flurry of speculations filled his mind. Lu Shaw, standing nearby, respectfully remarked, "Your Highness, I believe it is not a bad thing for the young lady to sell flowers. After all, it is better than stirring up trouble again." This was quite a reasonable statement, prompting Song Xiuyu to nod in agreement, thinking that indeed, it was preferable. He remembered that the previous incident had not long passed. The Dowager Empress had even come to report her conduct, and it was a relief to have some peace for a while. So it was best not to dwell on it too much. As Song Xiuyu pondered, he sipped from the teacup on the table. However, could this woman truly remain so composed? She seemed to possess such leisure and grace. A sense of foreboding crept into Song Xiuyu's heart. In his view, Shen Siyin was always quite shrewd. While she might have a fondness for flowers, it did not seem likely she would go to such lengths. Something felt amiss. Noticing his demeanor, Lu Shuo suggested, "Your Highness, why not go take a look?" Song Xiuyu lowered his head, organizing his thoughts. Then, he clapped his hands together, finding the idea quite agreeable. "I intended to investigate this matter." After finishing the tasks at hand, Song Xiuyu made time to head to the vicinity of Shen Siyin's flower shop with his guards. Before they even reached the entrance of the shop, he noticed it was crowded with people and wondered why Shen Siyin's flower shop was so popular. To avoid drawing attention and disrupting the business, Song Xiuyu concealed his identity as the regent and entered the flower shop. He approached with a hint of skepticism, eager to discover what made these flowers unique. At that moment, he spotted Shen Siyin standing at the counter. Shen Siyin, unaware of Song Xiuyu's presence, was solely focused on selling the flowers and planning her escape once they were gone. "I had thought this woman possessed some leisure and grace. Yet it turns out she intends to make a profit and run away." Upon realizing the truth, Song Xiuyu's expression darkened. He patted Lu Shuo on the shoulder and commanded, "Go summon someone immediately. Seal this shop." He was clearly feeling jealous, yet could not show it. Instead, he had to take action. Lu Shuo sighed helplessly. "Understood." Chapter 83. Taking an unconventional path. Shen Siyin had no desire to explain further. After a long day of exertion, she was utterly fatigued. Accompanied by Xingru, she disregarded whether Song Xiuyu was angry and turned back toward her courtyard. Xingru, frightened, stole a glance at the prince's expression, keeping her head down as she followed her mistress. Song Xiuyu, observing the pair, was incensed and ordered the gates to be shut, preferring not to see them. For several consecutive days, Song Xiuyu did not seek out Shen Siyin again, and the quarrel between them became a hot topic within the palace. Xingru had prepared breakfast early, and upon entering the courtyard, she found her mistress already awake and seated on the couch, engrossed in a book. The mistress truly adored learning. She treated this book as a treasure. Xingru approached, thoughtfully arranging a soft pillow for Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin shifted slightly, massaging her sore neck with a smile, saying, "You are right. This truly is a treasure. I never expected traditional medicine to be so profound. The more I read, the more intrigued I become." Xingru chuckled and asked, "Where did you acquire this book?" Xingru nodded, placing plates of breakfast on a small table. "Mistress, you should not read too much. You have been staying up late these past few days, and I can see your dark circles have grown quite pronounced." Shen Siyin, enjoying her breakfast, replied, "Brew some jujube water. After a few sips, those dark circles will vanish." "Very well." The system bestowed upon Shen Siyin a tome that encompasses the esteemed works of all renowned practitioners of traditional Chinese medicine. Although it appears as a modest booklet, it is, in essence, an infinite manuscript that reveals new pages as long as Shen Siyin continues to turn them. With an insatiable thirst for knowledge, she diligently immerses herself in the 4 diagnostic methods of traditional Chinese medicine: observation, listening, inquiry, and palpation. In a Wangfu study, Song Xiuyu, having not seen Shen Siyin for half a month, refrains from approaching her directly out of pride, yet he instructs Lu Xue to keep a vigilant watch on her whereabouts. "Is she still in her courtyard?" Song Xiuyu inquires while writing at his desk. "I knew her legs would itch to venture out. After half a month of restraint, her true nature is revealed." Though he speaks casually, Song Xiuyu harbors no anger, and he continues, "Have you sent someone to follow her discreetly?" Furrowing his brow, Song Xiuyu pauses his writing and coldly remarks, "What activities has she engaged in on streets? Has she met with the Ji family again?" At the mention of this, his gaze darkens. "No," Lu Xue quickly clarifies. "Today, Shen Siyin was treating patients on street. Song Xiuyu is taken aback and remains silent for a while, then breaks into a few chuckles upon glancing at Lu Xue. Lu Xue, however, fails to grasp the significance of Song Xiuyu's reaction, as it is exceedingly rare for women to practice medicine, let alone a concubine of the Wang Fu. Yet, noting the astonishment on Song Xiuyu's face, it is clear he is not displeased. This Shen Siyin truly marches to the beat of her own drum. Treating patients is a serious matter, and she dares to act so recklessly. Cautiously, Song Xiuyu inquires, "She hasn't harmed anyone, has she? I heard she has successfully treated many, even curing a long-standing foot ailment on the spot and issuing prescriptions." Lu Xue replies, shaking his head in surprise. Does she truly possess such skills? Is it certain it is Shen Siyin? Song Xiuyu is greatly astonished. In just half a month, she has taken to healing others. Lu Xue nods earnestly, prompting Song Xiuyu to believe him. The townsfolk, recognizing her remarkable medical abilities, do not charge for her services and line up in droves. Observing the crowd, Shen Siyin, accompanied by Xingru, sets up a stall. Only Shen Siyin would dare to practice medicine in such a public setting as a concubine of the Wang Fu. Song Xiuyu glances at the calligraphy on his desk, finding the situation increasingly intriguing. Should the master go and see for himself? Lu Xue notices that Song Xiuyu has long wished to meet Shen Siyin, but is held back by his pride. There is nothing to see. If anything goes awry, this prince will have to clean up the mess. Song Xiuyu feigns reluctance before declaring, "I must keep an eye on her, lest she truly cause harm to others." Lu Xue nods repeatedly, and soon, the seemingly contradictory Song Xiuyu mounts his horse and heads toward his destination. Yet today, the longest queue is surprisingly at the stall on the west side of the street. The line is orderly, with rumors spreading about the divine physician who offers her services free of charge, drawing both the ailing and the curious alike. Disinterested in fanfare and clad in simple attire, Song Xiuyu moves through the crowd without anyone parting for him. Both he and Lu Xue are taken aback by the scene. They hear whispers of a great beauty, her skin delicate and flawless. Wondering who this lovely young lady is, they chuckle, confident that her husband must be at ease. Such vulgar remarks reach Song Xiuyu's ears, and noticing his expression darkening, Lu Xue observes that his gaze seems ready to devour the two gossips. Despite his noble attire, Song Xiuyu's imposing presence intimidates the two, causing them to fall silent and retreat from the queue in dismay. Such slanderous words must be addressed appropriately. Song Xiuyu seethes, and Lu Xue nods in agreement. Those two are unfortunate indeed. How dare they slander the regent? With a grim expression, Song Xiuyu strides toward the front of the line, only to hear Shen Siyin's melodious voice. There she is, garbed in a pale green robe, her hair simply styled, leaning slightly as she examines a patient. Noticing her after half a month, Song Xiuyu finds himself smiling unconsciously. "You appear sallow, your tongue is pale. Have your bowels been dry lately? And is your diet comprised mostly of spicy foods?" Shen Siyin inquires. The man nods in agreement, stating, "You are absolutely correct." Mississippi Song Xiuyu approaches Shen Siyin from behind, remaining silent. Shen Siyin, engrossed in her work, is oblivious to his presence. "Your liver is not functioning well. You must also nourish your stomach. When your spleen and stomach are well, naturally the medicine will cure you." Shen Siyin leans forward, saying, "Lift your garment. I need to feel your abdomen." Upon hearing this, Song Xiuyu's expression turns icy again. This woman dares to lift a stranger's clothing in public. As Shen Siyin raises her hand, Song Xiuyu swiftly seizes her wrist, immobilizing her. Surprised to see him, she exclaims, "What are you doing here?" Clearly, she is not pleased with his presence, and Song Xiuyu's grip tightens in frustration, causing her pain. "Let me go." Shen Siyin protests, refusing to comply, leaning back and exerting all her strength to resist. Chapter 84. Are you the divine physician? Who are you? The physician is treating me. What does that have to do with you? The man treating her stands up and speaks on Shen Siyin's behalf. Indeed, release the divine physician. We have been waiting in line for quite some time. With newfound courage, Shen Siyin feels emboldened by the support of the crowd, confident that Song Xiuyu will not use his status to intimidate the common folk. Furious, Song Xiuyu retorts, You ignorant quack dare to practice medicine on the streets. Cease your actions at once. How can you presume I cannot heal him? Shen Siyin, momentarily buoyed by confidence, bristles at the insult. Pointing at the man, Song Xiuyu scoffs. Do you think merely touching his abdomen is sufficient to treat him? If you do not believe me, then watch closely. Shen Siyin dismisses his words, lifting the man's shirt and pressing her hands against his abdomen a few times. At that moment, Song Xiuyu regrets not having securely locked Shen Siyin's courtyard gate with a heavy chain. This woman exhibits none of the decorum expected of a lady. With this thought, he settles himself behind the stall, determined to witness whether Shen Siyin can truly heal the man. Feeling the firmness of the man's abdomen, Shen Siyin lowers his garment and steps to the table to write a prescription. Take this prescription, and I assure you your discomfort will vanish within an hour. Song Xiuyu smirks, eager to see Shen Siyin make a fool of herself this time. Onlookers, witnessing Song Xiuyu's demeanor and the exchange between the couple, grasp that they are married and thus refrain from approaching further. If the husband claims his wife is a quack, who would dare to interfere? Shen Siyin glares at Song Xiuyu, feeling miffed that he stands there, hindering her efforts to save lives. I am here to rescue people from peril. Gradually, the crowd disperses, and after half an hour, only the four of them remain at the once bustling stall. Angered, Shen Siyin turns to Song Xiuyu, declaring, I will prove to you that I am not a quack. You are preoccupied with countless duties at the Wang Fu. Why must you seek to trouble me? She has finally found a semblance of fulfillment in this ancient world, only for Song Xiuyu's arrival to shatter it so easily. Shen Siyin, after half a month, I had hoped you would reflect on your misdeeds and mend your ways. Yet you have only grown more arrogant and disrespectful. What wrongs have I committed that require repentance? The two engage in a verbal duel, neither willing to concede. Meanwhile, Lu Xue and Xing Ru stand by anxiously, like ants on a hot stove. Divine physician, a man places fruits on the table, gazing gratefully at Shen Siyin. Thank you, divine physician. After taking your medicine, my pain subsided almost instantly. Shen Siyin beams with joy, casting a triumphant glance at Song Xiuyu. Since you refuse payment, I must insist you accept this as a token of my gratitude. The man places the fruits back down. Addressing Song Xiuyu, sir, your household has truly produced a divine physician. Song Xiuyu is rendered speechless in his fury, while Shen Siyin relishes his discomfort, unable to find words. Master, Lu Xu interjects sympathetically, hastily attempting to explain to Shen Siyin, the master is merely concerned for you. Once Song Xiuyu departs, Shen Siyin releases a sigh of relief and sinks into a chair. Xingru quickly adds, we arrived just as the prince did. He must have had someone watching over you all along. Shen Siyin's heart was already wavering, yet her lips refused to yield. Could he truly be so benevolent? Master, you just left the courtyard, and the prince pursued you immediately. Do you really believe he has nothing better to do? His concern for you is evident. Shen Siyin, feeling vexed, rubbed her temples and murmured, is that so? He wishes to see me? As midnight approached, Xingru's words lingered in Shen Siyin's mind, and she tossed and turned for a long time, unable to find rest. Just then, a notification from the system appeared, prompting her to reconcile with Song Xiuyu as soon as possible. After having treated him with such disrespect in the daylight, she contemplated this task until the early hours before finally drifting off to sleep. The next day, as Song Xiuyu returned from court, he was informed by a servant that Shen Siyin had arrived. Upon seeing him, Shen Siyin immediately donned a pleasing smile, addressing him, Your Highness. This smile seemed to diffuse much of Song Xiuyu's earlier anger, yet he still wore a stern expression as he took his seat. What brings you here, esteemed healer? I have come specifically to thank Your Highness, Shen Siyin replied with a beaming face. I spoke out of turn yesterday. You were merely concerned for me. Please, do not hold my impertinence against me. Her proactive admission of fault and sincere demeanor left Song Xiuyu momentarily taken aback. You truly recognize your mistake? Indeed, Shen Siyin declared, raising her right hand with a finger pointed skyward to express her sincerity. Only then did Song Xiuyu reveal a satisfied smile, while Lu Xue, observing his master's response, could only manage a wry smile. Who would believe that the irate regent prince could be so easily swayed by a few words? In the serene and sparsely populated courtyard, Shen Siyin felt at ease, spending her days reading and dining, and occasionally taking strolls outside. Master, this courtyard has been significantly widened, and there is now a small stream at the back, likely a deliberate addition, Xingru remarked joyfully, pleased by her master's newfound status. Your Highness treats you exceedingly well, she continued, pulling Shen Siyin to the window to point outside. Look, despite the renovations, your cherished flowers remain unharmed. Shen Siyin leaned out to inspect her plants, pondering, could he truly be so kind-hearted? With a box of pastries in hand, Shen Siyin steeled herself with calculated words as she approached Song Xiaoyu's quarters. Clad in a simple white garment, he wielded a sword and, upon hearing her footsteps, turned sharply, thrusting the blade towards her cheek. Be careful, master, Xingru gasped, her face pale, while Shen Siyin merely blinked slightly. Do you not fear that I might truly harm you? Song Xiaoyu sheathed his sword and inquired. Shen Siyin set down the pastry box confidently, asserting, Your Highness possesses such remarkable skill. You would never injure me. Flattery mixed with a gift. Song Xiaoyu deduced that she sought something from him. Indeed, Your Highness is astute. How could my modest intentions escape your notice? Shen Siyin thought, relieved to forego her elaborate preamble. Are you so restless in the residence? Song Xiaoyu questioned, casting a disapproving glance at Shen Siyin. Her playful demeanor seemed to amuse him. Your Highness, it would be dull to venture alone. I could accompany you for conversation, she proposed. With unwavering patience, she continued, I assure you, nothing untoward will occur. Should I err, you may deal with me as you see fit. Upon hearing this, Song Xiaoyu leaned closer, his gaze fixed upon hers, a faint smile gracing his lips. How would you have me deal with you? The insinuation in his tone caused Shen Siyin to retreat warily, like a startled rabbit. Grateful, Shen Siyin tugged at Xingru's sleeve, exclaiming, Thank you, Your Highness. Song Xiaoyu, noticing the emerald hairpin adorning her head, instinctively adjusted it with his own hands. When Shen Siyin looked up, she caught a fleeting glimpse of Song Xiaoyu's sharp jawline. Before she could fully process this intimate gesture, he commanded, Let us depart. As they entered the southeastern gate, a group of men came forward to greet them. Noting their masculine presence, Song Xiaoyu offered a few instructions. The banquet has yet to commence. Accompany Lu Shua to the back garden, where the lanterns are most delightful. Shen Siyin nodded, her spirits lifted in the absence of Song Xiaoyu's oversight. In the cool evening breeze of the back garden, Shen Siyin stepped in to behold a myriad of lanterns, each one unique in hue. How beautiful! It was worth my lengthy entreaty, she mused, smiling as she strolled. You must be the regent prince's concubine? Shen Siyin halted, raising her gaze to a stunning woman surrounded by 5 or 6 admirers, all scrutinizing her. It was evident why the regent prince held her in such high regard. The woman smiled pleasantly. Lu Shua whispered, This is De Fei, and that is in Ping. Indeed, they bore noble titles. Shen Siyin gracefully bowed. I beg your pardon, esteemed ladies. De Fei approached with a warm smile, taking Shen Siyin's hand and examining her closely. I have heard of your remarkable talent in cultivating flowers and your profound knowledge of medicine. I did not expect to find such a gem today. The regent prince is truly fortunate. Seating herself beside Shen Siyin, the other women encircled them. What piqued your interest in flowers and medicine at such a young age? Shen Siyin sipped her tea, replying slowly, in moments of idleness, one must occupy their time. Flowers possess a unique spirit that flourishes when nurtured. As for medicine, I am self-taught, for as the saying goes, within the pages of a book lies a treasure trove. Shen Siyin had assumed that apart from Song Xiaoyu, no one in this court would engage with her. Yet to her surprise, she found herself surrounded by curious individuals. Truly, she felt both honored and astonished. The lanterns in this palace were indeed unlike any other, each one distinct. Shen Siyin pointed to a red lantern, exclaiming, That lantern resembles a rabbit. If you adore it, I shall gift it to you. Do you fancy any others? De Fei offered, as a palace maid retrieved the lantern for Xingru. Suddenly, the announcement rang out. The Empress has arrived. At the sound of this proclamation, the crowd fell silent, hastily bowing to the Empress. The previously lively atmosphere transformed into an air of solemnity. Rise, everyone. I, too, wish to partake in this festive ambience. Why does everyone seem so restrained? The Empress gently raised her hand, a smile adorning her face. Her mere presence commanded respect, and no one dared to act out of line before her. Once she spoke, the guests felt encouraged to resume their conversations. Shen Siyin, I have heard of your remarkable talent in horticulture and medical arts. Might I seek your guidance? The Empress inquired, her tone measured as she approached a table and seated herself gracefully. Shen Siyin quickly nodded, stepping forward. Of course. It would be my honor to assist your majesty. Please, do share your concerns. However, I wonder if it is my lack of knowledge in nurturing flowers that has led to my failure, despite my efforts in watering and sunlight. They refuse to bloom, and the leaves have begun to yellow. Might you possess a remedy? The Empress's expression reflected a hint of disappointment, her gaze hopeful as she looked to Shen Siyin. Seeing the Empress's demeanor, Shen Siyin couldn't bear to deliver a negative response. Internally, she rejoiced, for she recognized the flower she referenced was the pink orchid. I have come across it in ancient texts, though I have yet to see it in person. I believe the flower you speak of is the pink lotus petal orchid. In truth, your majesty, your care is not at fault. It is merely. Shen Siyin paused abruptly, igniting the curiosity of those surrounding her, who urged, please, do continue. Shen Siyin tantalized everyone, and only then did she slowly speak, remarking that the water poured by the Empress did not suit the delicate lotus heart. If one wished for it to bloom, fresh dew must be gathered each morning. A mere teacup's worth would suffice. Tomorrow, you shall gather some dew and follow the instructions given by the esteemed Shen Siyin, the Empress gently instructed, tapping the back of the maid's hand. Yes, your majesty. The maid quickly nodded in agreement. The Empress, somewhat delighted, turned to Shen Siyin, gently tugging at her sleeve, inviting her to sit beside her. She could not help but express her admiration for Shen Siyin as evident expertise in horticulture, exclaiming, such a talented woman should not merely serve as a concubine. At this point, the Empress seemed to recall something, her expression tinged with hesitation. Is there something weighing on your mind, your majesty? Shen Siyin, adept at reading emotions, noticed the Empress's peculiar demeanor and promptly inquired. The Empress shook her head lightly, as if contemplating a matter. Suddenly, she stood and walked towards the elevated platform by the banquet, beckoning Shen Siyin to join her. Shen Siyin, somewhat perplexed, followed closely. The two made their way to the screen before the audience, with Shen Siyin remaining in place while the Empress stepped behind it. Shen Siyin understood that the Emperor might be seated there. Just as she pondered this, the Empress's voice resonated from behind the screen. Your Majesty, I know you are wise and value talent above all. I cannot bear to see Shen Siyin in such a position. Today, I take the liberty to request your decree to bestow upon her the title of side consort. Granted, came the Emperor's response from behind the screen, leaving everyone present in shock. The mere thought that Shen Siyin could inspire the Empress to personally request such a favor from the Emperor was astounding. It was not until the Empress adorned Shen Siyin with a pin, symbolically representing her new status, that Shen Siyin realized the magnitude of her sudden elevation. How have I unexpectedly become a side consort? She murmured, incredulous at the ease of her newfound position, though the slight smile at the corners of her lips betrayed her delight. Regaining her composure, she noticed that the banquet had commenced, with everyone already seated except for her. She hastily found her place. Amidst laughter and conversation, a sudden commotion ensued as a concubine abruptly leaped to her feet and rushed out, accidentally shattering a jade dish. Startling everyone, the Emperor, equally startled, set down his utensils and with a serious demeanor commanded, "Go see what has transpired to cause her such distress." The concubine appeared pale, her hand tightly covering her mouth. "Your Majesty, I am feeling unwell and sincerely apologize for disturbing everyone," she stammered, only to retch again. Her retching proved contagious, and soon several other concubines followed suit, resulting in a chorus of dry heaves echoing through the banquet hall, instilling fear among the attendees. What would be the issue? Could there be something wrong with the food? Yet I just consumed a great deal and feel perfectly fine, Shen Siyin thought, glancing at the pastry she had just bitten into, promptly discarding it and spitting out what was left in her mouth. Quickly summoned the imperial physician. The Emperor, confused and slightly irate, demanded, if there were indeed an issue with the food, he would ensure a thorough investigation and punishment. It was utterly disgraceful for a royal banquet to provoke such ailments among its guests. Just as the empress intended to comfort the emperor, her complexion suddenly changed, and she swiftly turned aside to retch. Noticing the commotion, the emperor leaned in to inquire, "What ails you as well? It appears the food truly is suspect." He anxiously urged her to drink some water, reassuring her that the physician would arrive shortly. Meanwhile, the head of the imperial kitchen trembled at the unfolding scene, swearing he had prepared everything meticulously and checked the ingredients thoroughly. How could this have happened? Was his life now at stake because of this incident? The imperial physician hurried to the banquet, quickly examining the concubines and the empress. As he checked their pulses, his expression shifted from tense to radiant. "Your Majesty, Xu Fei is with child." "What?" The emperor, overwhelmed with joy, stood in disbelief. Shen Siyin, too, widened her eyes in astonishment. Could it be that the empress and the other concubines were also expecting? 3 concubines and the empress are all pregnant. Long live the emperor! The physician exclaimed with exuberance. It had been ages since any concubine had given birth to an heir, and now, for we're on the way. Chapter 87. From Infertility to Fertility? The crowd was left in a state of shock. Their first reaction was not to marvel at the emperor's prowess, but to glance at Shen Siyin. If memory served correctly, all the concubines who had just conversed with her were now miraculously pregnant. These women, who had not conceived for a year, suddenly found themselves expecting after a mere exchange of words with her. Noticing the gazes upon her, Shen Siyin felt a sense of helplessness. It seemed her fortuitous nature had once again stirred up trouble. "Shen Siyin, how did you accomplish this?" They clamored. "Indeed, we spoke with you. And now we're all with child." Even those few concubines were convinced that Shen Siyin had secretly employed some form of medical art. Shen Siyin could only smile wryly, lamenting her cursed fortune. How could she possibly explain this? No, this has nothing to do with me. It is merely coincidence," she insisted, waving her hands. It was futile to clear her name. The emperor, brimming with joy, contemplated the prospect of suddenly having 4 sons. "Though it may be coincidental, it is also due to your exceptional luck, Shen Siyin. I am in a splendid mood today. Let it be known that she shall receive generous rewards." Shen Siyin, flabbergasted by the sudden favor, hurriedly expressed her gratitude. The banquet continued, with the emperor joyfully toasting the empress and the assembled officials, who all extended their congratulations. Just as the atmosphere was festive, calamity struck once more. A dancer, originally performing at the center, unexpectedly approached the emperor, drawing a weapon from her attire. The glint of cold steel sent shockwaves through the crowd. "Assassins! Quickly!" the emperor shouted, retreating with the empress. Fortunately, the bodyguards reacted swiftly, disarming the dancer. However, in the next instant, a flurry of arrows whistled through the air. "What is happening?" "Assassins! Help! Run!" The hall descended into chaos, with people scrambling in all directions, some fleeing in terror, while others sought to protect the emperor. Shen Siyin instinctively felt that the assassins aimed for the emperor and dashed towards him, narrowly avoiding arrows along the way, sustaining only minor scrapes. Suddenly, she spotted an archer concealed in the rafters, bowstring drawn, an arrow aimed directly at the corner where the emperor was hiding. Her heart raced as she realized the imminent danger. Without a moment's hesitation, she bolted forward. "Your Majesty, beware! There is an assassin above," she shouted, sprinting towards him. As she called out, the shimmering arrow soared forth, racing against her speed. The emperor and his guards looked up, just in time to see the arrow hurtling towards them. But there was no time to react, as it seemed destined to strike the emperor. In this critical moment, Shen Siyin rushed before the emperor. She tightly shut her eyes, fully aware that she was likely to be injured today. Yet, she felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, she had run swiftly enough to block the arrow for the emperor. If anything were to happen to him, the world would descend into chaos. But wait, the anticipated pain did not arrive, prompting her to open her eyes in confusion. To her astonishment, the arrow had inexplicably lodged itself into the heart of the archer instead. Shen Siyin was utterly taken aback. "Shen Fei, the one who has rendered meritorious service." The emperor's voice trembled as he shouted. Had it not been for Shen Fei's timely intervention, the assassins might have succeeded. The assassins fled outside the hall, while Song Xiuyu and others pursued them, leaving only the emperor in a room in disarray behind. The guards carefully confirmed that no one else was hiding nearby before finally exhaling in relief. Your Majesty, are you injured at all? Shen Siyin, still shaken, felt her heart racing uncontrollably. It's nothing, merely a minor scrape, the emperor replied. By the way, Shen Fei, do you not possess some medical skills? Quickly, check on the empress. She was startled just now, and we must ascertain if it has affected the child in her womb. The emperor cast a worried glance at the empress beside him. I'm fine, Your Majesty. The empress shook her head, not wishing to trouble Shen Siyin. You should examine yourself, Shen Fei. That arrow did not harm you, did it? The empress gently circled Shen Siyin, noticing blood at the torn fabric of her arm, and promptly bent down to inspect her wound. Fortunately, it was not a poisoned arrow. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome, the empress sighed. What a day this has been, full of twists and turns. Shen Fei truly displayed remarkable skill just now, reacting so swiftly that we failed to notice the assassin hiding in the beams. It is our negligence, Your Majesty, please forgive us. Several guards kneeled in self-reproach. The emperor was indeed furious and did not hold back his words, chastising them for their failure. You men are less capable than a single young woman. Enough, rise. This incident was sudden. I cannot blame you. I shall grant you another opportunity. Shen Fei, you are truly a woman of substance, my savior. Once the assassins are captured, I shall reward you handsomely. Shen Siyin smiled and replied, Thank you, Your Majesty, it is merely my duty. We have a question, albeit somewhat presumptuous. May we inquire of Shen Fei? Suddenly, one of the guards spoke up, casting a hesitant glance at Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin paused for a moment and waved her hand, saying it's fine. Feel free to ask. The guard's eyes lit up at her response, and he eagerly inquired. We wish to know how you managed to alter the direction of the arrow before it reached you. Was it a technique from an ancient text, or some form of chi manipulation? It was truly remarkable. May I take you as my mentor? I wish to learn. Shen Siyin awkwardly scratched her head, realizing how the arrow had found its way to the assassin's heart. It seemed to be the work of the Jinli system. She felt embarrassed, unsure how to explain the arrow's sudden turn to the guards. After pondering for a moment, she feigned depth and said, I apologize. That technique was taught to me by an elder I encountered in the mountains who felt a connection with me. He forbade me from imparting it to others. Oh well. The guard nodded, a hint of disappointment in his sigh. Recalling the earlier scene with the arrow, Shen Siyin still felt a lingering fear and patted her chest. It had been so long, but the troublesome Jinli system had finally proven its worth. Chapter 88. Luck value cleared just as she was reveling in the fact that the Jinli system had saved her life. Shen Siyin heard the system's notification sound echoing in her mind. Ding! Host, your luck value has been cleared. Shen Siyin was taken aback, momentarily unable to grasp the system's meaning. Luck value cleared? Why? She muttered, repeating the system's words, trying to decipher their meaning. Her mind was in chaos, still reeling from the earlier assassination attempt, and she could not fathom what the system intended. The system, however, had no intention of allowing her to ponder this. In the next moment, she felt as though her body had slipped from her control. Although she stood still, her body began to move towards the hall's exit. Hey, system, what are you doing? Shen Siyin attempted to halt her moving legs, but it felt as though she had completely lost control of her body, involuntarily walking outside. The emperor and empress, left behind, found her sudden silence peculiar. Shen Fei, where are you going? The emperor asked, a hint of helplessness in his voice. The empress, worried, wished to follow. Shen Fei is dangerous outside. We do not know if there are more hidden assassins. You should remain with us in the hall. I must go out. Your Majesty and the empress need not worry. Even Shen Siyin's mouth seemed uncontrollable as she uttered these words. Inside, she screamed in despair, damn system. What are you trying to do? What if there are assassins outside? You are endangering my life. I don't want to go out. I wish to stay with the empress. Shen Siyin was on the brink of madness. This sensation was akin to paralysis. She could not control her own body. The host need not worry. There are no ambushing assassins outside. Perhaps finding Shen Siyin too noisy, the aloof system surprisingly offered a rare moment of consolation. However, this did little to alleviate her concerns. She remained bewildered. Can you just tell me what we are going to do? Also, why did you clear my luck value? Did that arrow just now switch direction in exchange for my luck? Shen Siyin was flooded with questions, eager to clarify her doubts with the system. Yet this time, the system remained silent. Her mind was engulfed in an eerie quiet. Hey, why have you disappeared again? This is so frustrating. You always go mute during critical moments. She mentally berated the system. Faced with this situation, she could only resign herself to fate, taking each step as it came, curious to see what the system had in store for her. Scattered on the lawn outside the hall were several assassins, the once verdant grass now stained with blood. Shen Siyin mechanically walked along the pebble path, blood splattering and staining her pristine white shoes. A sense of sorrow filled her heart. Why must these individuals suffer? Could they not live their lives peacefully? Instead, she was forced to clear her luck value, and now found herself a marionette under the system's control. After an indeterminate amount of time, Shen Siyin heard the sounds of combat not far ahead, clashing swords and the sharp sound of blades slicing through the air. Her body instinctively crouched in the grass, unnoticed by the fighters lost in their fray. What do you want me to do? It would be helpful if you could give me a heads up so I can prepare myself. At that moment, Shen Siyin was genuinely panicking. Swords had no eyes. What if they accidentally injured someone in the grass? She was unable to move, unable to evade, yet the system remained silent. Resigned, Shen Siyin shifted her focus to the battle ahead. While she had been preoccupied with the fear of being discovered earlier, she now realized that among the crowd was someone she knew all too well. A group of dark-clad figures surrounded a man in a blue robe wielding a sharp sword. It was Song Xiuyu. What is Song Xiuyu doing here? Indeed, he emerged to pursue the assassins. Yet how could he be the sole one amidst such a multitude? At this moment, Shi Wai was wholly engrossed in combat against the cloaked figures before him, oblivious to his surroundings. These assassins were exceptionally cunning, displaying both valor and strategy. They not only utilized the festivities to blend in as dancers for their attacks, but also orchestrated their escape with meticulous planning. When they had initially set out to chase, the assassins dispersed in various directions. They divided into several groups to hunt them down, yet unbeknownst to them. As Shi Wai chased one of the assailants to this location, a dozen others sprang forth from the shadows. It was then he realized he had fallen into a trap. However, he had no choice but to fight on. Who sent you? He bellowed, veins bulging at his neck as he swung his sword with great force, severing the head of one adversary. With another strike, he sliced through another's arm. He then retreated a few steps, evading an attack, and executed a sweeping kick, toppling several foes. Seizing the opportunity, he struck down several more. Hidden amidst the grass, Shin watched in horror as a severed head rolled to her feet. Though she understood Shi Wai was compelled to act, the gruesome scene elicited a wave of nausea within her. At that moment, she lifted her gaze towards him, only to discover a cloaked figure had stealthily crept up behind Shi Wai, lying in wait. Shi Wai, still oblivious, continued to grapple with his immediate opponent. The pile of corpses around him obscured the fact that one had gone missing. Syn's heart raced as she witnessed the assassin, dagger in hand, drawing nearer to Shi Wai. In a split second, she felt her own body move, and before she could comprehend, darkness enveloped her. When she opened her eyes again, Shi Wai's handsome visage loomed magnified before her. Yet, she had no time to appreciate it. The unmistakable sound of a dagger piercing flesh resonated, accompanied by a wave of excruciating pain that surged through her nerves. Her face contorted in agony. As Shi Wai dispatched the last of his assailants, he gazed down at Syin, who lay cradled in his arms, blood staining his hands, and he was momentarily stunned. He had faced a horde without panic. Yet witnessing Syin take a blade for him filled him with genuine terror. At that moment, Syin finally grasped why the system had seized control of her body, compelling her to traverse such a distance from the banquet and endure a prolonged wait in the grass. Everything had been orchestrated for this very moment, to save Shi Wai. As Shi Wai's shocked eyes bore into hers, Syin slowly began to collapse. Yet, she could not suppress her inner exclamation, "Curse this wretched system. If it insists on having me take a blade, then it should relinquish control afterward. If I were in control, I wouldn't feel pain. Shin, gazing into Shi's sorrowful eyes, yearned to console him, raising her hand to touch his cheek. However, before she could utter a word, darkness claimed her once more. Chapter 89. Is it too late to turn back? Shi, hearing her thoughts, paused momentarily, murmuring, "What system?" Lowering his gaze, he was struck with horror to find Shin had succumbed to unconsciousness. Shin. Panic surged through him, leaving no room for doubt about the earlier events. He swiftly lifted her in his arms and dashed towards the nearest quarters. The imperial physician hurriedly arrived, and upon entering, he found a usually stoic regent lord now lost in despair by the window. Upon hearing approaching footsteps, he raised his head. "You're here. Quickly examine her wounds." Shi's voice held a hint of reproach, questioning the delay. Had the path from the imperial hospital been so long? He immediately stepped aside to grant the physician room. Watching Shin lying pallidly, his heart ached in tandem. The physician, drenched in cold sweat, stammered, I did not expect the martial guards to be so swift, and I rushed here as fast as I could. Please forgive me, my lord. I shall tend to the consort immediately." Indeed, the physician spoke the truth. Given his age and the urgency of his journey, he was now breathless, pausing frequently to catch his breath. Upon examining Shin's pulse, the physician's brow furrowed with concern. Shi could no longer contain himself, urgently inquiring, "What is it? Do you require any rare medicinal herbs? Speak freely, and I shall dispatch someone to procure them at once. We must save Syn." However, the physician's response plunged his spirits into despair once more. "My lord." The consort's condition, the physician hesitated, casting a glance at the regent lord. "What?" Shi exclaimed incredulously. "Take another look. It cannot be true." He staggered back, as though his strength had been abruptly drained, barely steadying himself against a nearby table. "I have no alternative, my lord. The dagger was coated in a lethal poison, and there is no antidote. Get out. Useless." Shi bellowed, expelling everyone from the room. He stumbled to the bedside, gripping Shin's hand tightly, unwilling to release her. Shin. "Who permitted you to take a blade from me? I'm not so weak as to require a woman to shield me. Awaken." Shi murmured, his voice thick with emotion, yet soon tears brimmed in his eyes. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Of course, the medical sage must have a solution. Did he not once promise you a chance? I shall seek him out immediately. With determination, Shi rose, reluctantly releasing her hand as he called for a waiting maid outside. Yet, before he could exit the chamber, a soldier burst in, exclaiming, "My lord, dire news. The Protector General has been struck by a poisoned arrow. You must come at once." Shi's brow furrowed deeply, his emotions in turmoil. Yet he steadied himself to ascertain the condition of the Protector General. What the Protector General? How severe is the injury? The soldier, still nursing his own wounds, could barely speak through his sobs as he recounted the state of the Protector General. Shi stood frozen, the weight of fate bearing down upon him. On one hand was the Protector General, and on the other, the life of Shin, who had saved him. How could he choose? The medical sage had granted but a single opportunity. Shi felt cornered, caught in a dilemma. He could not bear to witness such a fate befall the esteemed Protector General. Even death on the battlefield would seem less burdensome than this. Yet, he could not abandon Shin. After much contemplation, he exhaled a deep sigh. "Forgive me, General." He bowed deeply, leaving the soldier in stunned silence. Only he understood the depth of his guilt towards the general. He could choose to forsake Shin to seek the medical sage's aid for the general, a choice befitting his duty to the nation. Yet, he could not bring himself to do so. He would rather owe the general a lifetime than betray Shin, who had risked her life to save him. Moreover, the opportunity from the medical sage was one she had earned for herself. It was only right that it be utilized for her. As he turned to leave, Shin suddenly stirred awake. "Wait, cough, cough. The opportunity promised by the medical sage must be used for the Protector General. You must promise me." Though Shin had been unconscious, she had faintly heard the voices around her, yet her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, rendering her unable to open her eyes or speak. It was only now, having finally awakened, that her first instinct was to ensure the Protector General's survival. If anything were to befall him, chaos would surely ensue. It must not happen. I understand the significance of the General, Shen Siyin, yet you, too, are acting for my sake. This opportunity is one you have rightfully earned, and I shall devise alternative means to secure the National General. However, Song Xiuyu remains resolute, unwilling to heed her counsel. Shen Siyin, exasperated by his obstinacy, yearns to rise and converse with him meaningfully. Yet before she can sit up, her wound tugs painfully, eliciting an involuntary gasp of distress from her lips. Do not move. Be cautious. Startled, Song Xiuyu rushes to her side, relieved to find her wound unscathed. I'm fine. Listen to me. You understand better than I the importance of the National General. Moreover, as the regent, your duty to the state must take precedence over personal matters. Yes, Xiuyu. My condition is not dire. You must ensure that the divine healer tends to the National General first. Otherwise, the citizen scorn could overwhelm you. Shen Siyin, discerning the weight of priorities, is touched by Song Xiuyu's choice of her over the general, yet she understands that this decision is impulsive. In truth, even if he had chosen the general, she would not hold it against him. Chapter 90. Wait for me. Song Xiuyu heaves a deep sigh. Then, gently avoiding her injury, he embraces her. With a nod, he affirms, I understand. I will find a way to heal you as well. Wait for me. With that, he strides forth with determination. Upon locating the divine healer, he relays the situation. The divine healer, upon learning that both Shen Siyin and the National General are injured, feels a twinge of concern. I am not without compassion. I recognize the predicament you face, yet the established protocols are difficult to amend. The rule I set forth is not easily broken. And most critically, the sole herb required for treatment exists in but one specimen. However, he adds, this is not yet a dead end. I know of someone who may have a solution. I implore you to accompany me to Xinguang Temple to seek the Xinguang monk. The divine healer reflects on an old acquaintance and speaks slowly. At this moment, as long as there is a method, Song Xiuyu is willing to try anything. Without hesitation, he nods in agreement. The two hasten to Xinguang Temple. It appears to be an inconspicuous little temple, somewhat aged but meticulously maintained, with even the fallen leaves swept away. As the divine healer steps over the threshold, Song Xiuyu follows closely. A young monk, broom in hand, rushes to greet them, clearly responsible for the temple's cleanliness. Umaba, esteemed benefactors, may I inquire as to your purpose here? He asks, hands clasped in reverence, regarding them curiously. We seek the Xinguang monk. Is he present? The divine healer requests. I'm an old friend of his. Show him this item, and he will come forth to meet me. He removes a beaded bracelet from his wrist and hands it to the young monk. Ah, you seek my master. I regret to inform you. He is not within the temple at the moment. The young monk replies apologetically. Upon hearing this, Song Xiuyu's anxiety intensifies. Where has he gone? My master travels unpredictably. I cannot discern his whereabouts or when he might return. Is there something of great importance you require of him? The young monk blinks innocently. Frustrated, Song Xiuyu turns and kicks the freshly piled leaves, sending them swirling into the air. We seek him to save lives. He sighs deeply once more. The divine healer contemplates, then speaks deliberately. I shall first attend to the general, and afterward, I will assist you in locating the Xinguang monk. You must tend to Shen Siyin. Although I cannot save her, I will prescribe a remedy that may sustain her life temporarily. That is all we can do. Song Xiuyu concedes with a sigh. In the days that follow, Song Xiuyu rises the earliest and sleeps the latest. He remains steadfastly by Shen Siyin's side during the day, and only after she has succumbed to slumber does he steal away to manage state affairs. Each day, Shen Siyin consumes the medicinal concoction prescribed by the divine healer. Barely clinging to life, her form growing increasingly frail and her complexion pallid. Moreover, since that day, she relinquished her chance at survival for another. She has not awakened since. Nevertheless, Song Xiuyu continues to visit daily, keeping vigil by her bedside, hoping that when she awakens, the first sight she beholds will be him. Seated beside her, he gently holds her hand, kissing the back of it as he pours forth his heart's desires, wishing to rouse her. Siyin, you are growing ever thinner. In the past, I would have teased you, calling you ugly, yet in my eyes, you remain the most beautiful, regardless of your state. You used to bicker with me daily. A person so full of contradictions. You are the most whimsical woman I have ever known. The divine healer, and I have been searching for the Xinguang monk. Though we have yet to uncover his whereabouts, I am certain we shall find him one day. I have always been somewhat inept in matters of the heart. Yet this ordeal has made my feelings clear. I have fallen for you. Please awaken soon. I promise to grant you the status of my legitimate wife. During her unconsciousness, Shen Siyin is not idle. She has been transported by the system into a realm of tranquility. Here, she feels no pain, nor does she experience the heaviness of her previous state. Moreover, she can hear the voices of those surrounding her. For days, she has immersed herself in the spiritual spring, absorbing immense spiritual energy. Seemingly unremarkable, this spring has profoundly purified her soul. The system claims her spirit is now purer than ever before. She has also been able to hear all of Song Xiuyu's tender words spoken day and night beside her. However, this time, she cannot feign indifference. Wait, system. Did you hear that? What did he say? Shen Siyin's eyes widen as she rises abruptly from the spiritual spring, splashing water everywhere. The system, somewhat exasperated, replies. He stated that once you awaken, he will make you his legitimate wife. Is that true? When did he become so benevolent? Shen Siyin muses, incredulous, stroking her chin in disbelief. Yet, before she can process this revelation, darkness engulfs her vision. Almost instantaneously, the familiar sensation of pain returns, and she realizes the system has expelled her from the tranquil space. Unable to restrain her frustration, Shen Siyin curses inwardly. Curse system, just as you reveal that. You sent me back. Could you not have allowed me a little longer in the spiritual spring? She had hoped to further purify herself. Furthermore, she did not feel an urgent need to awaken immediately for the position of legitimate wife. Yet, with no option but to comply with the system's whims, she resigned herself to trying to open her eyes. Chapter 91. You shall be my legitimate wife. Shen Siyin's body has lain dormant for far too long, rendering her utterly weak. Merely opening her eyes proves to be an arduous endeavor. She does not know how long she has struggled, but at last, she manages to part her eyelids, her voice trembling as she utters, You are awake. Song Xiuyu exclaims, hastily setting aside the medicine and grasping her hand, his entire being trembling with emotion. He has awaited this moment for far too long. In contrast, Shen Siyin is bewildered. Is Song Xiuyu possessed? Has he been replaced? He seems like a different person entirely. I wish to drink water. Her voice rasps as she speaks. At her request, Song Xiuyu immediately fetches a cup of water, eager to assist her in drinking. This startles Shen Siyin, who waves her hands in disbelief. No, I can manage myself. As she gulps down the water, she cannot help but steal glances at Song Xiuyu. She is genuinely perplexed by his newfound gentleness. Do you still want to drink this? By the way, I have already cooled this bowl of medicine. If you find it too bitter, I can send someone to fetch some candied fruit. It had been a long time since Song Xiuyu had seen her so lively, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Shen Siyin sprayed the water out of her mouth. Then, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she raised her hand to wipe her lips and smiled apologetically. I didn't mean to. Yet, in her heart, she couldn't help but complain, is this for real? What on earth has happened to Song Xiuyu? Is he still that difficult to handle, Regent? How has he turned into such a gentle and warm-hearted man? Gentle and warm-hearted? Upon hearing her thoughts, Song Xiuyu couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in confusion. Moreover, what did she mean by difficult to handle? Had she always perceived him in such a manner? A shadow of disappointment flitted across Song Xiuyu's face. But then he thought, never mind. He could always reshape his image in Shen Siyin's heart from this moment onward. In the ensuing time, Song Xiuyu busied himself, bustling around as a crowd entered and exited the room, ultimately setting up a lavish feast beside Shen Siyin's bed. Although her body remained frail, she could manage to sit up with some effort, leaning against the headboard, utterly astonished by the grand spread before her. Is this truly so sumptuous? she asked incredulously, rubbing her eyes vigorously, convinced she must have misread the scene. You are not mistaken. Hurry and eat. You have been lying down for so long. It is time to nourish yourself. Song Xiaoyu served her the dishes with a smile. Wow, I am so touched. Song Xiaoyu, you have become so attentive. So many dishes, and each one is my favorite. How did you know what I liked? Shen Siyin exclaimed exaggeratedly, though she appeared genuinely moved on the surface. She couldn't help but secretly question what had gotten into Song Xiaoyu. Had he caught a fever that muddled his mind? Never mind, she thought, feigning appreciation. With so much delicious food, it would be a shame not to indulge. As Shen Siyin relished her meal, she remained blissfully unaware that all her inner musings were crystal clear to Song Xiaoyu. In the past, such thoughts would have undoubtedly incited his wrath. Yet today, for reasons unknown, he found himself amused rather than irritated by her whimsical fluctuations. He even couldn't resist teasing her. Do you think I have changed significantly? Buried in her chicken leg, Shen Siyin nearly choked at his sudden inquiry, letting out a loud burp. Startled, she thought she had inadvertently let something slip. No, you have always been so gentle, right? She laughed awkwardly, hurriedly returning to her food, her expression saying she was too busy to entertain further questions. Seeing her flustered demeanor, Song Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile. He raised an eyebrow, eagerly anticipating her next thoughts. I can't believe he asked such a question. It nearly scared me to death. No, I mustn't say too much or I might give myself away. I haven't fully enjoyed this treatment yet. What if he asks me again? She resolved to pretend to munch on her chicken leg, lowering her head, determined to ignore him and pretend she couldn't hear him. Song Xiaoyu finally burst into laughter. How could anyone's inner thoughts be so endearing? He lamented that he had never realized this before. Had he recognized his feelings earlier, he would have never treated Shen Siyin with such indifference. Speaking of which, it is quite a coincidence. Before you woke, I said that if you regained consciousness, I would grant you the position of my principal wife. And lo and behold, you have truly awakened. Do you know how thrilled I am? Song Xiaoyu recalled his earlier words by her bedside. Was it mere coincidence or destiny? She had indeed awakened. Ahem, actually I heard that. Shen Siyin wiped her mouth and raised her head again. Are you truly planning to make me your principal wife? She asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Had Song Xiaoyu genuinely transformed so much simply because she had saved his life? Song Xiaoyu nodded, gazing at her with genuine affection. As long as you are willing, I can grant you that position at any time. It rightfully belongs to you. Shen Siyin was taken aback. Why was he suddenly so serious? Was he really intending to elevate her to the status of principal wife? Hearing her thoughts, Song Xiaoyu furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of displeasure crossing his features. You wouldn't refuse, would you? He was puzzled. Wasn't Shen Siyin supposed to be elated? Yet, she seemed somewhat reluctant. Did he truly not appeal to her? Regardless of your willingness, you were destined for that position. The more he contemplated, the more frustrated he became, unable to maintain his gentle facade any longer. He grasped her hand and spoke firmly. Shen Siyin blinked. She felt inexplicably that this version of Song Xiaoyu was the one she knew. The familiar feeling of bickering and camaraderie they used to share, contrasting sharply with the previous polite distance. All right, you are indeed still yourself. You are just pretending to be gentle. Shen Siyin exclaimed, eyes wide, pointing at him in indignation. I'm not pretending. I genuinely wish to be gentle with you, but you are simply infuriating. Song Xiaoyu scoffed, akin to a proud feline, casting a glance at her before turning away. I'm not. I'm merely a bit unaccustomed. Truth be told, when you're gentle, it is quite endearing. Shen Siyin swallowed hard, wary of provoking his ire again, and quickly sought to appease him. Chapter 92. Marrying you officially. Though Shen Siyin had awakened, her body remained exceedingly weak. Song Xiaoyu decided to stay with her under the pretext of ensuring she took her medicine. The next morning, as dawn broke, he was already dressed in his official robes. Seated by her bedside, gently watching her sleep, with his finger, he tenderly caressed Shen Siyin's pale cheek, his eyes filled with unending warmth and deep concern. Rest assured, I will find someone to heal you. Until then, he leaned down to kiss her cheek, gazing at her deeply before collecting his emotions and departing. The regent's carriage slowly made its way towards the palace gates, dispersing the morning mist along its path. Inside the court, on the 9 steps of the dragon throne, the reigning emperor sat above, with the regent Song Xiuyu positioned to his right. Below them, officials holding tablets stood orderly in the great hall. As the morning bell rang, not a single official stepped forward to voice their concerns. Bang! The emperor slammed the memorial in his hand, pointing furiously at the courtiers. What has happened? Days have passed with no word of the assassins. What use are you to me? The officials hastily knelt, seeking forgiveness, fearing the emperor's wrath could cost them their lives. We are guilty. Please, your majesty, quell your anger. Quid Mayanja. The emperor's ire only intensified at their response. They were nothing but useless louts. If those rogues could carry out an assassination during the banquet, would they next target my chambers? If not for the regent's presence, would you have all returned safely to face me? The fate of the woman who shielded him was uncertain, and Song Xiuyu's heart was heavy. He suppressed a good portion of his anger and signaled the chief eunuch with a glance. Everyone rise. The officials all expressed their gratitude and stood. The chief eunuch handed the emperor's memorial to a young eunuch, who then delivered it to the minister of justice. This matter is for you to handle. I care not how you do it, but you must extract information from the criminals. The minister of justice promptly knelt, accepting the edict. The emperor turned to Song Xiuyu and inquired, "What does the regent think?" "Your majesty is wise," Song Xiuyu replied without elaboration. The emperor nodded, signaling the chief eunuch to dismiss the court. He left the grand hall ahead of the others, and after the dismissal, the chief eunuch approached Song Xiuyu with a respectful smile, bowing slightly. "Your Highness, His Majesty has arrived at the study and has sent this old servant to invite you." Song Xiuyu nodded. "Let us go." The emperor gestured for Song Xiuyu to take a seat and asked, "You sent a letter to the study earlier today. What is the matter?" Song Xiuyu lowered his gaze, observing the floating green needles in his cup, the rising steam concealing his expression. "I have confirmed the selection of the empress." The emperor looked at him with some surprise. "Who is it?" "This person is known to your majesty. She is the one who saved my life at the Lantern Festival," Song Xiuyu replied calmly. The emperor was quite pleased with the woman, considering the two to be a suitable match. "Since you have chosen her personally, the decision of who shall be the empress rests with you. I will prepare a grand gift to celebrate your union. Thank you for your grace, your majesty." With the emperor's personal promise, Song Xiuyu's mood, which had been heavy since Shen Siyin injury, finally began to lighten. Upon returning to the regent's palace, Song Xiuyu went directly to Shen Siyin's residence and heard her conversing with her maid as he approached the courtyard. "Xingru, hurry, fetch some water. Madam, you're feeling better. You should rest. Allow the maid to take care of these matters." "No, you do not understand." As Song Xiuyu entered, he found Shen Siyin holding a hoe in one hand and a ladle in the other, tending to the flowers and plants, while Xingru stood by, helplessly holding a wooden bucket. He took Shen Siyin's hands, wiping the dirt from them, and firmly instructed Xingru, "Go fetch water." Shen Siyin, feeling somewhat guilty, did not retort but changed the subject. "Did you hear any interesting news at court today?" "There is news, but it is not of great significance," Song Xiuyu teased, pausing for effect before revealing. "The emperor has decreed our marriage." "Marriage?" Shen Siyin questioned, perplexed. "I'm already yours. What need is there for a decree?" Realizing her reaction, Song Xiuyu took her inside and said, "From now on, you shall be the sole mistress of the regent's palace." Shen Siyin followed him, dazed. "When will this happen?" "In 3 days." So soon. 3 days later, within the regent's palace, the atmosphere was festively adorned, with guests filling the halls, each face adorned with smiles. Even the servants rarely displaying such joy. Madam, the front hall is filled with distinguished generals and ministers. Even the chief eunuch has come bearing the emperor's decree to offer congratulations. I have never seen such a grand occasion. The prince is truly good to you, Xingru exclaimed, entering with excitement. What is there to celebrate? Shen Siyin lifted her veil, nearly in tears, overwhelmed by the complexity of the marriage customs. The process of marrying into the royal household was particularly cumbersome, and she had not eaten since the previous night, her mind filled with complaints as she attempted to quell her hunger and frustration. Madam, look what this is. Xingru produced a package and opened it before Shen Siyin. Jujube cake. Shen Siyin eagerly picked up the pastry. I knew Xingru would be considerate. Xingru quickly shook her head. It was the prince who remembered that the madam had not eaten all day and specially instructed me to bring it. At least he has a bit of conscience. Shen Siyin huffed. The time is near. The prince will be here soon. Madam, the princess and the maid will take their leave. Shen Siyin nodded, beginning to eat the cake. Just as she was about to take a bite, the door was suddenly pushed open. Shen Siyin thought Xingru had returned, but instead, a masked figure in black burst in. You cannot be with him. Shen Siyin stood defensively, staring at the intruder. Do not ask questions. Come with me now. The masked figure disregarded her reaction, seizing her waist and pulling her towards a specific direction. As they reached the door, a cold chill sliced through the air, causing him to release her as he dodged. But he was struck in the chest by another person. Realizing his plan had failed, he took the opportunity to leap away. Shen Siyin looked at the person who embraced her. You came. After checking that she was unharmed, Song Xiuyu turned to the approaching Lu Shuo and commanded, pursue them. Yes. Chapter 93. You can rest assured with me here. Song Xiuyu gently held Shen Xiaoyin's delicate hand, his eyes filled with concern and worry. I'm fine, you. Perhaps I should go with you. Shen Siyin clasped his hand in return, her heart heavy with worry. Upon hearing this, Song Xiuyu's expression brightened as he ruffled her hair. Be good, listen to me. I understand your concern, but you must also trust in my abilities. At this, Shen Siyin spoke urgently, but they are after me. If you recklessly separate from me, those rogues will surely seize the opportunity to capture me. It will be safer for us to stay together. Furthermore, after all we have been through to be together, I do not want to be apart from you. Tears quickly welled in her eyes, and her voice trembled as she spoke. Seeing this, Song Xiuyu hastily wiped her tears away. His face showed a mix of pain and helplessness as he sighed. He had initially intended to keep this scheme from Shen Siyin, but her resolute attitude compelled him to speak. Regardless, he was convinced that he would protect her at all costs. Those rogues are cunning and treacherous. I'm left with no choice but to resort to such measures. But, even if it costs me my life, I will protect you, so you need not worry. Before he could finish, Shen Siyin gently placed a slender finger against his lips, her expression filled with anger. I do not want to hear you speak of exchanging lives. My life is my own. You need not bear it for me. Song Xiuyu understood that her concern was misplaced, and his heart swelled with joy. Unable to contain himself, he pressed a kiss to her forehead. All right, then you should sleep obediently. I will leave once you have fallen asleep. His voice was deep and resonant, causing Shen Xiaoyin's ears to redden and her cheeks to flush. He smiled gently, his eyes sparkling with delight. Shen Xiaoyin shyly nodded, biting her lip. With Song Xiuyu's assistance, she lay down on the bed. The man tenderly tucked her in, holding her hand and placing a kiss on the back of it. Sleep well. I will be by your side. Shen Xiaoyin smiled softly and closed her eyes, feeling reassured. She was still recovering from her injuries, and her body was weak. After enduring this ordeal, she could not withstand much more. Soon, lulled by Song Xiuyu's gentle reassurances, she drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, Song Xiuyu adjusted her blankets before quietly rising and looking out the window. His once tender gaze turned icy. He quietly closed the door and turned to find a guard crouching before him. My lord. Startled, Song Xiuyu quickly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. He then stealthily approached the window, peering through the gap to observe the person inside. Seeing that she showed no signs of waking, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He then pulled his subordinate aside, ensuring their conversation would not disturb her, and carefully threatened, Speak quietly. If you wake her, I will hold you accountable. He gritted his teeth, his voice barely above a whisper. The subordinate nodded in understanding, then quietly asked, My lord, what shall we do next? Song Xiuyu smiled coldly, his eyes filled with ruthlessness. After some time at the side of the palace, his subordinate spoke, My lord, we have been waiting here for over an hour. What if he has already fled? Impossible, Song Xiuyu said with certainty. At this moment, with Shen Siyin in her weakened state, the rogues would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. Suddenly, from a nearby haystack came the rustling sound, prompting the group to become alert, their eyes fixed on the haystack. To their surprise, a rabbit sprang out, causing them to exhale in relief. However, their attention was soon drawn to a shadow, swaying by the wall adjacent to the Wangfu. Song Xiuyu stood on high alert, gripping his sword tightly at his waist. Suddenly, the figure dashed away, startling Song Xiuyu, who hurriedly rose to pursue the individual. Upon noticing he was being chased, the shadow turned and fled even faster. Seizing the moment, Song Shuyu kicked a small cart beside him, causing the figure to glance back in alarm, narrowly avoiding the obstacle. Taking advantage of this distraction, Song Shuyu leaped forward, drawing his sword to engage in combat. Initially, the two seemed evenly matched, but gradually, the mysterious figure began to falter. Recognizing his disadvantage, the individual attempted to escape. Song Shuyu swiftly grasped his shoulder and yanked him back, but the figure resisted, lowering his shoulder to break free. In the struggle, Song Shuyu managed to grip the figure's mask. "Prince Anua, what brings you here?" Anua frowned and quickly removed Song Shiyu's mask. "Song Shiyu?" Both were taken aback at the unexpected encounter. In the end, Prince Anua remarked, "I apologize for my reckless behavior tonight." Song Shiyu raised a cup of tea, his expression somber. "Oh, it's quite all right. My clandestine presence outside your Wangfu was bound to cause misunderstandings. The fault lies with me." Prince Anua, a man of decorum, acknowledged his mistake without embarrassment. "Your Highness, I have yet to extend my heartfelt congratulations on your upcoming wedding. Allow me to toast with tea in place of wine, wishing you and the Wangfei a harmonious union for 100 years." He then downed the tea in one gulp. "Thank you," Song Shiyu smiled. "By the way, Your Highness, what were you pursuing tonight?" Prince Anua suddenly inquired. At the thought of the thief, Song Shiyu's eyes darkened, anger flickering across his face. "I see," Prince Anua nodded. "Then why were you in such a manner outside my Wangfu?" "Curiously enough, I happened to pass by the Wangfu and noticed someone sneaking about outside. I intended to investigate, only to be mistaken for a rogue," Song Shiyu explained, his gaze wary. Chapter 94, Prince Anua of Foreign Royalty. Prince Anua met Song Shiyu's scrutiny with sincerity, showing no signs of discomfort. "So that is how it is. Regardless, tonight's incident is my fault. I shall earnestly invite you to my residence on another occasion to express my apologies," Song Shiyu stated earnestly, raising his cup of tea. "I appreciate your kindness, Your Highness," Prince Anua replied with a smile. "Prince Anua, it is getting late. Have you secured accommodations?" Song Shiyu inquired. "This appears quite suitable. I shall stay here for the night. The atmosphere in the palace is rather stifling, and I prefer the freedom of the outside," Prince Anua remarked, glancing around. "It seems the prince enjoys a carefree life," Song Shiyu chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite agreeable," Prince Anua replied, smiling after a brief hesitation. "Thank you, Your Highness." The following day, after breakfast, Song Shiyu hurriedly prepared to leave. "Ayin, if you find yourself bored, have someone read you a play, but do remember to rest well, understood?" He looked at Shen Siyin, concern etched in his eyes. "I understand. Thank you, my husband. Please be careful while you are out," Shen Siyin replied. Her heart warmed by his words. She inadvertently called him my husband, feeling a rush of embarrassment as she realized her slip. "What am I saying? Will he think me frivolous?" Song Shiyu, delighted by her unguarded thought, responded, "Thank you for your concern." He placed a kiss on her forehead before hastily departing. As he stepped outside, he prepared to mount his horse when a palanquin came to a stop nearby. A charming young woman emerged from it. "Your Highness, what a coincidence!" Upon seeing Song Shiyu, Shen Huayin's face lit up with a smile. "Having learned of my sister's injury, I have been eager to visit her and assess her condition. What a stroke of fate to encounter you here." Song Shiyu, however, remained indifferent, his gaze icy. "Whether by chance or design, I have matters to attend to, so I cannot linger." He waved dismissively, his voice cold. "Inform the Wangfei that my sister, Shen Huayin, has arrived. Whether she stays or leaves is entirely up to the Wangfei. I shall not involve myself." With that, he mounted his horse and departed swiftly without granting Shen Huayin a single glance. Watching him leave in haste, Shen Huayin felt as though she were something unworthy. Receiving no acknowledgement, anger surged within her, and she directed her frustration toward Shen Siyin. As she observed the man receding into the distance, her irritation deepened, prompting her to stamp her foot. After a moment, a servant approached and bowed respectfully. "Miss Shen, the Wangfei requests your presence." Startled, Shen Huayin's expression shifted, and she cleared her throat, haughtily lifting her chin as she entered. In all, she waited for some time, but did not see Shen Siyin. Her resentment began to boil over as she mumbled. Has she just become a Wangfei and already starts to act aloof? One might think she is the Empress. "Miss Shen, you must be cautious with your words. This is the Wangfu. not the Shen family, and nearby made caution coldly. Shen Huayin was taken aback, gritting her teeth and snorting in disdain. Suddenly, Prince Anua approached them. Shen Huayin gazed at the handsome man before her, momentarily entranced. Prince Anua, how may I assist you? The maid's tone shifted dramatically, smiling at Prince Anua. I apologize for rising late this morning. I wanted to inquire if breakfast is still being served, he said with an embarrassed smile. Certainly, Prince Anua, please follow me, the maid replied, gesturing for him to proceed, completely unaware of Shen Huayin's presence. Prince Anua, a foreign prince of high status, the maid explained. Shen Huayin's eyes brightened at the revelation. A foreign prince? He must be of noble lineage. If I could marry Prince Anua and become his legitimate wife, I would surely overshadow Shen Siyin. She plotted in her mind, a smile forming on her lips. Oh, Huayin has arrived? My apologies for not welcoming you properly. It seems I have neglected my duties as Wang Fei. Shen Siyin's voice rang out, her words laced with insincerity despite her feigned regret. I was merely slow due to feeling unwell. Please do not hold it against me, sister. That is acceptable. After all, as a Wang Fei, a slower pace is expected, Shen Huayin replied with a smile, her confidence bolstered by her fantasies. Shen Siyin, taken aback, stared at her sister in disbelief, unable to comprehend her words. After all, she had made Shen Huayin wait for quite some time before finally emerging. How could Shen Huayin not be angry? How peculiar is that one would call her Wang Fei in such a gentle manner. Indeed, it is quite strange. Wang Fei, I have heard that Prince Anua has taken up residence in the manor. Shen Huayin smiled, her mind filled with a flurry of thoughts. Shen Siyin listened, chuckling softly, her heart suddenly enlightened. So, it was due to an infatuation with Prince Anua that she had been acting so oddly today. Is that so? Do you happen to know what Prince Anua likes or dislikes? Shen Huayin smiled again, her eyes shimmering with hope. Why do you ask? Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, confirming her suspicion. Ah, well, Prince Anua is a foreigner. After his long journey, we must extend our hospitality. We cannot allow others to say we lack decorum, can we? Shen Huayin hesitated for a moment, then quickly concocted a reasonable explanation. So that is the case. Sisters truly embody great righteousness. Shen Siyin saw through her, but chose not to expose her, smiling as she listed several dishes for her. Shen Huayin listened attentively, committing them to memory. Soon after, she ventured into the kitchen to gather the items Shen Siyin had mentioned, using the pretext of delivering food to approach Prince Anua. Chapter 95, Eternity. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating a soft, whispering sound. A woman clad in a pale yellow skirt stood beneath the shade of a tree, her arms swaying gracefully, revealing her fair arms that sparkled in the sunlight. Wang Fei, how could you skip breakfast? Xingru placed a meal on a small stone table beside her, her eyes filled with reproach, concern for her well-being. Shen Siyin adjusted her sleeves, having risen late, lacking an appetite, and thought to exercise in the courtyard before eating. She sat down, only to realize that the workout had not occurred, yet the meal had made her quite hungry. Today, as breakfast consisted of lean meat porridge and 2 plates of appetizing side dishes, with Xingru even bringing a plate of pastries. Shen Siyin finished her meal in a few bites, and the moment she started eating, her hunger became undeniable. I am done eating, Xingru. After Xingru cleared the table, Shen Siyin remained alone in the courtyard. She stood up, surveying the area, pondering how past noble ladies managed to confine themselves so entirely within their homes. Although the courtyard was pleasant, it felt rather dull. The servants were respectful, afraid to overstep, and Song Shuyu could not possibly remain by her side at all times. Home is indeed a sanctuary, yet being confined within it is undeniably tedious, especially in contrast to the 21st century, where one could easily pass the time with smartphones and computers. Are you unwilling to remain here? Song Shuyu's heart fluttered uncontrollably as he gazed at her, hesitating before stepping inside. What are you doing? His deep, magnetic voice resonated behind her, startling Shen Siyin despite its pleasantness. She turned, her hand instinctively patting her chest. It's you, Wang Ye, you startled me. As you can see, I'm doing nothing but sitting here. Shen Siyin waved her hand dismissively. Song Shuyu sat beside her, a smile playing on his lips. Yet there seems to be nothing to occupy yourself with. How about I take you to the nearby market for a stroll? Shen Siyin's eyes sparkled with delight. Wonderful. Why wait? Let us go. I was so bored here, and your arrival is truly serendipitous. She praised him enthusiastically, viewing Song Xiuyu as her savior. In her excitement, she grasped his hand and prepared to leave, observing her exuberance, likened to a rabbit encountering a carrot. Song Xiuyu found her charming. The warmth of her hand provided him a sense of comfort, and his tone softened with affection. Do not rush. Let me change into my official robes first. Do you wish for me to accompany you in this attire? Realizing her oversight, Shen Siyin sheepishly released his hand. Then go quickly. I shall wait here. I will change as well. Though the color was understated, the intricate patterns and exquisite embroidery would surely attract attention on the street. She wished to maintain a low profile. Song Xiuyu, hearing her thoughts, shook his head helplessly. With her demeanor, she still contemplated the idea of a beauty saving a beauty. Reflecting on how he had devoured everything at breakfast, he felt a pang of regret, wishing he had abstained. Wang Fei, where are you headed? Xingru observed Shen Siyin's actions with confusion and approached to take the waist belt from her hands. Wang Ye said he would take me to the nearby market. Should I tie this waist belt? Shen Siyin lightly patted her waist, her brow furrowed in distress. Xingru thoughtfully circled around Shen Siyin, declaring, Wang Fei, I truly believe you are naturally beautiful, and even without a waist belt, you remain quite slender. Xingru discerned that Shen Siyin was not keen on binding her waist, especially after her recent meal, which had been quite substantial, likely leaving her feeling somewhat full and uncomfortable. Then we shall do as you say. Let us depart. Xingru noted that Shen Siyin had chosen a modest dress, removing all her adornments. Initially intending to pin something in her hair, she reconsidered, knowing that Shen Siyin would be out with Song Xiuyu. Suddenly, Xingru chuckled softly. Shen Siyin looked at her in bewilderment. What's so amusing, Xingru? Your laughter is rather unsettling. Nothing, miss, she replied, her expression enigmatic. Shen Siyin merely nodded, accepting the matter as it was. Just then, Song Xiuyu's voice called from outside, wondering who had been so hasty, yet was still not ready. We are coming, Shen Siyin replied, then urged Xingru, hurry, let us go. As the door opened, she dashed towards Song Xiuyu. In her simple green dress, the light fabric billowed in the wind. The petite ruffles adorning it were delicate and charming, and her joyful expression stirred a wave of emotions within Song Xiuyu. Let's go. Upon stepping outside, Xingru noticed that the guards were absent, confirming that Song Xiuyu intended to accompany Shen Siyin alone. Unbeknownst to her, Shen Siyin remained oblivious to their unspoken understanding. Xingru quickly reacted, Wang Fei, you and Wang Ye go ahead. I'm feeling a bit unwell and cannot join you. Her performance was convincing as she clutched her abdomen, beads of cold sweat appearing on her brow. Shen Siyin looked at her with concern. Are you all right? I can send for a doctor. I'm fine, really. Wang Fei, you should go on, Xingru insisted. Thank you, Wang Fei. I shall excuse myself for now. The market was bustling with activity, fragrant aromas wafting through the air, mingling with the lively shouts of vendors and the bargaining of women. Although Song Xiuyu had not brought anyone else along, secret guards remained vigilant in the shadows, particularly given Shen Siyin's recent injury. Oh dear, I want to eat everything, but I just had breakfast. What to do? Shen Siyin lamented, regretting her indulgence that morning. Wait for me here. Song Xiuyu's voice came from above. Shen Siyin was puzzled but obediently stood in place, waiting. When he returned with a candied hawthorn, she exclaimed, Wang Ye, you understand me today? This hawthorn is delightful. She took a bite, her cheeks puffing up as she gave him a thumbs up. Chapter 96. The Wang Fei is with child. Song Xiuyu maintained a neutral expression, gently tapping Shen Siyin's head. All right. A nearby woman observed their interaction and remarked, My dear girl, your husband dotes on you so. I see you wear no adornments. Why not suggest he buy you something? Song Xiuyu instinctively glanced at Shen Siyin's head, noting its simplicity. He intended to lead her over to examine some items, but was distracted by a loud commotion. In the throng, Shen Huayin stood out, dressed flamboyantly, and seemed to sway towards a nuance, as if someone had merely brushed against her. Arno caught sight of NSH and she oi in NSH in Huayin, furrowing his brow to evade SH in Huayin's gestures, and promptly donned a smile as he approached nsh in Shioyen. You have come as well. Shen Siyin, feigning distraction, steadied herself. Hearing Arnaud's exuberant tone, she felt a swell of displeasure and glanced up to see who dared to contend with her. To her dismay, she found NNSH in Shioyen, and with a reluctant smile, she joined them. Ing Shiwai observed Arnaud's approach, a barely perceptible furrow forming on his brow as he chose to ignore him. Arnaud remained unfazed, engaging in conversation with NNSH in Shioyen, while Ing Shiwai cast a glare at Arnaud, oblivious to the tension. Thus, their duo transformed into a quartet. They ventured to listen to the storyteller, reveling in the joyous performance. Time flew by as the sun gradually descended, yielding its reign to the accompanying stars and moon. Have you had enough fun today? Their hands were tightly clasped together amidst the increasing evening crowd. Earlier, NSH and Shioyen had nearly been swept away, prompting Ing Shiwai to grasp her hand for safety. Enough, and NSH and Shioyen thought contentedly, even with SH in Huayan present, who caused no trouble but provided amusing entertainment, including a delightful tea performance. Indeed, the crowd brought forth merriment, and then showing no regret over the loss of private moments. Meanwhile, Arnaud, trailing behind, grew increasingly impatient with SH in Huayan's incessant chatter. Suddenly, an NSH in Shioyen clutched her stomach and stepped aside to retch. Ing Shiwai's expression shifted to one of concern as he hurried to her side, gently patting her back to ease her discomfort. What has come over you so suddenly? After a while, as she settled, and SH and Shioyen found it peculiar she hadn't overeaten. Could it be that she was with child? The thought reverberated between them. Ing Shiwai's hand on her back trembled slightly with anxiety. My child? Without waiting for an answer, he rushed away. The regnant prince's residence was nearing closure for the night. Summoning a physician could have sufficed without this hassle. Yet, SNX is concerned environment SNX is hot. I told you not to move. Ing Shiwai's demeanor turned grave. Ing Shiwai maintained an outward calm, though internally he was restless, pondering the superior skills of the palace physicians compared to ordinary doctors. The imperial physician, led by El Shu, approached, bowing in deference. Your Highness, please dispense with formalities and examine my princess. Ing Shiwai waved his hand, urging the physician onward. Yes. The physician, wiping sweat from his brow, approached an NSH in Shioyen, trembling as he took her pulse. After a moment, the physician suddenly knelt before them. Congratulations, Your Highness. Your princess is with child, over half a month along. Ing Shiwai's tightly clenched hand relaxed, and he exhaled, dismissed bestow rewards. Thank you, Your Highness. NNSH in Shioyen's hand instinctively rested on her abdomen, disbelief washing over her. I am truly pregnant, Your Highness. She looked up at Ing Shiwai, only to find him standing in stunned silence, his eyes slightly bloodshot. What is the matter? We're to have a child. His words were succinct. Yet, NNSH in Shioyen discerned the anticipation and excitement in his tone. Smiling reassuringly, she affirmed, yes, indeed. That night, Ing Shiwai insisted on remaining by NNSH in Shioyen's side, though she invited him to join her. He declined, fearing he might inadvertently harm the child, leaving her both amused and exasperated. The following day, due to Ing Shiwai's actions, the physician was summoned for inquiries. Word of the pregnancy spread throughout the palace, and those familiar with NSH and Shioyen were soon aware of the news. Awakened from her pregnancy-induced slumber, and NSH in Shioyen found Ing are excitedly perched by her bedside, staring intently at her. Please do not gaze at me like that. It is quite unnerving. Your Highness, congratulations. Thank you, she replied. Ing are continued. Many have come to extend their congratulations. They are all awaiting you in the hall. The prince intended to spare you their interruption, but this is a momentous occasion, and they wish to wait until you awoke. Realizing she had kept everyone waiting, NSH in Shioyen hastily requested Ing are to help her dress. I apologize for making you wait. A multitude of guests filled the room. Some familiar, others strangers, all seemingly eager to forge connections with the regnant prince. Despite their unspoken grievances, they began presenting gifts in succession. She suddenly spotted in among the crowd, who offered a perfunctory gift before departing. Exhausted from receiving gifts, she thought, all of this will be stored in my little treasury. After a brief respite, Exiled returned to announce that Li Fei had come to pay her respects. Please, show her in. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown adorned with splendid jewels, Li Fei exuded grace and elegance. I have come to see Li Fei. She hurriedly performed a courteous gesture and took Li Fei's hand, inviting her to sit. Li Fei smiled warmly. You must take care of yourself during your pregnancy. I have brought numerous nourishing supplements and precious stones for your well-being. Of course, in Chapter 97, you are a priceless treasure, she proposed, since you cherish this so much. Why not have the child acknowledge you as a godmother once they are born? Observing the delight and admiration on Li Fei's face. That would be splendid. Li Fei beamed, clearly delighted by the suggestion. However, her expression grew hesitant as she glanced at Shi. This matter is not trivial. May I have the prince's permission? Oh, I was wondering what the issue was. It is my child. I shall decide who becomes the godmother. With that, Shi cast a sidelong glance at Shi, arching an eyebrow. Would you not agree, Your Highness? Certainly, everything my wife says is correct, Shi replied, his eyes filled with affection as he gazed at Shi. Oh dear, did I come to congratulate you, or to witness your romantic exchanges? Li Fei teased, her hand playfully covering her mouth, unable to conceal her delight. She then leaned closer to Shi's belly, gently chiding, Dear child, look at how your parents flaunt their affection daily, as if disregarding the presence of others. It truly evokes envy. How do you know it will certainly be a son? Perhaps it will be a beautiful little girl. At this, Shi appeared slightly displeased, his hand tenderly caressing Shi's abdomen, his eyes brimming with joy and anticipation. Observing this scene, Shi felt a surge of emotions. Smiling at Shi, she silently thought, I am grateful to the heavens for bringing you into my life. From this day forth, if you do not forsake me, I shall never leave you. Shi, sensing her unspoken thoughts, beamed with joy. I too am elated to have met you. Rest assured, I vow before the heavens that in this life and the next, you shall be the sole one for me, and I shall never betray you. Hearing these words, Shi felt deeply touched and instinctively wrapped her arms around Shi's waist. Oh dear, there are still others present. You two should reserve your flirtations for elsewhere. Li Fei remarked, her eyes filled with envy. Such words are unwarranted. This is the prince's residence. Shi teased, tightening her embrace. Li Fei chuckled and responded, I shall take my leave. Shen Siyin hurriedly released her grip and rose, subsequently linking her arm with Li Fei's. The closeness between you two truly evokes my envy, remarked Song Xiuyu, feigning jealousy as he pouted. Your friendship is so endearing that it makes me envious. Furthermore, this moment is fleeting. In the future, you shall have ample opportunities to indulge in each other's company. Li Fei chuckled softly, covering her mouth, while gently advising Shen Siyin. You are now a child. Your body is not as it once was. You must tread carefully when walking and avoid being as reckless as before. Understood? Yes, thank you for your concern, Li Fei. I shall heed your advice and teachings, replied Shen Siyin with a smile. Outside the Wang Fu, she stated, All right, the carriage is just ahead. You need only accompany me this far. Li Fei grasped her hand. Very well. Take care on your journey. When I find time, I shall certainly visit you. Despite the reluctance in her heart, Shen Siyin felt helpless. I shall wait for that day, replied Li Fei, playfully tapping the tip of her nose with a doting smile. However, I must remind you once more, you are now carrying 2 lives. So you must exercise caution in all matters, especially regarding your food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. None of it can be taken lightly. Do you understand? I know. How could I not have known you were so talkative? Shen Siyin laughed lightly. If he dares to bully you in the future, come to the palace and seek me out. I would stake my life to defend you. Lianfei glanced at Song Xiuyu. Such thoughts are unwarranted. In this life, or even the next, that opportunity shall never arise, declared Song Xiuyu, embracing Shen Siyin's shoulders and raising an eyebrow. That would be splendid. Should I ever learn that she is unhappy here, Your Highness, you must be exceedingly cautious, Lianfei warned. With that, she reluctantly entered the sedan chair. Shen Siyin waved her hand, urging, Lianfei, please take care on your journey. This remark carried deeper implications, which Lianfei discerned. In the palace, a place that devours its inhabitants without a trace, every action shapes one's future, whether it be arduous or grievous. After a long while, once all the guests had departed, Shen Siyin collapsed onto the beauty chair, while Song Xiuyu dutifully began to massage her shoulders. You have worked hard, my dear. Is there anything you wish to eat or drink? I shall send someone to prepare it for you. He gazed at Shen Siyin with affectionate eyes. Not at the moment. I simply wish to rest well and have no appetite. Shen Siyin pouted. My dear, look at you. Even before taking shape, so many have come to offer their blessings and gifts. Just imagine when you are born. What a commotion that will be. My child, the offspring of Song Xiuyu, shall be cherished and spoiled without reservation. Song Xiuyu replied nonchalantly. And what of me? If you cradle him, will I be cast aside? Shen Siyin frowned, feigning displeasure. How could that be? Song Xiuyu laughed lightly. Both of you are priceless treasures I wish to hold dear. That is more like it. Shen Siyin smiled. Suddenly, she thought of Lianfei. I am fortunate to have encountered you. Had I found myself within the palace walls, I surely would not be as joyous as I am now. She expressed, feeling a sense of gratitude. Does this not further illustrate the bond between us? Song Xiuyu murmured softly. Indeed, this world is truly miraculous. She traversed from a developing nation into the very pages of her own novel. Is this not destiny in itself? As she pondered, a peculiar expression crossed her face. By the way, how did you know what I was thinking earlier? Your words were precisely aligned with my thoughts. Perhaps it is because I love you, which allows us to share a deep connection. Song Xiuyu paused, a mischievous smile forming. Is that truly so? Are you certain there are no secrets you are keeping from me? Shen Siyin turned her head, squinting at Song Xiuyu with a hint of suspicion. It is indeed true. My sincerity towards you is as constant as the sun and moon. If I were ever unfaithful, may the heavens strike me down. Song Xiuyu's eyes sparkled with clarity. Chapter 98, Little Song. Nonsense. What absurdities are you speaking? I never claimed I doubted you. On the contrary, if such a day were to come, I will be the first to hold you accountable. Shen Siyin exclaimed in a flurry, covering Song Xiuyu's mouth, her discontent evident. The man chuckled, gently removing her hand and enveloping it within his. Ain, because I love you, everything I say is open to scrutiny. As I have mentioned before, now and forever, my heart shall hold only you. There is no deceit in my words. Shen Siyin's heart swelled with joy, as she was always defenseless against such sudden declarations of love. She then embraced Song Xiuyu's waist, resting her head gently against his chest. I feel the same. 10 months later, the due date has passed. Why is the child not yet here? Shen Siyin expressed her frustration. Throughout these 10 months, although Song Xiuyu treated her exceptionally well, the discomfort of pregnancy is an experience that can only be understood through personal experience. The nausea tormented her, the weight gain led to self-doubt, and her emotions grew sensitive. She felt as though she was on the brink of depression. Yes, dear daughter, please do not continue to torment your mother. Hurry and come out. Look at your mother. She has grown thin from your trials. Song Xiuyu gently caressed her belly, leaning in close to whisper. Over these 10 months, witnessing Shen Siyin's struggles with morning sickness caused him great distress. He wished he could bear the burden of her pain himself. Suddenly, Shen Siyin let out a soft gasp, which made Song Xiuyu quite anxious. What is it? Are you about to give birth? Not yet. Your son just kicked me. Shen Siyin pouted. Song Xiuyu chuckled. It must be a daughter, just as mischievous and lively as you. Nonsense. She is clearly very gentle, Shen Siyin retorted, her face displaying a proud defiance. Song Xiuyu grinned, agreeing. Yes, my dear is absolutely correct. Yet his expression betrayed a hint of grievance. My dear, could you be gentler when pinching my ear next time? I feel as though you might tear it off. Shen Siyin scoffed. Who told you to provoke my anger? I think I'm about to give birth. The intense pain coursing through her body rendered her almost speechless. In an instant, beads of sweat began to bead on her forehead. Song Xiuyu froze, quickly glancing beneath her. The water has broken. Someone quickly summoned the midwife. Over these 10 months, he had acquired considerable knowledge about childbirth, determined that should an emergency arise, he would be able to react promptly to ensure Shen Siyin's safety. Yes, the maid hurried off to the adjacent room in search of the midwife. To prepare for any eventualities, they had arranged for multiple midwives 3 months prior to the due date, all stationed in rooms close to the main chamber. With a gentle motion, Song Xiuyu lifted Shen Siyin onto the bed, placing his hand within her mouth. If the pain becomes unbearable, feel free to bite me. Shen Siyin did not hesitate. She was in excruciating pain, feeling as though something was about to emerge. I no longer wish to give birth. She had only heard tales of childbirth being painful, but never anticipated it would be this agonizing. All right, let's get this over with. Once the child is born, we shall not have any more, shall we? Seeing Shen Siyin in distress, Song Xiuyu felt equally troubled. You scoundrel, Song Xiuyu. Shen Siyin's lips turned pale as she clutched the bedsheets tightly, screaming in anguish. Quickly prepare hot water, towels, scissors, and candles. Speed is of the essence. And we need plenty. The midwives sprang into action, rushing about while issuing commands. In an instant, the news that the princess was about to give birth spread throughout the residence, prompting all the servants to stand by urgently, while some maids busily prepared the necessary items. The midwife entered the room, pulling aside the door curtain and declaring, "She is my princess, and I can assist here." Song Xiuyu hurriedly replied. The midwife, fraught with anxiety, observed Shen Siyin's condition and remarked, upon hearing the words life-threatening, that despite his own overwhelming concern, Song Xiuyu had no choice but to step outside and wait obediently. Listening to the woman's continuous cries of anguish, his heart felt as if it were being wrenched. Time passed, and soon he saw maids carrying basin after basin of blood and cloth out of the room. His heart filled with apprehension as he paced back and forth in the corridor. Your Highness, please do not be too anxious. The princess is blessed and will surely give birth smoothly. Lu Shuo advised. How can I not be anxious? How can I not be tense? Inside are my woman and my child. Song Xiuyu furrowed his brow, leaning against the door to catch a glimpse inside, only to find nothing visible. Your Highness, could you perhaps loosen your grip a bit? Lu Shuo forced a smile, his face somewhat pale. Upon looking down, Song Xiuyu realized he had been gripping Lu Shuo's arm. I apologize. He quickly released his grip, but could not help but gaze towards the room. Finally, a resounding wail of a newborn echoed from within, and Song Xiuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, the midwife emerged, cradling the baby, and smiled as she handed the child to Song Xiuyu. Congratulations, Your Highness. It is a little master. A surge of joy filled Song Xiuyu's heart as he gently took the child, eager to enter the room. Your Highness, it is not very clean inside. The midwife attempted to stop him. No matter. Without hesitation, Song Xiuyu stepped inside. The lingering scent of blood in the air made his heart race for the first time, and upon seeing Shen Siyin lying weakly on the bed, his eyes suddenly brimmed with tears. Ian, thank you. He placed a kiss on her forehead, overflowing with gratitude and joy. 5 years later, I caught you again. Song Xiuyu cheerfully scooped up little Song Xiuyu, who was hiding behind a tree. No, father, you must be cheating. Otherwise, how could you always catch me? Little Song Xiuyu protested, pouting with defiance. It is simply because your father is exceptionally clever. Song Xiuyu raised an eyebrow, his face filled with pride. Father, you are truly shameless. Little Song Xiuyu stuck out his tongue, thinking to himself that next time he would hide behind mother, and father would surely not find him. Unbeknownst to him, all his thoughts were heard by Song Xiuyu. Chapter 99. The Prince's Mind-Reading Skill. On a tranquil afternoon, Shen Siyin shed her royal attire. tied her hair into a high ponytail, and donned a plain outfit. However, her exquisite features lent her an unparalleled charm. Shen Siyin languidly sat on a swing, stretching and yawning contentedly, her squinted eyes gazing towards Song Xiuyu's room. For 3, she began to count down, seemingly awaiting something. As she reached 3, little Song Xiuyu appeared before her, spinning in a circle in a simple blue shirt. "Mother, do I really have to wear this? It feels a bit odd," he asked, his voice soft and innocent. "Did you not always say you want to see the outside world? Mother is doing this for your own good. We must be discreet, or else bad people might take notice," Shen Siyin explained, lifting little Song Xiuyu into her arms with a smile. Undeniably, he was the child of her and Song Xiuyu, possessing strikingly beautiful features that made one want to pinch his cheeks. It's clearly Mother who wants to see the outside world. Little Song Xiuyu was about to complain when Shen Siyin raised an eyebrow, causing him to immediately stop, pressing his fingers together in a feigned look of grievance. "Very well. Under my guidance, you have learned how to care for your mother." Shen Siyin observed little Song Xiuyu's behavior with a look of satisfaction, gently rubbing his small face. "Ahem, he is still young. Is it too early for him to learn this? Besides, with me as an example, he will surely learn by observation." Song Xiuyu's voice came from above. Shen Siyin looked up to see Song Xiuyu wearing a patched garment that could not conceal his handsomeness or inherent nobility. "How can one look so handsome even in patched clothing? How can I maintain a low profile?" Shen Siyin thought to herself, unable to suppress her critique. In the past, when accompanying Song Xiuyu to the market, they were always the center of attention. Thus, she devised this plan, believing that such attire would not attract attention. However, after seeing the appearances of Song Xiuyu and little Song Xiuyu, she felt a headache coming on. Having heard Shen Siyin's thoughts, Song Xiuyu felt a mix of frustration and grievance. Is it my fault for being too handsome? Yet outwardly, he gazed at Shen Siyin with tenderness. It seems difficult for the princess to maintain a low profile. Her natural beauty shines through even in coarse fabric. Fearing Shen Siyin might directly dismiss him, he quickly shifted the focus. After all, he spoke the truth. Shen Siyin's attire was charming yet elegant. That may be reasonable, but most people nowadays are rather superficial. They cannot possibly only judge by looks. Let us stick to our original plan. While outside, do not reveal our identities. And your highness, you must address me as wife. Shen Siyin nodded in agreement, finally comprehending the meaning of innate beauty being hard to hide. "Wife, shall we set off?" Song Xiuyu asked with a doting smile. Shen Siyin nodded in response. The trio, without attendants, discreetly made their way to the market. However, Shen Siyin underestimated their allure and the public's desire for beauty. What a beautiful family. I wonder where they come from, despite wearing similar coarse clothing. Why did I look like a vegetable seller while she resembles a fairy? What a fortunate family. I am envious to the point of tears. As the 3 appeared together, they quickly attracted numerous whispers. Shen Siyin felt a deep sense of frustration as her carefully crafted plan for discretion seemed in vain. It turned out that the tradition of judging by appearance was universally applicable. Maintaining a low profile proved to be exceedingly challenging. As she prepared to guide Song Xiuyu and the others to a different location, several women blocked their path. "What are you planning to do?" Shen Siyin asked, somewhat surprised. Could it be that their identities had been uncovered and someone intended to rob them? But this was a market, under the watchful eyes of many. Surely, they would not dare. Shen Siyin's mind raced with thoughts. Hearing her inner turmoil, Song Xiu tightened his grip on her hand and whispered, "Do not be afraid. I am here." Song Xiuyu's strength was not to be underestimated. Defeating the women before him would be effortless. However, considering they were unarmed and mere women, he refrained from taking action. Yet, it would be a cinch to use his agility to whisk Shen Siyin away. "Young lady, do not misunderstand. We merely wish to ask you a few questions," said a woman in a red dress adorned with heavy makeup, gazing earnestly at Shen Siyin. Shen Siyin sighed in relief. As long as it wasn't a robbery, she would not have to face Song Xiuyu's wrath later. Who knew what schemes he might concoct in such a situation? "Please, go ahead." Shen Siyin smiled and nodded. "How did you manage to give birth to such an adorable child? Can you teach us?" They inquired eagerly. "Yes. Do you feed him fish or tofu? How come his skin is so flawless?" The women chimed in one after another. "Husband, once I finish speaking, remember to help me and Song escape. Shen Siyin whispered in Song Xiuyu's ear. Song Xiuyu looked at her in confusion. However, when his woman speaks, what reason does he have to refuse? Ahem, do you truly wish to know? Shen Siyin cleared her throat. The women nodded eagerly, each intently gazing at Shen Siyin, with some even taking out paper and pen, prepared to record her methods for conception. First, one must find a handsome husband, as this would undoubtedly enhance the interest. Shen Siyin pointed to the dashing Song Xiuyu beside her. Secondly, one must possess good looks oneself. Thus, the offspring born will not fall short. Shen Siyin proudly gestured to herself, simultaneously pinching Song Xiuyu to prompt him into action. Song Xiuyu immediately grasped Shen Siyin's intent, taking her by one hand and lifting little Song Xiuyu with the other, making a hasty retreat. How am I supposed to write this? How many such men exist in this world? And how many such women? The women preparing to take notes were infuriated, tossing their pens aside. The expressions of the other women fluctuated between shock and disbelief. If they could find such a husband, would they even need to inquire about methods? Yet, as Shen Siyin's family of 3 fled, they found themselves deprived of any opportunity to voice their complaints, standing frozen in the center of the marketplace. At this moment, Shen Siyin's family of 3 rested in a private room of an inn. Mother, why are they all coming to find you? Didn't you say you wanted to keep a low profile? Little Song Xiuyu inquired curiously. There's nothing we can do. Our capabilities do not allow us to remain inconspicuous. Shen Siyin sighed, rubbing her forehead. Little Song Xiuyu was utterly perplexed, his small head filled with question marks. Because your mother herself carries the fortune of the koi, Song Xiuyu explained from the side. Shen Siyin and Song Xiuyu exchanged knowing smiles, leaving little Song Xiuyu even more confused. Who is the koi, and what does it signify? He had countless questions, yet it seemed as though his mother and father were oblivious to his curiosity. That night, as the saying goes, the night is dark and windy, perfect for carrying out deeds. Just as Shen Siyin finished washing up and lay down, she sensed someone in the bed. Anxiously, she lifted the covers to reveal Song Xiuyu's handsome visage. Aren't you supposed to be in your own room? Shen Siyin asked nervously. Do not think that this king is unaware. The princess has gone to bestow koi upon them, which is why she has been busy until now. You bestow koi upon so many, but what about me? Song Xiuyu leaned closer. Shen Siyin seemed to recall something, her face flushing crimson. Shouldn't we also have another, so that they will believe in your koi? As Song Xiuyu observed Shen Siyin's blushing countenance, he moved closer still. You are becoming increasingly unruly. Do not move about recklessly. What is the princess saying? I have not moved. Is it not you who is eager? Song Xiuyu gazed at Shen Siyin in confusion. The two suddenly shared a thought and simultaneously lifted the covers, revealing little Song Xiuyu's face before them. Shen Siyin and Song Xiuyu felt a headache coming on. It seemed that this night was destined for the 3 of them to share the same bed.